Old generation revolutionaries all have their own beliefs. Their lifelong dream was to make sure the Chinese people could live happy and peaceful lives. The recent years have been difficult, and if he were gone, extreme groups wanting to harm China would become even more reckless. For the country and the people, he must stay strong and live a few more years. Jiang Li knew that the leader was sincere in his words. She admired such a true hero who cared about the people, and she would do her best to help him recover. "All right, since the leader trusts me, I will treat you," Jiang Li said. She took a pill from her bag and handed it to the leader. "Leader, if you take this pill, your condition will improve. I will also write a prescription for you. After you take this pill, you can follow the prescription to strengthen your body and make yourself healthier." The leader immediately took the pill from Jiang Li. Jiang Li took out paper and a pen, quickly writing a prescription for the leader to improve his health. The old leader held the pill, sniffed it, and thought the smell was very fresh. Before eating it, just smelling it made him feel very comfortable. Seeing that this medicine was good, the leader decided to take it. He hoped it would really cure his old illness, as the young girl said. When he was about to eat the pill Jiang Li handed him, his guard nearby warned worriedly, "Leader, we haven't checked this young comrade's identity yet. The medicine she gave should be tested first before taking." The leader understood the guard's concern. With his high status, many political enemies at home and abroad wanted to harm him. His food was always tested first, and the same goes for medicines. The leader waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I believe this young comrade is not a bad person." The leader was good at judging people. Jiang Li's clear eyes and upright manner showed she was honest. Such a person wouldn't be an enemy trying to harm him. If she really wanted to kill him, there was no need to save him earlier. Jiang Li saw the guard's suspicion, which she understood, but felt a bit annoyed. She then took out her work ID and handed it to the leader, saying, "Leader, I am not a bad person. This is my work ID. You can verify my identity." This ID was given to her after she agreed to join the Special Case Department, handed over by Secretary Su. With this ID, members of the Special Case Department had certain privileges, like using government resources to carry out assigned tasks. The leader looked at the ID Jiang Li gave him. When he saw she was part of the Special Case Department, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. Only talented and capable people could join that department. Since it was directly under the central government, it was impossible to get in without real skills. He thought Jiang Li looked not simple. She could wake him up with just 2 acupuncture needles and claimed she could cure his long-term illness with 1 pill. Ordinary people wouldn't have such skills. After seeing her ID, the leader felt more at ease. He swallowed the pill Jiang Li gave him and then took the prescription she wrote, planning to follow it carefully to improve his health. Soon after taking the pill, he felt a warm sensation spreading inside his dantian. Then the chief felt a warm wave spread through his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. This sensation was so wonderful that he had never experienced such a transformation before, despite taking many expensive Western medicines. Feeling the change in his body, he looked at Jiang Li in shock. The medicine she gave him was definitely not ordinary, probably a divine remedy. He felt his life might be extended a few more years. Excited, he held Jiang Li's hand and said, "Comrade Jiang, your medicine is truly amazing. I just took it and already feel much better. My old problems are improving. Thank you so much for your help. When you go to Beijing, if you encounter any difficult problems, contact me directly. I will help you without hesitation." As he spoke, he handed Jiang Li a note with his personal phone number. Jiang Li believed most problems could be solved on her own, but since the chief offered her help, she politely accepted. More support meant more options. Maybe in the future, she would need to ask the chief for help with some big trouble. She took the note and smiled at him, saying, "Okay." Because of this fortunate encounter, Jiang Li was assigned to a VIP carriage by the train staff. Without the chief's influence, ordinary people could never afford such a carriage, no matter how rich they were. Jiang Li found the regular hard-seat carriage too noisy, with a bad smell and strange passengers, so the VIP carriage was much more comfortable. Being moved to the VIP carriage her journey became much more relaxing, and she could rest peacefully. After dinner, Jiang Li slept soundly. However, she was worried about Mu Jingxun, so she woke up several times from her dreams. The train stayed in the same place for another morning, and Jiang Li arrived safely in Beijing. The chief Jiang Li saved, named Wei Feng, was also headed to Beijing. Seeing Jiang Li also getting off there, he asked where she was going and whether he should send a driver to her. Jiang Li knew Wei Feng was treating her like a lifesaver, so she appreciated his kindness. But she politely declined because she had already sent a telegram to Bai Zirong before arriving in Beijing, asking him to meet her at the train station today. Wei Feng saw that Jiang Li refused his offer and didn't insist. They exchanged a few more words before he waved goodbye. As Jiang Li left the train station, she saw Bai Zirong waiting for her. Bai Zirong also saw Jiang Li coming down from the train. He hurriedly waved to her. Sister Li, I'm over here." Jiang Li walked straight toward Bai Zirong. She reached his side, and Bai Zirong quickly took the luggage from her hands. "Older sister Li, it's so great you came. With you here, brother Sun will definitely be fine," Bai Zirong said, seeing Jiang Li as if she were a lifeline. Jiang Li is so capable, she can surely save brother Sun. Since the incident with brother Sun, Bai Zirong has been worried and restless. Over the past few days, he hardly slept because of this matter. Jiang Li nodded and said, "Yes, don't worry. I am here now, and Mu Jingxun will surely get through this. First, take me to him, so I can see his condition face to face." Okay, older sister Li, I'll take you there right away." Bai Zirong arrived in his family's car. After meeting Jiang Li, they got in and sped off toward the Mu family. Since the incident, Mu Jingxun had been staying at the Mu house. He was taken to the hospital once for treatment, but his condition didn't seem to be an illness. All tests showed no physical problems, but he remained in a deep sleep and wouldn't wake up. The hospital was at a loss and couldn't offer any treatment. The Mu family could only bring him home to care for him. Because of what happened to Mu Jingxun, the Mu family had been very worried and distressed. Mu Jingxun was the most outstanding male in the family and highly valued by the old master. Now that he was hurt, everyone's spirits were low. The family's future seemed to depend on him. If anything happened to him, losing such a talented heir would be a big to the family. While the family was worried about how to wake Mu Jingxun up, Bai Zirong arrived with a young woman. He called out to the old master, "Grandpa Mu, this is Jiang Li, Jiang Tongji. She's an excellent doctor and also knows some mystical arts. I brought her to see brother Sun today. Maybe she has a way to save him." Bai Zirong hadn't told the Mu family that Jiang Li was Mu Jingxuan's partner because he wasn't sure if Mu Jingxun had told his family about their relationship. Jiang Li also hoped Mu Jingxun would tell his family himself, rather than her revealing it. She didn't know if Mu Jingxun had shared their relationship, so she kept quiet for now. The old master knew that Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxun were close friends since childhood. The Bai and Mu families were also long-standing allies, so Bai Zirong's recommendation was trustworthy. Old Master Mu looked at Jiang Li and thought she seemed very young. At such a young age, could she really have such great skill? Although he was doubtful, the situation with his grandson was urgent and complicated. Bai Zirong had finally found someone capable. Whether Jiang Li was truly talented or not, she had to try. It's a last resort. Old Master Mu nodded to Jiang Li and said, "Young lady, I trouble you to take care of my grandson. Please do your best to wake him up." Jiang Li politely nodded back to Old Master Mu, then followed the Mu family to Mu Jingxuan's room. Mu Jingxun was lying unconscious on his bed. His face was pale, and his lips were dark. Right now, his soul was missing a part. Without his soul returning, he would never wake up. Mu Jingxun had been cursed with a soul-devouring spell, which had taken away part of his spirit. His missing soul was inside a soul-capturing device held by Master Liu. To save Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li needed to find Master Liu first. Master Liu's actions were meant to lure her out, making her come to him willingly. Master Liu was not truly a great master, just a sorcerer with some basic skills. If he were a proper cultivator, he would never have set such a cruel formation against the Yin family. He dared to take her husband's soul and attack him. Jiang Li was not someone to be trifled with. She would make him pay a heavy price. After checking Mu Jingxun's condition, Jiang Li told the Mu family his situation is not too dangerous. His soul has been taken, but I will go to the person who cast the spell and take back his soul. He will wake up soon. Hearing this, old Master Mu felt relieved. His most precious grandson was fine, and everything else was manageable. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded from the room, saying, "In this day and age, young lady, you still promote superstitions?" The speaker was a middle-aged woman who looked quite attractive but appeared very proud. She criticized Jiang Li and then turned to Bai Zirong, saying, "Zirong, where did you find this so-called sorceress? Isn't she just talking nonsense and trying to scam people? I think she's here to cheat money." This woman was Mu Jingxun's aunt, Mu Baifeng. Hearing her words, Bai Zirong's face darkened. He felt that Jingxun's aunt shouldn't speak about Jiang Li like that. Sister Li came from far away to help, but Brother Sun's little sister accused her of lying and trying to cheat money without any reason. Does she not know what kind of person Sister Li is? She wouldn't cheat the Mu family's money. Little Sister Mu, you're wrong. Although we are now trying to eliminate superstitions, it doesn't mean these things don't exist. If they didn't exist, they wouldn't have been passed down in our country for over 1,000 years. I personally saw Comrade Jiang Li catch a ghost. She is definitely not a liar. Mu Baifeng sneered again. "Zirong, you're even helping her make up such a ridiculous story? How can there be ghosts in this world? Even if you saw one, you probably just saw things blurry or were tricked by illusions. You went to a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers, yet you still believe in something against science. Don't you find that funny?" After criticizing Bai Zirong, Mu Baifeng turned to old Master Mu and said, "Grandpa, don't believe what this little girl says. She's just trying to fool us. Isn't that ridiculous? We should find a reliable doctor to examine Jingxun carefully and not delay the best treatment time." Jiang Li was annoyed seeing Mu Jingxun's little aunt jumping around and questioning her. Although she was Jingxun's elder, she couldn't insult her like that or stop her from saving Jingxun's life. Jiang Li was not someone who repaid evil with kindness. She immediately cast a spell to control Mu Baifeng. Soon, Mu Baifeng suddenly went crazy, slapping her own face repeatedly. She cried out in pain. Seeing her face swollen from the hits, Jiang Li stopped the spell. The Mu family was shocked, staring at Mu Baifeng, confused about what just happened. Why did she suddenly hit herself so hard? Why did she turn her face into a pig's head? Could Mu Baifeng be mentally ill? Only Bai Zirong knew what was really going on. It was definitely Sister Li's doing. Since Sister Li knew magic and Mu Baifeng publicly questioned her with her personality, she had to teach her a lesson. If she couldn't control her mouth, she would slap her. Bai Zirong looked at Jiang Li with admiration, wishing he could be as capable as her. If he also knew magic, he could make anyone who talked nonsense slap themselves. "Fong Fong, what's wrong with you? How can you hurt yourself?" Old Master Mu asked. Then Mu Jingxun's father, Mu Baifeng, also asked, "Yes, little sister, what are you doing? Why are you harming yourself?" Mu Baifeng covered his swollen face, looking confused. He didn't understand what had just happened. Seeing the family questioning her, Mu Baifeng said with a sad and scared tone, "I don't know what happened. My hand suddenly lost control, and some mysterious force was hitting myself." When Mu Baifeng said this, Mu Baifeng frowned. "Little sister, are you possessed?" Mu Baifeng also thought she must be possessed, but isn't possession just superstitious nonsense? Could such things really exist? But if she wasn't possessed, then what just happened couldn't be explained. Mu Baifeng suddenly remembered something and looked at Jiang Li with wide eyes. "Is it you causing trouble? It must be you, right? Did you cast some evil spell on me?" Jiang Li heard Mu Baifeng's question and chuckled. "Didn't you just say I was superstitious and tricking people? If that's the case, now you're saying I cast a spell on you? Aren't you just shooting yourself in the foot? Or did you forget what you just said?" Mu Baifeng was speechless. Old Master Mu looked thoughtful and frowned, carefully studying the young girl in front of him. Although Jiang Li was young, she had a commanding presence, like someone in a high position. A girl her age with such aura couldn't be ordinary. It was clear that Mu Baifeng's strange behavior earlier was caused by Jiang Li. She did this to teach Mu Baifeng a lesson for talking nonsense. Judging by Mu Baifeng's bizarre actions, it was obvious she knew some mysterious skills. Old Master Mu and Mu Baifeng were different. He had seen many things in his life and didn't believe in ghosts or gods, nor was he superstitious. Although modern efforts are aimed at eliminating superstitions, some things remain mysterious and hard to explain. No one knows if they truly exist or not. That's why the government set up a special department. Mu Baifeng remembered that a senior friend once told him about a secret bureau called 749, which handled strange phenomena beyond science. Only talented and extraordinary people could join this bureau. The existence of such a secret department suggests that mysterious forces do exist. The young girl in front of him probably knew some secret arts of the mysterious world. After witnessing Jiang Li's skills, old Master Mu immediately looked at her with more respect. His gaze became more admiring. Mu Baifeng felt she had been slapped several times for nothing and was very angry. She wanted to get revenge on Jiang Li and make her pay the price. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Old Master Mu only had her as his daughter. She had been raised with great care since childhood, and no one dared to treat her badly. Now, in front of a young girl like Jiang Li, she had suffered such a big loss. How could Mu Baifeng swallow this anger? Dad, look. This girl dares to bully me in her house. She's too arrogant and rude. You should kick her out of the Mu family right now, Mu Baifeng said. This time, old Master Mu did not follow her advice. Instead, he scolded her unexpectedly. Baifeng, you were the one who was rude to Master Jiang first. Apologize to her quickly. Mu Baifeng looked at old Master Mu in disbelief. Dad, what are you talking about? It was clearly this girl who used magic to harm me and made me get slapped. How can I apologize to her? Even if I do, it should be her apologizing to me, morally and logically. Mu Baifeng believed her father always protected her unconditionally. Today, she thought he would stand by her side and speak for her. But old Master Mu thought her spoiled behavior was fine most of the time, but this matter was unusual. He couldn't tolerate her anymore. Baifeng, do you dare to disobey me? Apologize to the master now. You disrespected her first with your careless words. She scolded you, and you must accept it quietly. Now, Jingxun's condition is urgent. No matter how much you've suffered, you must hold it in and not delay the master's rescue, old Master Mu said. After he finished, Lin Ji, Jingxun's mother, agreed with her father. She believed her son's situation was clearly caused by evil spirits. Jiang Li was a capable master. She couldn't afford to offend her. If she angered her, Jiang Li might leave angrily. What would happen to her son then? The little sister-in-law at home was really clueless. Why did she have to question and provoke the master? It made her look bad. Also, Jiang Li was brought in by Bai Zirong, so she couldn't be a fraud. Bai Zirong and Jingxun had grown up together and were best friends. Could Bai Zirong really harm Mu Jingxun? Would he hire a rogue to treat his friend? Little sister, Dad is right. You should apologize to the master quickly. Jingxun is still waiting for her to save him, her sister-in-law urged her. Seeing her sister-in-law also pushing her to apologize, Mu Baifeng became even angrier. She felt she should not apologize to a young girl, especially since she was a fake healer. If she did, where would she put her face? Father and sister-in-law really don't care about her feelings at all. It's too much. Old Master Mu saw that Mu Baifeng still didn't apologize and impatiently urged her, Baifeng, what are you hesitating for? Quickly apologize to the master. Do you think my words are just background noise? No matter what Mu Baifeng said, she couldn't bring herself to apologize, but she also dared not argue with old Master Mu. She clenched her teeth, stomped her foot, and then ran out the door. Watching Mu Baifeng's back as she left, the Mu family members didn't know what to say. Old Master Mu sighed, feeling that he had spoiled his daughter too much, so now no one could control her. Lin Ji frowned tightly. Actually, She didn't like her sister-in-law usually, but she couldn't do anything because her in-laws spoiled her. As the older sister-in-law, she never dared to say much, or she might upset the Mu family. If her sister-in-law just didn't cause too much trouble, Linji wouldn't bother to argue with her. But today, her sister-in-law went too far. She knew Mu Jingxun was in a critical condition and finally saw Jiang Li as a life-saving straw. How could she cause trouble inside? If Jiang Li got angry and refused to treat Mu Jingxun, everything would be lost. Now, Linji could only pray that Jiang Li wouldn't mind this matter and would continue to save their Jingxun. Otherwise, she would never forgive Mu Baifeng for the rest of her life. Old Master Mu sighed helplessly and then said to Jiang Li, "Young comrade, I'm sorry. I didn't teach my daughter well. My daughter was rude to you just now. She won't apologize, so I apologize on her behalf. I hope you won't mind." Linji was very nervous now, afraid Jiang Li would get angry and that her son might miss the chance to live. She quickly also apologized. "Yes, Jiang comrade, we're really sorry. My sister-in-law is outspoken. Please don't mind her. We apologize to you on her behalf." Jiang Li didn't want to hold on to this matter, and she understood the difference. Mu Baifeng's mistake wouldn't make her blame the Mu family. Even if the Mu family members were not good people, Mu Jingxun was her partner, and Jiang Li definitely wouldn't ignore him in a crisis. She waved her hand to the Mu family and said, "It's okay. I won't take this to heart. Rest assured, I will save Mu Jingxun. You take good care of him at home. I will go now and retrieve his soul and spirit. Once I bring his soul back, he will wake up." Seeing that Jiang Li didn't mind Mu Baifeng's rude behavior, the Mu family members felt relieved. Jiang Li left the Mu family and planned to meet Master Liu. Bai Zirong followed Jiang Li, happily asking sisterly, "Should I go with you?" Jiang Li glanced at Bai Zirong. This kid doesn't know any magic, so he wouldn't be able to help and might just slow her down. She shook her head and said, "Go home and wait for news. I can handle it alone. Hurry back and forth." Although Bai Zirong was a bit worried that going alone might be dangerous, he obediently listened to Sister Li's instructions. He trusted her judgment. Going along would only cause trouble. Seeing how obedient Bai Zirong was, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. She disliked people who had no skills and refused to listen, always trying to show off. If you don't know your limits and just try to act tough, you'll only make things worse. Jiang Li closed her eyes and focused, quickly calculating the exact location of Master Liu. Master Liu probably knew Jiang Li was powerful, so he prepared everything at home, waiting for her to arrive and fight to the end. Ordinary magic practitioners wouldn't stand much chance against such a cunning old fox like Master Liu. He's not just clever, he has real skills. With both strength and scheming, even a slightly stronger magic user might fall into his trap. Unfortunately for Master Liu, he made a bad move by provoking Jiang Li. Though he has some skill, he's no match for her. Jiang Li accurately pinpointed Master Liu's house and quickly headed there. 20 minutes later, she arrived at his doorstep. If she used a divine travel talisman, she could have reached in just 3 or 5 minutes. But in Jing City, with so many people on the streets, she couldn't use such a talisman. She had to ride a bicycle she brought from her space. When she reached Master Liu's house, Jiang Li couldn't help but admire it. The place was quite grand. He lived alone in a 2-entry courtyard house. Master Liu's wealth came from secretly using magic to serve many of Jing City's powerful people. Besides serving local elites, he also helped wealthy figures from other places if they paid enough. His fees were very high. Over the years, Master Liu accumulated a huge fortune through his magic skills. With his powerful clients backing him, he could do whatever he wanted in Jing City. His mansion was built like an ancient palace. In today's strict crackdown on capitalism, owning such a grand residence made Master Liu feel very confident. Jiang Li arrived at Master Liu's house and, without hesitation, kicked open the front door. The housekeeper saw a young girl kicking the door and scolded her impatiently, "Young lady, how bold of you to come to the Liu family and cause trouble. Are you not afraid I will report you to the police?" Jiang Li held her head high and shouted to the housekeeper, "Your employer took something from my partner. I am here to get it back. The housekeeper refused to let Jiang Li in and coldly said, "Wait at the door. I will notify my master. Only with his permission can you come in." Jiang Li stepped directly into the house, saying, "I don't need his permission. I come and go as I please." "Oh, you little troublemaker. How can you break into someone's home? That's against the law," the housekeeper scolded. Jiang Li, tired of arguing, cast a binding spell on her, making her stand still. Jiang Li smoothly entered the house and headed straight to the cultivation room where Master Liu was. From the moment she arrived, Jiang Li sensed many valuable treasures inside: rich spiritual energy, gold, silver, jewelry, rare medicinal herbs, and many natural treasures suitable for ordinary people to cultivate. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze gleamed with mischief as she secretly admired Master Liu's wealth. This master was truly impressive, incredibly rich. Such unscrupulous, heartless sorcerers, relying on dark magic, can really rise to power. Honest cultivators, following proper paths, find it nearly impossible to amass so much wealth. It proves the saying, the less conscience, the more money. For example, Jang Li always abides by the principles of cultivation and never uses her magic for dishonest gain. When she first went to the countryside, she had to work hard hunting to earn money. If Mu Jingxun hadn't done many evil deeds, his wealth would have come from illegal means. Jiang Li would never dare to loot his wealth. If she stole from righteous people, she would eventually face divine punishment, making her future ascension difficult. Master Liu, like Mu Jingxun, is a wicked person full of bad intentions. Over the years, he has used his magic to commit countless heinous acts. The issues with the Yin family are far from the worst. To flatter powerful people and gain influence and wealth, Master Liu even used dark magic to extend their lives. The secret to extending life is to find a child with a suitable fate, harm the child with a special evil spell, and then transfer their lifespan to a specific person. His actions go against the natural order, and after death, he will go to and face judgment, suffering endless torment. For someone so wicked and rebellious against heaven, Jiang Li can rightfully take all his treasures without fear of divine punishment. She is acting on behalf of heaven and can even earn merit. Seeing so many treasures at Master Liu's place, Jiang Li feels this trip was worth it. Once Master Liu's treasures accumulated over many years are in her hands, her cultivation will improve even more. Jiang Li finds Master Liu's cultivation room and kicks the door open. The door flies off with a loud. Master Liu is startled and looks up to see Jiang Li standing in front of him. At that moment, Master Liu is visibly stunned. How can it be a young girl? She doesn't even look grown up. How much ability can she have? Did this yellow-haired girl really break the feng shui formation of the Yin family? Seeing Master Liu's eyes flicker as he sizes her up, Jiang Li sneers. "Old man, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm young and easy to bully? Hand over the soul of my man immediately, or I'll beat you until you're toothless." Master Liu shifts his gaze away from Jiang Li and then stands up, looking at her with disdain. "Little girl, you're young but not lacking in temper. Maybe you have some skill, but to deal with me, you're far from enough. You're just here to send yourself to death. You broke the feng shui formation I set up, and the Yin family won't let you go. Neither will I. Today, your life will be taken." Jiang Li deliberately gasps. "Oh, really? You're so powerful? Well, I'll give it my all today and see if you're truly capable or just bluffing." Master Liu no longer wastes words. He shouts loudly, joins his palms, and mutters a spell. Then Jiang Li senses that Master Liu has set up a formation around her. She clearly feels a deadly aura rushing toward her from the void. Suddenly, a bronze sword falls from the sky. This isn't an ordinary weapon, but an ancient killing sword with over 2,000 years of history. It was a burial item of an ancient general, stained with countless bloodstains and absorbing over 1,000 years of Yin and killing energy from tombs, giving it a sword spirit. Such a weapon, possessed by an evil spirit, has incredible destructive power. Its attack is terrifying. Being pierced by it can cause not only physical death, but also eternal imprisonment of the soul. Jiang Li saw the sword, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She said that Master Liu was not simple, as he even possessed this legendary evil sword. Only those who do not follow the righteous path, like evil cultivators, would use such dark and ominous weapons. To control such a sinister object, one must offer sacrifices when their cultivation isn't strong enough. The sacrifices are usually spirits and human blood. Merely offering to this bronze sword has already caused countless deaths, which is a terrible crime. Master Liu must be eliminated, and this evil weapon must be destroyed. Keeping it would only bring disaster to the world. Today, Jiang Li came to remove this threat. After dealing with Master Liu and this evil sword, she will surely earn great merit. The bronze sword swung directly at Jiang Li. Such a dark weapon, filled with deadly energy, is hard for an ordinary spiritualist to withstand. Master Liu used all his secret skills to try to defeat her, setting up formations and summoning this evil sword. However, he underestimated her. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even scratch her. Jiang Li calmly stood her ground, unfazed by the sword approaching her. She made a slow hand seal, and a golden light appeared in midair, blocking the sword's advance. The sword felt a strong resistance, trembling violently, and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Li. The sword emitted a buzzing sound, as if roaring loudly. Master Liu originally thought he had the upper hand and waited to see Jiang Li cut in half by the sword. But things didn't go as he planned. Jiang Li easily blocked the attack. He was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. How was this possible? The bronze sword was the strongest evil object, having absorbed years of deadly energy and even developed a sword spirit. No one in the world could stop it. Not even his master could survive under this sword. Yet, a young girl like Jiang Li was holding it back effortlessly. The sword seemed to have exhausted all its strength, but Jiang Li remained steady and calm, showing no sign of pressure. Master Liu suddenly realized he was in serious trouble. The young girl looked innocent, but had immense cultivation power. Seeing that the gap between their strengths was huge, he knew he was no match for her. He decided to run away. Although he hadn't kept his promise to the Yin family and couldn't deal with this woman, his own life was now at risk. He didn't care about anything else anymore. The bronze sword is still here, likely able to hold Jiang Li for a while. If he doesn't leave now, once Jiang Li fully controls the sword, he will have no way to escape. With Jiang Li's strength, killing him is easier than killing a chicken. Jiang Li immediately saw through Master Liu's plan to run away. Although she is currently fighting the bronze sword, she can easily take down Master Liu while multitasking. While dealing with the sword, Jiang Li also casts a binding spell on Master Liu. Master Liu, trying to run, is instantly pinned to the ground and cannot move. He struggles desperately, but it feels like a mountain is pressing down on him, making him immobile. Just moments ago, Master Liu was arrogant and loud, but now he clearly feels the huge gap in cultivation levels between himself and Jiang Li. He thought his skills were high enough, but compared to Jiang Li, they are not enough. At this moment, he realizes what it means to have someone beyond him and a sky beyond the sky. A simple talisman cast by Jiang Li can suppress him completely. If she used her full strength, he would be instantly destroyed. It's terrifying. Jiang Li controls Master Liu, then quickly accelerates her movements, launching a counterattack to deal with the bronze sword. The once fierce sword is struck by several seals cast by Jiang Li, and its blade gradually dims and stops trembling. Jiang Li raises her hand, intending to strike the bronze sword with a palm to break it apart. The bronze sword, sensing imminent destruction, pleads for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Spare me, please. The sword, which was full of murderous energy, now emits a humble plea. Of course, it is not the sword itself begging, but the sword's spirit within it. Jiang Li hears the plea and sneers. Now you're afraid? Weren't you just so arrogant earlier? The sword's spirit hurriedly explains, Master, I didn't mean to hurt you. I was just deceived by that old guy. I didn't recognize my master and attacked you. If you want revenge, go find that old man. I am innocent, and I never intended to harm you. If I had known how powerful you are, I wouldn't have dared to attack you, even if that old man begged me. Please, since I was manipulated and didn't mean it, please forgive me, Master. The old man the sword spirit refers to is none other than Master Liu. After begging for a long time, Jiang Li did not agree. The sword spirit kept trying to beg for mercy, saying, Master, please spare me this time. I promise I will never serve that old man again. I am willing to serve you forever and follow your commands.
Jiang Li snarat.
Sparing this bronze sword?
Impossible.
Such a wicked object that defies the natural order must not stay in this world. Jiang Li practices the correct, orthodox magic, not evil ways. There is no way she would associate with such evil things. She is fundamentally different from Master Liu. For evil spirits like this, Jiang Li kills on sight. The most important thing is that she has enough strength herself and does not need to rely on such evil power like Master Liu does. The sword spirit thought it could persuade Jiang Li, but she coldly said, You have done many terrible things that deserved punishment. Do you think I will let you go? I don't want to harm my own virtue by keeping such a wicked thing. After speaking, Jiang Li made a move, releasing a golden light. The bronze sword was instantly shattered and fell to the ground in pieces. Master Liu saw this and was stunned. This little girl is really too strong. In his mind, even the most powerful cultivators could only seal a sword spirit, but Jiang Li directly shattered the bronze sword. Her strength was terrifying. Master Liu knew that with the bronze sword gone, the next person Jiang Li would target was probably him. He froze in place, unable to move, but he could still speak. He immediately begged for mercy, crying out, Master, please spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I offended you. Now, Master Liu only regretted being so reckless. Who could break the Yin family's feng shui barrier? Only an extraordinary person. He was too overconfident, which led him into this desperate situation. He also hated the Yin family. If he hadn't agreed to help them deal with those damaging their ancestral tomb's feng shui, he wouldn't have angered Jiang Li, this formidable enemy.
Jiang Li ignorat Liu's playas.
As an evil cultivator who committed many bad deeds, she would definitely not let him go. She thought about simply killing Liu with a slap. But she also considered that Liu carried many karmic burdens and had participated in numerous heinous acts. If the Yin family's crimes, such as damaging national property and hiding national treasures, were exposed, he would surely be captured and forced to confess everything. From his mouth, more dirty secrets would come out. So, Liu must die, but only after he has finished revealing all his secrets. Jiang Li first stripped Master Liu of his cultivation and planned to send him to the Special Cases Department. She intended to give Master Liu a truth-telling talisman, which would make him honestly confess all the bad things he had done. Once he revealed his crimes and the mastermind behind his actions, he would face many ways of dying, so Jiang Li wouldn't need to kill him herself. After finalizing her plan, Jiang Li knocked Master Liu out with a palm strike. She quickly searched his house for valuables and treasures, then sent him to the Special Cases Department. Additionally, Jiang Li found the soul and spirit of Mu Jingxun that Master Liu had taken. She had already gathered all the treasures and rare items from Master Liu's house, and her face showed a wide smile. She was truly excited this time. She thought she had already collected enough from Chao Jingxun, but she didn't expect more from Master Liu. Most importantly, Master Liu possessed many treasures that could help her cultivation, which Chao Jingxun did not have. Her space was now full of treasures. When she returned to the Victory Production team, she planned to use these treasures well, focus on practicing, and improve her cultivation level further. After she finished searching Master Liu's house, Jiang Li took him away, intending to send him to the Special Cases Department. First, Jiang Li found Bai Zirong. Since she and the people from the Special Cases Department didn't know each other well, she decided it was better for Bai Zirong to deliver the person. Bai Zirong saw Jiang Li returning with an old man and was a bit confused. Elder sisterly, what's going on? Bai Zirong asked. Jiang Li explained, Mu Jingxun has been unconscious all this time because this old man took away his soul and spirit. The feng shui formation of the Yin family was set up by him, and this time, he also took Mu Jingxuan's soul and spirit to force me to show myself. Now I've caught him. You should send him to the Special Cases Department for proper interrogation. He's involved in many cases, and we can learn a lot from him. Hearing Jiang Li's explanation, Bai Zirong looked at the old man with anger in his eyes. This old man was very evil. He hurt Mu Jingxun and even tried to harm Jiang Li.
He deserved to die.
Moreover, he helped the Yin family set up the feng shui formation, causing the country to lose a lot of wealth. He was also an accomplice in the National Treasure case, aiding the villains. Bai Zirong believed he must be captured and thoroughly questioned. All right, Sister Li, I'll take this old man to the Special Cases Department. Please take care of Mu Jingxun, Bai Zirong said. By the way, Sister Li, you've recovered Mu Jingxuan's soul and spirit. He should be fine soon, right? Since Mu Jingxun was Bai Zirong's best friend, he was very worried about his safety. Jiang Li gave Bai Zirong a reassuring look. Once his soul and spirit return to his body, he'll be fine soon. Bai Zirong sighed in relief. That's good. He thought to himself that Sister Li was amazing. He knew that as long as Sister Li was here, Brother Sun could turn danger into safety. The two of them went their separate ways. Bai Zirong took Master Liu to the Special Case Department, while Jiang Li hurried to Mu's house with Mu Jingxuan's soul and spirit. The longer a person's soul is separated from their body, the greater the harm to their health. Jiang Li didn't want Mu Jingxun to suffer any lasting effects, so she wanted to quickly restore his soul and body. Not long after, Jiang Li returned to Mu's house. Seeing her back so soon, old Master Mu was very excited. Master, have you found my grandson's soul?
Jiang Li nodded.
Yes, I will now help his soul return to his body. She said this and entered Mu Jingxuan's room. Using her magic, she quickly brought his soul back to his body. However, Mu Jingxun, lying on the bed, did not wake up immediately. When the Mu family members worried whether Jiang Li's magic was effective, about 10 minutes later, Mu Jingxun slowly opened his eyes. He felt like he had just had a very long, strange dream. In the dream, he saw many ghosts and terrifying spirits chasing him. Luckily, Mu Jingxun had seen ghosts before when he followed Jiang Li, or he would have been scared silly. When they saw Mu Jingxun wake up, everyone in the Mu family was overjoyed. They all welled up with tears, especially old Master Mu, Lin Ji, and Mu Baifeng. Sniff, sniff, Jingxun, you finally woke up? Lin Ji rushed over as soon as she saw her son awake, hugged him tightly, and cried. Mu Jingxun had been unconscious for days. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong, and Lin Ji was very worried. These past few days, she couldn't eat or sleep because of her son's condition. Now that her son was awake, she felt like a huge weight had been lifted from her heart. Seeing his mother crying so hard, Mu Jingxun frowned and asked, Mom, what happened to me? Why are you crying like that? When he saw how emotional his mother was, he knew he was probably in big trouble this time. Lin Ji sobbed a few times and explained to Mu Jingxun, Jingxun, you've been unconscious for several days. We took you to the hospital and had the best doctors check you, but they found nothing wrong.
We were so worried about you.
Fortunately, Zirong was there. The child found a very skilled master to help. The master said, you lost your soul and spirit, which is why you are confused and unconscious. The master helped you find your lost soul and spirit, restoring your mind, and that's why you woke up. When Mu Jingxun heard this, he thought of a possibility. The master Zirong found might actually be Jiang Li. Besides Jiang Li, where else would Zirong find such a powerful master? Thinking of this, Mu Jingxun couldn't help but feel excited. So, Jiang Li has come to Jing City? As expected, Lin Ji finished speaking and pointed toward the door, saying, Jingxun, this is the master I mentioned. You should thank her properly.
Without her, you might not have survived this time.
Although Lin Ji didn't understand much about mystical things, she knew a bit of common sense. A person's soul cannot leave their body for too long. If it stays away too long, the the person won't live long. Even if they don't die, their soul and body won't be complete, and they would be either crazy or foolish. Mu Jingxun was a very talented boy. The future of the Mu family depended on him leading. If he died or went crazy or became foolish, it would be a huge to the entire family. Mu Jingxun looked in the direction his mother pointed and saw a tall, graceful person standing nearby. This person was exactly who Mu Jingxun had been thinking about day and night. Although he had only recently returned to Jing City, thinking of Jiang Li made him feel like a long time had passed without seeing her. Since the day he left Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun had been missing her constantly, wishing to see her again at every moment. He thought he would have to wait a long time to see Jiang Li again, but it happened so soon. When Jiang Li saw Mu Jingxun staring at her with shock and happiness, she winked playfully and smiled brightly at him. They hadn't seen each other for many days, and Jiang Li missed Mu Jingxun very much. Their silent interaction was noticed by the Mu family members, but they didn't realize anything. Now, everyone's attention was focused on Mu Jingxun and his recovery. They were all very excited about his awakening and paid no attention to anything else. Old Master Mu stepped forward and solemnly bowed to Jiang Li, saying, "Master, thank you very much for saving Jingxun. We will always remember this kindness. If you ever need anything from the Mu family, just ask." Hearing Old Master Mu's thanks, Jiang Li politely replied, "Grandpa Mu, it's just a small favor. You don't need to thank me." Mu Jingxun saw how distant the relationship was between Grandpa and Jiang Li, and he realized that the old master probably didn't know about their connection. Since he hadn't told anyone, Jiang Li wouldn't have told the Mu family about their relationship either. Mu Jingxun had planned to wait until Jiang Li came to Jing City to personally introduce her to his family. Before, Jiang Li hadn't come with him, so he hadn't mentioned it to his family. But now that Jiang Li was with the Mu family, he thought it was a good chance to tell them about their relationship. He decided to speak directly to Grandpa Mu, saying, "Grandpa, you don't need to be so formal with her. Lili is my partner." His words shocked everyone in the Mu family. What? The master of spiritual arts who saved Mu Jingxun was his partner? When did he find a partner? They didn't know about this. The only person who wasn't surprised was Mu Xinya. She already knew her cousin had a partner. She remembered that her cousin had even asked her to help pick out a gift for his partner before. Mu Xinya wasn't shocked but was very curious about Jiang Li. She had been wondering what kind of girl could make her usually reserved cousin so interested. Now, seeing Jiang Li, Mu Xinya thought that, based on her appearance alone, Jiang Li wasn't a top beauty. There were many girls in their neighborhood who looked better. But looks aren't everything. A person's overall presence matters more. Jiang Li looked gentle and refined, with features that weren't the most striking, but she had a very special aura. Plus, she was a real expert, a master of spiritual arts. Mu Xinya thought her cousin was probably attracted to Jiang Li's unique charm and extraordinary abilities. Lin Ji was stunned for a moment and then asked Mu Jingxun in disbelief. "What? Jingxun, Master Jiang is your partner? Are you joking?" Mu Baifeng also asked, "Yeah, Jingxun, when did you start dating someone?" Mu Jingxun had always planned to introduce Jiang Li to his family. Now that they were asking about it, he explained everything to them. He met Jiang Li when they were working in the countryside. Also, Jiang Li had saved him and Bai Zirong several times in the rural area. Without her, he and Bai Zirong might have lost their lives. Over time, they developed good feelings for each other, and Mu Jingxun took the initiative to pursue Jiang Li. After sharing their relationship, he hoped his family would accept and bless their union. The Mu family learned that Mu Jingxun was not joking. He was truly dating Jiang Li. They did not oppose this. After all, Mu Jingxun was no longer young and had reached the age to get married. Originally, Mu Baifeng and Lin Ji wanted to arrange some blind dates for Mu Jingxun and introduce him to a few girls. But this young man found someone himself. As for Jiang Li's background, it doesn't matter much. She has special skills in mysticism, so she is definitely not an ordinary person. Choosing someone like her might be very helpful for his future and for the Mu family's future. Grandpa Mu saw this clearly, so he immediately approved. Since the old man had spoken, Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng had nothing to oppose. The marriage of the Mu heir was decided by Grandpa Mu, who had the final say. Since he agreed, Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng had no right to object. Moreover, Mu Jingxun chose Jiang Li as his partner, and they were quite satisfied with this. In this new era, arranged marriages like before are no longer popular. It's not about matching social classes. If the children like someone, they can choose to be with them. As long as the person is decent, parents shouldn't interfere too much. Plus, Jiang Li had saved their sons several times, so they couldn't forget their gratitude. Seeing the Mu family accept her so readily, Jiang Li was quite surprised. The Mu family's background was very impressive, powerful and influential, yet they didn't seem to have any strict demands on her. They simply agreed to her being with Mu Jingxun. Jiang Li initially thought their relationship might face some obstacles, but everything went smoothly. Of course, this was good for Jiang Li. She didn't want any interference or trouble with Mu Jingxun, especially with so many worries. As Mu Jingxuan's spirit had just returned, Jiang Li told him to rest more and not to be disturbed by others in the Mu family. She also gave him some pills, and Mu Jingxun took them on time. His health would recover quickly. Since Jiang Li was new to Jing City and had nowhere to stay, plus needed to take care of Mu Jingxun, she was arranged to stay in the Mu family's guest room. Mu Xingyao happily approached Jiang Li and asked, "Miss Jiang, can I call you Li, just like Jingxuan does?" Looking into Mu Xingyao's bright eyes, Jiang Li nodded, "Of course." Li, I was curious before. Jingxuan usually avoids women and keeps his distance. How come he suddenly found someone? Turns out he met a special girl like you. No wonder he fell in love. You're very beautiful and talented. He really is out of his league, Mu Xingyao said with a smile. Jiang Li could sense that Mu Xingyao meant no harm, so she smiled and replied, "Really?" Mu Jingxuan used to hide whenever he saw women. Mu Xingyao nodded seriously. Yes, he would frown and stay far away whenever he saw women. I was worried about him not liking women and how he would find a wife in the future. I even thought he might stay single his whole life. Now I realize he's not against women. He just hasn't met someone he likes.
Mu Xingyao is easy to talk to.
She quickly became familiar with Jiang Li. Jiang Li thought Mu Xingyao was simple and easy to get along with. At first, Mu Xingyao wanted to chat more about her and Mu Jingxuan, but she was pulled away by Muda Bonyang. Jiang Li had traveled a long way by train, then hurried to help Mu Jingxuan, without even having a proper rest or meal. Meanwhile, her daughter kept talking to Mu Xingyao. That was rude. Mu Xingyao felt a bit embarrassed and left. After Mu Xingyao left, the housekeeper helped Jiang Li warm some water. Jiang Li washed up, had dinner at the Mu family's house, and before going to bed, she gave Mu Jingxuan a health pill. Mu Jingxuan wanted to stay close to Jiang Li, but she thought it wasn't appropriate to linger at Mu's house, especially with elders around. She didn't want to disturb him, since he needed rest. Mu Jingxuan felt sad when he saw Jiang Li, whom he thought about day and night, leave without looking back. He was disappointed that she came so far and didn't stay longer with him. Jiang Li noticed the sadness and frustration in his eyes. She comforted him, saying, "Once you're rested and your body is better, I'll stay with you more." Mu Jingxuan was easy to cheer up. When Jiang Li said that, his mood brightened immediately. She hadn't rested well these past days, especially after visiting Master Liu, which took a lot of energy. So, she fell asleep as soon as she lay down. The next morning, Jiang Li woke up feeling refreshed. She had a good sleep and regained her energy. Her first action wasn't to wash up, but to check on Mu Jingxuan. She wanted to see how he was doing herself. She checked and found Mu Jingxuan's condition had improved a lot. Yesterday, his face was pale, but today he looked healthier. In a day or two more, he would be fully recovered. The Mu family also checked on Mu Jingxuan early in the morning. Seeing his color had improved, they felt relieved too. It proved Jiang Li was really capable. How else could Mu Jingxuan recover so quickly? Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng were very grateful that Jiang Li saved their son. Even though Jiang Li is Mu Jingxuan's partner, they still remember this kindness. So, when facing Jiang Li, the Mu family members are very respectful and polite. Jiang Li had breakfast at the Mu family and spent the morning with Mu Jingxun. Just after lunch, Bai Zirong arrived at the Mu house. Bai Zirong came for two reasons. First, to see how Mu Jingxun was recovering. He knew that with Sister Li around, Mu Jingxun probably wouldn't have serious problems. But he still needed to see Mu Jingxun with his own eyes to be sure, as he is his best brother. Second, the Special Investigation Unit hoped Jiang Li could visit and cooperate with some inquiries. Bai Zirong came today to handle both matters at once. After arriving at the Mu house and seeing Mu Jingxun recovering well, Bai Zirong couldn't help but praise, "It's all thanks to Sister Li. With her here, my brother won't have any problems." Mu Jingxun knew that after he got into trouble, Bai Zirong was the one who informed Jiang Li. Mu Jingxun gave Bai Zirong a look of approval, saying, "You're clever, knowing to ask Sister Li for help. Brother Sun, you sound like I'm a fool. Your situation is special, and besides Sister Li, who else can save you?" After chatting with Mu Jingxun for a while, Bai Zirong turned to Jiang Li and asked, "Sister Li, the Special Investigation Unit hopes you can come by and cooperate with some inquiries. Do you have time? Is it convenient?" Hearing Bai Zirong's question, Jiang Li guessed it was probably related to Master Liu. Since she had nothing to do in Jing City anyway, going to the Special Investigation Unit was fine. So she replied, "Okay, it's convenient. Will you take me there?"
Got it.
Bai Zirong said goodbye to Mu Jingxun, telling him to rest well at home, then took Jiang Li to the investigation unit. When Jiang Li arrived, she learned why the Special Investigation Unit had called her. It turned out that Master Liu had given them many instructions. Each task he assigned was enough for them to investigate for a long time. But right now, the most urgent case was the Yin family's situation. Through Master Liu's instructions, they learned that the Yin family had set up a barrier at their ancestral grave. For ordinary people, such supernatural matters might seem unbelievable, but the Special Investigation Unit often deals with unusual cases. They also have connections with other special departments, so they are used to these things. Over the years, the Yin family had hidden many national treasures, storing them secretly. Their actions were very bad, and the government would definitely pursue and punish them. Currently, the situation is that the Yin family seems to have anticipated this disaster. Except for old Master Yin, everyone else has already fled the capital. Moreover, the Yin family members took many national treasures with them as they escaped. If these treasures fall into the wrong hands, it would be a huge loss for our country. The Special Case Department has now called in Jiang Li because they believe her skills are great enough to help them figure out where the Yin family members have gone. They also promised Jiang Li that if she helps them succeed, her contributions will be recognized. They plan to send a thank you letter to the special department later, so they can acknowledge Jiang Li's help to the government. Jiang Li doesn't care much about thanks or fame. She's indifferent to worldly rewards. But since they want to thank her, she's willing to accept it calmly. Following their request, Jiang Li quickly calculated the whereabouts of the Yin family. As she did, her brow furrowed tightly. Seeing her expression, a leader from the Special Case Department approached and asked if something had gone wrong with the Yin family. Jiang Li didn't hide anything and explained their current situation. They now want to catch the Yin family members, but it might be too late because the Yin family has already gone to Hong Kong. Recovering the stolen national treasures will be very difficult. If they had escaped within the mainland, it would be easy to catch them no matter where they went. But Hong Kong is outside the jurisdiction of the mainland, governed instead by the Eagle Country, and the Chinese government cannot interfere there. The Yin family was very alert and planned their escape perfectly. After destroying their ancestral grave, they fled immediately to a place outside the law. Hearing this, the special department members also became worried. The treasures taken by the Yin family are very valuable. They must find a way to recover them. If the treasures end up abroad, it would cause huge economic losses and damage China's reputation internationally. Jiang Li helped the special department locate the Yin family and completed her task, then returned to the Mu family. When she arrived home, it was just time for lunch. Lin Ji warmly invited her to sit at the table and handed her a bowl and chopsticks. Mu Baifeng was also sitting at the table. She had just heard that Jiang Li was Mu Jingxun's partner. She was very surprised and never expected that this arrogant, rude girl was connected to Mu Jingxun in this way. After learning that Jiang Li was Mu Jingxun's partner, Mu Baifeng no longer feared her. Because now she was Jiang Li's elder, she could justifiably teach this girl a lesson. If Jiang Li dared to offend her again, this rude girl, she would definitely oppose her entering the Mu family. At the dinner table, Mu Baifeng deliberately raised her voice in front of everyone and said, "Comrade Jiang, I heard you are a rural educated youth. It seems Jingxun met you while he was working in the countryside?" Hearing Mu Baifeng's question, Jiang Li knew she was deliberately being sarcastic and suspected she was hiding something nasty in her words. So, Jiang Li smiled slightly and said to Mu Baifeng, "Yes, little Aunt Mu. Why do you ask?" Mu Baifeng snorted softly, looking at Jiang Li with a hint of disdain and contempt. "Since that's the case, your family background must not be very good, right? Otherwise, if they could arrange a good job for you, why would you have to suffer in the countryside? Our Mu family is not an ordinary family. My nephew Mu Jingxun has a very good job. A girl without family background or a good job, how could she be suitable for my nephew?" Seeing Mu Baifeng openly mocking her, Jiang Li did not show any anger. Instead, she smiled and retorted, "So? My relationship with Mu Jingxun, Grandpa Mu, Uncle Mu, and Aunt Mu haven't said anything about it. Little Aunt Mu, do you think you have the right to boss me around? What status do you have in the Mu family?" Mu Baifeng initially thought that she was the one being humiliated by her words. But unexpectedly, Jiang Li didn't care about her being an elder and openly challenged her in front of so many people. Mu Baifeng's face turned red with anger, and she then shouted at Grandpa Mu, "Dad, look at this girl. Does she have any manners? She doesn't respect me as an elder at all. How can such a woman enter our Mu family? The future mistress of our Mu family can't be this kind of rude girl. Her background is so poor, she doesn't even have a formal job. Such a low-class girl, can she be suitable for Jingxun?" Hearing Mu Baifeng's accusations, Jiang Li's lips grew cold. "Respect is mutual, little Aunt Mu. Just because you're older doesn't mean you can be unreasonable. Aren't you pushing me around first? Now you're saying I don't respect you. So, have you shown me respect? Dad, look at this girl. She's quite sharp-tongued. When elders say a few words to her, she doesn't listen properly. Instead, she even argues with me." Mu Baifeng wants to leave a bad impression of Jiang Li being bossy and unreasonable on her family. That way, this woman will never be able to enter the Mu family. She disliked Jiang Li from the first time she saw her. If Jiang Li really married Mu Jingxun, she would have to see her every day, and that would make her miserable. Fortunately, old Master Mu is different from Mu Baifeng. After Mu Baifeng criticized Jiang Li, old Master Mu glared at his daughter and said, "Enough, Baifeng. Shut up. Can't you just eat peacefully? Do you have to keep nagging?" Jiang Li is a guest who came to visit, and she even saved Jingxun. As an elder, you shouldn't treat her like this, morally or logically. Mu Baifeng originally thought old Master Mu would support her and say something good about Jiang Li. But instead, her father stood once again on Jiang Li's side. Mu Baifeng was furious inside. She had always been the apple of the family's eye, and old Master Mu always protected her. But in the past 2 days, because of that wild girl Jiang Li, she had been scolded twice. She was so frustrated she almost burst. Feeling so angry, Mu Baifeng didn't want to eat anymore. She threw down her bowl and chopsticks and left. Seeing Mu Baifeng throw a tantrum and leave her dishes, old Master Mu felt awkward and said to Jiang Li, "Li, Jingxuan's little sister has been spoiled since she was young. She has a bit of a proud temper. Please don't take it to heart." Jiang Li chuckled softly, but didn't show much displeasure. She simply said, "Grandpa Mu, my little sister isn't just proud. She has done things like murder and arson before. Now she just said a few words to me, and that's nothing. Grandpa Mu, you spoil her too much. It's not good. One day, she might cause a big problem." When old Master Mu and the Mu family heard Jiang Li's words, they found her confusing. Why did she suddenly mention murder and arson? Was she implying something? Old Master Mu suddenly remembered something and looked at Jiang Li with a complicated expression. After saying this, Jiang Li didn't say anything more and started to eat her meal. Well, I have to say the Mu family's food is really good. The dishes are delicious. After lunch, Jiang Li went to Mu Jingxun's room to check on him. Compared to the morning, Mu Jingxun looked better. Because the Mu family brought him lunch he had already eaten. Now he was full and resting on the bed. When Mu Jingxun saw Jiang Li come in, he grinned. He wanted Jiang Li to stay a little longer and keep him company, but Jiang Li thought it was better to be discreet and didn't want to stay in the room too long. Mu Jingxun had no choice but to hope he could recover quickly so he could be with Jiang Li. The young girl wouldn't need to hold back anymore. After reading about Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li, with nothing else to do, decided to go for a walk. She hadn't been back to Jing City in a long time and planned to buy some supplies to store in her space. Many things in Jing City couldn't be bought in Anfeng County. The roasted duck she had stockpiled in her space was almost finished, so Jiang Li planned to buy more. When she returned to Anfeng County, she could enjoy roasted duck whenever she wanted. Having made up her mind, Jiang Li informed the Mu family and prepared to leave. Mu Xingya saw Jiang Li was about to go out and asked Lily, "Do you want me to go with you? Are you familiar with Jing City?" Knowing Mu Xingya's kindness, Jiang Li still declined. "No need, I just need to handle some things." "Cousin, I am from Jing City too, so I know the place well." Hearing this, Mu Xingya nodded. She could tell Jiang Li didn't want her to follow, so she didn't insist. As soon as Jiang Li left the Mu house, she felt several small followers tailing her. It was obvious that someone was watching her as soon as she stepped out. Something was wrong. Jiang Li quickly calculated her situation. After figuring out what was happening, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Very well. Originally, Jiang Li didn't plan to argue with Mu Baifeng, but this woman was so malicious, she wanted to hurt her. Since that's the case, Jiang Li decided she didn't need to be polite just because Mu Baifeng was Mu Jingxun's elder. Mu Baifeng was not only spoiled but also carried a deadly secret. She was spoiled by the Mu family and had a wicked mind. She had once killed another woman to get the man she liked. Such a person who takes lives can't be considered good. Now, because Jiang Li had spoken a few words to her, Mu Baifeng sent thugs to ruin her reputation. Mu Baifeng's plan was to destroy Jiang Li's innocence, and the Mu family would surely not let her in. But Mu Baifeng was foolish. She didn't think that as a master of mysticism, Jiang Li could be subdued by a few thugs. The thugs she sent were practically sent to die. Jiang Li remained calm and quietly left the Mu house. When she turned into a small alley, a few thugs suddenly appeared and blocked her way. They wanted to knock her out and carry her away, then find a place to her. Just as they rushed toward Jiang Li, intending to attack, they realized she was much tougher than they expected. Jiang Li mercilessly kicked each of the thugs. A few troublemakers were knocked to the ground by Jiang Li, crying out in pain. They thought if Jiang Li's kick had been a little stronger, they might have been seriously hurt or even killed. She looked delicate and gentle, so how could she have such great strength? It was truly frightening. Jiang Li watched the fallen troublemakers, then took some ropes from her space and tied them up securely. Although these troublemakers were acting under someone else's orders, it didn't mean they were innocent. Jiang Li didn't want to let them go. They had caused trouble before and bullied many people. Sending them to the police was a good deed. Speaking of good deeds, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel grateful. Yesterday, after capturing Master Liu, she gained a lot of merit, more than she expected. As her merit increased, she became more confident about facing future challenges. As her merit grew, the heavenly Tao would see her efforts and reduce the difficulty of her next tribulation. So now, whenever she had a chance to do good, Jiang Li usually wouldn't miss it. Jiang Li took the troublemakers to the Beijing police station and said to the officers inside, "Comrades, hello. These troublemakers tried to me, but I managed to stop them. Please decide how to handle them." The police officers looked at the scene, feeling confused. What was going on? A delicate young girl had brought in several troublemakers. This was very unusual. When they saw the faces of the troublemakers clearly, the officers' expressions darkened. Because these troublemakers were regular visitors to their station, they had been there many times before. The officers immediately began questioning and investigating what they had done. Jiang Li placed a truth-telling charm on each of them. The troublemakers clearly explained everything, the reasons and details of the incident. They admitted they had been hired by someone to kidnap and Jiang Li for 200 yuan. As for the person who hired them, they didn't know their name, only their appearance. Not knowing the name made it hard to find the person. The police were worried about how to investigate this when Jiang Li suddenly said, "Comrades, I only offended one woman recently. I suspect she might be the one who hired these troublemakers to attack me as revenge. So, could you please bring her here first? Let these troublemakers identify her. If it's her, then you can handle her as you see fit. If not, then forget it." The police thought Jiang Li's request was reasonable, so they asked her to identify the suspicious person. They immediately brought the person in for questioning. Jiang Li named Mu Baifeng. After she provided the person's name and workplace, the police quickly went to Mu Baifeng's office to question her. At that moment, Mu Baifeng was sitting in her office, drinking tea, crossing her legs, happily waiting for news that Jiang Li had been assaulted. Just thinking about that rude woman made Mu Baifeng so angry her teeth itched. Due to her family background, Mu Baifeng had a smooth life since birth and had never been challenged in front of others. She couldn't accept this insult and was determined to make Jiang Li suffer the consequences. However, Mu Baifeng didn't get the good news about Jiang Li being assaulted. Instead, 2 police officers came to her and asked her to go to the police station for an investigation. Her colleagues in the office saw her being summoned and looked at her with curiosity, eager to know what she had done. Mu Baifeng suddenly felt a bad premonition. Could it be that her involvement in instructing some troublemakers to bully Jiang Li had been exposed? No way. That was impossible. Under the strange gazes of her colleagues, Mu Baifeng felt uncomfortable and could only follow the police to the station. When they arrived, she immediately saw the troublemakers. They pointed at her and said she was the one who ordered them. Mu Baifeng's face turned pale with fear. Yes, she was involved in this, but she would never admit it now. After all, it was a crime, and she didn't want to go to jail. She quickly denied everything and even accused Jiang Li of colluding with the troublemakers to frame her. Unless they found other evidence, she wouldn't let anyone tarnish her reputation. Mu Baifeng then revealed her family background. Once the police learned about her Mu family connections, they dared not question her further. The officers looked at Jiang Li with some regret and said, "Comrade, Mu is right. There is no other evidence, so we can't prove she ordered this. Since you haven't been hurt, let's just forget about it." Jiang Li could have simply shown Mu Baifeng a truth-telling charm to make her confess everything. But she thought that even if Mu Baifeng admitted to it, without real harm and with her family's protection, she probably wouldn't face serious punishment. Since that's the case, Jiang Li will not pursue this matter further. She plans to spend some quality time with Mu Baifeng. Did she think escaping today meant everything was over? The real drama is still to come. Jiang Li nodded to the police and said, "All right, if that's how you feel, let's leave it at that." Seeing Jiang Li not insist further, the police also relaxed. Mu Baifeng, seeing the situation settle, smirked proudly. Then she looked at Jiang Li with a victorious attitude and said, "Haha, little girl, you want to deal with me or drag me down? You're still far from that. I am the jewel of the Mu family. Just because you're dating Jingxun doesn't mean you're part of our family. Let me tell you, with me here, you'll never get into the Mu family." Jiang Li glanced at Mu Baifeng and replied calmly, "Really? Let's wait and see who will be the last one laughing." Mu Baifeng, still so arrogant and determined to oppose her, felt very annoyed. We'll see. Mu Baifeng left the police station and returned to her workplace. Jiang Li continued shopping, first going to the state-run restaurant and buying several Peking ducks. She didn't dare buy too many at once, worried about attracting suspicion or envy. In this era, a normal family might only enjoy duck twice a month. Buying 10 or 8 at once would definitely cause trouble. Since she still had a few days in the capital, she planned to come back and buy more tomorrow. After buying the ducks, Jiang Li went to the department store in the city. The department store had a wider variety of goods than the Anfang County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Sometimes, even milk essence was hard to find there, let alone milk powder, but in the city, these supplies were more readily available. Being the capital, good things were usually prioritized here. Jiang Li knew how to indulge herself. She bought plenty of cookies, chocolates, and peach crisps. She also stockpiled canned meat and fruits and bought several cans of milk powder. Milk is nutritious, and with her small body, she needed to eat well to regain strength. Only when she was healthy could she focus better on her training. After shopping, Jiang Li left the department store and returned to the Mu family. When she arrived home, Mu Jingxun rested for another afternoon and seemed to be in better shape than before. Thanks to taking the Huiyuan pill, his recovery was so quick. Jiang Li estimated that she could rest for another 2 or 3 days, and Mu Jingxun would recover soon. However, without her healing pill, Mu Jingxun might not fully recover even after lying at home for a month or 2. The soul leaving the body is a serious matter. Even after the soul returns, the person remains very weak for a long time. They still had dinner together with the Mu family because Mu Jingxun had mostly recovered and no longer needed to stay in bed. He got up and sat at the table with the family. Seeing how well Mu Jingxun was recovering, the Mu family was very grateful to Jiang Li. If it weren't for this girl, Mu Jingxuan's situation would be hard to imagine, and he might not recover so well. The dishes on the Mu family's table were very plentiful. Since his soul had been away for many days, and he was still weak, he needed good food to regain strength. So, Lin Ji kept serving Mu Jingxun and told him to eat more. Mu Jingxun kept helping Jiang Li by serving her food and encouraging her to eat more. He especially wanted her to try the dishes he liked. The Mu family had never seen Mu Jingxun care so much about a girl before. Seeing how attentively he served Jiang Li, they knew she was very important to him. Lin Ji felt a little bitter inside. They say that when a son grows up and gets married, he forgets his mother. Lin Ji now truly understood this. Seeing Mu Jingxun care so much for Jiang Li and treat her better than his own mother, she couldn't help but agree with that saying. But that was just how it was. Before he even got married, he was so good to Jiang Li. If they got married, who knew how much he would spoil her? But soon, Lin Ji let go of her worries. Her husband was also very good to her, and her son's caring nature was inherited. In their old Mu family, men were very fond of their wives, which was a good thing. If someone got jealous over this, that would be unreasonable. Lin Ji wouldn't think that way. Seeing her son so fond of Jiang Li, Lin Ji decided to show her support. She turned to Jiang Li and asked Li, "Do you have time tomorrow?" Jiang Li didn't know why Lin Ji was asking so politely, but she nodded and said, "Yes, Annie." "Is there something you need me to do?" Lin Ji smiled and explained, "There's nothing urgent. Since this is your first visit, we didn't know about your relationship with Jingxun beforehand, so we didn't prepare anything in advance. Tomorrow, Andy plans to take you to the department store or friendship shop to browse. She wants to buy you some new clothes and shoes or anything else you might want. Auntie will get it for you." Lin Ji feels that since the woman has come to visit, they should show some courtesy. Not showing anything might make the girl think that the Mu family is unhappy with her. Jiang Li didn't expect Lin Ji to say this. Although she doesn't lack anything, she appreciates Lin Ji's kindness. It shows that Mu Jingxuan's parents accept her as a future daughter-in-law. Of course, if the Mu family didn't like her, Jiang Li wouldn't care. She's a good girl and doesn't have to marry Mu Jingxun. "Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need clothes or shoes. Jingxun has already given me many before," Jiang Li said sincerely. "What Jingxun gives is his gift, but what you give is your kindness. It's different. Since it's your first visit, Auntie, it's polite to give you a small gift." Mu Jingxun, standing nearby, advised Jiang Li, "Li, you don't need to be polite to my mom. When you visit my house for the first time, it's customary to bring a gift. Since your visit was sudden, I didn't tell my parents, so they weren't prepared. Now I need to make up for it." Hearing this, Jiang Li didn't refuse anymore. Mu Xingya followed and said, Li, tomorrow I'll go shopping with you. Let's go to friendship shop." The clothes and shoes there are much more fashionable than at the department store, but will need foreign exchange vouchers. Mu Xingya suggested she go along, and Jiang Li agreed. Since Mu Xingya is roughly the same age, it would be awkward if only Lin Ji accompanied her. Hearing this, Grandpa Mu felt that since his daughter-in-law said so, he should also show some respect. He went to his room, took a red envelope, and handed it to Jiang Li. Grandpa doesn't know what you like, so I'll give you this red envelope. When you go shopping tomorrow, buy whatever you like. I also brought some foreign exchange vouchers for you. I don't really use them myself. Since it was a sincere gift from Grandpa Mu, Jiang Li didn't refuse. She happily accepted it and thanked him. She squeezed the thick red envelope in her hand, thinking that Grandpa Mu was quite generous. For her first visit, he gave her so much money. During dinner, the Mu family ate happily and cheerfully. The atmosphere was very harmonious, mainly because Mu Baifeng was not around to cause trouble. Because Mu Baifeng is already married, she doesn't usually live with old Master Mu and the others. However, her workplace is nearby, so she often comes here to have lunch. After all, the cafeteria at her workplace doesn't compare to the Mu family's high-quality meals. Since Mu Baifeng has been pampered by old Master Mu since she was young, she never likes to suffer hardships. After dinner, Jiang Li's friends, Mu Jingxun, still wanted to find a chance to spend more time with her. But since they were at his house, Jiang Li didn't agree to stay in the same room for too long, as she needed to avoid suspicion. After washing up, Jiang Li entered her space to start refining pills. She had gathered many rare materials from Master Liu over the past few days, so she needed to hurry and refine pills to speed up her cultivation and improve her strength. Jiang Li spent the entire night in her space making pills. Ordinary people would be exhausted after staying up all night, but Jiang Li, being a cultivator, didn't feel tired at all. She got up, washed up, and had breakfast. Around 9 in the morning, Lin Ji and Mu Xingya called her to go out together to visit the department store and friendship shop. Today, they mainly planned to visit the friendship shop. If she could find the things she liked there, she wouldn't need to go to the department store. Mu Xingya was very familiar with the friendship shop because she often came here. However, not everyone could visit such a place. To shop at the friendship shop, you needed foreign exchange vouchers, which are hard to get. Ordinary workers usually don't receive these vouchers. The Mu family had many members working in important departments, so they could obtain enough vouchers. When the three of them entered the friendship shop, it wasn't crowded. Jiang Li was also visiting for the first time. She had previously only shopped at the department store because she didn't have vouchers. Coming to the friendship shop, she realized that Huagua still had such high-end places. She had thought that due to the current domestic situation, it was impossible to buy foreign goods, but she found many imported items here, like candies, chocolates, and wines. These goods weren't available to ordinary people, but only to the wealthy and powerful. As Mu Xingya said, the clothes and shoes in the friendship shop were more fashionable and stylish than those in the department store. Many of the clothes and shoes here were inspired by foreign styles, making them much more trendy than domestic ones. Because they matched the aesthetic of later generations, Jiang Li, after browsing, found several outfits she liked. Jiang Li visited the friendship store, bought 3 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, some accessories, 2 scarves, a bottle of perfume, and a lipstick. She also bought chocolates, imported candies, cookies, things that are hard to find in department stores. She thought buying 1 or 2 sets of clothes and shoes would be enough, but Lin Ji was so enthusiastic that she insisted on buying several more. Jiang Li was surprised that her future mother-in-law was so generous. Being generous is good. She dislikes stingy people because they are hard to get along with. If they weren't family yet, it wouldn't matter, but once they become family, she would definitely feel uncomfortable with stingy behavior. Seeing that she had already bought enough, Lin Ji was still choosing gifts for her. Jiang Li quickly stopped her, saying, "Auntie, you've already bought me a lot of gifts. No more, please. If you buy more, it's just a waste." But Lin Ji still wasn't satisfied, saying, "Is that enough? I think we can buy a few more. Li, this is your first visit to my home, and we shouldn't treat you poorly. If you like something, pick more. Don't be shy with me, okay?" Jiang Li nodded. "Annie, I understand you value me, but I really have enough things today. No need to buy more. Seeing that Jiang Li was sincere, Lin Ji finally stopped. However, when paying at the checkout, Lin Ji spent several hundred yuan and many foreign exchange coupons. The salespeople in the store were amazed to see them buy so much at once. Only wealthy families could be so extravagant. Ordinary people couldn't buy so much. In fact, Lin Ji's total spending was equivalent to a normal person's annual salary. They carried large bags and bundles of shopping bags. Originally, Lin Ji and Mu Xingya planned to carry the bags together, but when they saw how heavy they were, they realized they couldn't carry them all. Jiang Li saw that they were struggling and said, "Let me carry them." She was strong, much stronger than Lin Ji and Mu Xingya. Lin Ji wanted to make polite conversation, but in the end, she saw Jiang Li easily lift the heavy bags. Her polite words died in her throat. Jiang Li moved quickly and effortlessly, making the heavy items feel light in her hands. Lin Ji and Mu Xingya exchanged glances, both feeling a bit discouraged. As women, they knew Jiang Li was extraordinary. They felt like they were just average. After shopping, the three of them returned to Mu's house, just in time for lunch. Mu Baifeng was there again today. Seeing Jiang Li and Lin Ji return together, carrying bags and packages, Mu Baifeng immediately knew these were bought with Lin Ji's help. Otherwise, where did Jiang Li get the money? Mu Baifeng was surprised that her sister-in-law was so kind to Jiang Li. Did she accept Jiang Li as a daughter-in-law? Thinking about Jiang Li possibly joining the Mu family in the future, Mu Baifeng felt very angry. During the meal, she deliberately made remarks to disgust Jiang Li. However, because of yesterday's events, Mu Baifeng didn't say anything directly to Jiang Li, but instead said to her brother and sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, Shinway was such a good girl before. She was so devoted to Jingxun and came from a good family, even better than ours. Now, the most influential and powerful family in Beijing is the Shin family. Jingxun is the future heir of the Mu family. Shouldn't he find a wife who benefits both him and the family? If Jingxun marries Shinway and we marry into the Shin family, our Mu family could rise even higher with their support. Plus, Shinway is beautiful, talented, and has excellent qualities in every way. She was raised as a noble lady, not like those from small, poor families. Mu Baifeng deliberately glanced at Jiang Li, as if warning her that it wouldn't be easy for her to join the Mu family. If Jiang Li hadn't offended her, it might be different, but this girl had offended her, and she would do everything to block this marriage. Mu Baifeng thought she should tell Shinwei about this early, so that she could come and fight for Jingxun, snatching him away from Jiang Li. When Jiang Li heard Mu Baifeng's words, she sneered coldly. If she hadn't had something to do this morning, Mu Baifeng wouldn't have had the chance to act like this. Let her jump around a bit more. She wouldn't last long. The Mu family members looked uncomfortable after hearing Mu Baifeng's words. Jingxun was the first to speak up, displeased, and said to Mu Baifeng, "Aunt, what are you talking about? The person I like is Li, not Shinwei. If our Mu family can only grow strong through marriage alliances with the Shin family, then I don't want to be the heir. I'd rather find someone willing to marry Shinwei to take over." Mu Baifeng was furious to see her usually sensible and respectful nephew publicly oppose her just because of Jiang Li. "Jingxun, you're the most capable among the younger generation of the Mu family. How can you abandon the whole family's interests for love? And what's wrong with Shinwei? I think she's much better than Jiang Li. Our future matriarch of the Mu family must come from a noble and prestigious family. We cannot simply choose a girl from a small, humble household. My aunt only says these things for your sake and for the good of our entire Mu family. You should listen to her advice and not act impulsively or do something foolish." Mu Jingxu's face grew even more serious. He was worried that Jiang Li might get angry when she heard what his aunt said. What if Li gets upset and doesn't want him anymore? His aunt looks down on Jiang Li because she comes from a modest family, but Mu Jingxun knows very well that it is actually he who is overreached by pursuing Jiang Li. Fortunately, after glancing at Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun saw that her face was calm and not angry or upset, because of what Baifeng said. He felt a little relieved. Mu Jingxun then earnestly told Mu Baifeng, "Auntie, whether you truly mean well for me or for the Mu family, I still insist on being with Li. I won't consider anyone else. Li is the person I vow to be with for life. I hope you can respect and bless us. I am not lacking, and neither is the Mu family. We are not at the point where marriage alliances are necessary to strengthen the family. If we had to rely on a woman to make our Mu family stronger, I would feel ashamed for myself and for the family." Mu Baifeng thought that Jiang Li must have given her nephew some kind of spell or charm. Since she practices mysticism, perhaps she cast a love spell on him. Later, she needs to find a master to examine her. How could her nephew, such an outstanding young man, fall for a girl from a humble background like Jiang Li? Mu Baifeng had heard about a powerful master named Liu, but unfortunately, he was caught a few days ago. If Master Liu were still around, he could probably help break the love spell. Seeing Mu Baifeng still eager to talk more, old Master Mu immediately said, "Enough, Baifeng. This matter ends here. Don't say any more. In today's society, arranged marriages are no longer popular. Jingxun can choose his own wife. We can't interfere too much." Old Master Mu was much clearer and more rational than Mu Baifeng. Although Jiang Li comes from a modest family, her skills are obvious and not ordinary. Marrying a girl like Jiang Li could actually bring more help to the Mu family in the future. As for Shinway, although the Shin family is currently influential in Beijing, old Master Mu has heard some rumors that their reputation is not clean. Even if they seem powerful now, if their hidden misdeeds are exposed, they could fall from grace quickly. If the Mu family marries into the Shin family, they might also be dragged down by their troubles. Of course, the twists and turns in this situation, old Master Mu certainly wouldn't explain to Mu Baifeng. Seeing that old Master Mu had spoken, Mu Baifeng, no matter how unwilling, couldn't say anything. She really didn't understand what exactly her father saw in Jiang Li. Was he going senile? An unknown young girl. What right did she have to become the future mistress of their Mu family? But even with the old master's words, Mu Baifeng wouldn't give up easily. Jiang Li, that girl, just wait and see. Once Shinway learned about her, she was sure Shinway would use the family's influence to deal with Jiang Li. Because of Mu Baifeng's nasty words, Jiang Li didn't eat her lunch happily. After finishing lunch, Mu Jingxun took Jiang Li into his room and gently said, "Li, don't take what my aunt said to heart. She can't decide my marriage. As long as I insist on being with you, no one can oppose us. At worst, I'll leave the Mu family and run away with you. Wherever you go, I'll go too." Mu Jingxun expressed his feelings clearly, worried that Jiang Li might mind, showing how deeply he loved her. Jiang Li also knew that Mu Baifeng's attitude didn't represent Mu Jingxun's. As long as this man's attitude toward her was fine, that was enough. She wasn't someone who couldn't see right from wrong. She wouldn't blame Mu Jingxun because of the family's strange behavior. I understand. I won't argue with her. I'll just treat her words as nonsense, Jiang Li said. Seeing her say that, Mu Jingxun smiled happily. Jiang Li then asked, "But Mu Jingxun, who is Shinway? Is she your little flirt? You seem to have quite a few of those." "If I'm not mistaken, the one named Lin Xian who went to the countryside before was also after you." Jiang Li was right. Lin Xian did go to the countryside because of Mu Jingxun. Who knew that woman's mind wasn't normal? She initially clung to Mu Jingxun, but in the end, she started bothering Jiang Li instead. Worried that Jiang Li might misunderstand, Mu Jingxun quickly explained, "Li, don't think too much. Shinway and I are not close at all. I've never paid attention to her. Maybe I just look too good, so girls like me. But don't worry, besides you, I have no interest in any other girl." Jiang Li was amused by Mu Jingxun's narcissism. Anyway, Mu Jingxun did have a good face. When she first liked Mu Jingxun, it was because he looked so handsome, his looks were flawless. And his abs. Jiang Li admitted she was someone who appreciated good looks. "Alright, I got it. I don't want to argue with you either," Jiang Li said, then prepared to leave for a bit. Mu Baifeng hasn't been dealt with yet. Jiang Li plans to confront this annoying woman early, to prevent being disgusted by her later. Mu Jingxun saw Jiang Li stay in his room for a short time and wanted to leave, but he held her back with reluctance. Li, you're leaving so soon? Can't you stay with me a little longer? Boo-hoo, are you so heartless? Mu Jingxun looked at her sadly, and Jiang Li felt a bit overwhelmed by his gaze. This man was definitely trying to flirt with her. Jiang Li casually cast a seal to prevent anyone from opening Mu Jingxuan's door from outside. Once the safety measures were in place, Jiang Li pulled Mu Jingxun close and kissed him on the lips. Mu Jingxun was clearly surprised by Jiang Li's sudden affection. Since the girl was so proactive, Mu Jingxun responded enthusiastically, wrapping his arms around Jiang Li and deepening the kiss. They kissed for a while, and Jiang Li felt her lips were swollen from the kiss, so she pushed Mu Jingxun away firmly.
All right, I need to go handle something.
Stay at home and rest quietly until I return. Mu Jingxun wanted to say that he was feeling better and could go out with her, but he swallowed his words. Forget it, he thought, better to listen to Jiang Li. If he was too clingy and annoyed her, she might ignore him altogether. Jiang Li left Mu Jingxuan's room and went straight to the workplace of Mu Baifeng's partner. Her partner's name is Winbing. He comes from a good family background and looks handsome with many qualities. But Winbing didn't originally want to marry Mu Baifeng. He liked someone else, a girl named Qiyu. Qiyu and Winbing were college classmates, both attractive and talented, so Winbing liked her very much. However, Qiyu's family was quite ordinary, far less wealthy than the Mu family. When Winbing and Qiyu were dating, Mu Baifeng also pursued him. Despite Mu Baifeng's superior family background, Winbing insisted on staying with his beloved Qiyu. But Mu Baifeng was so fond of Winbing that she couldn't accept a woman from a less wealthy family winning his love. To get him, she was ruthless and looked for chances to eliminate Qiyu. Once, when Qiyu was walking alone by the river, Mu Baifeng pushed her into the water. 2 witnesses saw Mu Baifeng commit the act, but because the Mu family was powerful, she paid them a large sum of money to keep quiet forever. The witnesses, worried about revenge from the Mu family and having taken the money, kept silent. Without witnesses or other evidence, Qiyu's death was officially ruled as an accidental fall into the water. After Qiyu died, it was a huge to Winbing. Because of the loss of his loved one, Winbing was depressed for a long time. Mu Baifeng is clever and strategic when it comes to relationships. 1 year after Qiyu's death, Winbing finally accepted this fact. Only then did Mu Baifeng ask her parents to discuss marriage with the Jin family. The Mu family was well off, and the Jin family was quite satisfied with them. Since Winbing was of marriageable age, his parents decided to arrange a marriage between the 2 families. At that time, Winbing felt that losing his most loved woman made him think that marrying any other woman didn't matter anymore. So, he followed his parents' matchmaker's suggestion and married Mu Baifeng. As for why Winbing didn't insist on lifelong love and marriage, it wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he had no choice. His parents only had him, and he couldn't stay single forever without a family or children. If he did, he would be accused of being unfilial, which would hurt his parents deeply. Anyway, his heart was already dead. He just obeyed his parents' arrangements, married, and had children to fulfill his duties as the only son of a big family. If not for his parents and family, Winbing would have wanted to jump into the river and end his life when Qiyu passed away. Jiang Li had deduced that Mu Baifeng had committed a crime before and looked down on Mu Jingxun, his little sister-in-law. She once said that Mu Baifeng had blood on her hands, but it wasn't just talk. This woman really had killed someone. Old Master Mu was generally honest, but he was confused about this matter. Ultimately, he spoiled his daughter too much and even covered up her crime. However, everything has consequences, and old Master Mu would pay the price someday for his actions. Today, Jiang Li planned to reveal the truth about what happened back then to Winbing. She wrote down the truth about Qiyu's death on a piece of paper and placed it in Winbing's desk drawer. When he saw it, he would surely investigate. After finishing this, Jiang Li left. There were still many rare treasures in her space, and she needed to hurry to refine pills. After Jin Winbing finished a meeting and returned to his office, he opened his desk drawer and immediately saw a letter inside. His drawer was supposed to be locked, yet a strange letter was suddenly there, which puzzled him. Who could have put a letter inside when the drawer was locked? And why would they do that? Driven by curiosity, Jin Winbing opened the letter to read. After reading the letter, Jin Winbing's face looked very grim, and his hands holding the letter were trembling. He originally thought Chiyu's death was just an accident, but now he was told that it was not an accident at all, but caused by someone intentionally. Jin Winbing looked at the contents of the letter and, without thorough investigation, couldn't believe everything immediately. He first remembered the two witnesses mentioned in the letter, and then went to investigate. If Chiyu's death was truly caused by Mu Baifeng, he would definitely not let her go. Jin Winbing abandoned his work and started investigating right away. After a day of investigation, by the afternoon of the next day, he had figured out the whole story clearly. It turned out that everything written in the letter he received was true. Mu Baifeng was indeed the murderer. Now, Jin Winbing was just waiting for Mu Baifeng to come back, so he could confront her and ask why she committed such a cruel act. Meanwhile, Mu Baifeng was in a very good mood, completely unaware that she was about to face a big disaster. Because she was eager to drive Jiang Li out of the Mu family, she took the opportunity to meet Shinway today and told her about Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun. Shinway cared deeply about Mu Jingxun and would never tolerate Jiang Li's presence. If she couldn't tolerate it, she would take action herself. Mu Baifeng thought Shinway should learn from her past approach, directly killing her rival. To get the man she loved most, what's wrong with killing? Sometimes, women have to be ruthless to find happiness. The Shin family now held great power, and Shinway could deal with Jiang Li in no time. Even if Shinway killed someone with her connections, it would be easy to handle. After all, the Mu family was not as powerful as the Shin family back then. When she killed Shinyu, everything was quickly settled, right? In a good mood, Mu Baifeng hummed a cheerful tune as she went home. When she arrived, she saw Jin Winbing sitting on the sofa with a very grim expression. Seeing her love sitting upright on the sofa, Mu Baifeng didn't notice anything unusual and smiled as she walked over. After all these years, she still admired Jin Winbing very much. Although their children were grown, and he had been a father for nearly 20 years, Jin Winbing still looked handsome and charming. Time had not taken away his charm. Instead, as he aged, he gained a mature, manly aura. He looked more elegant, calm, and steady. It's said that men at 41 are like a blooming flower, and Mu Baifeng thought that was true. Her beloved was indeed a beautiful flower. Every time she went out with Jin Winbing, she could feel the envy of other women around her. For a man who is both good-looking and capable, which woman wouldn't like him? Previously, Jin Winbing even went to Mu Baifeng's workplace to pick her up after work. Her female colleagues all praised Jin Winbing when they saw him. Mu Baifeng enjoyed this feeling of being envied and felt even more that her decision to remove Chiyu in order to win Jin Winbing was right. If Chiyu were still around, she would never have been able to get Jin Winbing. Although she hasn't fully won his heart yet after all these years, she knows Jin Winbing still remembers and misses Chiyu, but she doesn't care. Anyway, she is Jin Winbing, and he will always be her husband. Chiyu is just a person who has passed away, so why bother with her? Winbing, why did you leave work so early today? Usually you come home very late. Was there less work at the office today? Jin Winbing is a workaholic. He spends most of his time handling work and usually doesn't come back until after 8 p.m. Few people work past 8 in this era. Because Jin Winbing works so hard, the Jin family has been thriving more and more under his leadership. Jin Winbing is very capable, otherwise Mu Baifeng wouldn't have fallen for him. It's not just because he's good-looking. When Mu Baifeng shows concern, Jin Winbing keeps a serious face and says, "Something came up today, so I came home early. Have you eaten? I'll ask Lu Ma to prepare a few more dishes for you. You need to take care of your health, eat more good food, and don't skip meals. Your stomach isn't good, so you must eat on time. Try not to worry too much about work. You've spent too much time and energy on work these years, neglecting to take care of yourself. Winbing has been immersed in work for many years, ignoring everything else, and there is a reason for that. He feels that only by keeping himself busy can he numb himself and avoid thinking about past hurts. Whenever he has free time, he can't help but think of Qiyu. When he thinks of her, his mood drops, and he feels heartbroken, even contemplating death. Winbing just wants to stay busy and finish his life quickly, run the Jin family well, so that when he dies, he can close his eyes peacefully, not feel guilty in the afterlife, and finally find his true love. Mu Baifeng muttered, then said, "I'll go make you a cup of hot milk to warm your stomach." Just as she was about to get up, Winbing stopped her. "Mu Baifeng, don't do anything right now. Sit down first. I have something to ask you." Winbing's voice was cold, probably because of his long time as a leader. His words carried authority. Mu Baifeng heard Winbing's call and leaned on him, sitting on the sofa. "Winbing, what do you want to ask me? Why so serious?" Facing Winbing's stern face, Mu Baifeng suddenly felt nervous and had a strange premonition that something was wrong. "Mu Baifeng, Qiyu's death has something to do with you, right?" Hearing Winbing's question, Mu Baifeng's pupils widened instantly. She looked at Winbing in disbelief and then clenched her fists tightly. Why would Winbing suddenly ask about this? Could he have found out something? Mu Baifeng tried to calm her emotions so she wouldn't show any signs of weakness in front of Winbing. This happened many years ago, and she had already bought off the witnesses to keep quiet. The two families had long been driven out of Beijing. Winbing couldn't find any evidence. As long as she refused to admit it, the truth would never come out. "Winbing, what are you talking about? Hasn't the police already investigated Qiyu's death?" "She fell into the water by accident. It has nothing to do with me." "Winbing, so many years have passed, and you're still thinking about that woman? What are you doing?" "What about me? I am your legally married wife. I have been devoted and caring all these years. Do you think that's fair to me?" While speaking, Mu Baifeng took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. Winbing looked at this woman in front of him. They were married. Over the years, although he didn't love Mu Baifeng much, he had always fulfilled his duties as a husband. He never did anything to hurt her. He believed he hadn't wronged her and thought Mu Baifeng sometimes had a spoiled princess temper. Overall, he was quite satisfied with her. But now he knew that Mu Baifeng was not just a spoiled princess, but had a heart as cruel as a snake, a murderer. She had killed his most beloved woman. Even after so many years of marriage, Winbing couldn't let this go easily. He wanted justice for Qiyu. Thinking that Qiyu's death was caused by Mu Baifeng, his eyes turned cold, without any emotion. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Is that so? Mu Baifeng, Qiyu's death has nothing to do with you? Then what are these investigations I have?" Winbing said as he threw a document in front of Mu Baifeng. The document listed two witnesses' names and their testimonies. When Mu Baifeng saw the names, she knew it was over. Her past actions had been exposed. She never imagined that after so many years, both witnesses would no longer be in Jing City, yet Winbing managed to find them. She was trying to act calm, but in front of the evidence, she couldn't hold it anymore. With tears in her eyes, she explained to Winbing, "Winbing, listen to me. I didn't mean to push Qiyu into the water that day. I really didn't do it on purpose." Winbing didn't believe her explanation at all. "You didn't mean to? You clearly did it on purpose. If it was accidental, why didn't you call someone to help her after she fell in? Why did you just watch her drown without trying to save her? Whether you did it intentionally or not, Mu Baifeng, your cruelty is undeniable. I never thought I would marry and have children with someone as vicious as you. Being married to you all these years, it's disgusting." Winbing didn't bother to argue whether Mu Baifeng intentionally pushed Qiyu into the water. One thing was certain, Qiyu's death was entirely because of Mu Baifeng. If he had known she was the murderer, he would never have married her. Mu Baifeng continued to defend herself. "Winbing, isn't that because I care about you? If I didn't like you so much and wanted to win you over, I would have saved Qiyu." Winbing sneered. "So, to get me, You coldly took Qi's life? Mu Baifeng, do you think human lives are so cheap to you? Now Winbing hated himself even more. Ultimately, he realized he had indirectly caused Qi's death. If Mu Baifeng hadn't fallen for him, she wouldn't have harmed Qiyu, and Qiyu would still be alive. He felt guilty and vowed to make it up to her in the next life. Mu Baifeng couldn't find any more words to defend herself. She knew Winbing must hate her now. Their marriage was over. He would never treat her as he once did. Her heart ached painfully. For so many years, she believed she was the happiest woman in the world. Her family loved her. Her children were obedient and smart. Her husband was outstanding and kind to her. Everything seemed perfect. But suddenly, all that happiness shattered in an instant. Winbing coldly said, Mu Baifeng, from today on, our marriage is over. Injustice has its consequences, and debts have their owners. Since you killed Qiyu, you deserve the punishment. I will hand this matter over to the police. If it weren't for my concerns, Winbing would have personally dealt with the woman who caused Qiyu's death. However, he knows he can't do that. First, he can't break the law by killing someone, as that would ruin both himself and the Jin family. Second, Mu Baifeng is the mother of his child. If he harmed Mu Baifeng, his child would resent him forever. But simply ignoring Mu Baifeng is impossible. He must avenge Qiyu. Otherwise, after he dies, he won't have the face to face her. Killing is illegal, and morally and legally, he must accept punishment. The matter involving Mu Baifeng should be handed over to the police. This time, with him present, Mu's family could no longer cover up the truth. If Mu Baifeng's death hadn't involved Mu's family, she would have already faced justice. When Winbing decided to turn her over to the police, Mu Baifeng panicked. Winbing, how can you hand me over to the police? Even if you don't consider our marriage or the fact that we have a child, you can't do this. If I get into trouble, our child's future will be affected. Do you want him to grow up without a mother? Please, Winbing, you can't treat me like this. Winbing looked coldly at Mu Baifeng's desperate plea, then said, Mu Baifeng, as a murderer, if you don't face the proper punishment, it will have the biggest impact on our child. I am doing this to teach him how to be a decent person. No matter who makes a mistake, they must accept legal punishment. You killed someone, and just because we have a child, you think you can escape? I won't cover for you just because you're my wife or the mother of my child. As he spoke, Winbing immediately made a call to the police. The next day, Mu's family received news that Mu Baifeng was taken for investigation on suspicion of intentional homicide. Old Master Mu was also summoned. After Mu Baifeng's crime, she managed to escape punishment, but Old Master Mu was the mastermind behind it. If it hadn't been for the pressure from Mu's family, how could those witnesses have been silenced? Such a serious crime as murder could not be easily settled. This time, Winbing was determined to avenge Qiyu and handed over the evidence to the police. Old Master Mu could no longer rely on connections to save his daughter. The Jin family was no longer the same as before. Over the years, under Winbing's leadership, the Jin family had grown strong, and their influence was now comparable to Mu's. Winbing became very strong, so the Mu family could no longer find a way to bypass him or use connections to protect Mu Baifeng. The other members of the Mu family only learned later about what Mu Baifeng had done in the past. When they found out that Mu Baifeng had once killed someone, they were all shocked and speechless. Especially Mu Baifeng's two sisters-in-law, who were utterly speechless about their little sister-in-law. They used to think that Mu Baifeng, as the youngest daughter, was spoiled by her parents and had developed a spoiled princess attitude, but that was all. Who would have thought that her behavior was not just spoiled, but that she was capable of doing something so serious as murder? Regarding Old Master Mu's decision to cover up Mu Baifeng's crimes, the Mu family understood, but they felt that Old Master Mu had spoiled his daughter too much. Her life is her life, but others' lives are not. Murder must be punished by law. Otherwise, wouldn't the country's laws become meaningless? Even though they come from a powerful family, they could not be above the law. Mu Baifeng's two brothers felt worried and disappointed about their younger sister. Winbing was determined not to let Mu Baifeng go, and since she had indeed committed illegal acts, They could only wait for the police to handle the case. Mu Baifeng's two sisters-in-law didn't feel much sympathy or concern for her. Breaking the law and accepting punishment was only right. After learning that Mu Baifeng had been arrested, Jiang Li thought Winbing's efficiency was impressive. Yes, this man truly did not let her down. Winbing was a devoted and excellent man. If it weren't for Mu Baifeng, it would have been wonderful if he and Qiyu could have been together. Now that Mu Baifeng had paid the price for Qiyu's death, Qiyu's spirit could rest in peace, but Winbing's heart was completely broken. The two women who had been part of his life, one died because of him and the other he had sent to prison himself. Heaven was truly cruel to him. Mu Baifeng was in custody and too busy to bother with Jiang Li anymore. Without Mu Baifeng, Jiang Li felt much more at ease living in the Mu family. In the past few days, Mu Jingxun had fully recovered. Once he was healthy again, he asked Jiang Li to go out for a walk. They hadn't had many chances to date when they went to the countryside, as Mu Jingxun had always been busy with tasks and couldn't spare time for Jiang Li. Now that Mu Jingxun no longer had any assignments, he had plenty of free time and naturally wanted to go out with Jiang Li and go on dates. Early that morning, after having breakfast at the Mu family, Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li agreed to go see a movie and do some shopping. Jiang Li was free and had nothing to do, so she naturally accepted Mu Jingxuan's invitation and happily went along. The two of them watched a movie together. Movies in this era often had patriotic themes, quite different from romantic films of later times, and always seemed to stir strong feelings. After the movie, an entire morning had passed, so Mu Jingxun took Jiang Li to have lunch together. "Lily, today we're not eating at the state-run restaurant," Mu Jingxun said. Jiang Li looked at him curiously. "Where are we going to eat then?" "I'm taking you to Yui restaurant to try Cantonese food. Would you like to try it?" Hearing about Cantonese cuisine, Jiang Li became interested. No matter how delicious something is, after a while, you want a change of taste. She didn't expect to find Cantonese food in Beijing now. It was quite rare. However, Jiang Li had heard that places like Yui restaurant weren't for just anyone to visit. Only people with status and influence could dine there. Mu Jingxun was part of the special cases department, and his family's position in Beijing was quite influential. Naturally, he could go to such high-end places. "All right, let's change things up today and have some Cantonese food," Jiang Li agreed. Seeing her accept, Mu Jingxun happily held her hand and headed toward Yui restaurant. Jiang Li felt a bit shy when Mu Jingxun held her hand on the street. In this era, holding hands in public was quite bold and attracted many curious glances. She felt the heat from the gazes around her and blushed, but she didn't pull away. She let him hold her hand. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at Yui restaurant. Mu Jingxun had eaten here many times before, so the staff recognized him. He had never brought a woman before, so this time, with a female companion, it seemed quite unusual. The staff noticed Jiang Li's beauty and elegant demeanor, and with Mu Jingxun holding her hand, they immediately understood she was likely his partner. Both of them were good-looking, standing together perfectly matched. They sat down, and a waiter brought the menu. Mu Jingxun asked Jiang Li to order, and she didn't hold back, choosing dishes confidently. After Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun finished ordering, some people at a nearby table noticed Mu Jingxun. Wei, isn't that Mu Jingxun? He's actually with a woman. Could she be his partner?" "If she's not his partner, then who could she be? Their interaction is so close, it's obvious they're together. I've never seen Mu Jingxun so close to any woman before. Is this woman really his girlfriend?" Mu Jingxun has a girlfriend now. What about Wei? Shinway also looked over toward Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li. A few days ago, Shinway received a message from Mu Baifeng saying that Mu Jingxun had brought a girl home. She was initially skeptical, since Mu Jingxun didn't seem to notice her, so how could he be interested in another woman? As a young lady from a noble family, she was confident that most girls couldn't compare to her. She was pretty, came from a good family, and was talented. Honestly, Shinwei had never seen a girl more outstanding than herself. Her gaze quickly locked onto Jiang Li. Jiang Li's features weren't as beautiful as Shinwei's, but she had a slightly more elegant aura. which made Shinwei look down on her even more. How could Mu Jingxun like someone like her? It only showed that his taste was poor. Shinwei stood up and walked over to Mu Jingxun. Jingxun, long time no see. You're back in Beijing? Why didn't you tell me? I could have come to visit you. Seeing Shinwei greet him, Mu Jingxun immediately frowned. Why was this woman here? If he had known Shinwei was here, he wouldn't have brought Jiang Li to eat. Mu Jingxun knew Shinwei liked him, but he didn't have romantic feelings for her. He was worried Jiang Li might misunderstand. To avoid any confusion, he responded coldly, Shinwei, we're not close. Why should I tell you when I come back to Beijing? When Jiang Li heard Mu Jingxun say her name, she recognized who the girl was. It was Shinwei, the daughter of the Shin family, who was previously mentioned by Mu Baifeng as someone who liked Mu Jingxun. She was more suitable for him, in many ways. Jiang Li thought she looked nice, but she knew that love isn't just about looks or background. Being attractive or from a good family doesn't guarantee someone will like you. Love is more about a feeling. Mu Jingxun liked Shinwei probably because they felt a connection. Now, he was eager to distance himself from her, showing he didn't care about her at all. Jiang Li wasn't the jealous type, so she didn't see any reason to argue just because another girl liked Mu Jingxun. If other women liked him, it just proved her good judgment. Mu Jingxun was a popular guy. Shinwei was surprised by Mu Jingxun's words and felt a bit embarrassed. Glancing briefly at Jiang Li sitting calmly beside Mu Jingxun without paying her much attention, Shinwei grew even angrier. It was all because of this woman. If it weren't for her, Mu Jingxun wouldn't treat her this way. Jingxun, who is this lady? Can you introduce her to me? I've never seen her before. Is she your girlfriend? Mu Jingxun knew Shinwei was interested in him. Since she asked about Jiang Li, he decided to tell her the truth, so she would stop having hopes about him. Yes, she is my girlfriend. Jiang Li, seeing Mu Jingxun introduce her, Jiang Li knew she should be polite and respectful. She stood up, smiled slightly at Shinwei, and then extended her hand. Hello, I am Mu Jingxun's girlfriend. My name is Jiang Li. But Shinwei didn't shake her hand. Instead, she sneered and said, So you really are Jingxun's girlfriend. I didn't know you before, and I've never heard of your name. You probably aren't from a wealthy family in the city either. Since that's the case, you're not qualified to know me. She then turned to Mu Jingxun and said, Jingxun, even if you don't have romantic feelings for me, you are the future heir of the Mu family. I advise you not to casually choose someone from a lower background. Such a woman isn't suitable for you. Mu Jingxun saw Shinwei being so rude to Jiang Li and even insulting her. He was displeased and said, Shinwei, I warn you to watch your words. Who I choose to spend my life with is my own business. You have no right to interfere. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. Don't disturb me and my date. If I hear you speak disrespectfully to my girlfriend again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Mu Jingxun's voice was cold and fierce. Shinwei had never seen him so angry before. Actually, she was deliberately saying these things to test Jiang Li's position in Mu Jingxun's heart. Seeing Mu Jingxun protect Jiang Li so fiercely showed her that Jiang Li held an extraordinary place in his heart. He truly loved her. A woman with no fame or reputation, why could she win Mu Jingxun's genuine affection? Shinwei bit her lip in frustration, worried she might offend him even more. She decided to leave quietly. But Shinwei wasn't willing to give up her beloved man easily. She wouldn't do anything openly to Jiang Li, but secretly, she was capable of anything. Jiang Li's importance in Mu Jingxun's heart was so significant that Shinwei was determined not to let her stay. Jiang Li paid Shinwei no mind and happily chatted and laughed with Mu Jingxun. The Cantonese dishes they ordered were served one after another. These Cantonese dishes looked quite good. Jiang Li tasted some and thought they were delicious. However, she prefers stronger flavors. Cantonese cuisine tends to be light, which is okay for occasional tasting, but if she ate it every day, she would definitely not be able to handle it. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun leisurely returned to Mu's house. In the afternoon, they planned to rest at home. The next day, Mu Jingxun originally intended to continue accompanying Jiang Li to go out, but he was called away by Beijing. The special investigation team had found some information that needed their attention. Since Mu Jingxun was busy with work, he couldn't stay with Jiang Li. He looked apologetic and said, "Li, I'm sorry, I might not be able to go out with you today. I'll come back after I finish my work, okay?" Jiang Li didn't mind much and replied, "It's okay, Mu Jingxun. You go ahead and do your work. I can have fun alone." Seeing that Jiang Li didn't blame him, Mu Jingxun chuckled and said, "All right, Li, when you go out alone, make sure to stay safe." Jiang Li nodded and said, "Okay, I know." Mu Jingxun then went with Bai Zirong to handle work matters, and Jiang Li went out to explore by herself. Just as she stepped out the door, she met Shinway on the street. It seemed she was waiting specifically for Jiang Li. Shinway blocked her way and said, "Comrade Jiang, I need to talk to you about something." Jiang Li looked at Shinway and could guess what she wanted without much thought.
What is it?
"Just say it quickly. Don't waste time," Jiang Li said casually, showing no respect. Her attitude made Shinway very angry. She was the most famous young lady in Beijing circle, and everyone had to bow and scrape when they saw her. Among the many wealthy young ladies in Beijing, Shinway was like a star surrounded by others, and no one dared to look down on her. But Jiang Li, a girl with no background or status, dared to be so rude to her, which was shocking. Though angry inside, Shinway kept her temper and calmly said, "Comrade Jiang, since you're so direct, I'll get to the point. I hope you can leave Mu Jingxun. Only I and he are the right match." Jiang Li sneered, "If you want me to leave, I will. But doesn't that make me look bad?" Shinway clenched her fists and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you do this for nothing. Clinging to Mu Jingxun is just your way of trying to curry favor with the powerful, hoping to live a wealthy life in the future. But have you ever thought that if your background isn't strong enough, even if you manage to marry into the Mu family, no one will truly respect you? You won't enjoy a good life there. Right now, Mu Jingxun might be interested in you because he's bored or maybe he really likes you. But as men grow older and gain more experience, they become more mature. After going through many things, they will understand that marrying a wife who can help them is far better than marrying a woman they simply like. When he realizes this, he will lose interest in you and might even dismiss you. You should leave now. I am willing to give you some money. I can give you 2,000 yuan and also arrange a top-quality job for you. Even if you don't marry Mu Jingxun or rely on him, you can still live comfortably for the rest of your life." Shinwei made her offer, thinking Jiang Li would definitely agree. After hearing Shinwei's words, Jiang Li couldn't tell if she was looking down on her or Mu Jingxun. Mu Jingxun is such an excellent man. Could he really be worth only 2,000 yuan and a job? Does Shinwei think that 2,000 yuan and a job are such a big deal?
How much does she care about that?
Seeing Jiang Li silent, Shinwei added, "Comrade Jiang, if you're smart, just take my offer and leave quietly. If you're not clever enough, don't blame me for being rude. Let me warn you, our Shin family is not someone you can mess with." Shinwei's threats and temptations might work on an ordinary person, but unfortunately, Jiang Li was not one to be easily fooled. She remained calm.
"Oh, really?
Miss Shin, I'd like to see how you plan to be rude to me." Shinwei's face turned green with anger. "Fine, Jiang Li, I was just trying to help you. If you don't appreciate it, that's your problem. Let's wait and see." Jiang Li watched Shinwei storm off in anger, her lips curling into a cold smile. If Shinwei really had the ability to deal with her, she might think highly of her. But she was just relying on her family's power to bully ordinary people, wicked and shameless. By the way, Shinwei's little sister-in-law is quite similar to her. But unfortunately, she's not Chiyu. Even with the backing of the Shin family, Shinwei can't touch her in the slightest. Ignoring Shinwei's threats, Jiang Li happily continued her walk alone. Mu Jingxun worked hard all day and only finished his work late in the evening. Luckily, he was able to have dinner with Jiang Li. He felt very guilty for only spending one day with her before disappearing again. The main point is that I couldn't spend the whole day with Jiang Li today, and tomorrow I probably won't be able to either because he still has tasks to do. Mu Jingxun told Jiang Li about this, and Jiang Li kindly said, "It's okay, Mu Jingxun. I understand you're busy with work and can't find the time. Don't feel guilty. I don't blame you." Hearing Jiang Li's understanding words, Mu Jingxun was deeply touched. His Lily is truly so kind. After dinner, Jiang Li planned to go back to her room to rest, but once inside, she sensed something unusual. Yes, there was a ghostly presence. Ordinary people can't detect ghosts, but Jiang Li, who has dealt with metaphysics for a long time, definitely could. She spoke to the air, "Come out. Since you're here, don't hide anymore." As soon as she finished, a beautiful female ghost appeared before her. Even though she looked pale from death, it was clear she was once a great beauty. Most importantly, she had a very gentle aura that even Jiang Li, as a woman, found captivating. However, the woman was wet, clearly a drowning ghost. Drowning ghost? Jiang Li suddenly remembered something and guessed the ghost's identity. She asked, "Are you Qiyu?" The ghost didn't expect Jiang Li to see through her immediately. After being recognized, Qiyu nodded heavily and said, "Yes, master.
I am Qiyu.
Thank you for helping me avenge myself and clear my wrongful death." Qiyu had been worried about Jin Winbing and harbored hatred for Mu Baifeng. Her ghost had lingered in the world, unwilling to reincarnate. She was unwilling to accept that Jin Winbing was deceived, or that Mu Baifeng was free and happy after killing her. But she was just an ordinary ghost. No matter how much she hated Mu Baifeng, she couldn't take revenge or clear her name. She wanted to tell Jin Winbing the truth about that year, to tell him she was killed by Mu Baifeng, but as a ghost, Jin Winbing couldn't hear her. Qiyu once thought she would never see justice, but unexpectedly, a master appeared and helped her. He revealed the truth to Jin Winbing and brought Mu Baifeng to justice. Jiang Li saw Qiyu thank her and even kneel down to bow. She quickly helped Qiyu up, saying, "There's no need to thank me. I didn't do this just to help you get justice. I simply couldn't stand Mu Baifeng and exposed her crimes." Since this wasn't something specifically done for Qiyu, Jiang Li felt she couldn't accept the other person's endless gratitude. Qiyu said, "No matter what, it was you, master, who helped me. I will remember your kindness. If I get the chance in the future, I will repay you, no matter the cost." Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively and said, "I told you, you don't need to worry about this. There's no need to thank me. I don't need any help from you." After saying this, Jiang Li urged Qiyu to leave quickly, as she still needed to practice. She had gathered so many treasures from Master Liu, and she had to turn them all into pills. That was her main task and couldn't be delayed. Despite Jiang Li's repeated urging, Qiyu was reluctant to leave. Seeing her hesitate and seem to want to say something, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you have something else to say?" When Jiang Li asked, Qiyu suddenly knelt down in front of her. Seeing this, Jiang Li realized that the female ghost probably had a request. She wasn't a busybody, but she didn't want to get involved in others' affairs. Qiyu, kneeling on the ground and looking pitiful, begged Jiang Li, "Master, I want to ask you to let me see Jin Winbing. Just one meeting, just a few words, to tell him something. I hope you can help me. Since he found out that Mu Baifeng was responsible for my death, he's been immersed in sadness and guilt, even feeling that he indirectly caused my death. I really can't bear to see him live forever in guilt. I never blamed him for my death. But I am a ghost, and humans and spirits are different. I can't speak to him directly. So now I ask you, Master, please help me. Let me see him, so I can explain everything." Jiang Li didn't really want to get involved, but she felt Qiyu was too pitiful. She had died unjustly many years ago and still couldn't let go of her loved one. She couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Jiang Li sighed and finally softened her heart. "All right, tomorrow you follow me. I'll take you to see Jin Winbing and arrange the meeting." Seeing Jiang Li agree, Qiyu was overjoyed. She quickly knelt again and kowtowed several times. Jiang Li looked at her and felt a bit speechless. "Get up quickly. Don't keep kowtowing for no reason. This is the new China, not a feudal society." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Qiyu stood up respectfully and said, "Master, You rest first. I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Li thought this female ghost was somewhat aware of her situation, so she waved her hand to signal her to leave quickly. After Jiang Li and Qi left, Jiang Li hurried into her space. All those herbs needed to be refined quickly. She didn't know if she would ever encounter a big pig like Master Liu again, but if she did, she definitely wouldn't hold back. She would seize the opportunity and take as much as she could. Jiang Li was busy in her space until past 4 a.m. before coming out. When she finally emerged, she lay on the bed and dozed for 2 or 3 hours. Then the sky brightened. Mu Jingxun accompanied Jiang Li for breakfast, and after eating, he hurried off to work. Seeing how busy Mu Jingxun was and how little time he had to spend with her, Jiang Li decided her task was done. She had also enjoyed her time in Beijing and would return in a few days. After all, she and Mu Jingxun were just partners, not married yet. Staying too long at Mu's house wouldn't be appropriate, so she thought it was better to go back to Shinway production team. Moreover, she had delayed her departure quite a bit this time, and the team members were probably eager for her to return soon. Especially now that the weather was getting colder and winter was approaching, more team members would fall ill. Without Jiang Li, many couldn't get proper treatment and had to tough it out. After Mu Jingxun left, Jiang Li also went out, as she had promised Qiyu to meet Jin Wenning. She went straight to Jin Wenbing's workplace. Seeing a young girl looking for him, Jin Wenbing was curious about who she was and what she wanted. He invited Jiang Li into his office and asked straightforwardly, "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Li introduced herself. "My name is Jiang Li, and I am the partner of Mu Jingxun, a member of the Mu family." Hearing her introduction, Jin Wenbing's brow furrowed immediately. Mu Jingxuan's partner was almost like a part of the Mu family. Was this about Mu Baifeng? The Mu family probably didn't want to face him, so they sent a young girl to act as a messenger? But Jin Wenning couldn't forgive or forget Mu Baifeng's role in killing Qiyu. The case against Mu Baifeng was close to a conclusion. Even if she didn't face the death penalty, she would likely be imprisoned for most of her life and possibly sent to a farm in the northwest for reform. Jin Winbing had gone to great lengths to avenge Qiyu, so there was no way he would agree to let the Mu family lightly forgive Mu Baifeng. His face was cold as he told Jiang Li, "If you're here to plead for Mu Baifeng, you might as well go back." Not even old Master Mu's arrival would change anything. Seeing Jin Winbing misunderstood her, Jiang Li smiled and explained, "You've misunderstood. I didn't come today because of Mu Baifeng. I am here on the orders of Comrade Qiyu to find you." Jin Winbing heard Jiang Li's words and immediately widened his eyes. What? Qiyu is not dead? If Qiyu were dead, how could she have entrusted Jiang Li to help her? Jiang Li saw Jin Winbing's confusion and added, "It's Qiyu's spirit who asked me to find you, Comrade Jin. If it's convenient for you, I can arrange for you to meet her. She has something she wants to say to you." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Jin Winbing stared in disbelief. His first thought was that this girl was talking nonsense, pretending to be a ghost to deceive him. But then he thought again. Whether Jiang Li was lying or not, trying her way might be worth a shot. Thinking of Qiyu, Jin Winbing hoped everything Jiang Li said was true. He really wanted to see Qiyu once more. "Can you really let me see Qiyu?"
Jiang Li nodded. "Yes."
"First, go tell your people, and within half an hour, no one is allowed to enter this room." Jin Wenning quickly responded, instructing his subordinates that no one could enter his office later. Then he locked the office door and looked at Jiang Li with anticipation. "Is it okay now?" "Yes." Jiang Li made a gesture with her hand, then gently touched Jin Wenbing's eyes. When Jin Wenbing opened his eyes again, he saw Qi standing behind Jiang Li. Qi looked the same as before. She hadn't aged at all. Jin Wenbing knew Qiyu was no longer human but a spirit, and spirits don't age. Seeing Qiyu soaked and still in the state of her deathly appearance, Jin Wenbing felt a sharp pain in his heart. His eyes instantly turned red, and he called out toward Qiyu, "Yeah." Qiyu was so happy to see that Jin Wenbing could truly see her. She was overwhelmed with emotion, tears in her eyes, and stepped closer to Jin Wenbing. "Wenbing, it's so wonderful. You can see me now." "Boo-hoo, I can finally talk to you." Jin Winbing wanted to go forward and hold Qiyu in his arms, but when he rushed over, he passed right through her body. Because they were separated by life and death, even though they could see each other, Jin Winbing couldn't touch Qiyu. He felt very sad, but thinking that he could see Qiyu again made him very grateful. For years, he had dreamed of seeing her once more. Even if it cost him 10 years of his life, he would gladly do it to see his beloved again.
YYE, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault. I caused your death. Jin Winbing cried bitterly in front of Qiyu, sincerely apologizing to her. His tone was full of guilt and self-blame. If it weren't for him, Mu Baifeng wouldn't have harmed Qiyu so badly, so everything was his fault. Qiyu smiled and shook her head at Jin Winbing, saying, Winbing, don't say that. I've never blamed you really. Please don't live in guilt anymore. I asked Master Jiang to bring me here just to tell you this. Jiang Li sat down on a nearby stool, listening to Qiyu and Jin Winbing talk endlessly. After a while, Jin Winbing finally understood and stopped feeling guilty. Seeing that they had said everything they needed to, Jiang Li said to Qiyu, time is almost up. Qiyu, the spirit and the living shouldn't stay in contact too long. I believe you understand this. Although Qiyu wanted to talk more with Jin Winbing, she knew Jiang Li was right. She was reluctant to leave Jin Winbing, but didn't want to hurt him either. Winbing, please remember what I'm saying. You should live happily for the rest of your life.
Don't blame yourself for my death.
I've never blamed you. To love you and receive your true feelings is enough for me. I have no regrets. If we are truly destined, we will meet again and love each other in the next life. Jin Winbing looked at Qiyu with longing. He felt greedy. At first, he just wanted to see her one more time while alive, but now he wished they could always be together. Master Jiang, can't you find a way to let Ye stay a little longer with me? I'll do anything you ask if you help me, Jin Winbing pleaded. He believed that with his wealth and influence in the city, he could meet many of Jiang Li's conditions. Jiang Li shook his head and said seriously, it's not that I won't help you, but doing so isn't good for either of you. Qiyu's spirit is trapped because of her deep attachment. If we delay further, she might lose her chance to reincarnate forever. Do you want her to be a lonely ghost for eternity, never able to be reborn? Jiang Li's words shocked Jin Winbing, and he quickly shook his head. No, I don't want that. Then let go, Jiang Li said. He looked at Qiyu and continued, now that your wish has been fulfilled, I will send you into reincarnation. Rest in peace. Qiyu stared wide-eyed at Jiang Li, asking, Master, you're willing to send me into reincarnation? Qiyu's wish was finally fulfilled, but she had missed many chances to be reborn. She had stayed in the mortal world too long, which went against the natural way. Without a powerful master's help, she couldn't be sent back to reincarnation. Jiang Li nodded and said, I am willing. Seeing that Qiyu was a suffering soul, Jiang Li didn't mind helping her a little. Qiyu quickly nodded and said, Master, thank you so much. In my next life, I will repay your kindness, even if I have to work as a beast or a servant. As she spoke, Qiyu looked at Jin Winbing and said, Winbing, I am going to be reborn now. I can't stay with you anymore. Please take good care of yourself and don't forget me. Jin Winbing felt very sad at this moment. He wanted to keep Qiyu with him, but he also knew that letting her go was the best choice for her. All right, yeah, go ahead. I will take care of myself. You must also stay safe. If there is a next life, I will find you again, he said. Jiang Li saw how deep their feelings were, but they were separated forever. He sighed silently. They could have been happy together in this life, but because of Mu Baifeng, they became a pair of unfortunate lovers. As an outsider, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel sorry for their love story. Feeling compassionate, Jiang Li took out a red string from his face. Both of you, stretch out your hands. Although Jin Winbing and Qiyu didn't know what Jiang Li wanted, they obediently extended their hands. Jiang Li picked up the red string and tied one end to Qiyu's wrist and the other end to Jin Winbing's wrist. After tying the string, a golden light flashed, and the red string disappeared into thin air. Jiang Li said to them, This is a love knot. I've tied it for you. When you are reborn in your next life, with this love not guiding you, you will surely meet again and become a couple. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Qiyu and Jin Winbing were overjoyed. They both knelt before Jiang Li and said, "Thank you, Master, for your blessing." Although they couldn't be together in this life, they were sure to be a couple in the next. Their love had crossed time and space, making their hearts swell with emotion. Jiang Li looked at the two kneeling before him and felt a bit speechless. "I already said, this is the country of Shinway. Don't kneel so often, okay?" Seeing Jiang Li unhappy, Jin Winbing and Qiyu quickly got up from the ground. Jiang Li then said to Qiyu, "Are you ready? I am going to send you into Reincarnation." Knowing they would be together in the next life, Jin Winbing let go of his obsession with Qiyu's spirit. Qiyu nodded to Jiang Li and said, "Master, I am ready." Jiang Li saw Qiyu was ready, recited a spell, and then Qiyu disappeared from this world. Jin Winbing watched the direction where Qiyu vanished, clenched his fists tightly. Just a little more time, and he would soon reunite with his Yu in another world. Gratefully, Jin Winbing thanked Jiang Li, saying, "Master Jiang, I really appreciate you allowing me to see you again, helping her with her spiritual journey, and giving us a chance to meet again in the next life. If you need anything in the future, please come to me. I will do my best to help." Jiang Li knew Jin Winbing was an important figure in Jing City, so he didn't hesitate to accept his offer. "All right, I'll come to you if I need help in the future," Jiang Li said. After finishing this matter, Jiang Li left Jin Winbing's workplace. Jiang Li respectfully saw Jiang Li off. After leaving Jin Winbing, Jiang Li planned to go to the department store to buy some things and also visit Jing City Hospital to buy herbs. As the weather got colder, more people would get sick, and the medical supplies at the Victory Production Team's clinic would likely run out. If it snowed, she wouldn't be able to go up the mountain to gather herbs, and there would be no medicine for the team members. Besides herbs, Jiang Li also bought some scarce Western medicines like antibiotics and fever reducers. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a chill on her skin and sensed several bullets flying toward her. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense a bullet attack in advance, but Jiang Li was different. She wasn't an ordinary person. Sensing the attack, she quickly dodged. The person hiding in the shadows and shooting at her was stunned when he saw this. "Is this woman a monster? She's too incredible, able to dodge bullets." He tried to shoot again, but the crowd around him was so frightened by the gunfire that they scattered in all directions, blocking his view of Jiang Li. He couldn't see her anymore. In an instant, Jiang Li disappeared among the crowd. As the man looked around with wide eyes trying to find her, Jiang Li appeared behind him like a ghost, snatched his gun, and before he could react, pressed the gun to his forehead. Her movements were smooth and swift, colder than the best assassins. The man who was trying to kill her froze in fear, sweating profusely. If I had known how powerful Jiang Li was earlier, I would never have taken this job. Jiang Li's cold eyes locked onto him as she asked, "Honestly, who sent you to kill me?" Her gun was pointed at his head. The man trembled with fear and dared not lie, saying, "It was a young woman. I don't know her well. She offered a high reward for me to kill you." Hearing this, Jiang Li guessed who it was. Yes, she knew it was definitely Shinway behind this. This woman's style was just like Mu Baifeng. She wanted to kill her directly. But Jiang Li was smarter than Mu Baifeng. She didn't do the killing herself, but paid others to do it. Jiang Li knew that without proof, relying only on this man's words, Shinway would deny everything. Even if Shinway admitted it, with her family's power, this could be easily covered up. Jiang Li didn't mind playing with Shinway to see who could outsmart whom. She sneered and asked the man, "How much did they pay for my life?" The man weakly replied, "An advance of 2,000 and 3,000 more after the job is done." Jiang Li was so angry she cursed. Her life, as a master of mystic arts, was worth only 5,000? Who did she think she was? She thought Shinway paid too little. Jiang Li then took out 10,000 yuan and waved it in her hand. "Go kill her for me, and I'll give you 10,000. The man shivered in fear and knelt down. "Comrade, I don't dare." Jiang Li sneered. "You don't dare? You just said you didn't know her. Now you say you're afraid? Looks like you're lying. You clearly know her well. Do you think I, an outsider in Jing City, have no status or background, so I can be easily bullied? TSK, your eyes are really blind. You don't know who you can offend and who you can't. You shouldn't mess with me, your lady. The man quickly kowtowed and apologized. Lady, I was blind and didn't see who I was messing with. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Jiang Li wouldn't let a hired killer go so easily. She grabbed the man's wrist and ankle and suddenly applied force, hearing the cracking of bones. I could spare your life, but someone like you, a dangerous criminal, is a threat to the people. I'll disable you so you can never harm anyone again. After the man's wrists and ankles were broken, he instinctively let out a loud, painful scream. Jiang Li, worried about attracting the attention of passers-by, quickly knocked him out with a slap. After dealing with him, Jiang Li continued her leisurely walk through the department store. Shinway originally thought her dispatched person could easily handle Jiang Li, but when the assassin returned to report, she found that Jiang Li had already crippled him. Shinway, who had never taken Jiang Li seriously, was now both surprised and afraid after seeing Jiang Li's methods. She realized that this woman was much tougher than she had thought. She was a real challenge. To kill her, Shinway would need to come up with a new plan. While Shinway was thinking about how to eliminate Jiang Li, she was unaware that trouble was already brewing for the Shin family. Jiang Li took a walk outside, bought some things, and then returned to the Mu family's house. Mu Jingxun came back even later today and didn't have dinner with Jiang Li. Jiang Li knew that Mu Jingxun was busy with work and didn't mind that he didn't eat with her. After dinner, she finished her chores and was about to go into her space when she saw Mu Jingxun return home exhausted from outside. By then, everyone in the Mu family was already asleep. Seeing Mu Jingxun looking tired, Jiang Li asked with concern, Mu Jingxun, "You're back so late. Have you eaten?" Mu Jingxun looked into Jiang Li's caring eyes and honestly replied, "Not yet." He finished his work at the office and hurried home to spend time with Jiang Li, hoping to talk with her at least for a little while. He hadn't had dinner yet and was still hungry. Seeing that Mu Jingxun hadn't eaten, Jiang Li said, "I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. Your body just recovered, and not eating properly isn't good for you." She then went to the Mu family kitchen. Although there was a housekeeper, she had already gone to bed since Mu Jingxun returned so late. Calling someone to wake up would take extra time, so Jiang Li decided to cook the noodles herself. It wasn't a difficult task. Mu Jingxun saw Jiang Li busy in the kitchen so late, making noodles for him, and felt a warm feeling inside. He thought, "My Li is so kind and caring. I'm so lucky to have such a wonderful partner who is so good to me." The kitchen was stocked with all kinds of ingredients. Jiang Li first fried 2 eggs for Mu Jingxun, then boiled water, added 2 handfuls of long-life noodles, and just before it was ready, she sprinkled some greens and scallions. A fragrant bowl of noodles was ready. Mu Jingxun had been craving Jiang Li's cooking for a while. Although it was just a simple bowl of noodles, he felt it was the most delicious meal he had ever had. Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng heard noises downstairs and wondered if their son had returned. They went downstairs to check. When they arrived, they saw Jiang Li serving noodles to Mu Jingxun. Mu Jingxun had already finished 1 bowl. This was his second. Seeing this, they greeted Mu Jingxun and asked why he was only eating now. Mu Jingxun honestly explained that he had been very busy today and hadn't had time to eat. The noodles were cooked by Jiang Li. Seeing Jiang Li still making noodles for Mu Jingxun late at night, Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng thought their son had found a very good partner and felt proud of how caring she was. If their son married Shinway as Mu Baifeng suggested, the Mu and Shin families would become closer through marriage, which would be good for their family's future and help the Mu family grow stronger. But they knew well what kind of manners the young ladies from the wealthy families in Jing City had. They were all very proud and wouldn't be as caring as Jiang Li. It's better to find a wife who understands cold and warmth, not just someone who acts like a princess. After understanding the situation, Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng went back upstairs to rest, leaving the young couple alone. Jiang Li watched quietly as Mu Jingxun ate. After finishing 3 big bowls of noodles, he finally said he was full. Yes, this guy really can eat. He's a true big eater. But since the Mu family is wealthy and Jiang Li also has money, even if Mu Jingxun can eat a lot, they can afford it. After Mu Jingxun finished eating, Jiang Li was about to clear the dishes when Mu Jingxun stopped him. He took the initiative to clean and wash the dishes himself. When the dishes were done, seeing that it was getting late, Mu Jingxun prepared to send Jiang Li back to his room to rest. Jiang Li stopped Mu Jingxun and asked Mu Jingxun, "Are you investigating the Shin family recently?" Mu Jingxun was momentarily stunned. "Lily, how do you know?" After asking, he felt it was a silly question. Jiang Li's skills were well known. She was clever and could see through everything. Master Liu revealed many criminal facts and the masterminds behind them. He said that when helping old Master Shun extend his life, they captured many young boys and girls for sacrifices, totaling about 100 people, an enormous crime. Over the past few days, we've been trying to find evidence based on Master Liu's testimony to see if old Master Shin really harmed so many innocent children. Jiang Li nodded and warned Mu Jingxun, "You should know Shin family's methods. They've already cleaned up the evidence. If you investigate now, you won't find much. Don't waste your effort." Mu Jingxun heard Jiang Li's words and immediately frowned. He asked cautiously, "Lily, does that mean old Master Shin really did those heinous things?" Initially, Mu Jingxun thought it was likely that Master Liu was just joking, and the story was not very credible. They would investigate based on the clues provided by Master Liu. If they couldn't find any leads or evidence, they would dismiss it as nonsense. After all, without proof, they couldn't convict the Shin family just on Master Liu's word. But now, Jiang Li's statement suggested that the Shin family truly committed crimes and did those inhumane acts. Old Master Shin had always appeared kind and gentle in public, so no one would suspect that he used dark magic to extend his life. It involved the sacrifice of many young children, and he couldn't imagine how devastated the families who lost their children must be. Such crimes deserved severe punishment. "Of course they did," Jiang Li replied. "I used the truth charm on Master Liu, so everything he said is real. You just need to investigate based on his clues." Mu Jingxuan's brow furrowed even deeper. "Lily, what should we do now? If the Shin family destroyed the evidence, won't they get away with it? Won't they avoid punishment for their crimes?" The thought that such evil people could escape justice made Mu Jingxun furious. If the law couldn't punish these people, his faith would be shattered. Although the Shin family was very powerful in Beijing, having influence at the highest levels, power didn't mean they could do as they pleased. Anyone who broke the law must face consequences. Jiang Li came to discuss how to bring down the Shin family. The evidence of old Master Shin killing to extend his life had been erased, making it hard to investigate. But they could look into other areas, since the Shin family had committed many crimes over the years. They had stolen countless national treasures and even betrayed their country. The Shin family's rapid rise in Beijing, reaching the top echelons of power, was largely due to help and covert support from foreign forces. If Shinway hadn't provoked Jiang Li, she wouldn't have interfered with the Shin family. But since Shinway had provoked her, Jiang Li intended to make the entire family pay. Given the enormous crimes they committed, Jiang Li believed that overthrowing this family would earn her great merit, as rooting out evil aligns with the natural order. Jiang Li patted Mu Jingxuan's shoulder and said, "Mu Jingxun, don't worry. The Shin family committed crimes and must pay the price. I will help you uncover the truth, bring the villains to justice, and also help you achieve great success in the special case department." Jiang Li told Mu Jingxun everything about the bad deeds the Shin family had done over the years. After hearing this, Mu Jingxun took a deep breath. He truly didn't expect the Shin family's boldness. Embezzling money is one thing, but colluding with people from another country is another. If the Shin family isn't dealt with, China could suffer huge losses, even affecting the nation's future. After hearing Jiang Li's revelations, Mu Jingxun decided to report everything to his superiors early the next morning. Once they learn about these crimes, they will surely investigate the Shin family thoroughly. Jiang Li knew the Shin family was very sneaky and cunning. Relying only on the special case department, most evidence would be hard to find. Jiang Li planned to personally search for hidden evidence that was difficult to uncover and then give it to the department to completely dismantle this evil family. After discussing the Shun family's crimes with Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li and he each went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Mu Jingxun finished breakfast and went directly to report the Shin family's crimes to his superiors. The leaders took it very seriously and immediately sent people to investigate. Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun split up to go to a secret hideout where the Shin family had concealed evidence. Ordinary people would find it almost impossible to enter, but Jiang Li was not afraid. She used a stealth charm, allowing her to move freely, without obstacles. The evidence was stored in several places. Jiang Li searched all of them and collected everything in just one morning. Meanwhile, Mu Jingxun reported the situation to his superiors, and the special case department quickly started investigating the Shin family. When the Shin family was approached by the special case department, they didn't think much of it and felt confident they wouldn't get into trouble. They believed the investigators wouldn't find any proof of their illegal activities because they always kept a low profile and wouldn't leave any evidence behind. What the Shin family didn't know was that their hideout had already been broken into, and disaster was imminent. After Jiang Li finished collecting the evidence, she immediately went to Mu Jingxun and handed all the proof over to him. Seeing the large amount of evidence against the Shun family, Mu Jingxun wasn't surprised. As long as Jiang Li was involved, catching them was easy. Jiang Li provided the evidence and pointed out several locations for Mu Jingxun to send the investigators to search. The treasures hidden by the Shin family were well concealed, but they couldn't escape Jiang Li's calculations. Jiang Li did not want to seize these treasures for herself, but intended to hand them over to the government. After all, the Special Investigation Department was already looking into the case, and many of the treasures stolen by the Shin family were national assets. Jiang Li couldn't take them, even if she wanted to. The Special Investigation team acted quickly. On the same day, they thoroughly searched the place where the Shin family had hidden the treasures, based on Jiang Li's information. The Shin family, who had been confident they wouldn't get caught, were now stunned. Confronted with the evidence found by the team, they couldn't help but panic. The next day, the Shin family was fully sealed off, and everyone involved was taken in for investigation. Before the special team arrived, Shinway's parents realized things were very serious and immediately arranged for their children to leave the house. Those who were married couldn't leave easily, but unmarried children like Shinway were quickly sent to the countryside. If the Shin family managed to escape this disaster, they could bring Shinway back to the city later. If they couldn't, it was better for Shinway to go to the countryside than stay in the city. If the Shin family truly faced trouble, even the younger generation who hadn't committed crimes would be sent for labor reform. Instead of being sent away for reform, they might as well go to the countryside as educated youth. Shinway, who had been planning how to deal with Jiang Li, was suddenly overwhelmed by her family's sudden crisis and lost all interest in finding trouble with Jiang Li. When her parents told her she had to go to the countryside, Shinway was naturally very unwilling. But after her parents explained the situation and the risks involved, Shinway had no choice but to leave for the countryside, no matter how reluctant she was. The longer she stayed in Jing City, the more dangerous it became. Shinway packed her belongings immediately and took the latest available train to the countryside. On the train, she was still in a daze. Just yesterday, she was the pride of Jing City, and today she had fallen so low as to become a youth sent to the countryside. As for everything that happened to the Shin family, Mu Jingxun didn't tell Jiang Li the details, but Jiang Li had already figured it all out. Although Jiang Li was very unhappy that Shinway escaped legal punishment and fled to the countryside, she felt she could accept it. After all, life in the countryside wouldn't be easy either. Even if Shinway didn't go to a farm for reform, working as a regular educated youth in the fields would still be a tough experience. This pampered young lady, after experiencing rural life, would surely be tempered and her temper refined. Especially since she would go from being a high and mighty young lady to an ordinary person, Shinway would probably find it very hard to accept. This psychological torment was even better than killing her outright. Anyway, After dealing with Shinway and the Shin family, Jiang Li felt quite satisfied. The Shin family's case was almost fully resolved, and Jiang Li was finally ready to return to the victory production team. 2 days later, the Special Case Department completed a thorough investigation of the Shin family's crimes, completely bringing down this powerful family. The evidence was solid, leaving the Shin family with no chance to defend themselves. They had to accept their punishment peacefully. The investigation went very smoothly. Of course, Mu Jingxun knew that without Jiang Li's help, they wouldn't have been able to find out about the crimes the Shin family committed. Because the Shin family's crimes were so serious, especially their collusion with foreign enemies to harm China, solving this case was very important for the entire country. As a result, Mu Jingxun was credited with a major achievement by the Special Case Department. Plus, after the last case involving the Yin family, Mu Jingxuan's 2 big successes had convinced the higher-ups to promote him. Once the Shun family's case was settled, Mu Jingxun could finally take a breather. He planned to rest for 2 days and spend more time with Jiang Li, making up for the time they had missed. Regarding the fate of the Shin family members, Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li briefly discussed it. Many of them were involved in crimes, some were sentenced to death, others were sent for reform. Lily, tomorrow, I won't have any work to do. Let's go out for a date. I'll take you to climb the Great Wall. Are you interested? Mu Jingxun had already started planning their outing. Jiang Li nodded, and after a couple more days of dating in Beijing, she would return to the victory production team. They agreed to go climbing the Great Wall the next day. Mu Jingxun even brought a camera to take pictures of them as souvenirs. Not many people had cameras back then, but in a family like Mu's, having a camera wasn't unusual. Jiang Li spent the whole day climbing the Great Wall with Mu Jingxun. Luckily, both of them were quite fit. If they weren't, their legs might have given out. They took many photos throughout the day. After descending from the Great Wall, Mu Jingxun found a photo studio to develop the pictures. However, they would have to wait at least a day or 2 to get the photos. After climbing the Great Wall, Mu Jingxun took Jiang Li to visit other scenic spots the next day. After 2 days of sightseeing, Jiang Li mentioned she wanted to return to the victory production team. Although Mu Jingxun was reluctant to see her go, he understood that her stay had been longer than usual and it was time for her to leave. He knew how important Jiang Li was to the team back home. Now that she was gone, the team members were feeling unwell and had no one to help with their health. All right, Lily, I'll take you to the train station tomorrow, Mu Jingxun said. Jiang Li nodded, okay. Jiang Li is leaving Jing City and has informed the Mu family. Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng heard that Jiang Li was returning to her hometown in the countryside, so they quickly started preparing things for her. The conditions in the countryside are tough, so they need to pack more supplies for her, especially food and drinks. Seeing Lin Ji preparing supplies for her, Jiang Li hurriedly stopped her and said, Auntie, you don't need to prepare these for me. I already have a lot of things to carry on the road. If you add more, my luggage will be too heavy to carry. Lin Ji remembered that she had already bought many bags of items for Jiang Li at the mall. Since Jiang Li is just a young girl, carrying so many packages is indeed inconvenient. Lin Ji decided not to prepare anything further for Jiang Li. Instead, she changed the topic and said, all right, when you return, I will send some supplies to you, so you won't have to carry everything yourself. Jiang Li didn't refuse Lin Ji's kindness and nodded, saying, okay, thank you, Auntie. Lin Ji waved her hand and said, you, child, there's no need to be so polite. You're Jingxun's partner, and from now on, you'll be part of the Mu family. We should take good care of you. Lin Ji and Mu Baifeng knew that Mu Jingxun had made great contributions in investigating and handling the Shin family case this time, and Jiang Li played a significant role in it. They were increasingly pleased with this future daughter-in-law. A woman who can help her son's career develop. How could they not like her? They believed that with Jiang Li following Mu Jingxun, his future prospects would only improve. Just as Jiang Li was about to return to the victory production team and prepare to leave for the train station, she was approached again by the Special Case Department. The leaders of the department refused to give up on investigating the batch of national treasures taken by the Yin family. However, due to their limited abilities, they were at a loss. If Jiang Li could assist, there was a good chance they could succeed. Jiang Li didn't expect the leaders of the special case department to come specifically to ask for her help. She hesitated, unsure whether to accept their request. At this moment, Zhang Ling, in her protective charm, was silently pleading with her, saying, "Master, although the Yin family has fallen, Yin Yehua has not received the punishment he deserves.
Can you help me?
I don't want that man to live happily in Hong Kong." Zhang Ling's resentment was deep. She wouldn't feel at peace until she saw Yin Yehua dead. Jiang Li calculated her options and considered Yin Yehua's current situation in Hong Kong. The situation didn't look good. Over the past few years, many talented spiritual masters from the mainland had fled to Hong Kong due to political movements. After Yin Yehua brought a batch of national treasures to Hong Kong, he found a well-known local master to help perform a ritual, suppressing the backlash on him. If Jiang Li didn't go in person, Yin Yehua might have enjoyed a carefree life in Hong Kong forever. Faced with the requests from the Special Case Department and Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to help. She agreed to assist the department in recovering the national treasure. The department leaders were very happy when she agreed. With a master like her taking action, they saw hope. "Since Comrade Jiang is willing to go to Hong Kong, I will quickly arrange the trip for you. Please let me know what preparations are needed, and I will get started right away." Jiang Li didn't need anyone from the department to help her prepare. She could handle everything alone. The main preparation was to get all the necessary documents and procedures ready for her trip to Hong Kong. When she learned Jiang Li was going to retrieve the national treasures taken by the Yin family, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong both volunteered to go with her. Jiang Li knew they just wanted to help, but having Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong along would make her actions more difficult. It was better for her to go alone. If they insisted on following, she would have to worry about their safety too. Hong Kong is different from the mainland. There are no official guards protecting them secretly, and their lives could be in danger at any moment. Jiang Li had to refuse Mu Jingxuan's request to follow her. He felt disappointed inside, thinking, "I'm still too weak, too useless." He had hoped to spend more time with Jiang Li during this trip, but she was so decisive in refusing. Mu Jingxuan was perceptive and understood that Jiang Li had her reasons, so he didn't insist on going. Although he and Bai Zirong were skilled fighters, they were still far behind Jiang Li. Following her would only be a burden. The Special Case Department handled her travel arrangements quickly. Jiang Li first took a plane from Beijing to Yangcheng. From Yangcheng, she would take a ferry to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is very close to Guangdong province, separated only by a small sea, so the boat ride was quick. With the department's help, Jiang Li smoothly boarded a plane to Yangcheng. She had flown before, but this was her first time on a civilian plane from the 1970s. The conditions of planes back then were far worse than modern ones, but they were much faster than other transportation options. Traveling by train from Beijing to Guangdong would take several days and nights. Too slow. Even if the department managed to get her a sleeper ticket, spending so many days on a train would be very uncomfortable. It's still better to take a plane. No matter how poor the conditions on the plane are, I can endure half a day and arrive in Guangzhou. Jiang Li can handle it. The plane flew for half a day and finally landed at Guangzhou Airport. Jiang Li got off the plane, and the special case team had already arranged for local staff to pick her up. They took her in a small car, then drove all the way to the Guangdong Customs Office. With the approval of the special case team, Jiang Li's trip went smoothly and without any problems. In the end, she was taken onto a fishing boat that was secretly heading to Hong Kong. Jiang Li thought the special case team would be more reliable and at least arrange a proper way for her to go to Hong Kong. But unexpectedly, they arranged for her to sneak across. Jiang Li looked confused, and the official responsible for taking her onto the boat explained, "Our leader said, Jiang, it's best to keep your trip to Hong Kong secret this time. This operation might turn violent, and if someone gets hurt in Hong Kong since you're sneaking in, no one will be able to trace you. It will reduce a lot of trouble later. If the local gang resists fiercely and you can't bring their family members back, you can deal with them on the spot." Jiang Li understood their intention. If she went to Hong Kong, she might have to kill someone. With a legal identity, the local police wouldn't be easy to catch her. Although Jiang Li wasn't very happy with the decision made by the special case team without consulting her first, she didn't want to argue. "Forget it, just sneak in. It's not a big deal. Nowadays, the development in the Asia-Pacific region is generally quite backward, but Hong Kong in the 1970s was already quite developed. Many people from nearby countries wanted to sneak into Hong Kong to make money. However, the 1970s Hong Kong was not easy to break into. The economy was prosperous, but social order was chaotic, and opportunities came with risks. Especially with the prevalence of various gangs, it was very hard for locals to establish themselves, let alone outsiders. Most smugglers were like stray dogs on the roadside, ignored and left to fend for themselves. Jiang Li calmly boarded the fishing boat. She waited for a while on the boat because she wasn't the only one sneaking into Hong Kong. Many others were also taking this boat. Nowadays, many smugglers are people who can't get by in mainland China or are forced to leave due to recent political movements. Some believe that China is too poor now and want to go to Hong Kong to find fortune. In the end, a full boat of people set out under the cover of night. The reason she didn't choose to leave during the day is that customs in Hong Kong are very strict then, making it hard to cross secretly. At night, patrol guards are more relaxed and the darkness helps hide movements, making it easier to sneak across. After the fishing boat started, it drifted with the waves toward the opposite shore. Soon, they reached the other side. However, luck wasn't on their side. Before the boat could dock, patrol police spotted them. The captain, responsible for the smuggling, saw trouble and shouted, "Run quickly." Since they were close to the shore, as long as they ran fast enough to escape the customs officers, they could be free. But if they ran slowly and got caught, they would be sent back. Jiang Li didn't want to jump into the water and get soaked, but there was no other choice. She had to bravely jump into the sea. Thanks to her magical abilities, she swam very fast and managed to escape the patrol police. When Jiang Li reached land, she was soaked and looked like a drenched chicken, very messy. Luckily, she had many items stored in her space, so she quickly went inside, changed into clean clothes, dried her hair, and then calmly stepped onto Hong Kong land. It was now very late at night, and Jiang Li thought she should find a place to stay soon. She was currently in the suburbs, not in the city center. So she needed to go to the city, or it would be hard to find accommodation in the countryside. With her magic talisman, she quickly arrived in the city. She found a hotel to stay in. It was a luxury hotel, so the cost was quite high. The special operations team had given her some funds, but the money was limited. Based on hotel prices, Jiang Li could only stay for about 4 nights before running out of money. This didn't include other expenses. If she always stayed at high-end places, the money wouldn't last long. But Jiang Li wasn't upset about the team being stingy. She understood that the government of China was also facing difficulties. She didn't expect the team's small budget to cover everything. For the country, she was willing to spend her own money. After all, she had many treasures in her space. Tomorrow, she planned to go to a local bank and exchange some gold bars for cash. Gold bars are really valuable. They're accepted as hard currency in many countries and regions and can be exchanged for local money at any bank. After checking into the hotel, Jiang Li lay on the soft big bed. She thought this luxury hotel was truly different, better environment, and, most importantly, the bed was very soft and comfortable. If it were a regular small inn, the bed would probably be hard and uncomfortable. The special task department provided just enough funds for her to stay in a small hotel. If Jiang Li weren't so wealthy herself, she definitely couldn't afford such luxury. She might have to spend a little extra money on this mission, but she would earn it back quickly after returning. It's important to know that Hong Kong now is far more developed than the mainland in many ways. Many rare and valuable items can be smuggled back and sold at high prices. Jiang Li carries a space device, so she can easily bring back some electronic products from Hong Kong. Isn't she worried about not making a profit? If this mission were completely thankless, Jiang Li wouldn't bother getting involved. After all, no one is willing to work hard without reward. She plans to sleep for a night and start her next move tomorrow. Right now, she needs to rest and regain her energy. Maybe it was the soft, comfortable big bed that made her sleep so deeply. The next morning, the sun was already shining brightly. Jiang Li woke up, stretched lazily, and went downstairs for breakfast. Hong Kong's customs are somewhat similar to those in Guangdong. They place great importance on having morning tea. As long as you have money, breakfast is always delicious and abundant. In mainland China, it's different. No matter how rich you are, you might not get to enjoy many good foods because resources are limited and many items are in short supply. A typical working family might only get a few pounds of meat each month. Hong Kong is very different. As long as you have a job and a normal family life, basic needs are easy to meet. If you have enough money, you can buy all kinds of delicious food. Jiang Li went to a morning tea shop, ordered several breakfast dishes, and sat down happily to enjoy her meal. After eating and drinking enough, she went to the bank to exchange some local currency. Coming all this way to Hong Kong, besides completing her mission, Jiang Li also wanted to explore and have some fun here. She had been to Hong Kong in her later years, but she had never seen it in the 1970s. However, the Hong Kong of this era is developing very well, already showing the shape of a modern city in the 21st century. No wonder so many people want to sneak in and build their lives here. After exchanging money, Jiang Li began to plan her next steps, which involved finding the Yin family. The Yin family probably didn't expect that they had already escaped to Hong Kong, yet they still couldn't rest easy, as Jiang Li was still pursuing them. She calculated their current location and headed straight there. When she arrived, she saw the large villa where the Yin family was living and couldn't help but sigh. The Yin family had stolen many national treasures. Just selling a few of them would be enough for them to live a wealthy and comfortable life in Hong Kong. Not only is the economy here very good, but the environment is also relaxed and resources are abundant. As long as you have money, life here is much more comfortable than on the mainland. Right now, the Yin family is happily having afternoon tea at home, enjoying Western-style pastries. Yin Yehua came with his wife and son. The family is eating tea together, watching TV, talking and laughing, creating a warm scene. Zhang Ling also saw this moment. Seeing this man who once deceived her so badly, now living so comfortably, Zhang Ling felt intense hatred. Jiang Li sensed Zhang Ling's restless mood through a spiritual charm, so she sent her a mental message. Why are you so upset? Don't worry, with me here, their good days are almost over. Under Jiang Li's comfort, Zhang Ling's emotions gradually calmed down. Jiang Li took out an invisibility charm and confidently entered the Yin family's living room. At this moment, Yin Yehua's wife poured a cup of coffee and handed it to her husband. Although she was quite satisfied with their current life, she still had ambitions and wanted to make a name for herself in Hong Kong. So, Yin Yehua's wife, Liu, asked her husband, Yehua, should we visit Master Chen later? Maybe give him some gifts to build a good relationship. We just arrived in Hong Kong, and although we have money, our roots are shallow. Without a strong backing, it's easy to be targeted. If Master Chen can help us change our luck, we'll be able to succeed here. Liu's suggestion was approved by Yin Yehua. Their foundation was indeed weak. Yin Yehua was used to controlling things in Beijing, but now he was living a life with money but no power, which felt unstable. In the world of the Jianghu, money alone isn't enough. Power is above everything. In Hong Kong, a place full of chaos, having only money and no power makes the future uncertain. To keep the family strong, they must develop their influence so others dare not mess with them. They were new here, unfamiliar with the place, with few connections, making it hard to grow quickly. That's why Liu suggested asking Master Chen for help. If Master Chen agreed to cast a spell and boost their luck, the Yin family could thrive in Hong Kong and maybe even regain their former glory in the mainland. Yin Yehua nodded to his wife. All right, let's find time to prepare a big gift and visit Master Chen. Jiang Li heard their plans and sneered silently. The Yin family still hopes to rise again in Hong Kong. They are fortunate to be alive, and yet they are still not satisfied, daring to indulge in foolish fantasies. A family that has committed many wrongdoings against morality will face retribution from the universe, often resulting in a tragic end with no proper burial. If it weren't for Master Chen's help, Yin Yuhua and his family would have already been struck down by karma. Jiang Li plans to first bring the Yin family members to Hong Kong to gather their stolen treasures. then meet with Master Chen. Once Master Chen is dealt with, the Yin family will lose their protection and naturally face the consequences they deserve. Jiang Li quietly heads to the Yin family's basement, which is hidden beneath their villa. Inside, they store valuable treasures they tried to smuggle away. To protect these items, Yin Yuhua specifically invited Master Chen to set up a protective barrier. Master Chen is quite skilled. After creating the barrier, ordinary people cannot enter the treasure basement. But Jiang Li is not an ordinary person, so this barrier is no obstacle for her. She smoothly slips into the basement, where she sees piles of various treasures. Over the years, the Yin family has collected many valuables from across China. Their methods are ruthless. To get what they want, they stop at nothing. When wealthy capitalists in Beijing caught their attention, the Yin family eliminated them through underhanded means. After removing those capitalists, they looted the treasures from their hands. Over time, the Yin family accumulated countless priceless items. This time, Yin Yuhua brought back treasures from Hong Kong, each one an exquisite antique. Jiang Li even spots 2 bronze heads. No wonder the special task force begged her to act. Despite the distance, they wanted to recover the treasures the Yin family had taken because they were so valuable and important to China. Jiang Li stores all these antiques in her space, planning to return them to the country. Some items, however, are not to be handed over. For example, in the basement, there is 1 million Hong Kong dollars. As for why the Yin family didn't deposit this money in a bank, it's because they believe Master Chen's barrier is safer than a bank. If the bank were to collapse or their deposits were leaked, it would cause trouble. Anyway, keeping the money close feels safest. If Yin Yuhua knew that Jiang Li had emptied the 1 million Hong Kong dollars from the basement, he would surely regret not depositing it in a bank. Jiang Li decides not to hand over this money to the government, but to keep it for herself. Having taken so much money, Jiang Li plans to do some good deeds, helping the poor and giving to those in need, as a way to earn good karma. Currently, the economy in Huagua is generally weak, and most ordinary people struggle to have enough to eat. In years of bad weather, droughts or floods in some areas cause many people to starve. Jiang Li intends to set aside some of her money to buy more grain from Hong Kong and donate it to the country to help those suffering from hunger. She quickly emptied Yin Yuhua's basement and then checked other secret rooms in the large villa where valuables were hidden. Anything she thought was valuable, she took. Jiang Li also cleaned out Li Yu's jewelry collection. She felt she had made a big profit this time. After looting all the valuables from the Yin family's home, she confidently walked out of their villa. With all their treasures taken, even if the Yin family members avoid backlash, their life in Hong Kong will not be easy anymore. Compared to the mainland, money is even more necessary here. Without it, life is hard. Without money, can the Yin family continue their comfortable lifestyle? After Jiang Li left, the Yin family didn't realize their villa had been completely looted until they discovered it. When that moment came, their expressions would be priceless. Jiang Li left and, noticing it was almost mealtime, casually found a restaurant to eat. She also planned to meet Master Chen, but not urgently. She wanted to eat well first. After filling herself up, Jiang Li would be ready to handle important matters. She chose a Western restaurant. She hadn't eaten Western food in a long time and was quite looking forward to it. Eating Western food means enjoying big bites of meat, which Jiang Li loved. She ordered 2 extra steaks from the menu. The medium-rare grilled steak was incredibly delicious, tender, and flavorful. She couldn't accept steaks cooked only 2 or 3 minutes, as she didn't like raw food and couldn't understand Western taste buds. Besides the 2 steaks, Jiang Li ordered a fruit salad, foie gras, and a bottle of divine happy water. Since she had looted so much money from the Yin family today, she wasn't worried about spending. She could order whatever she wanted without hesitation. Jiang Li's appetite wasn't very big, or she would have ordered more dishes. After drinking a glass of divine happy water, she couldn't help but think that this kind of drink wouldn't be available in the mainland for several more years. Even with money, you can't buy it in Huagua. After finishing her meal, Jiang Li planned to handle some serious business. She went directly to Master Chen's house. His home was on a hill in Hong Kong, where there was a grand villa built in a very impressive style. Jiang Li knew that wealthy families in Hong Kong liked to buy hills and build villas because the area is small and land is very expensive. However, in the 1970s, property prices in Hong Kong hadn't risen too much yet. If you had money to invest, buying a few big houses in Hong Kong and waiting for their value to increase could make you very rich. Jiang Li arrived in front of Master Chen's grand villa and looked at it, feeling a bit dazed. It was clear that, whether in the mainland or Hong Kong, masters skilled in mystical arts could easily become very successful. For example, Master Liu, who lived in Beijing, also had a very luxurious home. Master Chen was even more successful than Master Liu. This makes sense because Hong Kong is wealthier, and the rules here are less strict than in the mainland, giving mystics more freedom to act and make money. Even a mediocre master like Chen could do very well. Jiang Li believed that with her own skills, she could also succeed in Hong Kong. With a few years of hard work, she could earn enough money to live comfortably for many lifetimes. But even so, Jiang Li had no plans to develop her career in Hong Kong. She couldn't bring herself to do what Master Chen did, abusing mystical powers for personal gain and wealth. Mystical art should be used for good, not to serve the powerful or commit evil deeds. Most people who sought Master Chen's help were involved in immoral acts. Over the years, Master Chen had no bottom line. He would do anything for money, no matter how evil. When he died, and went to, he would surely face judgment. Jiang Li quietly arrived at the gate of Master Chen's villa. Besides her, many others were waiting outside. These visitors had come seeking help from Master Chen. Although he had done many wrong things that defied morality, it was undeniable that he was quite skilled and capable of real magic. For example, he managed to lift a curse from the Yin family. However, Master Chen only helped if he was paid. Sometimes he needed not only money but also to be in a good mood. To improve his reputation, he occasionally helped poor people for free, doing small favors to look good. Because of this, even though he had done many immoral things for money, Master Chen still had a decent reputation in Hong Kong. People waiting outside Master Chen's house all hoped to be chosen as the lucky one by him. Since many visitors come every day, Jiang Li's arrival didn't attract much attention. She walked to the big gate of the villa and knocked a few times on the heavy iron door. Initially, most people didn't notice her, but now they all looked at her with strange eyes. Their gazes were filled with disapproval. This is Master Chen's house, and she can't just knock on the door whenever she wants. Master Chen prefers peace and hates being disturbed without permission. These visitors dare not speak loudly and can only wait quietly at the door. Jiang Li's actions offended Master Chen, and since everyone present is a loyal follower of his, they were unhappy. Jiang Li didn't care much about their opinions. What can they do if they don't like her? If anyone dares to challenge her, Jiang Li promises to beat them until they are badly hurt. Hearing the loud knocking, a butler dressed in a servant's uniform came out of the villa. "Who are you looking for?" the butler asked arrogantly. Jiang Li sneered inwardly. As expected, those close to Master Chen act so superior. She wondered where they got their confidence, as she saw them as mere clowns. Knowing the answer already, "I'm here to see Master Chen. Do you think I want to talk to you, the lousy butler?" The butler felt insulted by Jiang Li and looked displeased. Still, he suppressed his anger and asked coldly, "Do you have an appointment with Master Chen?" "You need an appointment to come in." Jiang Li shook her head. "No, I just want to meet Master Chen directly." The butler looked at Jiang Li as if she were a fool. "You don't have an appointment and you think I'll let you in? Do you think anyone can see Master Chen just because they want to? Step aside. Look outside. There are many people waiting to see him. If you have no money and want to cheat your way in, just wait outside like everyone else. Maybe luck will be on your side, and you'll get your wish." The butler waved dismissively at Jiang Li. The people waiting outside also looked at her as if she were a fool. Some people really overestimate themselves. Do they not know Master Chen's status, or are they just too arrogant? Do they think Master Chen will see anyone who shows up? We're all waiting here, so why does she think she can skip the line and meet him directly? Exactly. The young girl is too naive. thinking everything will go her way. Her rude behavior had already offended Master Chen, so it was impossible for her to ask him for help. Jiang Li heard the teasing voices around her and slightly curled her lips. These people were overthinking. She wasn't here to ask Master Chen for help. She was here to cause trouble for him. Since the butler refused to let her in through the front door, Jiang Li could only use her magic to force her way in. Using magic in front of so many people might cause a big disturbance. Jiang Li was in Hong Kong on a secret mission and needed to keep a low profile. Everything had to be done quietly. She was about to find a quiet place to secretly use her magic to enter Master Chen's villa when suddenly a rough hand grabbed her. Jiang Li looked up and saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of her. The woman looked very tired and worn out, but her face was kind. The woman smiled and said to Jiang Li, "Girl, sit down and wait patiently. If you have a problem and want Master Chen's help, wait here sincerely. Heaven rewards the patient. If you wait long enough, you'll be chosen by Master Chen someday." Seeing that the woman was kind-hearted, Jiang Li sat beside her to learn more about her. There was also a middle-aged man holding a child nearby. Jiang Li asked, "Big sister, what's wrong with your child?
Is he sick?"
The child's face looked very pale and sickly, with no vitality. From the child's appearance, Jiang Li could tell at a glance that he wouldn't live long, probably only about a week left. Thinking about how this kind-hearted woman was about to suffer the pain of losing her child, Jiang Li felt truly sympathetic. Hearing Jiang Li's question, tears welled up in the middle-aged woman's eyes. "Yes, my child is sick. We went to a big hospital, but the doctor said there's no cure. We're out of options. My husband and I came here to try our luck with Master Chen. If he's willing to help, my child might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, we can only wait for him to die." The middle-aged woman, upon hearing Jiang Li speak, immediately saw a bright light ignite in her eyes, as if she had found a way out of the end of the world. "Girl, is what you're saying true? Do you really have medicine that can save my child?" "Yes, I do. But you have to trust me, or I won't be able to save your child." The woman and her husband felt that at this point, any hope was worth trying. As long as there was a chance, they had to try. What if Jiang Li's medicine really could save their child? Even if it couldn't, the outcome wouldn't be worse. They were both facing death anyway, so they might as well try their luck. If they didn't try, they would just watch their child die, right in front of them. "I believe you, girl. You don't need to lie to me. There's no benefit for you to deceive me. And my child only has a few days left. Even if you're a liar, I believe you." Seeing that the woman was willing to trust her, Jiang Li took out a pill called Huiyuandan and handed it over. "Feed this to your child. This medicine is extraordinary. After taking it, your child's condition will improve quickly." Jiang Li was willing to help, which was a kind gesture from this woman. If she hadn't shown kindness first, Jiang Li might not have helped her. The child was lucky to have a kind mother, which changed his fate. Without hesitation, the parents immediately fed the pill to their child. Both of them held hope in their hearts, but they also doubted whether this pill could really save their son. Unless Master Chen stepped in, the illness that even top hospitals in Hong Kong couldn't cure seemed impossible to treat. Why would an ordinary girl be able to do it, just with an unknown pill? But miracles do happen. A few minutes after taking the Huiyuandan, the child surprisingly woke up. He had been unconscious for several days. Now, suddenly awake and showing some signs of life, the couple was overjoyed. The middle-aged woman, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward to Jiang Li and said, "Girl, your medicine really works. You are my son's savior and our family's living Buddha. We don't know how to thank you. In our next life, we would be willing to serve you as a cow or horse." As she spoke, she was about to kneel and kowtow to Jiang Li. Jiang Li quickly helped her up, smiling as she said, "Big sister, you don't need to do that. No need to thank me. Just remember to do good deeds and be kind in the future. Consider it a way to accumulate blessings for your child, so he can grow up safe and healthy." The couple suddenly felt that Jiang Li was not an ordinary person, as she spoke and moved with the grace of a master. They both nodded heavily in response to her instructions. Their son had just been pulled back from the brink of death, which they believed was a blessing from heaven, sent by a divine person to save their child. From now on, they vowed to do good deeds and accumulate virtue to repay heaven. Jiang Li still had her own matters to attend to, so she waved goodbye to the couple. Finding a quiet place, she climbed over the wall into Master Chen's villa. She quickly calculated his location and then strode confidently in that direction. At this moment, Master Chen was meditating in his room, unaware of any danger approaching. Jiang Li found his room, pushed open the door, and greeted him with a harmless smile, saying, "Master Chen, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you." Hearing her voice, Master Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. When he saw the young girl standing before him, his eyes widened even more. Who she was didn't matter now. What mattered was that she had silently slipped right in front of him without him noticing. Before she spoke, he could tell she was powerful. Her skills were definitely not ordinary. Could there be such an unfathomable person in Hong Kong? He had never heard of her before. Though Jiang Li was just a young girl, she appeared before him like a ghost, and Master Chen dared not underestimate her. He quickly calmed his nerves and pretended to be calm, asking, "Who are you?"
What do you want? Jiang Li Shukla Tsufli.
You don't need to know who I am. Someone like you, a mere nobody, isn't worthy of knowing my name. Hearing this, Master Chen's face darkened. He had been influential in Hong Kong for many years, dealing with powerful officials and wealthy merchants who all sought his help. Yet now, a young girl ignored him completely, which made him furious. Especially since she looked much younger than him but showed such disdain. This was a huge insult. A look of anger appeared on Master Chen's face. Young and reckless. Do you even know who I am before coming here? Are you sure you want to provoke me? Jiang Li stood there casually, shrugging her shoulders and saying, "I dare to be reckless because I have the right to be. I already found out who you are before I came here. With someone like you, a rotten fish, I really can't bring myself to respect you." Her words nearly made Master Chen explode with rage. This young girl, how could she be so disrespectful to him? He is really angry now, and the consequences are serious. Master Chen decided to show Jiang Li a lesson, so she would understand the outcome of looking down on him. Although Master Chen sensed that Jiang Li was quite skilled, he believed that after practicing for most of his life, he could handle a young girl just starting out. If he couldn't deal with someone her age, he shouldn't stay in this circle anymore.
How dare you?
You little thief, stop being so arrogant. Today, I will show you what it means to have someone above and beyond. After speaking, Master Chen suddenly slammed his hand on the table and threw out a talisman, aiming directly at Jiang Li. The attack talisman Master Chen used was very powerful. Normally, anyone hit by it would be either seriously injured or worse. But Jiang Li didn't take such low-level charms seriously. She casually raised her hand and shattered the talisman in midair. Seeing her destroy his talisman so easily, Master Chen's eyes widened in shock and fear. How could this be? This young girl had effortlessly destroyed his charm. How strong must her cultivation be?
You.
Master Chen could no longer stay calm. His body trembled uncontrollably, realizing he might have provoked someone he couldn't handle. Jiang Li chuckled at Master Chen. Is that all you've got? If you have any big moves, hurry up and use them. Once I make my move, you won't have a chance to struggle. Seeing Jiang Li's blatant challenge, Master Chen was furious again. He quickly cast several secret talismans. The previous one was ineffective, so he tried others. Unfortunately, Jiang Li saw no threat in these tricks and easily deflected his attacks. Master Chen, desperate, threw all his talismans out at once. Exhausted, he was covered in sweat, but Jiang Li remained unharmed. Now, Master Chen had used all his tricks but still couldn't hurt Jiang Li at all. His eyes shifted from fear to despair. Jiang Li looked at the sweaty Master Chen and smiled. It seems you've run out of moves. Now it's my turn to perform. She waved a talisman and aimed it precisely at Master Chen's chest. The old man was knocked flying far away. He then crashed into the wall heavily and slid down. When he hit the ground, there was a clear human-shaped mark on the wall, showing how fierce her strike was. Master Chen, lying on the ground, coughed violently and spat out a large amount of blood. Master Chen realized he had no ability to resist or fight back, and he suddenly understood the huge gap between himself and Jiang Li. Where did this monster come from? When did Hong Kong have such a person? Why had he never heard of her before? Seeing Jiang Li start to form hand seals again, preparing to attack him, Master Chen quickly knelt and begged, "Master, please forgive me. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness and offended you. Please show mercy and spare my life. I didn't realize I did anything to offend you. Please point it out, and I will correct my mistake." Jiang Li knew Master Chen didn't understand how he had offended her. Master Chen was already close to death, so revealing the reason wasn't a problem. He could die knowing the truth. Jiang Li sneered and said to Master Chen, "You helped the Yin family commit evil and avoided retribution. That's why I am upset. It's this matter that angered me." Master Chen immediately understood who Jiang Li was talking about, the Yin family. After learning the reason, he continued to beg, "Master, I really don't know why that family offended you. If I withdraw the magic I used to help them avoid divine punishment and give you some compensation, can we forget about this?" Master Chen thought he hadn't done anything too bad to offend Jiang Li. As long as he sincerely admitted his mistake and offered some benefits, Jiang Li would surely let him go. After all, they weren't enemies with deep hatred. But he was wrong. Jiang Li's decision to kill Master Chen wasn't just because he helped the Yin family, it was because he had done many evil things. Such a scoundrel, if left alive, might cause more harm in the future. The ancestral master's mystical techniques were being used for evil, and Jiang Li decided to kill him to clean up the sect. "Chen, you've done too much evil. I, on behalf of heaven, will take you." Seeing Jiang Li still unwilling to let him go and wanting to kill him to silence him, Master Chen was so scared he trembled and wet his pants. Jiang Li smelled the and grew even more disgusted with him. What kind of person is this? Just this much fear. Scared to the point of wetting himself. If it got out, he'd be laughed at for sure. Master Chen knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing and begging, "Master, please spare me. I beg you, forgive me. An elder should forgive a petty person. If you let me go, I will give you all the money I've earned over the years and all my treasures." He was still desperately struggling for his life, really not wanting to die. As long as he is alive, he can continue earning money. The wealth he contributes to Jiang Li is not much. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. Jiang Li was completely unfazed. "Old dog Chen, after you die, everything you own will belong to me. So, do you think you have the right to buy your life with money or negotiate conditions?" At this moment, Master Chen's eyes were filled with despair. Jiang Li calmly cast a talisman, and then a deep cut appeared on Master Chen's neck. He fell straight into a pool of blood and died. Killing Master Chen, as expected, Jiang Li felt a surge of merit from heaven. Not only did she eliminate a wicked troublemaker, but she also gained good karma, truly a win-win situation. Feeling this sweet success, Jiang Li decided that if she encountered such a situation again, she would act without hesitation. The merit she accumulates could help her overcome future challenges, so why not? After killing Master Chen, Jiang Li swaggered around the villa, looting everything. Over the years, Master Chen had accumulated a huge fortune in Hong Kong: jewels, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and cash, countless treasures. She was truly rich now. The national treasures from the Yin family needed to be handed over to the state, but Master Chen's belongings did not. Jiang Li planned to keep everything for herself. During the loot, Jiang Li became increasingly happy. As she gathered more valuables, she truly became a wealthy woman. Her trip to Hong Kong was not wasted. She completed her mission for the country and also made a big profit, winning big. Jiang Li completely emptied Master Chen's house, erased all traces of her visit, and escaped over the wall. With such a big haul, Jiang Li decided to find a fancy restaurant to enjoy a good meal after returning to the city. She chose a Japanese restaurant. After having Western food for lunch, She wanted a change of taste in the evening. Meanwhile, the Yin family was in chaos. They discovered their home had been emptied, and all valuables had vanished. Not only was the basement treasure stolen, but even Liu's gold and silver jewelry were gone. The only things left were some worthless scrap metal. Yin Yehua and his wife suspected something strange. The situation was too bizarre. They had been at home and didn't notice any unusual activity, yet all the valuables disappeared. Clearly, it wasn't done by humans, probably by ghosts. The only person who could handle such supernatural matters was Master Chen. To recover their lost jewelry, they had to find him quickly. The couple didn't hesitate and immediately drove to Master Chen's house. At first, they still held onto a small hope, believing that Master Chen could help them recover their lost belongings. But when they arrived at Master Chen's house, it was a shocking surprise. Master Chen had passed away. Many police officers arrived at Master Chen's villa and sealed off the entire house. Yin Yehua learned that Master Chen had suddenly died at home that day. Hearing this, Yin Yehua was instantly overwhelmed with panic. Master Chen's death meant they could never get back what they lost, and worse, the backlash on them might be coming again. Woo, Yehua, what should we do now? Liu nervously grabbed Yin Yehua's arm, begging him to think of a solution. Yin Yehua also felt overwhelmed. Hearing his wife's worried words, he swallowed hard and said nothing. You ask me what to do? Who else can I ask?
Yugoslavia cria.
We need to find another powerful master in Hong Kong to help us. But we don't have money now. Masters usually charge, and who would help us for free? Yin Yehua was discouraged after hearing this. His frown was so deep it could squash a fly. Let's forget about all that for now. We need to go back and find out more about the money problem later, he said weakly. Liu nodded, and they decided to leave the mountain. But luck was not on their side. On their way down, they crashed into a big rock. The car was wrecked, and Yin Yehua's leg was broken. They had no money for hospital treatment either. Liu managed to find a passerby to help, and they took her husband back to their villa. She quickly cleaned and disinfected his wound. Both of them knew that Master Chen's death meant their backlash had begun. Now was not the time for hospital treatment. They had to find another trustworthy master to suppress the backlash. If they didn't, the backlash would grow stronger and could be deadly. Liu made many calls from home and finally found a reliable master. But it was late at night. She wanted to visit immediately and ask the master to help suppress the backlash, but the master needed rest and wouldn't see them at this hour. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Unfortunately, delaying by one night proved fatal. Their entire family was wiped out. The backlash from the heavenly way on the Yin family was too fierce, and misfortune kept coming one after another. Late at night, a group of thieves broke into the Yin family's villa. They only wanted to steal money and didn't intend to harm anyone. However, after wandering around the villa for a while and not finding anything valuable, they gave up. They woke the Yin family members and demanded to know where the money was hidden. But the Yin family had already been robbed clean, with no money left. They honestly admitted they had no money, but the thieves didn't believe them. They thought the Yin family was lying, living so luxuriously without any money. It seemed they just didn't want to spend money to avoid trouble. After questioning them for a long time, the thieves lost patience and became more angry. What started as a theft for money turned into violence. One of the thieves, in a fit of rage, pulled out a knife and forced all the Yin family members to lie down. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was happily lying in a fancy hotel, counting her money. She had just earned a lot from Master Chen, so she was now truly wealthy. Since she wasn't short of money, she decided to enjoy life. After helping Master Chen, she felt quite tired, so she quickly took a hot bath. The warm water covered her body, making her feel incredibly comfortable. She thought to herself that Hong Kong's conditions were much better. Mainland China didn't have such luxurious big bathtubs. Jiang Li was considering that next time she returned to Shingli production team, she would find a carpenter to make her a large bathtub. That way, she could enjoy baths whenever she wanted. She also remembered that she had acquired some very rare medicinal herbs from Master Chen. When she bathed, she could add these herbs to the water. Medicinal baths have many benefits, like improving health and aiding her cultivation. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. While relaxing in the bath, Jiang Li suddenly opened her eyes. She sensed that something was wrong with the Yin family. She quickly calculated and confirmed her suspicion. They had all been wiped out. The entire family had been slaughtered neatly. It was so tragic. But Jiang Li didn't feel any sympathy for them. The Yin family had committed many evil deeds and caused the death of innocent people. Now that they were all gone, it was just retribution. She believed it was deserved, and that people should not feel sorry for them. Doing bad things attracts karma. Heaven keeps track of every evil act. Eventually, they will face punishment. After learning about the Yin family's fate, Jiang Li hurriedly finished her bath. She needed to go there quickly to witness the tragic end of the Yin family with Zhang Ling. After seeing their terrible fate, Zhang Ling could then peacefully reincarnate. Not long after, Zhang Li appeared at the grand villa of the Yin family. By then, the few thieves had already escaped. Jiang Li went to the side of the Yin family's bodies and released Zhang Ling from the soul repair talisman. Zhang Ling, you've seen the fate of the Yin family. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Ling looked at the neatly arranged bodies of Yin Yehua's family lying in a pool of blood, feeling a sense of revenge fulfilled. That scoundrel had deceived her and caused her great suffering, so she believed he deserved this end. Her hatred was gone, and she knelt suddenly in front of Jiang Li. Master, thank you for avenging me. Jiang Li waved her hand. I'm not helping their family just to assist you. I can't stand to see evil people go unpunished. I just want to do what's right. You don't need to thank me. Objectively, Jiang Li did help Zhang Ling, but that wasn't her original intention. It was just a small act. Just like when she dealt with Mu Baifeng before, she also helped Qiyu along the way. If Mu Baifeng hadn't offended her, Jiang Li wouldn't have intervened. There are many injustices in this world. If she tried to fix everyone, she would be exhausted. Zhang Ling sincerely thanked Jiang Li. Master, I know you didn't help me specifically, but the punishment of the Yin family was definitely your doing. Otherwise, they would still be living happily now. You helped me get revenge, and I will never forget your kindness. Also, Master, if it weren't for your intervention, I would have personally killed them. That would have stained my hands with blood, and I wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Such a scoundrel ruining my future life isn't worth it. Now that you've helped me avenge myself, I can continue to reincarnate. It's like giving me a second chance to be human. Your kindness is greater than heaven. I hope I can repay you in my next life. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Jiang Li told Zhang Ling to stand up. I won't say much more. I accept your feelings. Since your revenge is complete and your obsession is gone, I will now send you into reincarnation. Zhang Ling's obsession faded, and she realized she couldn't stay in the mortal world any longer. It was time to reincarnate. After Jiang Li asked, Zhang Ling nodded. All right, please, Master, send me on my way. Jiang Li recited several spells, and Zhang Ling's soul disappeared into the world, going to be reborn. Zhang Ling's life had been quite bitter, and she hoped to be born into a good family next time, avoiding scoundrels. After finishing Zhang Ling's matter, Jiang Li immediately returned to the hotel. She needed a good sleep because she had more things to do tomorrow. Tonight, I slept well and regained my energy, so I will have the strength to run around tomorrow. Jiang Li had a very peaceful and restful sleep. The next morning, she woke up early and enjoyed a fancy breakfast. Afterwards, she inquired about several local grain storage facilities in Xiangjiang, hoping to spend some money to buy grain to take home. Xiangjiang is a small area, and they don't grow much grain locally. Their production is low and mostly relies on imports. Jiang Li thought that someday she might visit the United States, where grain production is high. As long as she has money, she can buy as much grain as she wants. The U.S. not only has a strong economy and military but also advanced agriculture and is the largest exporter of grain. When she eventually goes there, Jiang Li can directly buy grain from local farmers. However, for now, she can't go there because it's too far. Coming to Xiangjiang was already quite a journey. If it weren't for the special task force asking her for help, she wouldn't have come here at all. Jiang Li visited several food factories and grain processing plants and managed to buy quite a bit of grain. She plans to stay in Xiangjiang for a few more days since the supplies are plentiful and there are many other goods to buy. After a day of shopping, she returned to the hotel to rest and watched the news on TV. The report was about the massacre of the Yin Yuhua family. No matter where such crimes happen, they always cause a big stir and the local government and police pay close attention. The police were seeking witnesses and asking the public to contact them if they had any information that could help catch the culprit. Those who provide useful clues might receive a reward. While eating ice cream, Jiang Li watched the news and thought about buying a TV to bring back home. TVs are very popular in the mainland now, and the department store in the city might only have a few units available each month. Bringing one back would definitely fetch a good price. Jiang Li planned to buy more TVs in Xiangjiang and sell them on the black market. Since she was already here, why not do something that could make money easily? Once she's saved enough, she planned to buy several big houses in Beijing and wait for their value to rise. After watching the news, Jiang Li ate well and lay down to rest. Such a heavenly life was truly comfortable. In that moment, she really wanted to stay in Xiangjiang forever. But she knew she couldn't just seek pleasure. She needed some ideals and beliefs. Now that she had the ability to help her country, she wanted to do more good for her nation and people. This way, she could accumulate merit and hope to successfully pass her tribulations and ascend in this life. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Li went out again. First, she went to the police station to ask about her visit. Of course, it was to claim her reward. Jiang Li drew pictures of the thieves and handed them to the local police, telling them she saw them breaking into the Yin family's villa. The police could start their investigation based on these descriptions. Although the Yin family's destruction was a result of divine punishment, the thieves who killed people were not good people either. They had stolen many things and done many bad deeds before. Since that was the case, Jiang Li decided she couldn't let such bad people go. She also knew she would get a reward for providing clues, so she decided to take the money. The police in Hong Kong quickly caught the criminals based on the sketches Jiang Li gave them. But that was later. At this moment, Jiang Li was busy shopping in Hong Kong. She first went to an electronics factory to order 300 black and white TVs and 100 color TVs. Besides TVs, Jiang Li also bought radios and electronic watches. These items were very popular and cheap to produce in China, but sold at high prices, making big profits. For example, radios cost only 20 or 30 yuan to make, but in mainland China, with proper receipts, they could sell for 70 or 80 yuan, sometimes over 100. Without receipts, the price would be even higher, at least 100 yuan per radio. So, Jiang Li could buy radios from Hong Kong for about 100 yuan each and make good money. She ordered 1,000 radios. She wasn't worried about whether that was too many because she knew she could sell them all. In the city, newlyweds usually buy the 4 big items: bicycle, sewing machine, watch, and radio, so these radios would sell well on the black market. As long as the price wasn't too high, people would be eager to buy. Since radios in Hong Kong were cheap, and Jiang Li was here with plenty of money, she naturally bought as many as she could. It took her a whole day to place the orders. She still had many other things she wanted to buy, but she knew she had to be patient and not rush. Just as Jiang Li was about to find a restaurant for lunch, she passed by a real estate agency and noticed a large poster of the Yin family's villa for sale. She wasn't intentionally paying attention, it was just that the agency had put up a big poster at their entrance. The poster shows a panoramic photo of the Yin family's villa, with a bold caption saying "Hot price for sale." The Yin family has all died, and their house was taken by the government and put up for sale. Because someone died in this house and the family was wiped out, it is filled with bad energy. Such a haunted house can only be sold at a low price. No one would buy it at a normal price. Even though the price is half of the market value, no one is willing to take it. The villa is large, about 700 square meters, and can be considered a luxury home. It is located in a good area of Hong Kong. Even if the price is cut in half, it would still cost over $2 million. For most people today, $2 million is a big amount. Average middle-class families cannot afford it, and the wealthy are not interested. Not only are people on the mainland superstitious, but those in Hong Kong are even more so. Many wealthy business people hire experts to check the house's feng shui and the ancestral grave's feng shui. The entire Yin family was wiped out in this villa, which wealthy people in Hong Kong see as a sign of bad feng shui. They definitely won't buy a house with bad feng shui. Even at a good price, they worry it might affect their luck and bring trouble. Despite many real estate agents promoting this house, no one shows interest. Jiang Li suddenly has an idea. Since no one else wants to buy it, she can. The location is great, the house is large, and it's a luxury home. The current price is very tempting. Hong Kong's housing prices haven't risen too much yet, but in the future, property here will be extremely expensive. Jiang Li plans to buy this villa now, so she can live in a big house when she returns to Hong Kong later, and she can also wait for its value to increase. It's a perfect plan. She is very interested in the price and decides to buy this luxurious villa. Instead of asking at a real estate agency, Jiang Li first goes to the department that issues residence permits to get her local ID. To buy property in Hong Kong, she needs proof of residence. Jiang Li came to Hong Kong illegally, so she can't get a legal residence permit easily. But it's not difficult. If you have money, you can handle a simple matter like this. Jiang Li gives the staff a bribe of 10,000 yuan, and soon her residence permit is issued. After getting her permit, she immediately goes to the real estate agency. The staff sees Jiang Li enter, and a young man approaches to greet her. "Hello, miss. Are you here to look at the house?" Jiang Li nodded and straightforwardly said, "Yes, I want to buy the villa on your poster outside." The male agent's eyes lit up when he heard Jiang Li wanted to buy that haunted house villa, and he became very excited. Their poster had been hanging for a whole day without any inquiries. Because it was a haunted house, if their real estate agency could successfully sell this property, they would earn a high commission. Now, finally, a serious buyer had appeared, and the agent was very eager to close the deal. The agent smiled and said to Jiang Li, "Miss, which house are you interested in? Come, sit down, and I'll tell you all about it." Jiang Li waved her hand and said, "No need for an introduction. I've already found out about it. Your asking price is 2 million. Can you lower the price to 1.8 million? If yes, I'll pay and sign the contract right now." Seeing Jiang Li wanted to cut 20,000 from the price, the male agent looked a bit uncomfortable. In fact, the price was already much lower than the market value. Lowering it another 20,000 would be very difficult. But because this haunted house was well-known and hard to sell, the agent thought he could try to negotiate. If he managed to sell it, he would get a commission. To make the sale, he needed to put in more effort. The agent called his supervisor, who agreed quickly, saying they could sell it for 1.8 million. The price was settled, but it was too late in the day, so Jiang Li arranged with the agent to go to the property exchange center the next day to complete the transaction. She also prepared the money in advance. After finishing the deal, Jiang Li went to eat and then returned to the hotel to rest. She thought she should buy more food and drinks to store in her space, so she could just take them out when she wanted to eat. It would be hard to find such delicious food once she returned to the mainland. After a good night's sleep, Jiang Li went to the exchange at the agreed time the next day, carrying a box of money. The property transfer went smoothly, and the young agent personally took Jiang Li to the villa's door and handed her the keys. The villa had already been cleaned, and the bloodstains left by the Yin family when they died had been thoroughly wiped away. Seeing Jiang Li alone at the villa, the agent couldn't help but ask, "Miss, will you live here alone in the future?" Jiang Li nodded and said, "Yes." She did want to bring someone to live with her, since she had no family. Maybe Mu Jingxun would have a chance to come to Hong Kong someday, and then Jiang Li could bring him to live here. Currently, she has no family or friends in Hong Kong and is completely alone, so she can only live by herself. The real estate agent couldn't help but ask Jiang Li, "Miss, you know what happened to this house recently? Are you not afraid to live here alone?" Hearing the agent's question, Jiang Li almost wanted to laugh. Ordinary people might be afraid, but she is a mysterious master. Afraid of ghosts? Even if the house is full of vengeful spirits, Jiang Li is not afraid at all. With her strength, Even ghosts would have to retreat. She shook her head and told the agent, "Ghosts are nothing to fear. The scariest thing in this world is human hearts. As long as we don't do bad deeds during the day, we won't have to worry about ghosts knocking on our door at night." The agent thought Jiang Li's words made sense, but he didn't fully agree. It's true that not doing wrong keeps ghosts away, but what if she encounters an unreasonable evil spirit? "Miss, be careful living alone. If you notice anything strange, you should move out quickly or find a master to get a protective charm. I know a master who is very powerful and has good methods for dealing with evil spirits. If you need, I can introduce him to you." Jiang Li wanted to say that no master could be more powerful than her, but she understood that the agent was kind-hearted. Seeing his concern, she smiled and nodded. "Okay, if I need help, I will contact you immediately." The agent saw Jiang Li enter the villa alone and silently admired her courage. Honestly, as a man, he felt uneasy just going to that house in broad daylight, with goosebumps all over. After Jiang Li entered the villa, she looked around and was very satisfied with the house left by the Yin family. Yes, the villa is indeed large and decorated very grandly and luxuriously. Aside from the discomfort caused by the Yin family's deaths here, everything else was fine. But on the other hand, if the Yin family hadn't died here, the villa wouldn't have been sold so cheaply. Considering the price, Jiang Li thought she could overlook this small flaw. She also placed a protective talisman and cleaned the house thoroughly, worried that someone might not have cleaned it properly or that there might be residual bloodstains. Jiang Li planned to replace all the furniture left by the Yin family, as she didn't want to use their items. They felt unlucky. Especially the mattress they had used. She couldn't sleep on it. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. So, at night, Jiang Li didn't sleep in the villa, but stayed in her own space. The next day, Jiang Li went to the furniture store to do some big shopping. She spent some money and replaced all the furniture inside and out. Seeing the newly decorated villa, Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction. It was wonderful. She now had a large villa in Hong Kong, a place worth a lot of money. Just thinking about it made her feel happy and relaxed. After buying furniture, Jiang Li continued shopping for other things. She wasn't worried about having too much food. The more she bought, the better. Every time she bought groceries, Jiang Li would change her appearance to avoid suspicion, as always showing the same face while buying so much food might attract attention. So, she was careful to switch her look to avoid trouble. After finishing her shopping during the day, Jiang Li returned to her big villa in the evening. She relaxed in the yard, grilling some meat and drinking red wine. Life was so beautiful. It was a pity that Mu Jingxun wasn't here, or they could enjoy some time together. Thinking of Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li realized she had been in Hong Kong for a while. She wondered if he missed her during her absence. She didn't know if Mu Jingxun thought of her, but she did start to miss him a little. After all, that young man was quite charming. At this moment, Mu Jingxun in Beijing was sneezing several times. He thought it was just the cold weather making him catch a chill. He needed to wear more clothes to avoid getting sick. Meanwhile, Mu Jingxun also thought of Jiang Li. He wondered if the weather in Hong Kong had cooled down. She had been gone for a long time. Was everything going smoothly for her there? Mu Jingxun knew Jiang Li was very capable, so he believed she wouldn't face much danger. Even if she did, she would surely turn things around. No matter whether her trip to Hong Kong was smooth or not, Mu Jingxun hoped she would come back soon. Only when he saw her could he feel at ease. Otherwise, he was always worried. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Li took a hot bath, feeling incredibly comfortable. She stayed in Hong Kong for 2 more days, but she felt she had bought almost everything she needed. It was time to go back. After all, the Special Case Department was still concerned about the batch of national treasures taken by the Yin family. Just as Jiang Li was preparing to return to Beijing, she didn't expect that on the night before her departure, a stranger sneaked into her villa. Although Jiang Li was already asleep, she had set up a protective spell around her villa in advance. As soon as someone entered, she would be immediately alerted. Living alone in such a large villa made her vulnerable to anyone with bad intentions, so she set up the spell to ensure her safety. Jiang Li quickly got out of bed and then stepped out of the villa. As Jiang Li stepped out, She saw a person lying in a pool of blood, shot multiple times, with blood staining his body. Jiang Li immediately began calculating quickly. Soon, she identified the person. It turned out he was an undercover agent placed in Hong Kong by the high authorities of her country, China, who usually relayed secret information. This time, the agent had obtained an important research document from Hong Kong to deliver to his homeland. However, during his escape with the document, something went wrong, and he was discovered by enemy agents. He fled with the data, wounded badly after being shot. If not for his strong willpower, he wouldn't have made it into Jiang Li's villa. After figuring out his identity, Jiang Li realized he was on her side, so she couldn't ignore him. He was a good comrade of her country, and the research data he carried was very important for China's technological progress. Jiang Li admired and respected someone willing to risk everything for the country's development, with ideals and ambition. She understood that for the country to become strong and for people to live well, developing science and technology was crucial. So, she had to save him. Jiang Li quickly stepped forward, carried him into a room, and began treating his wounds. She saw he had been shot several times and was seriously hurt. He had lost a lot of blood, and if she hadn't found him, he would have died. But his life shouldn't have ended. She had found him. Jiang Li used tools to remove the bullets from his body. As she did, he woke up from the pain. His name was Wang Ji. When he woke, he saw his documents were gone and immediately looked at Jiang Li with suspicion. He then asked her in Cantonese, "Where are my things?" Wang Ji didn't know Jiang Li was from the mainland and thought she was a local from Hong Kong. Jiang Li handed him the document he carried and said in Mandarin, "I'm not from Hong Kong. I'm also from the mainland. Don't worry. I know you're an undercover agent placed in Hong Kong by the Chinese government on a mission." Although she said this, Wang Ji remained very cautious. Seeing his high alertness, Jiang Li thought for a moment and took out her work ID. "This is my ID. I work for China's Special Forces. I don't know you personally, but I can tell your name is Wang Ji, right? And this document is the research data you worked hard to get, isn't it?" Wang Ji was surprised that this woman knew so much about him. After seeing her work ID, he finally relaxed his guard. "It turns out they are all comrades from Huagua, people I know well." No wonder Jiang Li helped him and treated his wounds. Wang Ji knows that the special team members are all talented and capable people, so it's not surprising that Jiang Li could figure out his identity. After Wang Ji lowered his guard, Jiang Li continued to treat his wounds. Jiang Li didn't give him anesthesia, but used tweezers and scissors to remove the bullet. Although Wang Ji was in terrible pain and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, he didn't make a sound. Seeing Wang Ji's toughness, Jiang Li couldn't help but admire his strong will. If he weren't such a brave man, he wouldn't have carried out such dangerous missions for so long. The rise of Huagua in later times was thanks to these unsung heroes' silent sacrifices. After removing the bullet, Jiang Li applied anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicine to Wang Ji. She made this medicine herself, and it worked very well. Wang Ji felt that after Jiang Li applied the powder and bandaged his wound, most of the pain disappeared. He wasn't stupid and knew Jiang Li used good medicine, or the effect wouldn't be so quick. After Jiang Li finished treating his wound, Wang Ji immediately thanked her, saying, "Comrade Jiang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been in serious trouble tonight, and I wouldn't have had the chance to bring this document back to Huagua." Jiang Li waved her hand and said, "No need to thank me. We're all comrades from the Huagua government. When we meet difficulties outside, we must help each other. You're just lucky to have met me. If you had met someone else, you probably wouldn't be alive." Before Jiang Li eliminated the Yin family, the villa was their residence. If the Yin family still lived there now and saw Wang Ji injured, they definitely wouldn't care about his life or death. They might even take the information from Wang Ji's hands to curry favor with the high officials in Hong Kong. Everything seems predestined by fate. While they were talking, Jiang Li heard a doorbell outside the villa. Wang Ji's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Jiang Li nervously. "Comrade Jiang, they must be the people chasing me. Sorry, I caused you trouble. With my current situation, I can't leave now." Can you quickly take this information and leave? The research data inside is very important. If you take it away, you must find a way to deliver it to the country. If the country gets this data, Huagua's technological development could make a big leap forward. Wang Ji looked sad as he said to Jiang Li, Comrade Jiang, I have one more request. If possible, could you pass on a message to my fiancé? My fiancé is named Nangong Qin, and she is a cultural soldier with the Beijing art troupe. When you find her, tell her that I am sorry. I broke my promise and cannot go back to marry her or spend the rest of my life with her. Tell her to forget about me and find a good man to marry. Wang Ji spoke like he was giving his last words before dying.
Jiang Li's lips wisha silanli.
This man can doubt her, but he can't doubt herself. She is a master of metaphysics, capable of handling any challenge. Before Wang Ji finished, Jiang Li impatiently interrupted, You should go back to your country and tell her yourself. I won't pass on your message. Wang Ji didn't expect Jiang Li to say that. He looked guilty and regretful, but I really can't go back now. I can't say goodbye to my fiancé in person. Forget it, Comrade Jiang. It doesn't matter if you don't pass on the message. Just make sure you protect this document. It's very important to our country. Even if you don't do it for me, please do it for the nation. Now you should leave quickly. I will find a way to delay them here. Jiang Li stared at Wang Ji, shrugged, and said, Don't act like you're going to sacrifice yourself heroically. I'm here after all. Don't worry about the people outside. I can handle them. Just rest and recover. Wang Ji frowned tightly. Comrade Jiang, they have guns. You can't underestimate them. He then handed her his pistol for self-defense. Jiang Li looked at the gun but didn't take it. She preferred to keep her own self-protection skills. Though she appeared calm and confident, Wang Ji thought she was overly optimistic. Worried, Wang Ji watched as Jiang Li went to open the door. When she opened it, she saw several young men in black clothes, in their 20s or 30s. Before Jiang Li could ask, they rushed into her villa. She coldly questioned, What do you want? This is my home. I didn't invite you in. Why are you breaking into my house? The young men ignored her questions. They drew their guns and threatened her. If you know what's good for you, shut up now. If the gun accidentally goes off and hurts you, we won't be responsible. One man saw that Jiang Li looked very pretty and was a delicate young girl. His tone softened a bit as he explained, We are tracking a fugitive who seems to have entered your house. We are here to catch him and do not mean to hurt you. So please rest assured, we won't harm you. After we finish searching, we will leave. Also, we are doing this for your safety. If the fugitive is hiding in your house, he might come out and hurt you. Jiang Li stepped in front of these people and said, I don't care why you are here or whether there's a fugitive. This is my house. I told you to come in, so you can go in. If I don't want you to come in, then everyone stay away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Li looked weak and fragile, making it hard for anyone to feel intimidated by her. Because of her bold words, these people ignored her. Instead, her loud attitude annoyed them. One of them said, It seems you really don't know how to behave. Since that's the case, don't blame us for not showing mercy. He pulled out a gun and aimed it at Jiang Li's arm, pulling the trigger. He didn't aim at her vital parts, just wanted her to suffer a little and remember to give way. But when he pulled the trigger, the gun didn't fire and no bullet came out. The man was first surprised, then thought the gun was jammed, so he fired several more shots at Jiang Li. All of these shots also failed to fire. The man cursed his bad luck and called his teammates to shoot at Jiang Li. But they all experienced the same problem. Their guns suddenly stopped working in front of Jiang Li. She hadn't done anything, so why did their guns suddenly malfunction? As these people stared in shock, Jiang Li curled her lips into a cold, mocking smile. You've used up all your tricks. Now it's my turn. She reached into her space and pulled out a pistol. This gun was something she had taken from Master Chen's house. Master Chen was a wealthy old man who kept many valuable treasures and weapons. Although Jiang Li could use magic to defeat these people, in this situation, firearms were a better choice. They could solve the problem quickly and save her spiritual energy. When the black-clad men saw the gun in Jiang Li's hand, their faces changed drastically. Jiang Li's expression was cold, and although she looked fragile, the aura she emitted was so powerful that it made them shiver involuntarily. At that moment, they felt a deadly danger. The woman in front of me is not ordinary. They underestimated her and got into serious trouble. Without hesitation, a few of them turned and ran, trying to escape. But how could Jiang Li let them go easily? They broke into her territory and even tried to attack her. None of them would leave alive. If Jiang Li let them go, they would definitely come back with more help, and that would be a big problem later. Jiang Li raised her gun quickly, like lightning, and shot at each person trying to run away. She was very accurate, hitting them in the head. In an instant, all 6 of them fell to the ground, dead. Although Jiang Li fired her gun, she had set up a barrier using her magic, so the sound of the gunshot didn't reach the villa. Only Wang Ji heard the gunfire, and no one else knew, so no one called the police. Wang Ji heard the gunshots and became very nervous. He was worried about Jiang Li getting hurt. The people chasing him were very strong. Jiang Li was special and skilled, but he wasn't sure she could handle all of them. If he rushed in and accidentally caused her harm, he would feel very guilty. But now, even if Jiang Li was hurt or sacrificed herself, Wang Ji couldn't care less about her. His main goal was to take the research materials back to China. China really needed this, as it was crucial for their future. Just as Wang Ji was struggling to stand up and plan his escape route, Jiang Li calmly walked into the villa from outside. Seeing her safe and sound, Wang Ji's eyes were full of shock. How could she be unharmed? What was the gunfire he just heard? Was someone else hurt? Wang Ji looked at Jiang Li with surprise and confusion. Jiang Li explained, "Comrade Wang, I've taken care of all those people. We're safe now. Don't worry, rest and recover. Tomorrow, I'll take you back to China." "What? Jiang Li, you really took care of all of them?" Wang Ji knew very well how strong those people were. They came from a terrifying international mercenary group, each capable of fighting 10. And Jiang Li only took a few minutes and a few moves to eliminate them all? They're just a bunch of ants. "It's easy to deal with them," Jiang Li said arrogantly. But she had the confidence to be proud. To ordinary people, she seemed very powerful, but to Jiang Li, they were nothing. Wang Ji didn't think Jiang Li was lying, and there was indeed no movement outside. Although it was hard to believe, his reason told him that Jiang Li had really taken care of those people. Otherwise, the mercenaries wouldn't have disappeared so quietly. The Special Forces members are all capable and extraordinary people, not ordinary folks, so Wang Ji couldn't judge Jiang Li by normal standards. Now that his pursuers were gone, Wang Ji felt that the documents he had stolen were temporarily safe. His long-standing worry finally eased. Lying on the bed resting, Wang Ji silently thought he was lucky. At the last moment of his escape, he met a comrade from Huagua, a skilled expert. Without that, surviving this time would have been very difficult. After Wang Ji finished resting, Jiang Li went to the villa's yard. She needed to deal with the bodies of the people she had just eliminated. She pondered how to handle them. After a moment, Jiang Li decided to turn their bodies into fertilizer to feed the flowers and plants in her garden. Thinking this, she quickly acted. With a few yellow talismans she held, the bodies turned into fertilizer and were mixed into the soil of the yard. After finishing this, Jiang Li lay down on the soft big bed to sleep and rest. She thought to herself, tonight, she must sleep well so she would have the energy to travel tomorrow, since returning to the mainland would be tiring. Wang Ji slept deeply and peacefully in Jiang Li's villa. The next morning, he was surprised to find his injuries had healed significantly. The healing was much faster than he expected. Of course, the scabs hadn't fallen off yet, so there was still some pain, and full recovery would take more time. Seeing this, Jiang Li felt Wang Ji's condition wasn't ideal and thought it would be better to stay a few more days in Hong Kong to let his wounds heal. Once healed, returning to the mainland would be more appropriate. Otherwise, if Wang Ji carried his injuries and didn't encounter an emergency, it might be okay. But if an emergency arose, his current state could easily cause trouble. However, Wang Ji wasn't thinking about his health. He was eager to send the scientific research data back to the mainland and to the higher authorities. Seeing Wang Ji's determination, Jiang Li decided not to persuade him further and prepared to take him back immediately. Early in the morning, Jiang Li finished her washing and prepared breakfast, then called Wang Ji to eat together. After they finished eating, Wang Ji suddenly remembered the mercenaries who had been chasing him last night. He asked Jiang Li, "Comrade Jiang, have you taken care of those people from last night?" Jiang Li nodded and pointed to the yard outside. "Yes, everything has been cleaned up. All of it has been turned into fertilizer for my garden." Wang Ji listened to Jiang Li and was at a loss for words. He could only think, luckily Jiang Li is also part of the Chinese government. If they had been on opposite sides, with Jiang Li's terrifying strength, he might have already been turned into fertilizer. After they finished eating and drinking, Jiang Li asked Wang Ji, "Is there nothing else you need to do here? If not, let's get ready to return to the mainland." Wang Ji shook his head. "No, I think most of my tasks here are done. Some things are not urgent. First, I'll send this document back. Once that's done, I can handle other matters more slowly." Jiang Li felt that Wang Ji still didn't fully trust her, or perhaps, besides himself, Wang Ji trusted no one. Given the circumstances, he wanted to personally deliver the confidential research files to his superiors in the mainland to ensure safety. If Wang Ji trusted her, Jiang Li, who also needed to return to the mainland, could help carry the documents, saving him the trouble of traveling himself. He could stay in Hong Kong to recover safely. However, Jiang Li also understood Wang Ji's cautious approach. Handling such secret and important tasks requires care. If a traitor were involved, all their previous efforts would be wasted. When outside, one must always be cautious. After breakfast, Jiang Li and Wang Ji set out together. Jiang Li already had a residence permit for Hong Kong, so returning to the mainland through official channels was now possible, no longer needing to sneak across. Wang Ji also had a Hong Kong residence permit, as he had been on a long-term mission there, and a false identity was arranged for him. Still, Wang Ji thought it was safer to smuggle back via boat. His pursuers weren't just the ones from last night. Maybe others were waiting at the dock to catch him. Taking the official route might cause problems. To be safe, smuggling was better. No one could trace his identity. Wang Ji shared his plan with Jiang Li, who supported him. Jiang Li thought that although sneaking back was a bit troublesome, it wasn't a big deal. When leaving the villa, Jiang Li cast a small spell on Wang Ji, changing his appearance completely in the eyes of others. This was to prevent anyone secretly watching him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was necessary to cast this minor spell on him. After they left the villa, their journey went smoothly. They soon arrived at the ferry dock in Hong Kong. Instead of crossing the official route, they chose to take a smuggling boat. The boat fare was quite high because these people took big risks, so charging more was understandable. Jiang Li paid for the boat and successfully boarded with Wang Ji. Compared to when they came, far fewer people crossed from Hong Kong to the mainland. The few who did carry a lot of goods, all hoping to sell them in the mainland for profit. Many high-quality goods from Hong Kong were very popular in the mainland. Even in the strict private trade controls of the 1970s, smuggling was common. For money, some people always take risks. It's said that wealth often comes from taking chances, risking everything for a better life. Although Jiang Li knew most of the people on the boat were smugglers and not good folks, she didn't bother much. As long as they didn't cause trouble for her, everything was fine. Wang Ji followed Jiang Li onto the boat, nervous and worried someone might catch up. Only after the smuggling boat left the port and started sailing away did Wang Ji finally relax a little. Soon after, the boat skillfully avoided the patrol areas of the Coast Guard and stopped at a deserted beach. When they finally reached the Chinese coast, Wang Ji felt completely safe. Once he handed over the documents to his superiors, the mission would be considered successfully completed. Jiang Li knew Wang Ji was injured, so she helped him off the boat. Although men and women are different, Jiang Li thought that at this moment, unnecessary thoughts and worries should be put aside, everything for the bigger picture. They reached the shore, and Jiang Li asked Wang Ji, "Are you also headed to Beijing?" Wang Ji nodded. "Yes, I am going to Beijing." Jiang Li said, "Then we can go together." We have the same destination. Wang Ji thought Jiang Li was so capable that staying with her would be safer. Right now, he was badly hurt, and if something unexpected happened again, not only would he be unable to protect the documents, but he might not even be able to defend himself. So, when Jiang Li suggested they travel together to Beijing, Wang Ji agreed without hesitation. They left the coast and headed inland. After reaching the city, Jiang Li quickly made a call to the senior officials of the Special Case Division in Beijing. She had recovered all the national treasures taken by the Yin family. The Special Case Division arranged for her to fly to Beijing. Besides herself, Jiang Li also asked them to prepare an extra plane ticket because she needed to bring someone with her. The senior leaders of the Special Case Division were very excited when they heard that Jiang Li had successfully brought back the treasured items taken by the Yin family. They immediately contacted the high-level officials in Guangdong province. Jiang Li waited only an hour before smoothly boarding a plane to Beijing. Wang Ji originally thought Jiang Li was just a member of a special department, but he didn't expect her to be connected to the Special Case Division. Truly talented people can succeed anywhere. Although Wang Ji's department was not the Special Case Division, it was still an important part of the Central Intelligence Gathering Agencies. Only by working together can people in different roles help China make great progress and develop better. As children of China, many people quietly dedicate their youth and even their lives to the country's growth. The plane had half an hour left before reaching Beijing. Jiang Li closed her eyes to rest on the plane. This trip to Hong Kong had taken a lot of energy, but thinking about the big gains she had made, she felt it was worth it. In Beijing, Mu Jingxun quickly learned from his leaders that Jiang Li was returning and had successfully brought back the national treasure taken by the Yin family. Jiang Li had been gone for over 10 days, and Mu Jingxun worried about her every day. Besides fearing she might face danger in Hong Kong, he simply missed her. When he heard she was coming back, Mu Jingxun was very excited and eager to see her. He immediately asked senior leaders for permission to go to the airport and pick her up himself. The leaders of the Special Case Division had already planned to send someone to meet her, but since Mu Jingxun volunteered and was Jiang Li's partner, it was natural for him to go. Comrade Jiang brought back quite a few national treasures this time. Please bring 2 trucks to transport them. Jiang Li didn't mention that the treasures were stored in her space, so the leaders naturally thought they were transported by air along with her. Since the treasures had arrived, trucks would be needed to carry them. Mu Jingxun replied, "Okay, I understand." He then arranged vehicles and staff and went ahead to Beijing airport to wait for her. Finally, after waiting 2 hours, Jiang Li's plane landed at Beijing airport. She and Wang Ji got off the plane together. Because Wang Ji was injured, especially with a bullet wound on his leg, Jiang Li helped him as they disembarked. As for whether she should avoid suspicion, Jiang Li felt it was unnecessary. Like Wang Ji, a soldier who almost sacrificed his life for the benefit of China, when he needed help, Jiang Liru ignored him because of worldly concerns. That was very disappointing. So Mu Jingxun, waiting at the airport, saw Jiang Li helping a man out of the airport. When Mu Jingxun saw this, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Oh no! How could Jiang Li be helping another man? Fortunately, Mu Jingxun was just feeling jealous and didn't think anything else. He trusted Jiang Li and believed they weren't in a special relationship. Maybe there was a special reason, so Jiang Li was helping another man. Li, Mu Jingxun waved and called loudly in Jiang Li's direction. Jiang Li heard him and walked over. When she got close, Mu Jingxun asked with a slightly jealous tone, Li, who is this? Jiang Li could tell Mu Jingxun was jealous. He probably misunderstood her relationship with Wang Ji. Worried that he was overthinking, Jiang Li explained to Mu Jingxun, "This is Comrade Wang Ji. He was also on a secret mission in Hong Kong. He made a great contribution this time, bringing back very important scientific research data for our country. I met him when he was being chased and badly injured, almost done for, but luckily I found him." Jiang Li briefly explained the situation. After hearing this, Mu Jingxun's jealousy eased. His initial hostile look at Wang Ji turned into admiration. He admired these agents who risked everything for the country and the people, completing their missions without regard for their safety. These people were true heroes of China. Comrade Wang, where are you going to report? We can take you there. Mu Jingxun offered help after learning Wang Ji's identity. Considering his own condition, Wang Ji didn't refuse and told him his destination. Then Mu Jingxun asked Jiang Li, where is the thing you brought back? I'll help get it onto the car. Jiang Li took out a space talisman from her hand. It's all inside here. Mu Jingxun was surprised at first, realizing the national treasures taken by the Yin family were stored in a talisman. He quickly understood and nodded. He knew Jiang Li was very powerful and not an ordinary person, so she didn't need to use normal methods to bring back the treasures. That's good. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought a truck. This time, the 2 trucks following Mu Jingxun to deliver goods turned out to be a wasted trip. Mu Jingxun took Jiang Li and Wang Ji into his car, dropped Wang Ji off at his destination, then returned with Jiang Li to the Special Case Department. The senior leaders of the Special Case Department were also waiting for Jiang Li's arrival. They had just learned that the national treasure Jiang Li brought back was stored inside a space talisman. Then, in front of everyone, Jiang Li took out the treasures from the space talisman one by one. Everyone saw this scene and was so shocked they couldn't speak for a long time. No wonder the higher-ups set up a special unit. China has many talented and extraordinary people, and many things cannot be explained by science. The leaders of the Special Case Department first praised Jiang Li highly, saying they would definitely give her a big reward and apply for recognition for her. After saying this, the leader smiled and asked Jiang Li if she could share one of the space talismans with them. Such a useful item, if the Special Case Department could use it, many problems would be easier to solve. For example, China currently needs to buy many machines and equipment from abroad. But the international situation is unfavorable for China. Many countries refuse to export their machinery to China to block its technological progress. Developing technology is the foundation of a country and the main productive force. China urgently hopes to quickly improve its technological strength and become stronger. When the country is strong, the people can live better lives. In recent years, due to foreign technology restrictions, China has relied on independent research, but it's very difficult to develop completely on its own. It would be great if they could buy some foreign machines. Normally, they can't get these through legal channels, but with a space talisman, they could directly store the machines inside and bring them back. The leaders of the Special Case Department explained this carefully to Jiang Li and even used some emotional appeals, hoping to get a few space talismans from her. Seeing how eager the senior leaders were and knowing it was for China's development, Jiang Li immediately agreed to give them 3. With a space talisman, ordinary people only need to cooperate with a special spell to use it. The leaders of the department were very happy to hear she was willing to give 3, but they also learned that each talisman is only about 100 square meters in size. They thought 3 might not be enough if they bought a lot of equipment. So, they made another emotional appeal, hoping Jiang Li could share more. Jiang Li was not unwilling to share more, but she didn't have many space talismans herself. She can create space charms, but she needs some special materials. This time, she was able to make the space charms because she obtained many valuable items from Master Liu and Master Chen. Without those treasures, Jiang Li wouldn't have been able to make these charms. She explained the situation to the senior officials of the Special Cases Department. After she finished, the officials asked, "Comrade Jiang, how about this? You list the materials you need to make the space charms, and then we will help gather them. Once we have collected everything, you can make more charms for us, okay?" Jiang Li thought this plan was good. As long as the materials were enough, she could make several more charms. The senior leaders of the department were very happy when Jiang Li agreed. With more charms, their work would become much easier. Talented people like Jiang Li, if she wasn't already working in the special department, the leaders would really want to recruit her. Jiang Li immediately took out paper and pen and listed the materials needed for making the space charms. Many of these materials were rare and expensive. If she had to gather them herself, who knew how long it would take? But with the country's help, it would be much faster to collect everything. After explaining the details of her mission to Hong Kong, Jiang Li also asked the senior officials to help her contact the high-level leaders of Huagua. She had brought back a lot of grain from Hong Kong and hoped to donate it to the country so it could be distributed to those in need. The senior officials of the department were very impressed. Not only had Jiang Li successfully brought back the national treasures taken by the Yin family, but she also used her own money to buy grain for donation. They deeply respected her. How many people are willing to make such selfless sacrifices for the country and the people? Knowing the relationship between Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li, the leaders of the department silently admired. Mu Jingxun had found an outstanding partner. If these two really got together, the department leaders thought they should promote Mu Jingxun more. Not for anything else, but because of Jiang Li's strong sense of duty. Once Mu Jingxun gained power, she would surely encourage him behind the scenes to think more about the country and the people, helping them do more practical things. When Jiang Li made her request, the senior officials immediately agreed. Actually, their help in contacting high-level leaders was not really to assist Jiang Li, but to serve the interests of the Chinese government and its people. With the support of senior officials from the Special Cases Department, Jiang Li quickly established contact with top political leaders in China. The person responsible for receiving Jiang Li was the secretary to the Minister of Civil Affairs. Jiang Li only wanted to deliver the grain she had purchased to the country. Who received her was not important. The secretary's name was Peng. When Peng met Jiang Li, he was quite polite and friendly. Jiang Li didn't waste time and asked him to find a large warehouse so she could free up space in her storage talisman for the grain. Peng immediately arranged a big warehouse for Jiang Li, and soon she appeared to conjure 20 tons of grain out of thin air. Of this, 15 tons were rice and 5 tons was flour. While 20 tons isn't extremely large, it's definitely a significant amount. If the space in her talisman weren't limited, Jiang Li could buy even more grain to bring back. As long as the higher-ups could help her gather more materials to make space talismans, Jiang Li would make full use of them and produce more. Then next time she had the chance to buy grain abroad, she could bring back even more. The grain Jiang Li brought back this time was no small sum. Currently, China is facing a severe grain shortage, with many suffering from hunger each year. Farmers in rural areas often lose their harvests, and without other sources of income, they simply can't eat. The government's finances are strained, and without enough grain, they can't provide aid to disaster-stricken areas. The grain Jiang Li donated could help many affected people get through tough times. After counting the grain she donated, Secretary Peng immediately expressed gratitude on behalf of the government. However, what shocked Peng the most was how Jiang Li could instantly conjure such a large amount of grain from a single talisman. If Peng didn't know about the existence of the Special Cases Department, he would have had trouble accepting such supernatural phenomena. After donating the grain, Jiang Li left. When she and Mu Jingxun returned to the Mu family's home, it was already dark. Mu Jingxun had called ahead to inform his family, so they were all waiting for Jiang Li to come back for dinner. Since Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun hadn't arrived yet, the family didn't start eating. Seeing that her entire family was waiting for her, Jiang Li felt unexpectedly touched. If she had known they were waiting for her to eat, she would have told Mu Jingxun to let them start without her. Now, they have all been waiting for a long time. Jiang Li's words no longer matter. However, the Mu family values her, and Jiang Li is naturally happy about that. The reason the Mu family cares so much about Jiang Li is because, after Mu Jingxun boasted about her abilities, the family believed she would be a potential future head of the Mu family, capable of helping the family rise higher. During dinner, the Mu family members enthusiastically helped Jiang Li serve food. Mu Jingxun was the most eager to serve her. By the end, Jiang Li's bowl was piled high like a small mountain, and she was full. After dinner, knowing Jiang Li must be exhausted from her trip to Hong Kong, the family didn't disturb her to rest. Jiang Li finished washing up and prepared to go to her room to sleep. Mu Jingxun eagerly waited outside her door. Since Jiang Li rarely returned from Hong Kong, she had been busy with work and hadn't spent much time with him. Now that she finally had time, she didn't fuss over him, but went straight to her room. Faced with Mu Jingxun, a clingy little puppy, Jiang Li felt a bit helpless. To make him happy, she decided to let him into her room. Well, she'd keep him company for a while. That way, he wouldn't feel so resentful. Honestly, Jiang Li had missed Mu Jingxun during her long absence, especially his six-pack abs. Now she had a chance, she wanted to take advantage of it. When they weren't dating before, Jiang Li felt shy about getting close. Now that they were a couple, it was reasonable for her to enjoy some small benefits and touch him freely. After closing her door, Jiang Li dudong baljul Mu Jingxun, then cupped his face and kissed him. Mu Jingxun originally just wanted to cuddle and hold her, but Jiang Li was so dudong that she kissed him first. He liked it very much. Mu Jingxun thought Jiang Li's lips were soft and sweet. Although this wasn't their first kiss, he still felt his heart pounding and was very nervous. Since Jiang Li dudong chinlata, after a moment, Mu Jingxun took the initiative. While kissing, Jiang Li also reached out and touched Mu Jingxun's abs. Being touched by her, Mu Jingxun couldn't help but tense up. He was getting a bit overwhelmed and worried he might lose control and push her down, so he quickly pushed her away and ran off. Watching Mu Jingxun run away, Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle softly. Was he afraid she would eat him? She was just taking a little advantage, grabbing a small benefit with no serious intentions. After resting at the Mu family for a day, Jiang Li felt much better. Mu Jingxun was very happy that Jiang Li had returned from Hong Kong and looked energetic. Before Jiang Li came back, Mu Jingxun was worried about her, so he looked a bit tired and down. Now he finally seemed to be in good spirits. When Jiang Li got up, the housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. I must say, the Mu family's standard of living is really high. Even in the resource-scarce 1970s, their breakfast was very rich, with both meat and vegetables. While eating breakfast, Mu Xingya came over and smiled, asking Jiang Li, "Li, do you have anything to do later? If you're free, shall we go shopping? There's a new batch of fashionable shoes at the Friendship store. Let's go take a look." When Mu Jingxun saw Mu Xingya want to invite Jiang Li out, he immediately looked unhappy. "Sister, even if Li has time, she will definitely spend it with me, not shopping with you." Mu Xingya looked at her cousin with a sad expression and apologized. "Oh, I forgot. Since you want Li to keep you company, I won't compete with you. I'll find someone else to go with me." Seeing that his cousin was no longer fighting with him over Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Mu Xingya remembered something and asked Jiang Li, "Li, when do you plan to go back to the countryside?" Seeing Mu Xingya suddenly ask this, Mu Jingxun found it strange. When Jiang Li goes to the countryside has nothing to do with his cousin. Why would his cousin care about this? Mu Jingxun was curious and asked casually, "Sister, why are you asking her that?" Mu Xingya explained, "Oh, it's because Lin Xian called and asked. She said she and Li are very close, and since Li has been away for so long, she hasn't seen her and misses her very much. Last time I talked to her on the phone, I mentioned that Li came to our house and she called every 2 days to ask when Li would return so she could see her sooner." Jiang Li was speechless. Did she hear that right? Lin Xian said they were close? What a joke. Jiang Li knew very well. When Lin Xian first went to the countryside, she treated her as a rival and was full of hostility. Mu Jingxun frowned when he heard Mu Xingya's words. What is Lin Xian up to? It's strange. Why is she so concerned about Li now? He had already sensed that Lin Xian's attitude towards Jiang Li was unusual, and now he felt even more that Lin Xian had some hidden plans regarding Jiang Li. Talking about this, Mu Xingya felt it was such a coincidence that her younger cousin had become good friends with Jiang Li. She also took the opportunity to thank Jiang Li for her special care of Lin Xian in the countryside. Jiang Li wanted to laugh, but didn't know how to respond to Mu Xingya. "I'm staying in Beijing for a few more days. If there's nothing urgent from above, I plan to go back." Jiang Li has been away from the Shinway production team for quite some time and feels it's time to return. In the next few days, she plans to handle some of the supplies she brought back from Xiangjiang. Originally, Jiang Li wanted to return to Anfeng County to work with Lu Feng and sell all the goods to him. But she thought about it and realized Lu Feng is just a small-time trader in a small county. He might not be able to handle such a large batch of goods. Jiang Li decided to leave 1/3 for Lu Feng and sell the remaining 2/3 in Beijing. Beijing is the capital, with many influential and wealthy people, so the market is bigger. Selling the goods to traders in Beijing would get her a higher price. Once she sells everything, she can go back. Mu Jingxun heard Jiang Li say she would stay a few more days before returning to the Shinway production team. Although he was reluctant, he knew he couldn't selfishly keep Jiang Li in Beijing forever. Soon, he would also have to undertake a new task assigned from above. When he goes out on his mission, even if Jiang Li stays in Beijing, he won't have much time to be with her. It would be no different from being apart. So, while he still has time before his mission and Jiang Li is still in Beijing, Mu Jingxun plans to spend quality time with her and cherish their precious moments together. After breakfast, Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun went out for a date and shopping. Jiang Li didn't have anything specific she wanted to buy, just enjoyed the feeling of shopping and dating with Mu Jingxun. They spent the whole day shopping. When Jiang Li returned home, Mu Jingxun gave her an album. Li, I printed out the photos we took last time and put them in this album. Here, you can have it. Because Jiang Li left in a hurry before, Mu Jingxun hadn't gotten the photos yet, and Jiang Li had gone to Xiangjiang. Now that Jiang Li has returned, this album should be handed to her. In addition to making the album for Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun also kept some photos of the two of them. When Jiang Li returns to the Shinway production team and he has to go on his mission, they might not see each other for a long time. In the meantime, Mu Jingxun can hold Jiang Li's photos to ease his longing. Jiang Li carefully stored the photos. Although the camera back then wasn't as good as modern ones, the photos of them were still very beautiful, mainly because both of them had good looks. I brought back the photo album so that in the future, when I think of Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li can look at it. The two only went on a date for one day, and the next day, Jiang Li received a notice from high government officials asking her to come over. This time, Jiang Li not only helped the Special Case Department recover national treasures taken out by the Yin family, but also captured Master Liu. With Master Liu's confession, the country was able to solve several major cases involving high-ranking officials and powerful figures in a short time, greatly defending the law and national interests. For example, the crimes of the Shin family were first uncovered from Master Liu's words. Following the clues, they managed to bring down this large family. Additionally, Jiang Li saved Wang Ji in Hong Kong and helped him bring back important scientific research documents. These documents are very important for China's scientific development. Plus, Jiang Li donated a large amount of grain to the Chinese government this time. All these contributions made old Yang want to meet her personally to show his appreciation and support. Jiang Li never expected old Yang to want to see her. She knew his status was very high, so she felt it was a great honor to meet him. Since old Yang wanted to meet her, Jiang Li naturally agreed. Old Yang arranged for his staff to personally drive to Mu's family to pick her up. When the Mu family heard that old Yang wanted to meet Jiang Li, they were very surprised and shocked. Previously, Mu Baifeng had looked down on Jiang Li openly and secretly. Who would have thought that Jiang Li could now meet with old Yang? That's amazing! Lin Ji was very glad that her short-sighted younger sister was sent to a farm for reform. Otherwise, if Mu Baifeng had caused trouble and separated Jiang Li from Mu Jingxun, the Mu family would have regretted it forever. Although Mu Jingxun was already very outstanding among the younger generation of the Mu family, he still couldn't compare to Jiang Li. Only with Jiang Li's support could Mu Jingxun go further. Jiang Li finished breakfast early and, under the arrangement of old Yang's secretary, went to his workplace. This was her first time visiting such a place. It wasn't a place for ordinary people. Not only had Jiang Li never been there, but most of the powerful people in Beijing hadn't been either. When Jiang Li arrived, she soon saw old Yang. He was already gray-haired and looked quite thin. Probably because he was busy worrying about the country and the people every day, and due to his age, he looked like that. When he saw Jiang Li, old Yang stood up and took the initiative to greet her, which surprised Jiang Li. Although she had some real skills, Jiang Li knew her place. In front of such a big figure, she was just a small subordinate. After all, old Yang and the other elders brought peace to the people, a legacy that lasts forever. She is just a young mystic, and her contributions to the country and people are still far from enough. At this moment, Old Yang took the initiative to greet her. Jiang Li politely stepped forward to shake hands, not daring to be careless. The senior leader is very friendly and invited Jiang Li to sit down. They talked slowly. At first, Jiang Li was a bit nervous, but after seeing the leader's attitude, she relaxed gradually. Her behavior also caught the leader's attention. The leader thought, Jiang Li looks young, but when she saw him, she was not panicked. She remained calm and composed, which is rare. After they sat down, the leader directly expressed his thanks to Jiang Li. She helped the Chinese government several times, and her contributions are very important. That's why he personally met her. Especially the scientific research document brought back by Wang Ji is crucial for China's scientific progress. After accepting the leader's thanks, Jiang Li immediately said that it was her duty as a Chinese citizen. Contributing to the country is her honor. After the leader expressed his gratitude, he asked Jiang Li if she wanted any rewards. Thanks should not just be words. Actions are needed to encourage more people to serve the country. Jiang Li thought for a moment. She doesn't lack material things, nor does she care about fame. As a cultivator, she isn't interested in fame or profit. So when asked about rewards, she honestly didn't know what to ask for. She considered it and decided to request some cultivation supplies. Relying on herself, it's very hard to gather rare treasures, so having the leader help would be much easier. Jiang Li told him what she needed, but she didn't ask for much, knowing the country is facing difficulties and she didn't want to trouble the leader. She still has many ways to contribute to China, and in the future, when she makes even greater contributions, she will ask for more rewards. The leader asked his secretary to note down her needs. Besides these material items, he also had an idea. Later, he would award her a national honor medal. However, he didn't tell Jiang Li about this now, to surprise her. After chatting with the leader for over an hour, Jiang Li said goodbye and left. The leader was busy with many affairs and didn't have much time for small talk. Jiang Li was able to meet with the top leader and have a 1-hour private chat. He really could boast about it for a lifetime. After Jiang Li left, he didn't go straight back to the Mu family. Instead, taking advantage of Mu Jingxun's absence, he sold the supplies he had brought back from the space. Jiang Li went directly to find a middleman in Beijing. This middleman was somewhat famous in Beijing, controlling half of the black market there. Jiang Li wanted to sell a large amount of goods at once, so he chose this biggest middleman. The middleman was known as Brother Tiger, and he was indeed very fierce. If he weren't tough, he wouldn't have taken control of half of Beijing's black market. Jiang Li didn't need to ask around. He directly calculated Brother Tiger's location and went to see him. However, when Jiang Li met Brother Tiger, he didn't reveal his true identity. Instead, he used magic to change his appearance. At this moment, Jiang Li looked like a young, thin man. He found Brother Tiger and explained his purpose directly. Brother Tiger, I have a batch of good goods from Hong Kong. Let's talk about cooperation? When Brother Tiger heard about the goods from Hong Kong, he immediately became interested and asked Jiang Li what he had. Jiang Li listed the items he carried. When Brother Tiger heard that Jiang Li had TVs and radios, his eyes lit up instantly. These were indeed good items. Not to mention the TVs, radios were also in high demand in China. That wasn't all. When Jiang Li mentioned electronic watches, perfumes, scarves, and lipsticks, Brother Tiger became even more excited. He sat down immediately and started discussing prices with Jiang Li. One color TV for 1,500 yuan, a black and white TV for 800 yuan. Brother Tiger listed the prices for each item. Jiang Li thought these prices weren't too low and quickly agreed with him. Brother Tiger, I have quite a lot of goods. You might need to prepare more money. Jiang Li then reported the quantity of goods he had. When Brother Tiger heard the amount, he was shocked. There were so many. This was going to be difficult. It seemed Brother Tiger didn't have enough money on hand. Although he didn't have enough now, he patted his chest and promised to gather the money as soon as possible. In fact, Brother Tiger had a different plan in mind. He intended to only bring the current money to trade with Jiang Li. If Jiang Li was smart, he would obediently hand over all the goods. If Jiang Li thought the money was too little and refused to deliver, Brother Tiger wouldn't mind stealing the goods outright. Although he didn't often do such blackmailing, Jiang Li was a big fat sheep after all. Jiang Li didn't think much and didn't realize that brother who had already marked her as a big target to be easily taken advantage of. If Jiang Li knew, she would definitely say, "Dare to trick me? I'll show you what it means to overestimate yourself." After agreeing on the price with brother, they also set the time and place for the transaction. Since they were involved in a buy and sell business, they needed to keep a low profile and do it secretly, not openly. They agreed to meet at midnight outside the western suburbs of Jing City, at the foot of the mountain. After confirming with brother Jiang Li went to a state-owned restaurant for dinner. It was past lunchtime now, so she decided not to eat at the Mu family's place. Eating outside was more convenient. She ordered a roast duck, which, to her, still tasted the most authentic in Jing City. However, Jiang Li's appetite was small, and she only ate half of the duck. She didn't waste the other half and packed it to take away, storing it in her space to enjoy later. Thinking she would soon return to the production team, she decided to buy some local specialties from Jing City. She bought a few more roast ducks at the restaurant. Nothing better represented Jing City's specialties than its roast duck. After buying the ducks, Jiang Li returned to the Mu family. Mu Jingxun had been waiting at home for her. To cherish the time they spent together these days, Mu Jingxun took a few days off from the special case department. Since the investigation of the Shun family's case was nearly complete, Mu Jingxun might be assigned a new task soon, so he smoothly got the leave. Knowing that Jiang Li was meeting with a high-ranking official today, Mu Jingxun wanted to go with her but realized he wasn't qualified, so he didn't ask. He quietly waited at home for Jiang Li to finish her meeting. Finally, to Mu Jingxuan's relief, Jiang Li returned. "Li, have you had lunch?" It was past lunchtime, and Mu Jingxun was worried that Jiang Li hadn't eaten, so he asked with concern. Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, I already ate." "Oh, that's good. Do you want to go out for a walk this afternoon, or do you prefer to rest at home?" Mu Jingxun respected Jiang Li's choice, whether she wanted to go out or stay home. As long as she was with him, he didn't mind. "What do you think? Do you want to go out or stay at home?" "I want to go out with you." "All right, then let's go out together." Jiang Li had just returned to the Mu family and was heading out again with Mu Jingxun. Mu Jingxun visited a new scenic spot with Jiang Li for an afternoon and took many photos. In the next few days, Mu Jingxun plans to take more pictures, but probably won't develop them immediately. When he does, he will send them to Jiang Li. They spend the afternoon together, and in the evening, they return to have dinner with Mu's family. During dinner, the old Mr. Mu deliberately mentioned Jiang Li meeting with a senior leader. He didn't ask much about the meeting but praised Jiang Li in front of everyone, encouraging the younger members of the Jiang family to learn from her. Especially Mu Jingxun, who needs to work harder. As Jiang Li's future husband, he shouldn't be worse than her, at least not by much. If a husband is much weaker than his wife, people might say he's just relying on her, which would be embarrassing. After being encouraged by Mr. Mu Jingxun secretly decided to work hard and build his career. He truly can't be much less capable than Jiang Li, or he would feel unworthy of her. Seeing how much Mr. Mu admires Jiang Li, she wondered how he would feel if he knew that Mu Baifeng's plans were all her idea. Mr. Mu usually seems very perceptive, but when it comes to raising his daughter, he can be a bit confused. If Mr. Mu hadn't been so indulgent, Mu Baifeng wouldn't have been so spoiled and reckless, breaking rules without conscience. However, Jiang Li plans to live with Mu Jingxun in the future, and as long as the Mu family doesn't go too far, she doesn't bother to argue. After dinner, Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun continued to enjoy each other's company for a while before going to rest. Late at night, Jiang Li quietly left according to her agreement with brother Hu. To avoid the Mu family noticing her disappearance, she added a sleep charm to herself. Everything was arranged, and only then did she leave to head to the outskirts of Jing City, at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Li applied a divine travel charm to herself and soon arrived at the meeting place. She arrived before brother Hu and took out the goods stored in her space. Even though she only brought 2/3 of the items, they were still valuable. She had packed dozens of large boxes. After bringing out the goods, Jiang Li patiently waited for brother Hu. She waited for 2 hours and finally, at midnight, he arrived, the agreed time. Watching brother Hu arrive on time, Jiang Li thought he was very punctual, neither early nor late. As long as he wasn't late, she was fine. When she saw him coming, she greeted him warmly. Brother Hu, I've brought the goods. Can you let your men check them? Brother Hu nodded, then ordered his men to open the large box brought by Jiang Li for inspection. Jiang Li had many goods, so brother Hu brought over more than 20 men. It took an hour to check everything. After finishing the inspection, brother Hu handed a box of money to Jiang Li. Just as Jiang Li was about to count it, brother Hu said, "This is 25,000 yuan in total. Count it, and if everything's okay, we settle the deal." Hearing this, Jiang Li frowned immediately. "You give me 25,000 yuan and say we settle everything? Brother Hu, are you trying to cheat me? We agreed on 50,000 yuan, but you're cutting it in half. Even capitalists aren't this greedy." When Jiang Li called him out openly, brother Hu didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he said confidently, "If you're smart, take this 25,000 and leave quickly. If you're not smart, don't even think about getting this money." His attitude clearly told Jiang Li that he could take the money or leave it. He was openly trying to cheat her. Jiang Li's cold gaze fixed on brother Hu. Fine, very good. This person is really bold, daring to cheat her openly. Jiang Li was determined to make him regret it. "I'll give you this message exactly as it is. If you're smart, leave the money and get out. If not, I don't mind letting you taste what broken bones feel like. I want to see whether your bones are tougher than my fists." Brother Hu didn't expect Jiang Li to be so tough. But so what if she was? She wasn't the only one. A skinny, weak young man couldn't possibly stand up to so many of them, right? Besides, he didn't just bring people, he also brought weapons. Brother Hu sneered, thinking Jiang Li was overestimating himself. He believed Jiang Li didn't understand the current situation. Not wanting to waste time on her, brother Hu pulled out a pistol and waved it in front of Jiang Li. "Kid, we have guns. Do you understand? Keep talking, and I'll shoot you." Seeing the gun in brother Hu's hand, Jiang Li immediately understood why he was so arrogant. She also took out a pistol from her space and waved it in front of him. "Haha, acting like you're so tough. Try shooting me and see who's the first to fall." Brother Hu thought Jiang Li was just a young girl with no power or influence, easy to bully. After all, he had never heard of her in the underground market of Jing City. But to his surprise, this seemingly harmless girl was hiding a gun. Knowing that gun control is very strict in China, brother Hu had to use many connections and spend a lot of money to get some firearms. When this young man casually pulled out a gun, it seemed his background was unusual. However, brother Hu thought about it and quickly calmed down. Facing so many people, the young man remained so calm and confident, which showed he had his reasons. The gun in his hand was his boldness. Thinking further, Jiang Li managed to get many high-quality goods from Hong Kong, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. Having a gun was very normal for him. "Let's see who has faster guns and more of them," brother Hu said. His men drew their guns. With the advantage of numbers, Jiang Li's situation was definitely not in his favor. At this moment, Jiang Li was very calm despite being surrounded. Not only did she have just over 20 people, but even if there were 200, she wouldn't be afraid. Jiang Li didn't want to waste time arguing with someone like brother Hu. She directly pulled the trigger, and her pistol fired a bullet toward brother Hu's leg. Brother Hu cried out painfully as he was shot in the leg. Seeing him hurt, his men immediately opened fire on Jiang Li. But strange things happened. None of their bullets fired. The once arrogant brother Hu and his group suddenly panicked. Brother Hu couldn't understand why this was happening. Now, he was more afraid of Jiang Li's gun than his pain. He quickly begged for mercy.
Sorry.
"I didn't know you were so formidable. I offended the young master.
Please spare me," he begged.
Jiang Li looked at him with a cold smile. "Fine, I'll let you go. Leave your money here, and get out quickly." Brother Hu was only thinking about saving his life now. He dared not bargain anymore. As long as he survived, he could earn back the money he lost today. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, firewood will be plentiful. But if he lost his life today, he would lose everything. Brother Hu and his men hurried to escape, fearing Jiang Li would shoot them dead if they moved too slowly. After running far away and seeing Jiang Li didn't chase them, Brother Hu finally relaxed. Just as he was relieved, he started to regret. He had lost 250,000 yuan today. That was a lot of money. Just thinking about it made him feel terrible. If he had known this young man was so dangerous, he wouldn't have offended him. Unfortunately, there's no regret medicine in the world. It was too late to regret now. Brother Hu now only wants to go back and work twice as hard to quickly recover the money lost today. However, he doesn't know that his ideals are good, but reality is harsh. Because he offended Jiang Li, although Jiang Li didn't threaten his life, she wouldn't let him go easily. Jiang Li gave Brother Hu a bad luck charm. Unintentionally, from now on, whenever Brother Hu trades in the black market, he will be caught by police immediately. Repeating this a few times, Brother Hu's black market business will be completely ruined. The person who dares to cheat her out of money, Jiang Li can make sure he never earns a penny again. After Brother Hu and others leave, Jiang Li quickly puts away the goods she brought back into her space. This time, she didn't sell the goods and will need to find a reliable middleman to cooperate with later. She hopes not to encounter someone like Brother Hu again, someone untrustworthy. But Jiang Li didn't suffer any loss this time. In the end, Brother Hu gained nothing and ended up giving her 250,000 yuan for free. Seeing so much money, Jiang Li felt deeply moved. Why didn't she realize before how easy it was to make money? She used to work hard going up the mountain to hunt just for a little cash. If she had known there were so many ways to make money, she should have planned better and directly targeted people who make a lot of bad money. Cheating ordinary people might get her in trouble with the moral law, but cheating someone like Brother Hu would be no problem at all. Doing so might even be considered a good deed, and she might earn some merit. Overall, this harvest was quite fruitful. She got 250,000 yuan for free. In this era, that is definitely an astronomical amount. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Li stuck a divine travel charm on herself and soon returned to the Mu family. The next day, Jiang Li made an excuse to not let Mu Jingxun accompany her and instead cooperated with several other middlemen in Jing City. This time, the cooperation went smoothly and she didn't encounter any blackmail or trouble. Even if she did, she wasn't afraid. If she really faced trouble, the other side would suffer. If they wanted to cooperate properly, Jiang Li would follow the rules and not cheat them. But if they dared to have bad intentions, she would retaliate fiercely, just like she did with Brother Hu. Jiang Li stayed in Jing City for 2 more days and sold all her goods. After spending 2 days with Mu Jingxun, she planned to return to the victory production team. Mu Jingxun reluctantly saw Jiang Li off to the train station. Before leaving, Lin Ji asked the housemaid to prepare a lot of food for her to take on the road and enjoy slowly. Jiang Li actually had enough food in her space, and she could buy food on the train, but the gift from Lin Ji was still special to her. She accepted it all. Mu Jingxun not only saw Jiang Li off to the train station but also accompanied her into the carriage. Alright, Mu Jingxun, you can go back now. The train will start soon. However, Mu Jingxun was reluctant to leave. He said to Jiang Li, okay, I'll get off first. I'll wait until the train starts moving before I leave. As he spoke, he got out of the carriage and looked through the window, intending to see Jiang Li off as she left. Jiang Li noticed his reluctance, so she stayed with him. Through the window, Mu Jingxun reminded Jiang Li again to contact him once she arrived in the countryside and to take good care of herself. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. You should also look after yourself, Jiang Li replied, giving Mu Jingxun a few paper cranes. Keep these cranes with you. If there's an urgent message you need to send me, just let the cranes carry the message. Jiang Li thought that Mu Jingxun often went on missions, which could be dangerous. It was best to have a way to send messages, so he could reach her quickly when needed. Mu Jingxun accepted the paper cranes from Jiang Li. Okay, Li, I understand, he said. After about 10 minutes, the train slowly started to move. Once it left the station, Mu Jingxun hesitated several times before finally leaving the train station. Jiang Li was traveling in a soft sleeper carriage this time. When she came, She was in a regular hard-seat carriage, which was uncomfortable and full of strange characters. Since she had the option, Jiang Li wanted to travel more comfortably. So, she chose the soft sleeper carriage to rest peacefully for a while. After a day of traveling, Jiang Li finally arrived in He province the next morning. Once in the city, she caught a bus back to the county. Around 11 in the morning, Jiang Li reached the county seat. She didn't rush home to the production team, but first went to the county hospital to see Dr. Wu. Jiang Li had brought back a few roast ducks from Beijing, including one for Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu was on duty at the county hospital today. When he saw Jiang Li, he hurried over happily. "Comrade Jiang, long time no see," he said. Jiang Li smiled and replied, "Yes, Dr. Wu, long time no see. I recently went to Beijing and was away from He province for a while. I just got back today. I brought some roast ducks from Beijing, especially for you." Jiang Li spoke as she handed the wrapped roast duck to Dr. Wu. Seeing her offer, Dr. Wu was a bit surprised. I didn't expect this girl to still be thinking about him when she went out. She even brought him a specialty from Beijing. Dr. Wu had lived in Beijing for a long time and loved eating Peking duck. Compared to ducks from other places, Beijing's Peking duck is the most authentic. Seeing that Jiang Li sincerely brought him the duck, Dr. Wu didn't refuse and happily accepted it, then thanked her. "By the way, Comrade Jiang, I don't know if you have time. I have a patient whose condition is quite strange. I can't figure out what's wrong, so I wonder if something evil or mischievous is affecting him. Could you please help take a look?" Dr. Wu believes Jiang Li is very skilled. If she can help, she might be able to save the patient. Since Dr. Wu was asking for help, Jiang Li, who was at the hospital, decided to help. "It's a simple matter. All right, Dr. Wu, take me there and I'll see what's going on."
Okay.
Dr. Wu took Jiang Li to a ward. Inside, a young woman was watching over a child about 4 or 5 years old. Next to them was a young man sitting on a chair, looking worried. When they saw Dr. Wu arrive, the couple quickly stood up and looked at him, hoping he had a treatment plan. Both knew that Dr. Wu was the best doctor in the county, even more skilled than city doctors. He used to work at a big hospital in Beijing. If even Dr. Wu couldn't see or treat the illness, then probably no one could. Before they could speak, Dr. Wu looked at their expressions and understood what they were thinking. He said, "This time, I brought a doctor who is even more skilled than I am. I asked her to take a look at your child. Maybe she has a way to save him." The young couple looked at Jiang Li, unable to imagine how talented she could be at her age. But since Dr. Wu said so, they trusted him. There was no reason for Dr. Wu to deceive them. The couple agreed to let Jiang Li examine their child. Jiang Li approached to check the child's condition. Dr. Wu was right. This child had indeed been affected by something evil. After Jiang Li finished her examination, she told the young couple, "Have you recently bought a new dressing table?" Surprised, the couple paused. They hadn't told anyone about that. Jiang Li's question was strange. Why would she mention a dressing table? Could the child's illness be related to the new dressing table? "Comrade, our family recently bought a dressing table. Does that have anything to do with my son's illness?" The child's mother quickly asked Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded. "The dressing table you bought is an old antique. Some antiques, over time, can become spiritually active. If you're unlucky and encounter an evil spirit, it can cause harm. Did your child accidentally damage the leg of the dressing table a few days ago? If that upset the evil spirit, it might have harmed your child like this." Although Jiang Li's explanation sounded mysterious, and despite the current efforts to oppose superstitions, she described their situation so clearly that it was hard to dismiss her words as nonsense.
Then,
"What should we do now? Comrade, is there any hope for my son?" Jiang Li replied, "Other doctors might not be able to help, but I can. Take this talisman, burn it to ashes, and give the ashes to your child mixed with water. Keep this talisman at home, stick it on the dressing table, and then burn the table. That will be the end of it." Since Jiang Li had encountered a harmful evil spirit, she felt it was her duty to eliminate it. Otherwise, who knew if it would continue to cause harm? Seeing Jiang Li produce 2 yellow talismans, the young couple was instantly shocked. Can it really be like this? Isn't this pure superstition? Noticing their disbelief, Dr. Wu said, "Some things can't be explained by science. If you want your child to get better, it's best to follow what Comrade Jiang Li advised." Although the story was quite unbelievable, the young couple decided to follow her instructions. As Dr. Wu said, they wanted to save their child, so they had to try everything. Maybe Jiang Li's method would really work. Now, besides trusting Jiang Li, who else could they believe? However, yellow talismans are very sensitive. If others see them, they could report it and that would be bad. So, the couple quickly hid the talismans in their pockets, planning to quietly follow Jiang Li's instructions later. After seeing the patient, Jiang Li decided to leave the county hospital. Thinking it was lunchtime and it was too late to cook at home, she decided to eat at the county's state-run restaurant. She thought this and went to the restaurant. When she arrived, many customers were eating. Jiang Li asked about today's menu and ordered braised pork and stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Li took a car back to the Victory Production Brigade. When Jiang Li returned to the production team, everyone was at home having lunch and taking a rest, so she didn't meet any team members along the way. She went straight to the youth station. At that moment, the young people there were just finishing their meal. When they saw Jiang Li return, they all felt very happy. Is Jiang the youth back? Oh, Jiang the youth is back. Jiang the youth. Since everyone found out that Jiang Li could catch ghosts, they all admired her very much. During the time Jiang Li was away from the youth station, these people didn't stop thinking about her. When she was not around, they always felt something was missing. Actually, they felt less safe. If ghosts appeared when Jiang Li was not there, no one would be there to protect them. Lin Xian heard Jiang Li was back and immediately ran out of the house. "Sister Li, you're finally back. I thought you might just stay in the city and not come back." Lin Xian's tone sounded a bit like a young wife abandoned by her unkind husband. Jiang Li glanced at Lin Xian, her mouth twitching slightly. She used to call her Jiang the youth, but now she called her Sister Li. When did their relationship become so close? Shinway and the other new young people from the city came out curiously to see what was happening. To their surprise, when Shinway appeared, she saw Jiang Li. Yes, Shinway's village was quite unlucky. She was assigned to the Li production team. During these days in the countryside, Shinway couldn't get close to the young people at the youth station. These people came from humble backgrounds, unlike her from a big family. Shinway didn't want to be friends with these lower-class people. To be honest, she didn't even look up to them. She believed her family's difficulties were only temporary. Once everything was settled, she would be taken back to the city. If she got too familiar with the people at the youth station, who knew if they would cling to her like a stubborn rash and ask for favors? Shinway looked down on the young people at the youth station, and even more on the rural folks of Li. She thought they weren't worth even tying her shoelaces. Because she didn't get along well with these people, Shinway didn't know much about the situation in the team. She didn't expect Jiang Li to also be assigned to the Li production team as a young person sent to the countryside. Now, seeing Jiang Li again, Shinway couldn't help but feel surprised. It's true what they say, enemies often meet again. Jiang Li felt a cold gaze cast in her direction. When she looked up, she was surprised to see Shinway. She knew Shinway had gone to the countryside, but she didn't know her exact destination. She didn't expect this woman to also come to the Victory production team. What a coincidence. It's good that she came here. Now Jiang Li has a chance to slowly deal with her. Even if she didn't act first, Shinway wouldn't have a good life here. She only needs to watch and enjoy Shinway's awkwardness in the countryside and laugh at her. Jiang Li smiled at Shinway, her smile full of challenge. Shinway clenched her fists in anger and began planning how to deal with Jiang Li in the future. Originally, she was worried she wouldn't have a chance to confront Jiang Li after going to the countryside, but now she had met her again. It would be very easy to target Jiang Li later. Jiang Li paid little attention to Shinway and casually took out a roast duck, handing it to the older villagers. "I went to Beijing to handle some matters. This roast duck is from Beijing. Please enjoy it and have some extra food." When the older villagers saw the roast duck Jiang Li handed out, their eyes widened in surprise. Duck meat is still meat. Everyone had forgotten the last time they had a hearty meal. Since Jiang Li was away from the production team, no one had gone up the mountain to hunt wild game. Since she left, no one had eaten meat. After such a long time without greasy food, who wouldn't crave meat? The roast duck Jiang Li brought looked quite big, enough for everyone to have a few bites. Lin Shuang, as the team leader, took the duck and planned to cut it up for everyone. Jiang Zhigong, on behalf of all the villagers, thank you for the roast duck. Jiang Li smiled and replied, "You're welcome. No need to thank me. It's just a roast duck, nothing special." Jiang Zhigong is so generous, even bringing us roast duck from so far away. That duck must have cost a lot, right? Yes, Jiang Zhigong is really kind. Not only talented and capable, but also generous and warm-hearted. Shinway listened to the villagers praising Jiang Li one after another and felt very uncomfortable. Jiang Li was her rival, the most hateful woman, and Shinway couldn't stand her doing well. Feeling upset, Shinway muttered under her breath, not too loudly but within everyone's hearing. "It's just a lousy roast duck. What's the big deal? Do you have to flatter her so much?" The villagers, who already disliked Shinway, heard her. She claimed to be from a big city, but she was very stingy. Since going to the countryside, she hadn't given the villagers any benefits and was always acting pretentiously. She didn't realize where she was. She still thought she was a rich young lady in the city, expecting everyone to cater to her. Some of the older educated youths, who are straightforward, directly confronted Shinway. "Hey, Shinjio, since it's nothing serious, why don't you also send us a roast duck? Don't you know how hard it is to get meat in the countryside? Jiang Zhio treated us to some meat, so we should praise her a little, right? What does what we say have to do with you? If you don't like hearing it, just go away." After being criticized by the older youths, Shinwei's face turned red. She then angrily glared at Jiang Li and ran back to her room. Currently, Shinwei lives in a single room, the same one Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong moved out of. If Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong hadn't moved, Shinwei wouldn't have a single room. But she doesn't know that someone had died in this room. If she knew, she would be terrified. Shinwei is quite proud and still acts like a young lady, even more so than Lin Xian when she first went to the countryside. So, the old educated youths at the site don't have a good impression of her and naturally wouldn't remind her about the death in the room. They let her stay there, unaware of the history. This time, Shinwei was accompanied by 2 men and a woman. The new female youth is quite normal, but the other 2 men are just her followers. Because Shinwei is pretty and used to be from a big courtyard in Beijing before going to the countryside, these 2 think she is from a wealthy family. They flatter her, hoping to win her favor, thinking they might rise quickly in the future. After Shinwei stormed back into her room, her 2 followers immediately stood up to defend her, criticizing the older youths for being too harsh and targeting Shinwei unfairly. The older youths were speechless. Shinwei was the one who provoked everyone first, and they only responded a few times. Now it's their fault? They really know how to twist things. The older youths didn't want to argue with these 2 crazy people. They figured that once the roast duck was ready, they wouldn't share it with them. They wouldn't help Shinwei and then give them meat. They're not saints who repay kindness with kindness. When Jiang Li heard the arguing, she thought it was better when it was quiet. The more youths that come, the more conflicts there are. Besides the new arrivals, Jiang Li also noticed that 2 more rooms had been added to the youth site. It wasn't because the team wanted to build more houses for the youths, but because they had to. The existing houses were already too crowded. Now, with a few more newcomers, if they didn't add 2 rooms, the new youths would have to sleep in the cattle shed. The team couldn't let the conditions at the youth site become too poor. If the weather is hot, they can set up a shelter outside to live in. But now it's getting colder, and when it snows, sleeping outside will definitely be too cold. So when they learned that more educated youth were being sent to their team, the team leader, Li Changping, quickly arranged for 2 more rooms to be built. Fortunately, the autumn harvest is now finished, so they're not busy anymore. The team has enough workers, so building the houses went quickly. The 2 rooms at the youth station were built in just 3 days. With 2 extra rooms, even if more educated youth are sent over, there will be enough space. Of course, Li Chongping really hopes no more are sent. These city youth are hard to manage and not very good at work. Bringing them to the team just adds more burden. The team already struggles to support itself, so supporting more youth makes their heads ache. Another change in the team is that they now have electricity. Before Jiang Li left, the leaders had already arranged for power to be installed. When she returned, every household in the team had electricity connected. Having electricity made things much easier. People could turn on electric lights at night instead of using kerosene lamps. They could also use small appliances like fans in summer. Unfortunately, back then, there were no rice cookers, refrigerators, or air conditioners. Using these appliances would have made life much more comfortable. Jiang Li no longer worried about the youth and first went back to her room to put down her luggage. Lin Xian eagerly followed her to the door. She didn't dare go inside directly, but stood at the door and asked, "Sister Li, you haven't come back for so long. The house must be dusty. Do you need help cleaning? I happen to be free now. Want me to come in and help tidy up?" Jiang Li looked at Lin Xian. She knew the girl was deliberately flattering her. Without thinking, she immediately refused, "No need. I don't have the right to ask you, Miss Lin, to help me clean." Lin Xian was not upset at being teased. She smiled and said, "Sister Li, I'm now a sent-down youth, not a young lady anymore. Don't be so distant from me. Please don't be polite." Jiang Li was speechless. "Really, I don't need that. We're not that close yet, so I wouldn't let you just come into my room. Maybe we weren't close before, but we can get to know each other better in the future," Lin Xian said.
Jiang Li.
This woman's skin really is unusually thick. Jiang Li knew that Lin Xian was deliberately flattering her, but now this woman had no bad intentions toward her. Jiang Li was too lazy to bother with her. After refusing Lin Xian's kindness, Jiang Li simply closed the door and ignored her. She put down her luggage and took out a few roast ducks. She first sent one to Captain Li Chongping. Since she would be living in the production team for a long time, it was important to maintain a good relationship with the captain. Among the special gifts she brought from Beijing, there was one specifically for Li Chongping. Jiang Li went to Li Chongping's house, and only then did he realize that the girl had returned from Beijing. Seeing Jiang Li come back, Li Chongping was very excited and hurried out to greet her. The young girl had returned, which made him very happy. During the time she was away from the production team, he missed her terribly. Jiang Li was very capable and played an important role in the team. Especially when it came to treating team members' illnesses. Without her, it would be hard. Every household in the team was struggling, and few could afford to go to big hospitals for treatment. Seeing a doctor from Jiang Li meant no worries about money. Not only was she highly skilled in medicine, but she also didn't charge any fees. "Jiang Jiqing, you're back?" Li Chongping greeted Jiang Li with a smile. Jiang Li also smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm back, Captain. Have the team members been doing well these days? No serious illnesses, right?" Since Jiang Li had been away from the team for so long, her main concern was everyone's health. Hearing her ask, Li Chongping honestly replied, "They're fine, no big problems. After you left, some members had minor issues but couldn't find anyone to see them, so they just endured. No one had serious illnesses." Hearing this, Jiang Li felt relieved. As long as there were no major issues, she could treat the minor ones when she returned. "Jiang Jiqing, everything went smoothly on this trip, right?" Jiang Li was worried about the Victory production team situation, and Li Chongping was also concerned about her. After all, Jiang Li was their team's treasure. If anything happened to her, Li Chongping didn't even want to think about the consequences. Jiang Li nodded and replied, "Yes, Captain. Everything went well on my side." "That's good. Jiang Jiqing, since you just got back, rest at home for a day, and then go to the medical station to work." "No need to rush," Li Chongping said. Jiang Li knew he was worried that she had been traveling and might still be tired, so he arranged a day for her to rest. But Jiang Li didn't feel very tired, so she planned to go to the medical station tomorrow to help treat everyone. "Captain, I'm not tired. Please tell everyone that if anyone feels unwell, they can come see me tomorrow." Since Li Chongping saw that Jiang Li was speaking so frankly, he nodded and said, "All right, I will let everyone know. But honestly, quite a few people want to see a doctor from you. The two of them exchanged a few simple words before Jiang Li handed over the roast duck she brought to Li Chongping. Seeing that Jiang Li gave him a roast duck, Li Chongping didn't know what to say. It's a meat dish, and this girl is really generous. She just gave him a whole roast duck. Li Chongping hesitated for a moment, but in the end, Jiang Li insisted, and he had to accept it. Although he accepted the duck, he didn't want to take too much advantage of Jiang Li. He told his wife that the mountain goods they had collected recently from the mountain should be sent to Jiang Li. His wife thought that since they received a roast duck from her, it was right to give her a small gift in return, so she agreed immediately. After leaving the brigade leader's house, Jiang Li went to find Mu Jingxun's teacher, Lin Cheng. Jiang Li knew that Mu Jingxun and Baifeng cared a lot about this teacher and hoped he could have a better life in the production team. Before returning to the production team, Mu Jingxun specifically asked her to help take care of Lin Cheng a bit more. Now that Jiang Li brought a roast duck from Beijing, she also decided to send one to Lin Cheng. However, Lin Cheng's identity was quite sensitive, so Jiang Li couldn't openly go to the cattle shed. When she approached the cattle shed, she used a hidden charm to stay invisible, so she wasn't worried about anyone seeing her contact with a problematic person. Since she was already at the cattle shed, besides giving Lin Cheng a roast duck, Jiang Li also gave one to old Master Qin. They usually wouldn't get to enjoy such good food, so today she brought some extra for them. Lin Cheng knew that Jiang Li had been away from the production team recently, so when he saw her again, he greeted her proactively. "Jiang Jiqing, you're back?" Jiang Li nodded and said, "Yes, I went out for a bit. Teacher Lin, I went to Beijing. When I came back, I brought you and your wife a roast duck." Since Jiang Li was Mu Jingxun's partner, she addressed Lin Cheng and his wife the same way as Mu Jingxun. Lin Cheng didn't mind being polite to Jiang Li. Since she brought him a roast duck sincerely, he saw no reason to refuse. He accepted it happily. "Thank you, Jiang Jiqing," he said. Jiang Li smiled and replied, "Teacher Lin, you're welcome. Mu Jingxun isn't here, so I should help take care of you a bit more." Hearing that Jiang Li had been to Beijing, Lin Cheng asked her many questions about the city and wanted to know how the situation there is now. "I don't know when the environment will change or when they will have a chance to return to the city." Lin Cheng isn't afraid of hardships in the production team. He just feels sad and reluctant to see his wife suffer with him. If they had a chance to go back, his wife could be free from worry, and he longs for that day. Regarding the current situation in Jing City, Jiang Li mentioned some details. Knowing Lin Cheng is eager to return, Jiang Li comforted him, saying, "Teacher Lin, the unrest in Jing City isn't over yet. It's better not to go back for now. Life here is tough, but at least we're away from conflicts, which can save our lives. I think in a year or two, things will get better." Hearing this, Lin Cheng felt greatly encouraged, and a spark of hope appeared in his eyes. 2 years isn't too long to endure. They've already survived such a long time before, so they can get through this too. After talking with Lin Cheng, Jiang Li went to old Master Qin's house and knocked a few times on his door. When old Master Qin opened the door and saw Jiang Li, his eyes lit up with surprise. Jiang Li didn't stay long inside but handed him a roast duck and then left. Old Master Qin was deeply touched by the gift, tears of gratitude in his eyes. He would always remember Jiang Li's kindness. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to return to the city or turn his luck around. If he did, he would repay Jiang Li twice as much. As the weather grew colder, things were still manageable now, but soon winter would arrive with biting cold winds, making life in the cattle shed even harder. Before winter, Jiang Li decided to give old Master Qin some winter quilts and clothes. Lin Cheng would also need some, but Mu Jingxun and Baifeng had already sent some warm supplies, so even if Jiang Li didn't give them anything, the couple would manage this winter. Jiang Li returned to the youth education point and stayed in her room all afternoon. She initially wanted to clean it, but found it too troublesome, so she simply drew a cleaning charm. With that, her room became neat and tidy without her lifting a finger. Her trip to Jing City had delayed her cultivation practice quite a bit. Now back at the production team, Jiang Li felt that her top priority was to intensify her training. She had gathered many rare treasures from Master Liu and Master Chen, and it would be a waste not to use them to aid her cultivation. The entire afternoon, Jiang Li stayed in her space, focusing on alchemy. First, she prepared a batch of medicinal herbs to aid her cultivation. After using them up, she would make more. The afternoon passed quickly. Without Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, Jiang Li casually cooked a simple dinner to get by. However, the older villagers invited Jiang Li to join them for a meal. They felt grateful because Jiang Li had given them a roast duck, so they wanted to return the favor by inviting her to dinner. Luckily, that afternoon, they caught a bamboo rat on the mountain, so they had some meat for the evening. Jiang Li didn't really want to go, since the villagers' food was far worse than what she could cook herself. But she appreciated their kindness, and if she refused, it might seem rude. Since they invited her, she decided to accept and go along. At the dinner table, Shane Wei and her 2 followers didn't come. Shane Wei, as a wealthy young lady, looked down on these humble villagers. When she arrived, she separated from the older villagers to cook her own food. But since she didn't know how to cook, her 2 followers became her servants, helping her prepare the meal. With their help, Shinway didn't have to cook or even go to the mountain to gather firewood. Jiang Li couldn't help but admire her ability to manipulate men. She clearly disliked others, but she accepted their attention without resistance, feeling at ease accepting their kindness. Jiang Li looked down on such behavior, finding it insincere. Jiang Li ate with the older villagers, who chatted about recent events in the commune, mostly trivial gossip. The bamboo rat tasted pretty good, but Jiang Li couldn't get used to it. Seeing the meat made her think of mice, which made her feel disgusted. The other villagers enjoyed their meal and found it delicious. After dinner, Jiang Li returned to her room to continue her cultivation. Compared to Beijing, the Victory production team was more suitable for cultivation because it had more spiritual energy, which sped up her progress. With the help of many pills, Jiang Li felt her cultivation improving noticeably. She still had a way to go before reaching her previous level, but her body was young, and she had plenty of time. She also needed to accumulate more merit, waiting 10 or 20 years for a major breakthrough. Jiang Li cultivated all night, only resting briefly around 5 or 6 in the morning. Though she didn't sleep long, her energy was very high because of her cultivation. The next morning, Jiang Li went straight to the medical station at the team headquarters to see patients. Since she hadn't been back for a long time, she expected that many people would come to see her in the first few days. As she predicted, shortly after arriving at the medical station, several people came for treatment. Many elderly people, when the weather turned cold, experienced flare-ups of rheumatism, and they all wanted Jiang Li to help check their conditions. Recently, the temperature dropped, and many children in the team caught colds and coughs. On the first day, many team members came for treatment, and Jiang Li worked non-stop all day. The next 2 days were still busy, but by the 4th day, she finally had some free time. During these days, Shinway also saw Jiang Li's important status at the Shang production team. Seeing how much the team members admired and praised Jiang Li, like a star, Shinway felt uncomfortable. Although she looked down on these rural folks, she didn't want to see Jiang Li living so well here. Most importantly, these people didn't praise her, but instead praised Jiang Li. After all, Jiang Li was just an ordinary girl from a common family. In terms of status, Jiang Li was far below her. Shinway was from the Shin family in Beijing, a wealthy and noble family. In Beijing, Jiang Li wasn't even worthy of tying her shoelaces, so why was she living so well now? Thinking about Jiang Li stealing her favorite man made Shinway hate her even more. She decided she needed to find a chance to vent her anger. Even if she couldn't ruin Jiang Li completely, she had to tarnish her reputation. Before Shinway could act, a strange couple arrived at the team. They went directly to the Shinli production team and asked the team members about Jiang Li's residence. At that time, Jiang Li was still at the educated youth site, and the team members pointed out her location to the couple. Soon, the couple went to find her. "Comrade Jiang, we finally found you," they said excitedly when they saw her. They hurried over to greet her. Seeing the couple carrying large bags, Jiang Li understood their purpose. She smiled and asked, "How is the child? Has his condition improved?" The young couple nodded repeatedly. "Yes, the child has fully recovered." After following your advice, he improved that very day and was almost fully healed by the next day. Comrade Jiang, you're amazing. Truly incredible. You saved our child, and we don't know how to thank you. We brought you some small gifts. Please don't refuse. We hope you'll accept them. The two people talked as they handed over gifts to Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at them and saw they were good items: milk powder, fruit candies, canned food, meat, fish. Seeing that they sincerely wanted to thank her with these gifts, Jiang Li didn't pretend to refuse and accepted them graciously. She had initially wanted to invite them to dinner since they brought so many nice things, but since they came only to thank her and didn't plan to stay for a meal, she didn't want to take up their time or resources. The couple said they had to leave quickly because they were busy with work, and they politely said goodbye. Jiang Li saw they were determined to go and didn't insist. After they left, the other young workers looked at Jiang Li with admiration. Jiang Jiqing is really impressive. She can get along anywhere because she's so capable. If we had Jiang Jiqing's skills and talent, we'd do just as well. Exactly. If Jiang wasn't so talented, how could she help so many people? Why would anyone give her so many nice things? Yeah, it's really hard for us to become as outstanding as Jiang Jiqing. People like her are 1 in a million. As the young workers praised Jiang Li again, Shinway's face looked worse. She wanted to find fault with Jiang Li, so she deliberately approached her and said, "Jiang Jiqing, I want to buy some meat. I see you have about 2 jin here. Can you share 1 jin with me?" Shinway knew Jiang Li wouldn't give her any, and if Jiang Li refused, she could criticize her for being stingy. Jiang Li glanced at her calmly and said, "If you want meat, go buy it in the county. Why are you asking me? I won't sell you any. If someone reports us for illegal trading, you're trying to get me in trouble." After saying this, Jiang Li gave Shinway a cold look and went back inside. Shinway was suddenly speechless, not wanting to be accused of illegal trading herself. Other young workers scolded her for trying to cause trouble for Jiang Li, thinking she was deliberately trying to harm her. They knew it was risky to do illegal trading these days, but Shinway was bold enough to ask Jiang Li for meat. She wasn't afraid of getting caught, but she didn't want to drag others down. Seeing everyone's pointed looks, Shinway felt very frustrated. She had planned to embarrass Jiang Li, but instead, she ended up hurting herself. Frustrated, she stormed back to her room and started crying in front of her 2 followers, pretending to be upset. "Actually, I wanted to buy meat from Jiang Jiqing to improve our meals. But I didn't expect that Jiang Jiqing wouldn't sell me meat, and her tone was so harsh. It was really unfair." Shinway said this while tears welled up in her eyes. Her 2 loyal followers, Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong, saw their goddess crying and immediately felt heartbroken. They were also very angry and clenched their fists, planning to stand up for Shinway. "Shin Jiqing, don't cry. Jiang Jiqing has gone too far. You didn't provoke her, so why is she targeting you? We should teach her a lesson. When we find the right chance, we'll beat her up so she won't dare to speak to you disrespectfully again." Shinway saw that these 2 were willing to stand up for her and slightly smiled. But then she thought about the situation in Beijing and realized that if they tried to fight Jiang Li, they probably wouldn't be strong enough. After all, she had sent professional killers to deal with Jiang Li before, and they failed. Could these 2 beat Jiang Li? No way. The older educated youths kept bragging about Jiang Li's abilities, so Shinway knew that woman was probably not ordinary and was very skilled. Thinking this, Shinway said, "That idea probably won't work. You 2 are no match for Jiang Jiqing." Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong didn't believe her. "We 2 grown men are not her match. You haven't heard the older educated youths say that Jiang Li is good at hunting? She even killed a wild boar alone. Someone who can kill a wild boar must be very capable, so her skills are definitely impressive." Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong thought about it and found it reasonable. If they couldn't fight her, what should they do? How could they help Shinway vent her anger? They felt upset that their goddess was being bullied, but they couldn't do anything. Most importantly, they wanted to show off and earn Shinway's favor. Seeing that they couldn't come up with a plan to deal with Jiang Li, Shinway chuckled. "Actually, I have an idea. You can try this." Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong turned to look at Shinway, eager to hear her plan. Shinway said, Women care most about their reputation. All you need to do is ruin Jiang Li's reputation. Work together and spread rumors that she's promiscuous and seduces men. That way, her reputation will be ruined, and everyone will turn against her. Then, she won't be able to show off anymore. When Zhenyu and Sun Dahong heard Shinway's idea, they both thought it was good. If Jiang Li's reputation becomes ruined and everyone in the team starts to criticize her, I wonder who will still defend her. She is already overwhelmed and has no energy to bother with Shinwei. To protect the goddess, they had to do this. Both of them readily accepted Shinwei's suggestion. Seeing Zhenyu and Sun Dahong agree, Shinwei smirked with pride. Hee, once this drama unfolds, I want to see how Jiang Li can still survive in the team. A woman who is promiscuous and unfaithful will only be despised by others. When Jiang Li's reputation is ruined, she plans to write a letter to Mu Jingxun, telling him how bad Jiang Li is. Shinwei doesn't believe Mu Jingxun would accept a woman with questionable morals who likes to flirt with men. As for the truth, it doesn't matter. Even if Jiang Li never did anything inappropriate, rumors spread easily, and once Mu Jingxun hears these rumors, he will inevitably have doubts. Shinwei becomes more and more confident. Jiang Li, just wait. If you dare to bully her or steal her man, she will make this shameless woman pay the price. Jiang Li still doesn't know Shinwei is plotting against her behind her back. She hasn't fought Shinwei yet, mainly because she has been too busy these days and has no time to deal with her. She has collected many good things in her space, so she needs to focus on refining pills and working harder on her cultivation. Plus, she has been helping team members with their health, leaving her little free time. Once she has some free time, Jiang Li will definitely spend time with Shinwei and have fun. Back when this woman was in Jing City, she even wanted to kill her. Such a grudge must be avenged. For someone who wants her life, Jiang Li will never let it go easily. But what Jiang Li didn't expect was that before she could take action against Shinwei, this woman had already started trouble with her. That day, after returning from the medical point at the team headquarters, Jiang Li saw the old educated youths gathered, discussing something. As soon as Jiang Li arrived at the youth point, Lin Xian rushed over and loudly complained, "Something's wrong. Jiang Jing, someone is spreading rumors about you behind her back." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "Rumors about me? What rumors?" Lin Xian was very angry as she explained, "It's Sun Jiying and Jin Jiying spreading rumors in front of everyone, saying you seduced them and even took off your clothes in front of them, trying to sleep with you. They're spreading this rumor everywhere, and now everyone in the team knows about it. Jiang Jiying, these two are clearly trying to ruin your reputation on purpose. It's so vicious." Although Lin Xian and Jiang Li weren't very close, she believed that someone as capable as Jiang Li would never do such a thing. So it is clear that Sun Dahong and Zhenyu deliberately spread rumors about Jiang Li. Lin Xian, while speaking, spat on the ground a few times and said, "Jiang Jiqing, don't worry. We definitely won't believe this rumor. Those two don't even look at themselves in the mirror, just look at their behavior. With their pathetic looks, even a stray dog on the street would look down on them. How could you possibly admire them?" Jiang Li initially thought Lin Xian was arrogant and overbearing, but at this moment, she felt that the girl might also have a cute side. Just as she had this thought, she immediately shook her head. She couldn't forget that when Lin Xian first went to the countryside, she often targeted Jiang Li as a rival. How could she think this girl was cute? After Lin Xian finished speaking, some other young workers echoed, "Yes, Zijking, we believe you would never do such things. Mu Zijking is so outstanding and excellent. If you have such a wonderful partner, only someone blind would choose Sun Jijing or Zhen Jijing. These two are shameless, two grown men spreading rumors about a girl. It's despicable. They must be caught and severely punished. Jiang Zijking, you can't let them go easily, and you definitely shouldn't let them spread false rumors about you." Hearing the words of the older workers, Jiang Li nodded. She definitely wouldn't let those two reckless troublemakers off easily. Since she had some free time these days, and since someone was foolish enough to provoke her, Jiang Li decided to play along and see who could outplay whom. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where are they now?" "Not sure. Probably still spreading rumors in the whole brigade," someone replied. Seeing that the older workers didn't know where the two were, Jiang Li decided to quickly calculate their location using her fingers. Soon, she pinpointed where Sun Dahong and Jinyu were. Without hesitation, she headed straight toward their location. The older workers followed her, partly to watch the show and partly to help if she needed assistance. Soon, Jiang Li found Sun Dahong and Jinyu. When she arrived, they were gossiping in front of the men in the brigade, talking about how provocative Jiang Li was and how she seduced them. Despite their serious appearance, they were secretly very eager for men, desperately hoping men would come to their door at night. Not everyone in the Victory Production Brigade was smart. Some actually believed Sun Dahong and Jinyu. After hearing their stories, some men started to think about Jiang Li, wondering if they should visit her house tonight. Jiang Li was quite attractive, and if she needed help, some men were willing to offer their support. Jiang Li immediately heard Sun Dahong and Jinyu talking dirty. If it had been another girl, she probably would have been so embarrassed she couldn't show her face. But Jiang Li was not someone easily controlled. When faced with rumors, she would only confront the people spreading them, not hide. Hey, Sun Jiqing, Jin Jiqing, tell me exactly when and where I supposedly tried to flirt with you, she said. Sun Dahong and Jinyu, who were just joking around, looked up and saw Jiang Li. They shivered instantly. Spreading rumors in front of her made them feel guilty. But they thought, as long as they stuck to their story and Jiang Li had no proof to prove her innocence, what was there to fear? For Shinway, they had to ruin Jiang Li's reputation. Sun Dahong looked serious and said, "It was the day before yesterday in the backyard of the youth station. You were holding my hand and asking me to touch you." Zhan Yu quickly added, "It was yesterday afternoon at the foot of the mountain. You pulled me and tried to me into the woods." Seeing them lie blatantly, a coldness appeared at the corner of Jiang Li's mouth. All right, very good. They lied without shame or guilt. Jiang Li wouldn't let them get away with spreading rumors about her. She stepped forward and kicked each of them. Jiang Li exerted some force. How could they resist? They were instantly kicked far away, falling painfully. Watching Jiang Li fiercely deal with Sun Dahong and Jinyu, Lin Xian followed behind her, eyes shining with admiration. No wonder she was sisterly. Her fighting style was so cool and fierce. The older youth saw Sun Dahong and Jinyu being beaten and thought they deserved it. They brought it on themselves. Spreading rumors about a girl's reputation was wrong. If it had been someone else spreading falsehoods, maybe it wouldn't matter. But Jiang Li was not someone who would suffer losses easily. They had clearly hit a nerve this time, and their ending would be terrible. Sun Dahong and Jinyu hit the ground hard, feeling their insides ache painfully. Now they realized just how powerful Jiang Li was. No wonder Shinway said they might not be able to beat her. With her skills, even both of them together couldn't get close. She could easily hit them like punching bags. After kicking them to the ground, Jiang Li didn't plan to let them go. She stepped forward again, squatted down, and slapped each of them a few times on the face. After being slapped, both of them felt their heads buzzing. They then felt a metallic taste in their mouths, and yes, their mouths were filled with blood from being beaten by Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at them with a cold smile and said, "Do you still dare to spread rumors about me? Do you think I was seducing you? Look at yourselves. Am I blind or crazy? Why would I be interested in two frogs like you?" Jiang Li's attitude was quite commanding, giving off a powerful aura that made people feel intimidated. Sun Dahong and Jinyu were almost in tears from the beating. But thinking of Shinway and wanting to show off in front of the goddess, they endured the pain and stubbornly said, "You're just pretending in front of us, but behind our backs, you're the one being inappropriate. You seduced us and then deny it, trying to force us to confess? Yes, you're afraid that your bad deeds will be exposed, so you use this method to silence us. Do you think we won't talk anymore, and this matter will just disappear? Jiang Jiqing, you're a woman who changes her mind easily and isn't proper." Seeing that these two still dared to spread rumors about her, Jiang Li realized she had been too gentle. But she knew that if she hit them again, it would look like she was hiding something with violence. Whether she had seduced them or not, once the rumors spread, someone would believe what they said. Jiang Li stood up and sneered, "Fine, I won't hit you anymore. But you better think carefully about why you're spreading rumors about me and what I really did wrong." After saying this, Jiang Li secretly placed a truth-telling charm on them. With the charm in effect, she wanted to see how they would continue to make up lies. Soon, the truth-telling charm worked. Sun Dahong and Zhan Yu both wanted to keep spreading rumors about Jiang Li, but they found they couldn't control their words and ended up revealing the truth. "We did it on purpose to ruin your reputation because you bullied Xin Jiqing." "Exactly. You bullied Xin Jiqing, so we spread rumors to ruin your reputation and make it hard for you to stay in the team." This idea was also suggested by Xin Jiqing. She said women care most about their reputation. If yours is ruined, it's like ruining you. We just wanted to vent our anger. Originally, we wanted to beat you up to teach you a lesson, but Xin Jiqing said we couldn't beat you. We did all this to please Xin Jiqing. She's pretty and comes from a wealthy family in Beijing. If we could gain her favor and marry her, we would surely rise in the world and live a prosperous life. The two kept talking nonstop, spilling everything. They tried to cover their mouths tightly, but it was useless, as if some unseen force was controlling them, forcing them to reveal all the truth. The people around them were stunned after hearing what these two said. Many who were close to Jiang Li looked angry. These two men were so mean, bullying a young girl. It's really despicable. As for Shinway, she was truly vicious and wicked. She even encouraged these two fools to spread rumors about Jiang Li and Huang Yao. Whether it was Shinway, Sun Dahong, or Zhen Yu, anyone capable of doing such things was not a good person. Jiang Li was really unlucky to meet such a mean and strange person. Jiang Li listened calmly to Sun Dahong and Zhen Yu's stories. She just said, "Why are these two making up stories about me? I used to think they were just Shinway's followers, trying to help her vent. I never thought Shinway was behind all this." She was angry but kept her cool. She didn't bother Shinway, but Shinway dared to cause trouble for her first. Since that's the case, Jiang Li wouldn't be soft on Shinway anymore. Shinway was also at the scene. She had come hoping to see Jiang Li embarrassed, but as soon as she arrived, she heard Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong exposing her. Before they started spreading rumors about Jiang Li, Shinway had warned them many times. No matter what happened, they must not betray her and should handle everything themselves. Both promised they would keep quiet. But now, after Jiang Li confronted them, they told everything. Seeing this, Shinway thought Jiang Li would definitely come after her. Even if she didn't, her reputation in the Victory production team was ruined. How would the team members and young workers see her? They would probably call her the most vicious woman. Shinway didn't want to carry such a terrible reputation. At this moment, the team members and young workers looked at Shinway with contempt and dislike. She looked decent, but how could she be so cruel and do such wicked things behind people's backs? She was also a woman, so didn't she realize how much damage she was doing to her own reputation? Although Shinway was pretty, once everyone saw her malicious heart, they all felt it was best to stay away from her. They thought she should keep her distance just in case she turned against them someday. Although everyone said nothing, Shinway felt the strange looks from those around her, and her heart was in turmoil. To save her image, she quickly clarified, "I didn't do anything. Sun Jiqing and Jin Jiqing are falsely accusing me. I have never done such things. I never instructed them to do anything." While speaking, Shinway pretended to be innocent and said with a sad face, "Wah, please believe me. I really didn't instruct Sun Jiqing and Jin Jiqing. I am innocent. They spread rumors about Jiang Jiqing and now want to frame me to shift blame. Can you believe what they say?" Seeing Shinway still denying even after being accused, Jiang Li felt disgusted. Haha, she won't admit it? Jiang Li had plenty of ways to make her admit. She used her old tricks and directly handed Shinway a truth token. Shinway, who had been stubborn and refusing to admit, suddenly started talking honestly. "Fine, I'll admit it. I just can't live with myself if I don't. Yes, I encouraged Jin Jiqing and Sun Jiqing to spread rumors about Jiang Li. So what? Jiang Li is so popular in the team, and you all worship her. How can this woman compare to me? I am the eldest daughter of the Shin family. She's not even worthy to carry my shoes. She even stole the man I liked, Mu Jingxun. I just wanted to teach her a lesson. Luckily, Zhen Jiqing and Sun Jiqing are fools. I just had to coax them a little, and they happily helped me do my dirty work. Once the rumors spread and Jiang Li's reputation was ruined, I wondered how she could still stay here. Would Mu Jingxun and the Mu family accept a woman with no reputation? Shinway couldn't stop herself and kept spilling her secrets. Her heart sank. She knew she was doomed. She had revealed her true thoughts, and now everyone would see her differently. How could she stay here after this? After Shinway said all this, Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, realizing what was really in her mind. Haha, this foolish woman thought that without her, Mu Jingxun would like her?
Dream on.
Shinway didn't realize that the Shin family had already fallen. She still called herself the eldest daughter of the Shin family. What a fool. The whole family was colluding with foreigners and betraying the country. With such a background, not only could she not be with Mu Jingxun, but even a rough country man wouldn't look at her. They would rather spit on her and drown her. Lin Xian listened to Shinway's words and felt very shocked. She didn't expect that this woman also liked Mu Jingxun, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Could she be the Shen family from Beijing? Lin Xian hadn't been back for a while and wasn't very familiar with the situation in Beijing. When she called her cousin Mu Xinya, they only talked about some gossip around them and didn't mention the Shin family. If Shinway is the young lady she thought she was, with the power of the Shin family, how could Shinway come to the countryside? Is there some misunderstanding? Lin Xian planned to find a chance to ask her cousin about it later. After Shinway told the truth, the people around gasped in surprise and pointed fingers at her to criticize. They said she was too mean and had a very bad heart. They worried that such a malicious woman staying in their team might harm others in the future. The team members liked Jiang Li because she had done many good things for the team and brought benefits. Shinway spread rumors and framed Jiang Li, so everyone decided to stay away from her and not give her a good attitude. Some, feeling angry, directly scolded Shinway, saying, "Wow, I've really seen it today. There are still such mean women in the world. Why don't you just go away? I never thought that Xinjiang not only looks down on us rural folks but also does such dirty things behind our backs. Her character is so bad. I think the team leader should send her back to the youth office. We don't want her in our team. Yeah, I feel sick just looking at her. She makes me want to. The team leader should send her back now. We can't keep such a troublemaker." Hearing the curses from the people around her, Shinway was about to cry out of anger. She wondered why things had turned out like this and why she couldn't control herself from saying those things. Now she understood. Sun Dahong and Jin Yiming had promised not to betray her, so why did they suddenly change and sell her out? It seemed that both of them were in the same situation as her, unable to stop themselves from speaking the truth. Realizing this, Shinway immediately accused Jiang Li. "Jiang Li, it must be you causing all this. You used some evil spell on us, so we're telling the truth, right?" Jiang Li sneered and looked at Shinway. "Haha, you also said it yourself. Everything I said was the truth. Don't worry about what I did to you. Just admit that you're telling the truth. Everything you just said was sincere, but if you conspired to spread rumors and frame me, you deserve to die. Shen Jiqing, Zhen Jiqing, and Sun Jiqing created rumors about me, and I have dealt with them. Now it's your turn," Jiang Li said as she walked up to Shinway, not holding back. She slapped Shinway hard across the face twice. The crisp sound of slaps echoed, and Shinway let out a sharp scream. Jiang Li, you hit me. You wicked person. How dare you hit me?" Hearing this, Jiang Li continued to slap Shinway again. "What's wrong with hitting you? You encourage others to spread rumors about me to ruin my reputation. Shouldn't I hit you? If you dare to yap again, I will keep hitting you until you accept it." Jiang Li's slaps were very heavy. Shinway felt her head spinning and her face hurting badly. After being beaten so badly, Shinway no longer dared to complain about Jiang Li. She was no match for her. If she dared to complain again, she would only get more hits. Seeing Jiang Li hit Shinway so fiercely, the people around thought she was justified. If it were them, they would probably do the same. Who asked Shinway to be so malicious? Lin Xian watched Jiang Li hitting Shinway and thought it was so cool. She wished she could be as strong as Jiang Li someday, so she could punch anyone who offended her. But she was just a girl with little strength and no fighting skills, so she couldn't do it. If she could, she would definitely learn from Jiang Li. Revenge never waits overnight. Seeing Shinway finally quiet down and the rumors cleared up, Jiang Li decided not to pursue the matter further publicly, or she would be seen as aggressive. Those who had been protecting Shinway might now turn to defend her after seeing her beaten so badly. But secretly, Jiang Li would never let Shinway go. She wanted to harm her and ruin her reputation. So Jiang Li simply cast a bad luck charm on Shinway. With the bad luck charm, Shinway could only wait for bad luck to come her way. As for her two followers, Jiang Li wouldn't let them continue to be her pawns. They had been loyal to Shinway because of her status. They thought Shinway was a wealthy young lady from a prominent family in Beijing with powerful parents. They believed that clinging to her would lead to a bright future. But now that Shin family's reputation was ruined, Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong's hopes were dashed. No matter how much they fawned on her, it was useless. Jiang Li deliberately spoke loudly. Shin Jiqing, I won't hold this against you today, but in the future, please don't do such wicked things again. After all, your family members are involved in corruption and accepting bribes, or are traitorous spies, and have already been investigated and sent away. If you are not honest here and have bad intentions or cause trouble, you will also be sent to the farm for re-education. When Jiang Li said this, everyone around looked shocked and started gossiping.
What?
Shinway's parents are actually heinous criminals? Then they should stay far away from Shinway in the future, or she might get into trouble because of them. Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong looked even more surprised. They had been trying to flatter Shinway, all because of her influence. If Shinway's family really was investigated and exiled, as Jiang Li said, then what's the point of them being sycophants? Shinway never expected her family to be involved in such a big problem. Although there were signs of trouble before she went to the countryside, she never thought it would become such a mess. Before she left, her family said they would bring her back to the city once their difficulties were over. Shinway had been waiting for her family to bring her home. She hated staying in this poor rural place, but if Jiang Li was telling the truth, she might never be able to return to the city. Staying in this terrible place made her feel cold all over, like falling into the 18th level of. Shinway didn't believe it at all and shouted at Jiang Li, "You're talking nonsense. You're definitely making things up. My family in Beijing is wealthy and powerful. How could they be investigated and exiled?" Jiang Li sneered, "If you don't believe me, call and ask. But I advise you not to call your family. Some have been executed, and those who weren't have been sent to the farm for re-education. They can't answer your calls. Just ask your friends or relatives. You'll find out the truth. I guess you won't be able to handle this shock. Before you call, you'd better prepare some quick-acting heart medicine." Seeing how confident Jiang Li was, Shinway couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it really be as Jiang Li said? Did her family really get into trouble? Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong also became anxious. Could it really be true? If it was, should they keep pretending to be loyal? They didn't want to waste their effort if they wouldn't gain anything. After finishing with Shinway, Jiang Li returned to the youth commune. The local leaders were still discussing the matter. Shinway's reputation was now completely ruined, and she wouldn't have a good day in the team anymore. Li Changping heard that Shinway was spreading rumors and slandering Jiang Li behind her back, and he felt disgusted with this delicate young woman. Shinway could only pray that she would return to the city soon. Otherwise, if she stayed in the victory production team, they would find ways to trouble her, just to get back at Jiang Li. Jiang Li, however, didn't think much of it anymore because she knew Shinway was cursed with bad luck and would soon face divine punishment. After hearing Jiang Li's words, Shinway decided to call home to ask about the situation. She had already tried calling a few times earlier, but no one answered. She wondered if her family was under investigation, which was why they weren't picking up. Once the investigation was over, she believed they would answer her call. Jiang Li, however, said her family had been executed and sent to a farm for reform. Could that really be the reason they couldn't be reached? On her way to make the call, Shinway felt anxious and worried that things might really be as Jiang Li said. The thought of such a terrible situation made her feel dizzy. No, that couldn't be true. Shinway silently prayed in her heart, hoping that heaven would protect her Shin family and that nothing bad would happen. She first called her family, but no one answered. Then she dialed a friend who was her best buddy in the same compound. Since they lived in the same neighborhood, her friend would definitely know what was happening to her family. Fortunately, the call was answered quickly. "Hello, who is this?" the familiar voice asked. Shinwei recognized it and excitedly shouted, "Shuang Shuang, it's me, Wei Wei." After giving her name, there was a brief silence on the other end. Then, Wu Shuang's voice sounded a bit dismissive and cautious. "Shinwei, don't call me anymore. I don't want to be dragged into your trouble. Your Shin family had such a big incident. If I get too close, I'll be in danger too. If you still consider me your friend, don't come to harm me, okay?" Hearing Wu Shuang's words, Shinwei's heart sank and despair washed over her. "Shuang, tell me clearly, what exactly happened to my family? I've been sent to the countryside now and don't know anything about what's happening in Beijing. Don't scare me, please." Wu Shuang was surprised that Shinwei still didn't know what had happened to her family. After thinking for a moment, she decided to tell Shinwei everything truthfully. She needed her to understand the real situation of the Shin family so that Shinwei wouldn't contact her again. Otherwise, if she didn't know the details, she might think Wu Shuang was exaggerating and continue calling her in the future. Wu Shuang carefully explained everything she knew. "Vivi, your family has been thoroughly investigated. It was found that not only did your family embezzle a huge amount of national wealth, but you also colluded with people from the island country. The charges against your family are very serious. Embezzlement is bad enough, but treason is a much worse crime, something punishable by death. You should stay quietly in the countryside and never go back to the city, or you'll definitely be arrested. Luckily, you left for the countryside just in time. Otherwise, you and your family would have been sent to farm reform. Oh, and your grandfather and father received the harshest punishment. They were executed by gunfire. The rest of your family is now working on a farm." Regarding the Shun family situation, Jang Li has already explained everything, but Shinwei refuses to believe it. Only after hearing Wu Shuang say the same does she begin to accept that her family's troubles are real. When Shinwei learns about her family's serious problems, she starts trembling with fear. If the Shun family falls, what will she do? Will she really never be able to return to the city? Even if she does go back, what's the point? She won't be the proud young lady anymore, but a descendant of traitors, hated wherever she goes. Shinwei feels like she has fallen from heaven into. On the phone, Wu Shuang continues. "All right, Wei, I've told you everything about your family.
Please don't contact me again.
Even if you call, I won't answer." She then hangs up with a click. Shinwei had hoped her friends could help her when her family's problems arose, but now she realizes her best friends avoid her. She knows other friends probably won't want to get involved either. Holding the phone tightly, Shinwei feels a deep sense of loneliness. After learning the truth, she feels lost and like a walking corpse, returning to the youth commune in a daze. No one can help her now, and no one wants to. For the first time, Shinwei feels hopeless about her future. Before going to the countryside, her parents gave her some money and tickets, but given her spendthrift habits, it would only last a few years. When her money runs out, what will she do next? When Jinyu and Sun Dahong see Shinwei return, they realize she's been on the phone. Seeing her unusual mood, they wonder if Jiang Li was right. Has Shinwei's family really fallen? If her family is ruined, they'd better stay away from her. They've been trying to flatter Shinwei, mainly because of her family's power and influence, hoping to climb up and succeed once they're close to her. If climbing up to Shinwei brings no real benefit, then why bother flattering her? Especially since Jiang Li said that after the big incident at the Shin family, Shinwei's background has become more questionable. If they get close to Shinwei, they might end up being dragged down by her. "Shin Jiqing, what's wrong? Did something really happen to your family?" Jin Yu and Sun Dahong both stepped forward to ask about Shinwei. They weren't genuinely concerned. They just wanted to see how Shinwei's family was doing to decide whether to continue flattering her. Shinway glanced at Shenyu and Sun Dahong. She clearly knew why these two were so eager to flatter her. They only cared about her family background than about her as a person. If they found out that her family had fallen on hard times, even if she looked beautiful, they wouldn't keep flattering her. Knowing their thoughts, Shinway definitely wouldn't tell them about her family's problems. She still wanted Jinyu and Sun Dahong to keep helping her and doing favors. Without these two flatterers, her life in the collective farm would be very difficult. She forced a smile and said, "No, Jiqingjiang is talking nonsense. How could she know so much about my family? I just called my family members and they're all fine. They want me to stay a bit longer in the collective farm to toughen up. Once I am ready, they will help me get back to the city." At this moment, Shinwei was clearly lying, but her face showed no signs of panic. Jinyu and Sun Dahong felt suspicious, but thought Shinwei probably wouldn't lie to them. Besides, with Shinwei's high status, her family wouldn't fall so easily. Compared to Jiang Li's words, they trusted Shinwei more. After hearing this, Jinyu and Sun Dahong decided to continue flattering Shinwei. If she really managed to return to the city, they could benefit too. The Shin family's troubles had pushed Shinwei to the brink of despair. What made her even more upset was that the young people at the Jiqing station and the team members kept teasing her and making things difficult, as if they were taking revenge on Jiang Li. Shinwei was almost furious. When Jinyu and Sun Dahong failed to ruin Jiang Li's reputation, it only made her look malicious. Shinwei was very unwilling to accept this. She planned to go to the county town to report Jiang Li. She thought Jiang Li was a bit strange, and after asking around, Jinyu and Sun Dahong found out that this woman was actually involved in superstitious practices. These days, there is a strong effort to eliminate superstitions. Jiang Li is doing things that are strictly forbidden. If someone reports her, she will definitely be investigated. Thinking this, Shinwei decided to go to the county town herself, write a report, and put it into the complaint box. However, Shinwei didn't expect that Jiang Li had cast a bad luck spell on her. Since going to the county, Shinwei has been experiencing many misfortunes. After submitting the report and pushing her cart along the street, she was bumped into by someone. She didn't think much about the bump, just felt unlucky and scolded the other person for not paying attention while walking. Then she pushed her cart to the supply and marketing cooperative, planning to buy some things. Since she rarely comes to the county, not buying anything would be a big loss. Her last purchase was almost used up, so today she took the opportunity to restock. Although the Shun family has fallen, Shinwei still maintains her noble lady attitude, which she can't change easily. Life in the countryside is already hard, and if she keeps eating poorly, she feels her days will lose hope. She still has some money in vouchers, so she plans to get by for a few more years. As long as she doesn't spend too extravagantly, she believes she can last a while longer. At the supply store, Shinwei bought several bottles of fruit preserves, some egg cakes and glutinous rice strips, plus 2 cans of malted milk, fruit candies, and biscuits. She also wanted to buy milk powder, but surprisingly, the small supply store in the county didn't sell it. That made her feel even more frustrated. She didn't know when she could return to the city. This small, rundown place really isn't suitable for people, especially compared to Beijing. Besides food, Shinwei thought the weather was getting colder. When she first went to the countryside, she didn't bring many warm clothes. When it gets cold, she'll need to dress warmly. So she ordered some wool yarn, planning to knit 2 sweaters for herself. Although the store sells ready-made sweaters, Shinwei thinks they are too expensive. Now that her family has fallen on hard times and won't send her money anymore, she has to rely on her savings. She must be careful with her spending, because once the money is gone, it's gone. Some necessary expenses can't be avoided, but unnecessary ones can be cut back. She bought a lot of things, and the clerk at the store began to tally the bill. The total came to 42 yuan, 88 cents, and 3 millimes. This much money could cover a normal worker's salary for a month in the city. But for Shinwei, a wealthy young lady, she didn't think it was a lot to spend. If she were in Beijing, she might buy more than 40 yuan worth of clothes at a time. If the Shin family hadn't had recent problems, Shinwei would probably buy more things and wouldn't be so frugal now. After the clerk calculated the total and the needed tickets, Shinway immediately took out money from her pocket. Her pocket was large, and she carried her money and tickets with her since she moved to the countryside. Shinway kept her money close because she didn't trust the people living in the youth hostel. They were all poor, and she worried they might sneak into her room and steal her money when she wasn't around. To be safe, she kept her money on her body. When Shinway reached into her pocket, she suddenly froze. She found a big tear in her pocket. An uneasy feeling came over her. Could her money have been stolen? She quickly reached into the torn pocket, and just as she feared, her money was gone. Her pocket, which once held thousands of yuan, was now empty. Shinwei searched for a long time, but found nothing. Her face grew darker and more upset. It was gone, completely gone. Then Shinwei remembered the person she bumped into earlier on the road. Yes, it must have been that person who intentionally bumped into her and stole her money. No one else had come close to her. Seeing Shinwei empty-handed, the clerk grew impatient and said, "Comrade, you don't have any money? Why are you here shopping then? And you picked so many things. Are you trying to waste our time?" Shinwei felt the clerk's disdain and embarrassment, her face turning bright red. "I don't have no money."
My money was stolen, she said.
The clerk didn't listen to her explanation and sneered. "So, you really have no money. Next time, make sure you're sure before you come shopping. We only serve customers with money. We don't have time to deal with this." Shinwei's face turned pale with anger. She was the proud daughter of the Shin family. When she was in Beijing, the clerks at the department store were always polite and respectful to her, even fawning. But now, in this small county and this tiny shop, the clerk was treating her so dismissively. If it had been before, Shinwei would have lost her temper and scolded the clerk loudly. Although Shinwei was very angry at this moment, she had no energy to argue with the clerk. Because she lost her money, her main goal now was to recover it quickly. Shin's family had problems now, and she wanted to live better in the countryside. To do that, she needed money. When she moved to the countryside, her parents gave her money, which was her last support there. Now that the money was gone, Shinwei couldn't imagine how difficult her future would be. She immediately rushed out of the supply and marketing cooperative, trying to catch the person who had just hit her and stolen her money. She pedaled her bike hard and rode around the county twice, but she didn't see any sign of the thief. Of course, after stealing her money, the thief had already run away and hidden. Shinwei searched the whole town on her bike, sweating a lot, but the physical tiredness was nothing compared to her emotional pain. She couldn't find the thief or get her money back. How would she live in the future? Shinwei felt very regretful. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have come to the county to report the theft today. If she hadn't reported it, she wouldn't have met the thief, and her money wouldn't have been stolen. Thinking about all the bad luck she had experienced recently, the delicate young lady couldn't hold back anymore and started crying loudly in the street. After crying for a while, only a few passers-by showed concern and asked about her. A few who approached her were just lecherous men from the town, smiling lewdly and saying, "Little girl, why are you crying? Did something sad happen? Tell your brother. Maybe I can help you." Seeing these lecherous, ugly men, Shinwei was too upset to care and quickly pedaled away. But she didn't go straight back to the production team. Instead, she went to the police station. She still held a small hope that maybe her lost money could be found. No matter what, she had to try. If she didn't try, she would never get her money back. Maybe there would be a miracle. At the police station, when she saw the police officers, tears started flowing uncontrollably again. "Young officer, what's wrong? Are you facing any difficulties?" The officer asked, then invited Shinwei to sit down and tell her story slowly. Shinwei sat on the bench and recounted everything about losing her money. After hearing her story, the police officer frowned. The girl had lost quite a lot of money, 3,000 yuan. She is quite careless. Who would dare carry so much money when going out? A little cash for daily needs is enough. Most of the large sums should be kept in the bank. However, since the victims are already so badly hurt, the police can't blame Shinwei too much. They only advise her not to carry so much money when she goes out in the future. They also promised that they would do their best to investigate her case. If they catch the thief, they will contact her immediately and help recover her money. After reporting to the police, Shane Wei, feeling lost and hopeless, went back home. She silently prayed that the police would work quickly to catch the thief and recover her money. She couldn't imagine how she would get through the days ahead without her money. Since she had no money, she couldn't buy anything and had to ride her bike back to the production team. But just when things seemed worse, she had already been robbed, and on her way back, she accidentally fell off her bike. Her hand was hurt, and her bike was broken. Shinway, lying on the road, endured the pain from her hand while pushing her bike toward the victory production team. She felt she was extremely unlucky today. Why was the universe treating her this way? She hadn't done anything bad. Of course, Shinwei didn't know that her bad luck was caused by Jiang Li's unlucky charm. Jiang Li also didn't know about Shinwei's misfortune today. She was still at the team's medical station. Today there were fewer people, only 2 or 3 elders asking Jiang Li for massages. As people get older, they often develop small health issues, aches here and pains there. For the elders, few are free from minor health problems. Before Jiang Li went to the countryside, no one helped them with health issues. Since she became the village doctor for the team, these elders felt like they had found a savior. A massage from her made them feel much better instantly. The victory team was very lucky to have such a talented and capable young woman. Seeing that there weren't many people today, Jiang Li planned to go into the mountains this afternoon to practice. The mountain air was rich, and she could catch some wild game to improve her meals. She had been busy these days and hadn't had time to go into the mountains, so her food had gotten worse. Although she had some wild game stored in her space, she could only take it out after going into the mountains. Eating it openly would surely attract suspicion. After checking on the team members' health, Jang Li returned to the youth commune and planned to prepare lunch. Eating alone was much easier. Unlike when Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxun were here, she had to make more elaborate meals every day. Today, Jiang Li decided to eat cured meat and went to the vegetable garden to pick some garlic sprouts. Stir-fried cured meat with garlic smelled very good. Just as Jiang Li was about to start cooking, she saw Shinwei coming back from outside. However, Shinwei looked very battered. Her face was swollen from a fall, her arm was badly scraped and bleeding heavily. Her bicycle was also badly damaged, with one tire clearly punctured and other parts also broken. Seeing Shinwei so miserable, Jiang Li didn't find it strange. After all, she had stuck a bad luck charm on Shinwei. If she wasn't unlucky, that would be strange. When Shinwei saw Jiang Li smiling and staring at her, she felt sure that Jiang Li was gloating and was very angry. So Shinwei glared fiercely at Jiang Li. She thought that her current state was all Jiang Li's fault. If it weren't for Jiang Li, she wouldn't have gone to the county town to report, and if she hadn't reported, she wouldn't have lost her money. Without losing her money, she wouldn't have been distracted while riding her bike and fallen. So Jiang Li was the main cause of her bad luck. Now that Jiang Li was gloating, Shinwei felt upset inside. She really wanted to punch Jiang Li to vent her anger. Jiang Li saw Shinwei glaring at her for no reason and found it a bit funny. Glaring at her?
Who gave her that right?
And who had the courage? Shinwei really was not very smart. She should look at her own situation. Jiang Li didn't bother with Shinwei's glare and simply glared back.
Huh?
Who's afraid of whom when it comes to looks? As expected, when it came to intimidating looks, Jiang Li was far better than Shinwei. Feeling Jiang Li's strong presence, Shinwei didn't dare to argue anymore and started to cry sadly. Yes, Shinwei was like a little white flower bullied by others, crying very sadly and pitifully. Hearing Shinwei's crying, the youth commune members all came out to see what was happening. If someone else had been so badly hurt, they would probably go over to comfort her. After all, they were all fellow youth who went to the countryside together, and everyone should support and care for each other. But Shinwei was an exception. She was not liked by anyone. Now, seeing her miserable and pitiful state, no one went to comfort her or asked what happened. The old youth workers acted as if they hadn't seen anything, and they simply looked away. However, Shinway's 2 loyal followers remained very attentive. When they saw Shinway injured, they quickly stepped forward to ask how she was feeling. When asked by Jinyu and Sun Dahong, Shinway felt overwhelmed with sadness and started crying more heavily. She sniffled and explained the various unlucky things that happened to her today in the county town. Actually, Shinway didn't want to talk about her money being stolen. First, she felt ashamed, and second, she was worried that these 2 followers might abandon her once they knew she had no money. But in the end, she still told them, mainly because she had no money now and would need these 2 to help her with expenses in the future. If she didn't tell them, she wouldn't be able to honestly ask for money later. She also mentioned that she was injured now and needed to buy medicine. Usually, her team members would go to Jiang Li for treatment, and they rarely spent money. But Shinway and Jiang Li had a very bad relationship. Knowing that she would need to see that woman for her injury, she was sure Jiang Li wouldn't help. Shinway didn't want to cause trouble or be mocked by Jiang Li, so she planned to ask these 2 followers to buy some medicine for her at the communal health station. When Jinyu and Sun Dahong heard that Shinway lost her money, they frowned. They had been so devoted to Shinway, cooking and chopping wood for her, mainly to flatter her and pave their way for the future. But another important reason was that Shinway often provided them with food subsidies. Recently, she bought food from the brigade and shared it with them. Now that her money was gone, could she still support them like before? Shinway noticed their cautious expressions. To keep these 2 followers loyal, she decided to give them a big promise. I've already reported it to the police. They've started investigating my case. If everything goes well, I should get my money and the receipt back soon. Even if the police can't recover it, it's okay. In a few days, I will contact my family and ask them to send me some money. Hearing this, Jinyu and Sun Dahong felt relieved. Shinway was from a wealthy family in Beijing, and her family had plenty of money. Surely, they would send her more money. Seeing that they believed her words, Shinway secretly relaxed. She then took the opportunity to ask Jinyu and Sun Dahong for help, asking them to lend her money to buy medicine now, promising to pay them back once she had money. During this time, they would cover her meals and expenses. Once she had money again, everything would be fine, and she wouldn't let them suffer any loss. Although Jinyu and Sun Dahong were a bit reluctant when Shinway asked them to lend money for medicine and food, they knew that if they refused, Shinway would be unhappy. After Shinway has money, she will definitely stop caring about them. So, the 2 loyal followers decided to obey Shinway's request for their long-term benefit. On my side, I ate alone at noon, cooking just 1 dish, which made me very happy. After eating and drinking enough, she went up the mountain in the afternoon. Jiang Li spent the whole afternoon practicing diligently. When it started to get dark and she was heading down the mountain, she carried 2 wild chickens. Tonight, she planned to make spicy stir-fried wild chicken. Thinking about the fragrant, spicy, tender chicken, Jiang Li couldn't help but start salivating. Even as a master of the mysterious arts, she couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Since Jiang Li caught 2 wild chickens, an old lady saw her when she was coming down the mountain. The old lady approached quietly and asked, "Little Jiang, you caught 2 wild chickens? That's impressive.
Can you sell me one?
My daughter-in-law just had a baby, and we don't have many good things at home to help her recover. If I could get a wild chicken, I could make her some chicken soup to help her get better." Currently, each household in the team can raise 2 or 3 chickens, but those chickens are kept for laying eggs, and no one wants to eat them. The old lady also keeps hens at home but is reluctant to kill them because then there would be no eggs for the future. Seeing how much the old lady cares for her daughter-in-law, Jang Li thought it was quite rare. She liked people who cared for their family. When she saw the old lady wanted to buy, Jiang Li said, "All right, everyone. I'll give you one, but we shouldn't do business openly or people might think we're speculating. So, just have your son bring me a few bundles of firewood for winter." The old lady was happy to hear Jiang Li's request and felt she was getting a great deal. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, Jiang, we can't take such a big advantage from you. Let me send you a few bundles of firewood and 10 eggs. The wild chicken Jiang Li had was not very big, and asking for 10 eggs seemed a bit too much. Besides, her family had a pregnant woman, and they needed to keep some eggs for her recovery. Jiang Li then said to the old lady, "Ma'am, 10 eggs are too many. 5 will do. Just send me 5 eggs. I don't want more." The old lady quickly agreed. "All right, Jiang, I trust you. I'll give you 5 eggs and a few bundles of firewood." After they agreed, Jiang Li handed the bigger wild chicken to the old lady. The old lady happily accepted the chicken. Now, with the wild chicken, her daughter-in-law's health could be better supported. Women often suffer the most during childbirth. After giving birth, if they do not eat good food, their health can easily weaken, leaving behind health problems. Jiang Li carried another wild chicken back to the educated youth station. Once there, she began to slaughter and clean the chicken. While washing the chicken, she suddenly thought of Mu Jingxun. If Mu Jingxun were here, he would handle all these chores. Unknowingly, Jiang Li realized she was starting to miss that man. He probably went on another mission now. She hoped his mission would go smoothly, so he could finish early and come back to see her. Jiang Li wished that before the new year, Mu Jingxun could visit her. If he could celebrate the new year with her, it would be perfect. The other old educated youths also saw Jiang Li cleaning the chicken. They were used to her hunting wild game, so they didn't find it strange anymore. Everyone knew Jiang Li was skilled. She could even kill wild boars, so a small chicken was easy for her. Just after Jiang Li finished cleaning the chicken, the old woman's son carried over 2 bundles of firewood for her. "Jiang, I brought you 2 bundles of firewood first. I don't have much left at home. Tomorrow I'll go to the mountain to gather new firewood and bring it to you," he said. Jiang Li smiled and replied, "That's kind of you, but it's okay. This much is enough for now." "No, I must give you 2 more bundles," he insisted. After all, wild chickens are good food, and it wouldn't be right to give too little firewood. After saying this, the man took out a basket. "Jiang, my mother asked me to give you these too," he said. Earlier, Jiang Li had agreed with the old woman to only give her 5 eggs. She listened and only gave 5 eggs. But in the basket, besides the eggs, there were some dried black fungus, sun-dried radish strips, and some pickled vegetables. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't take the basket immediately, the man guessed the reason. He smiled and said, "Jiang, my mother said these dried vegetables and pickles aren't worth much.
Just try some and keep them."
Since he said so, Jiang Li accepted the items. She couldn't help but think to herself that the old woman was really kind. After accepting the firewood and dried goods, Jiang Li carried the cleaned chicken back to cook. Frying the tender chicken with some chili made a delicious dish that went perfectly with rice. The fragrant smell of the fried chicken filled the entire youth station. Shinway was almost tempted to drool. She had originally planned to go to the county today to buy some meat to bring back and eat. But her money and tickets were stolen, so her plan could not succeed. Now she was injured and hadn't eaten meat for several days. She smelled the aroma of wild chicken and kept salivating, craving it. However, even with her craving, Shinway knew she couldn't afford to eat it since she had lost her money and tickets. Lin Xian also caught the smell of the meat coming from Jiang Li's room. Compared to Shinway, Lin Xian was in a much better situation. She didn't lack money or tickets and could go to the county town to buy some meat to eat. But smelling the delicious aroma from Jiang Li's room, Lin Xian was still tempted. "Oh, Sister Li is truly amazing, so capable. Not only is she skilled in magic, but her cooking is also excellent." Smelling the food Jiang Li was cooking, Lin Xian's mouth watered even more. She decided to be bold and asked Jiang Li if she could share some. Of course, Lin Xian didn't want to take advantage for nothing. She believed in fair exchange. She rummaged through her bag and found a bag of beef jerky, then headed to Jiang Li's room. When she arrived, she knocked a few times on the door. Jiang Li opened it and saw Lin Xian standing there with a big smile, looking very eager to please. Seeing Lin Xian's overly flattering smile, Jiang Li knew she was up to something. Maybe because of Shinway, the annoying girl, Jiang Li felt Lin Xian wasn't so irritating anymore. She directly asked, What's the matter? Lin Xian chuckled and said, Sisterly, what did you make? It smells so good. Can you share a little with me? I can't resist this smell. I'm almost drooling. Just a small share is enough. I just want to taste it. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I'll trade you this bag of beef jerky. What do you think? Lin Xian said this and handed the bag of beef jerky to Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at the jerky, which seemed pretty good, probably tasty. Seeing Lin Xian's hopeful eyes, Jiang Li thought for a moment and decided that sharing a small bowl was okay. After all, even if she didn't share with Lin Xian, she couldn't eat all that wild chicken herself. All right, I'll give you a small bowl, just one. Jiang Li agreed. Seeing Jiang Li agree, Lin Xian's face lit up with happiness. Jiang Li told her to wait a moment. The chicken would be ready in a few minutes. The wild chicken needed to be cooked until tender to taste best. Lin Xian was patient and waited calmly. Finally, after a few minutes, the wild chicken was ready. Once it was cooked, Jiang Li served a small bowl and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian held the chicken like a treasure and happily ran back to the house to enjoy it. Lin Xian was sharing meals with Zhang Lady, who also finished preparing dinner at this time. During this period, Zhang Lady had been eating with Lin Xian, and her nutrition improved, visibly gaining weight. Being able to eat with Lin Xian made Zhang Lady feel like she had gained a lot. Although Lin Xian had a bit of a spoiled personality, she truly didn't neglect her meals. Because Lin Xian was well off, Zhang Lady often got to eat good food with her. Now, with better nutrition, she had more energy to work. Plus, Zhang Lady no longer needed to support her family, and life felt much better than before. When she first moved to the countryside, Zhang Lady often thought about returning to the city. But now, she felt that living in the countryside was pretty good. Here, as long as you worked hard, you wouldn't have to worry about starving or not being able to support yourself. If she went back to the city without a proper job, it wouldn't be easy to live well. The only thing Zhang Lady hoped for now was that Lin Xian wouldn't leave for the city too soon. If Lin Xian went back, although she could support herself, life wouldn't be as good as staying with Lin Xian. Lin Xian was holding a small bowl of wild chicken given by Jiang Jiqing, reluctant to share it with Zhang Lady. She said, This was given to me by Jiang Jiqing, and there's not much. I don't have enough for myself, so I won't share it with you. Zhang Lady looked at the chicken in Lin Xian's bowl, but didn't mind. There wasn't much chicken, and Lin Xian wasn't obligated to share. Besides, without the chicken, she still ate well with Lin Xian. Tonight's dinner was scrambled eggs. It's okay, Lin Jiqing, I won't eat it. You can have it, Lin Xian said happily. The aroma of Jiang Li's cooked chicken was tempting, and when she tasted it, she found the flavor even better. Lin Xian was eating with great enjoyment. It was the first time Lin Xian had tasted Jiang Li's cooking, and she almost cried from how delicious it was, much better than the professional chefs at state-run restaurants. Unfortunately, Jiang Li didn't want to share meals with her, or Lin Xian couldn't imagine how happy life would be. Now, Lin Xian finally understood why Mu Jingxun was so captivated by Jiang Li. Jiang Li was so talented and cooked so well that not only men, but even she herself couldn't help but be moved. Lin Xian now deeply wished she were a man. If she were, she would find a way to take Jiang Li away from Mu Jingxun. Currently, she is a. Jiang Li looks too straight and probably wouldn't want to be involved with her. What a pity. In the next few days, Jiang Li's life was quite peaceful. There weren't many issues in the team, and she spent at least half a day each day going into the mountains to train. Many team members and educated youths also went into the mountains during this time. Before it snowed, they wanted to stock up on firewood and dried goods so that after the snow sealed the mountains, they could stay comfortably at home during the winter. Shinway's injury was healing well. She had been waiting for someone from above to come and investigate Jiang Li, but after waiting so long, no one from the county came to the production team to look into Jiang Li. What Shinway didn't know was that her tip had already reached Secretary Su. Since Secretary Su knew Jiang Li was a special person, he wouldn't accept reports accusing her of superstitions. So, whether Shinway waited a few days or even months or years, no one would come to trouble Jiang Li. Shinway watched eagerly but saw no results, so she had to put this matter aside for now. She thought her injury was almost healed and she could go out, so she called Jinyu and Sun Dahong to go up the mountain and see if they could catch some wild game. These days, Jiang Li went into the mountains almost every day and often brought back some wild game to eat, which made Shinway crave it terribly. If her money and tickets hadn't been lost, she could just go to the county town to buy some meat. But now, with no money or tickets, Shinway could only find ways to provide for herself. Shinway believed that since Jiang Li could catch wild game every day, she and Jinyu and Sun Dahong, who went with her, would probably have some luck too. Anyway, they had to try. If they really caught some game, she could finally eat meat. Jinyu and Sun Dahong were both loyal followers of Shinway, and they naturally dared not refuse her suggestion. Both obediently followed Shinway, ready to go hunting in the mountains with her. The three of them went into the mountains together, which didn't seem unusual. Recently, many people went into the mountains, either collecting mountain produce or firewood. When they saw these three, no team members reminded them not to go deep into the forest. These three educated youths had all previously wronged Jiang Li, and both the team members and the older educated youths had a bad impression of them, so they didn't bother to pay attention or warn them about safety. Whether Shinway and her companions were unlucky or lucky, no one knew. Before they even reached the deep mountains, a large wild boar suddenly charged out of the woods, fierce and aggressive, heading straight for them. Shinway and her two loyal followers had been planning to catch some wild chickens and rabbits for food, but when they saw the fierce wild boar, they panicked. They had no way to fight such a big beast. This wild boar probably weighs around 200 to 300 pounds. Its size is bigger than two grown men combined, and it has sharp tusks, making it look very fierce. If it were to charge at someone, it could easily be deadly. Shinway and the others didn't think much and hurriedly ran away in panic. The direction they fled happened to be where a woman was gathering mountain produce with her children. Seeing Shinway and the others running with a wild boar behind them, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Encountering a wild boar in the mountains is very dangerous. Now, with such a large boar charging forward, everyone thought they were doomed. Especially those with children, who quickly picked up their kids and ran down the mountain, risking everything. Soon, the forest was filled with screams and calls for help. Jiang Li was practicing in the woods at this moment. Her hearing was very sharp, and she immediately caught the sounds of trouble nearby. Hearing the screams, Jiang Li quickly calculated that her teammates were in danger. She stood up and rushed to the scene. When Jiang Li arrived, the wild boar was almost catching Shinway. The boar wasn't chasing others but was fixated on Shinway, chasing her madly. Everyone thought this was strange, but Jiang Li understood why. It was because Shinway carried a bad luck charm. She was like a walking disaster magnet, always the first to suffer from any calamity or trouble. Seeing the boar only chasing Shinway, Jiang Li decided not to save her. That malicious woman, who had repeatedly set traps and tried to steal her man, was not worth her help. Helping her would only be pointless. Shinway screamed in fear and deliberately ran toward the children, trying to lure the boar away. Shinway's heart was malicious. She thought that if she led the boar toward others, it wouldn't attack her alone. The children ran much slower than her and were more likely to be hit by the boar. Once the boar attacked others, she would have a better chance to escape. Jiang Li and the others could see Shinway's bad intentions clearly. Many parents were cursing her. How could she be so cruel, so malicious? Knowing the children couldn't run fast, Shinway still deliberately tried to lure the boar toward them. But her plan failed. Even though she tried to lead the boar toward the children, the boar still chased her alone. Soon, the boar rammed into Shinway from behind, its tusks piercing into her leg. Shinway was stabbed in one leg. After she fell from the pain, the wild boar continued attacking, and soon her other leg was also pierced. Shinway screamed in pain and then fainted from the agony. Once Shinway fainted, Jiang Li stepped in to deal with the furious wild boar. Jiang Li is very strong, and she quickly subdued the aggressive pig. Seeing how easily Jiang Li handled the wild boar, Jinyu and Sun Dahong were stunned. The old farmers had always said Jiang Li was very powerful and admired her greatly. But Jin Yu and Sun Dahong didn't believe it because they hadn't seen her skills with their own eyes and thought others were exaggerating. Now, watching Jiang Li effortlessly take down such a fierce wild boar, they finally understood how terrifying her strength really was. Thinking about Hao Yao, who had caused trouble for Jiang Li before, was so reckless, they realized Jiang Li had been merciful last time. With her ability, she could have easily hurt or even killed them all. From now on, they knew to be careful around her and definitely not to provoke her. Meanwhile, the women with children saw Jiang Li quickly take care of the fierce wild boar and felt relieved. They considered themselves lucky to have encountered Jiang Li. If she hadn't been here to handle the pig, they might have been in danger too. Seeing Shinway's terrible condition was truly heartbreaking. If Jiang Li hadn't arrived in time, they might have suffered the same fate as Shinway, badly injured, or even killed by the wild boar. After a while, everyone slowly calmed down, still shaken. Their screams had attracted other team members from nearby. When these team members arrived, they saw Shinway lying in a pool of blood and a dead wild boar. It was clear that they had been attacked by the pig, and Shinway was hurt. The wild boar was also killed, and it was obvious Jang Li was the one who had done it. Who else could have such skills? Seeing more people arrive, Jang Li said, "Please help me. Carry Shin Jiqing back first. I'll take care of this wild boar." Such a large pig could be a good meal for everyone after it was brought back. The team members all agreed and followed her instructions. The team members who had been gathering firewood and mountain produce on the mountain no longer had the mood to stay. They hurried down the mountain, worried that if another wild boar appeared and Jiang Li wasn't here, they would be in trouble. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Li Chongping heard the news and immediately rushed over. Jiang Li returned carrying a large wild boar, and Li Chongping looked very happy. However, when he saw that some young workers were injured, even the unlikable Shinway, Li Chongping frowned with concern. Since the young workers had an accident in their production team, and as the team leader, he knew he bore some responsibility. Li Chongping looked at Jiang Li, scratched his head, and asked, "Young worker Jiang Li, please check Shinway's injuries. We don't want any more serious problems." Jiang Li nodded, understanding Li Chongping's concern. Although she disliked Shinway, she didn't want her to die at this moment. Besides, Jiang Li believed that living with constant suffering was the real pain, and dying might be a relief for her. Shinway's legs were badly injured by the wild boar, with the tusks piercing deep. It was likely her legs could not be saved. With her legs paralyzed, Jiang Li was curious to see how this woman would live in the future. She immediately ordered someone to carry Shinway to the young workers' camp and personally helped treat her wounds. Jiang Li pretended to sigh and said, "Shinway's legs are too badly hurt. They can't be saved. She'll be disabled for the rest of her life." When Li Chongping heard that Shinway might be crippled, he worried that she wouldn't be able to do farm work anymore. Could their team really afford to keep a disabled person? That seemed impossible. The team members were already struggling to feed themselves, and they couldn't afford to support an extra person without reason. Seeing Li Chongping worried and sighing, Jiang Li guessed his thoughts. She comforted him, saying, "Team leader, you don't need to worry too much. If Shinway's legs are disabled and she can't work in the fields, she won't be able to contribute to rural support anymore. You can go to the young workers' office and have her sent back to the city." Hearing Jiang Li's suggestion, Li Chongping suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, how did he not think of that? Jiang Li's idea was very practical. There had been cases before of young workers being medically discharged or injured and returning to the city. Some didn't want to live in the countryside and even deliberately injured themselves to go back. In Shinway's case, if she couldn't work in the fields anymore, she would only be a burden. It wouldn't be difficult to arrange her return to the city. Li Chongping, who had been worried and gloomy, suddenly smiled happily. He sent someone to take Shinway, whose injuries had been treated, back to the young workers' camp. Then he cheerfully called the team members to deal with the wild boar and prepare to distribute the pork later. The team members, seeing they could finally share the meat, all smiled happily. Li Chongping also heard the details of the wild boar attack on the team that day. He deeply disliked and despised Shinway for what she had done. No wonder her fate was so tragic. Her heart was too wicked. It seems that heaven is upset and intentionally punishing her. When the team members heard that Shinway's legs were broken, no one showed her any sympathy. In fact, many people cheered and clapped happily. Like Li Chongping, they all thought Shinway got what she deserved. While criticizing Shinway, everyone praised Jiang Li to the skies. Today, luckily Jiang Li was here. Without her, many more team members might have been hurt. All of them are young, educated youths from the countryside, but no one understands why there is such a big gap between them. Shinway is a truly annoying and mean woman, while Jiang Li is always kind and likable. They are like night and day. Thanks to everyone's teamwork, the wild boar was quickly taken care of. Each household received some wild boar meat, but since there was only one pig, each person got only a small amount. Although it was little, it was enough for a small treat, much better than eating plain cornbread. Everyone was eager for meat, and even just tasting a bite of wild boar was enough to make them happy. Since Jiang Li was the one who caught the pig, Li Chongping thought she deserved the most credit and suggested giving her more. Everyone agreed. Without Jiang Li, no one would have had wild boar meat. However, Jiang Li didn't take much. She only asked the team leader for 2 more pounds of pork fat and some pork bones. Seeing her honest and modest attitude, Li Chongping praised her highly. If it had been anyone else, they would have asked for more. But little Jiang, the young educated youth, was selfless. What Li Chongping didn't know was that Jiang Li wasn't unwilling to take more. She simply didn't want to. Unlike others, she wasn't short of meat, and she didn't like the wild boar meat. It's gamey and tough, not tasty at all. Jiang Li took her 2 pounds of pork fat and bones and returned to the youth station. The others also received their share of pork little by little. Although their portions weren't large combined, it was quite a lot. So, when they returned, everyone looked happy, but no one was worried about Shinway's safety. Well, not entirely. Her 2 loyal followers were quite concerned about her. They weren't really worried about Shinway herself, but feared that if she had an accident, it might affect their own benefits. If Shinway were suddenly sent back to the city, would she still help them and bring them back too? Now, Shinway's situation was quite dangerous, so Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong decided to focus on taking care of her first. At this point, they could only gamble, hope that after Shinway returned to the city, she would remember their efforts. If they ignore Shinway now, she will definitely hold a grudge against them, and their previous efforts to help her will have been in vain. After Jiang Li returned, she washed 2 jean of pork fat and started to make oil. She also cleaned the large bones she received and began to stew them on high heat. The bones soup smelled very good. When it was almost ready, she added some yam, and the yam and pork rib soup turned out to be very tasty and fragrant. After the old educated youths brought back wild boar meat to the youth station, they gathered to discuss how to eat it. Each person had only a small amount of meat, and frying it all at once would be too wasteful. Plus, each person only got a few bites, but making dumplings with it was a good idea. It could fill their stomachs, and everyone could taste the meat flavor. So, the female team leader Lin Shuang suggested, "Why don't we make some dumplings to eat? I haven't had dumplings in a long time." After Lin Shuang's suggestion, many of the youths agreed. Yes, it's been a long time since we ate dumplings. Since we managed to get some meat today, let's make pork dumplings and enjoy them together. Yes, I also support eating dumplings. Most people agreed, and the old educated youths decided that they would have dumplings for lunch today. Usually, they wouldn't even spare enough meat to make vegetarian dumplings. After all, white flour was precious and considered fine grain. To fill their stomachs, when the brigade distributed grain, the youths preferred to ask for more coarse grain. 1 jean of fine grain could replace several jean of coarse grain. With many people at the youth station, once they decided to make dumplings, everyone started working together. The male youths went to pick and wash vegetables. They planned to make 2 flavors, pork with cabbage and pork with pickled vegetables. The youth station's vegetable garden had plenty of Chinese cabbage, and the girls had learned how to make pickled vegetables from the brigade's women. So, they had enough pickled vegetables too. Pure pork dumplings would be tastier, but since their meat was limited, they couldn't make many. Adding cabbage and pickled vegetables allowed them to make more dumplings. The old educated youths gathered happily, busy making dumplings and enjoying themselves. The atmosphere was just like during the New Year. At this moment, no one cared about Shinway's fate. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Jinyu and Sun Dahong came to discuss how to take care of Shinwei. They talked with the old educated youths about how to look after her. Although these two young men were eager to help Shinwei, they were men, and there were certain social boundaries that made it inconvenient for them to do so. Regarding Shinwei's care, they at most help her with cooking, but they cannot handle more personal tasks. There are many young women at the rural youth station, and it would be good if any of them were willing to help take care of Shinwei. Originally, everyone was in a good mood after eating a meal of meat-filled dumplings. But at this moment, hearing Jinyu and Sun Dahong suggest arranging for the young women to take turns caring for Shinwei, these people suddenly became unhappy. If other young women at the youth station were injured as fellow rural youths, they would surely help out. But Shinwei is different. This young lady looked down on them, the poor young people, and even did some very mean things. In their view, Shinwei's current situation is a punishment from heaven. If they go to take care of this mean woman, it would be like going against the heavens. They definitely won't do that. Seeing that the young women remained silent, Jinyu and Sun Dahong began to use moral pressure. Although Shinwei had some conflicts with everyone before, we are all fellow rural youths who went to the countryside together. We are all in the same boat. Now that Shinwei is in a special and dangerous situation, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, outsiders will think we are disorganized and not united. Jinyu and Sun Dahong's words are not without reason. These days, collective spirit is very important. As rural youths, they also participate in annual group evaluations. Those groups that perform well receive rewards. When returning to the city, the authorities prefer to assign city return quotas to outstanding groups and their members. Although everyone is reluctant to care about Shinwei's life or death, they are even less willing to let it affect their future. Unfortunately, Lin Shuang, as the female youth team leader, agreed that the young women would take turns caring for Shinwei. However, their care time is limited. If Shinwei remains like this, they can't keep serving her indefinitely. If Shinwei becomes permanently disabled, the team leader definitely won't let the team support such a useless person. She would find a way to send Shinwei away. Seeing that the young women agreed to help care for Shinwei, Jinyu and Sun Dahong finally relaxed. Shinwei was seriously injured and unconscious all night, only waking up the next morning. When she woke, she felt sharp pain in both legs. She faintly remembered what happened before losing consciousness, being chased and attacked by a wild boar. After waking, she found her legs hurt and couldn't move. She quickly asked Jinyu and Sun Dahong about her legs. She felt a lot of pain and couldn't use her strength. Shinwei wasn't worried about much, except whether her legs would be ruined. Sun Dahong and Jinyu knew they couldn't hide the truth from Shinwei, so they told her the real situation. According to Jiang Li's diagnosis, Shinwei's legs definitely couldn't be cured and would remain permanently disabled. Hearing this, Shinwei couldn't accept it at all and instinctively let out a sharp scream. She, the proud young lady of the Shin family, couldn't become disabled. If her legs were useless, she would have to stay in bed forever. What's the point of living like that? I don't believe it. There's no way I will be disabled. Call Jiang Li over. She doesn't want to help me, so she's just making up lies. Shinwei thought Jiang Li must have some personal grudge against her. Even if Jiang Li was a skilled doctor and could help her heal her legs, she probably wouldn't want to help. Sun Dahong and Jinyu looked at Shinwei with some difficulty. Shin Jiqing, you offended Jiang Jiqing before. She probably won't listen to you, they said. Shinwei told them to call Jiang Li, but Jiang Li had to agree to come. Just thinking about how Jiang Li single-handedly killed a wild boar yesterday made Sun Dahong and Jinyu feel very afraid of her. Jiang Li was not an ordinary person. They didn't want to offend her, or they might end up dead without knowing how. Shinwei knew this too, but she simply couldn't accept that her legs would be permanently disabled. So she insisted that Jinyu and Sun Dahong go and called Jiang Li. They had no choice but to say they would talk to Jiang Li. Whether Jiang Li would come or not was her own decision. To everyone's surprise, when Jiang Li heard Shinway call her over, she agreed happily. Jiang Li came into Shinway's room and asked, "Jingxun, what do you want from me?" She looked down at Shinway from above, with a mockingly sarcastic smile on her face, as if she was deliberately here to laugh at Shinway. No, wait, Jiang Li was definitely here to mock Shinway. Shinway was almost furious seeing Jiang Li's smug expression, but she had to hold back her anger. She looked at Jiang Li and asked, "Jiang Jingxun, are you deliberately refusing to help me? You're such a skilled doctor. Why won't you help me heal my legs? You see me becoming disabled right in front of you. As the village doctor of the team, I am part of the production team. You have a duty to treat me. You can't just hold a grudge because I offended you before." Jiang Li almost burst out laughing when she heard Shinway's words. Look at her, still so thick-skinned. Can't she just lower her pride and beg her? She doesn't even consider her current situation and still dares to act so aggressively. "Jingxun, I've already checked your leg. My skills are truly limited. If you don't believe me, you can go to the county hospital for a checkup. After all, doctors there are more professional and reliable than me. Don't you agree?" Shinway clearly knows that doctors at the county hospital are more trustworthy than Jiang Li. If she had money, she would have gone straight to the provincial city for treatment. The treatment costs at the county hospital are very high, and Shinway simply can't afford it. So, she can only hope that Jiang Li will help her. If Jiang Li agrees to treat her, at least she won't have to pay for the medical expenses. "Jiang Li, you must be revengeful. Why are you holding a grudge? I have some personal issues with you, but you can't bring our problems into work. Otherwise, you're not fit to be the doctor of the team." Facing Shinway's moral pressure, Jiang Li didn't argue. She just sneered, "Jingxun, you need to have proof. You have no evidence, yet you accuse me of deliberately refusing to treat you. Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation. My skills are limited, so I suggested you go to the county hospital for better treatment. You refused, and now you're throwing mud at me. You're really sick in the head. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. People like you. All you do is cause trouble." Jiang Li said this with a meaningful smile and walked out of Shinway's room. Seeing Jiang Li's smug attitude, Shinway was so angry she almost vomited blood. Since Jiang Li refused to help her, Shinway could only think of her own ways. She couldn't accept being disabled. If necessary, she would sell her bicycle and watch to gather a few hundred yuan, which should be enough for the medical bills. Shinway was somewhat relieved. Although she lost her money, she wasn't completely broke. The bicycle and watch she bought earlier were still with her. Although she had damaged the bicycle last time, it was repaired and still usable. If she sold both, the medical expenses might still be insufficient. But she had Jinyu and Sun Dahong, her two loyal followers, who could help her gather some money. After planning, Shinway instructed Jinyu and Sun Dahong to take her to the county hospital tomorrow to check her leg injury. Her two little followers were still very loyal and immediately agreed to her request. The next day, Jinyu and Sun Dahong borrowed a cart from the team, planning to take Shinway to the county hospital. Originally, Li Chongping from the team was reluctant to lend the cart, but since Shinway was going to see a doctor in the county, it was reasonable to ask for some help from the team. Regardless of the situation, Shinway was a young worker from the Victory production team. When something happened at the team, as the team leader, Li Chongping also bore some responsibility. After agreeing to borrow the cart, Li Chongping repeatedly warned Jinyu and Sun Dahong to be careful and not to damage the team's cart. The team had limited supplies, and this cart was a valuable item. Once they borrowed it, Jinyu and Sun Dahong took turns pushing the cart to send Shinway to the county hospital. Shinway was able to see a specialist there. However, after examining her leg injury, the external surgeon at the county hospital shook his head and sighed, saying, "Comrade, your leg injury is too serious. We can't treat it here. Not only can our hospital not treat it, but even if you go to the provincial hospital, it's unlikely they can help. But you're lucky, Dr. Wu from our hospital is here, and I'll ask him to take a look." Dr. Wu was a renowned doctor from a big hospital in Beijing. If even he said there was nothing he could do, it meant going to a hospital in the capital wouldn't help either. Shinway felt a bit relieved, thinking she was lucky to see a famous doctor from the big city at the county hospital, but she was also very nervous. If even this top doctor couldn't cure her leg, she might be disabled for life. After waiting for a while, Dr. Wu finally arrived. He carefully examined Shinwei. After the check, he shook his head and sighed again, saying, "The injury is too severe. It can't be cured unless Jiang Li came, then there might still be hope." Dr. Wu knew that Jiang Li was not only skilled in metaphysics but also an excellent doctor. The only person he could think of who might help Shinwei was Jiang Li. Hearing Wu's words, Shinwei quickly asked, "Unless what? Is there still hope for my leg?" Dr. Wu replied, "Yes, unless you go to the Victory production team and find a doctor named Jiang Li to examine you. Her medical skills are better than mine. If she looks at you, there might be a chance. If she can't help, then even going to Beijing wouldn't make much difference for your leg." Shinwei's hope was just beginning to flicker, but when she heard Jiang Li's name, that tiny hope was instantly extinguished.
Jiang Li. Jiang Li. Again Jiang Li.
Jiang Li was just a village doctor. What magic did she have? She had already arrived at the county hospital, yet the most skilled doctor here told her that her last hope depended on Jiang Li. However, Jiang Li had already told her that her legs could not be cured, so Shinwei's last hope was gone. Thinking that she would be disabled in the future, Shinwei couldn't hold back her tears and cried loudly. Shinwei felt that no one was more unlucky than she was. Her family had problems, and she was forced to go to the countryside. After going there, she lost her money, and now she was even worse off, becoming disabled. Shinwei felt her future life had no hope left. She thought it would be better to die and end it all. Feeling hopeless, Shinwei left the county hospital. Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong, two little followers, brought Shinwei back to the production team. When they returned, it was already afternoon. They hadn't eaten lunch. Originally, Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong hoped Shinwei would invite them to a state-run restaurant in the county for a good meal, but unexpectedly, Shinwei was so stingy, she didn't even buy them a simple steamed bun. Shinwei had already sold her watch for 200 yuan. She wasn't short of money, so why couldn't she treat them to a meal? Although they felt resentful inside, they didn't dare show it, since they still wanted to flatter Shinwei and use her family's connections to return to the city. The two of them, exhausted, followed Shinwei back to the youth commune. When they arrived, the other young people had already taken a nap and planned to go back to the mountains in the afternoon to gather firewood and mountain produce. Jiang Li was also preparing to go out. When she came out of the house, she just happened to see Shinwei returning in a cart. The two looked at each other. Shinwei's eyes were filled with hatred for Jiang Li. She angrily shouted at Jiang Li, "Jiang Li, it's all your fault that I'm suffering so much. Why didn't you come out yesterday and kill the wild boar? Were you deliberately watching me get attacked by the boar, trying to hurt me?" Hearing Shinwei's accusations, the young people at the youth commune were stunned. What did they hear? Isn't Shinwei being shameless? She went up the mountain to provoke the wild boar, almost causing trouble for others, and in the end, Jiang Li had to kill the boar to save everyone. Now she's turning around and blaming Jiang Li, accusing her of not saving her in time, as if she's the culprit. Before Jiang Li could speak, some of the onlookers couldn't hold back and started criticizing Shinwei. "Oh, please, Shin Jiqing, do you really have the nerve to say that? Is Jiang Jiqing your father or mother? Are they indebted to you? Do they have an obligation to save you immediately? You caused the wild boar to attack you, and now you're shamelessly blaming Jiang Li? Do you have any shame?" TSK, I've seen many thick-skinned people, but someone as shameless as you is the first time. You got hurt by a wild boar, and now you're blaming Jiang Jiqing? Why don't you reflect on yourself? If you're not capable, you shouldn't go up the mountain. It was your reckless running around that provoked the wild boar, not only hurting yourself, but almost causing harm to us as well. Jiang Jiqing stepped in to handle the wild boar and prevented many people from getting hurt. Without her, many could have been injured or even lost their lives. Do you think they will forgive you now? They might have beaten you badly. Haha, let's not talk about other things. At that moment, If Jiang Jiqing hadn't acted, you wouldn't just be disabled. The wild boar could have killed you. That's certain. The wild boar was so fierce. If Jiang Jiqing hadn't intervened, Shun Jiqing's life would definitely have been in danger.
See?
Some people just can't be helped or saved. They're like poisonous snakes. You saved her, but she bit you back. I never expected there to be such a treacherous person among our youth. Oh, I really don't want to live with her anymore. What if she causes more trouble later and blames me? Exactly. Especially us girl youth who are taking care of her. We've worked hard to look after her, and now she might turn around and bite us. No, I won't serve her anymore starting today. Whoever wants to serve her can do it. Even if it means losing the chance to return to the city or being rated as an excellent group, I won't take care of such a heartless person. The youth kept arguing with Shinway, one after another, criticizing her, and Jang Li didn't even need to say a word. Jang Li thought to herself that she hadn't been wrong to treat these young people well. At least when she was bitten by the dog, they stood up to speak for her. Because the old youth's criticism was so fierce, Shinway couldn't blame Jiang Li at all. The situation was even worse than Shinway expected. Before, she hadn't blamed Jiang Li, and the female youth still took turns caring for her. But now, because she spoke badly of Jiang Li, everyone avoided her and refused to look after her. This made Shinway angry and regretful. Although she still had Jinyu and Sun Dahong, two loyal followers, they were men. Shinway couldn't rely on them for everything. After all, men and women are different. Seeing Shinway silent after being criticized, with her face turning pale and then flushing, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile mockingly. Shinway's current situation was entirely her own fault. She kept pushing her luck. Not only did she offend Jiang Li, but she also angered all the youth, turning into a rat crossing the street. Zhenyu and Sun Dahong saw that the situation was not good, so they quickly tried to smooth things over and advised Shinway to go back to her room and rest. They told her not to argue with everyone. They were afraid Shinway might become the target of criticism and be driven out of the youth cottage by the other old educated youths. After Shinway returned to her room, Jiang Li didn't take her words seriously and planned to continue practicing on the mountain as usual. The other old educated youths comforted Jiang Li, saying, "Jiang Jiqing, Shin Jiqing is unreasonable. Don't take her words to heart. Yes, don't mind what she says. We all know she's being unreasonable." Jiang Li smiled and replied, "I know. I've never cared about what she says. But Shun Jiqing is really annoying. We need to talk to the squad leader and ask him to send her away quickly. I don't want to see this oddball for even a day longer. Living under the same roof with her is just bad luck."
Exactly.
Who knows what trouble she might cause next? Just thinking about it makes me upset. Let's go find the squad leader and ask him to get rid of that troublemaker. The youth said this and headed together toward Li Chongping's house. Li Chongping was about to go out when he saw a large group of youths heading toward his door. Seeing so many young people coming together, he immediately felt something was wrong. Maybe there was a problem at the youth station? His heart started pounding faster. As the squad leader, Li Chongping's biggest wish was for the team to be peaceful and free of trouble. He asked, "What's going on? Why are so many of you coming in a group? Is something wrong?" After asking, Lin Shuang spoke first, telling Li Chongping what Shinwei had just said. Hearing Shinwei's shameless and unreasonable words made Li Chongping very angry. He wondered how their victory production team could be so unlucky to have such a strange person.
"So, what do you want from me?"
Although Shinwei was behaving badly, Li Chongping didn't understand why the youths had come to see him about this. They didn't need so many people just to complain. Squad leader, Shun Jiqing is a real troublemaker. She's ungrateful and has a bad heart. We don't want to live under the same roof with her anymore. We came today to ask you to find a way to send her away. Yes, squad leader, please find a way to get Shin Jiqing out of our victory production team as soon as possible. Li Chongping didn't expect that their reason for coming was about this. Actually, even if the youths hadn't told him, he was already planning to handle the situation himself. Shinwei's legs are paralyzed, and she can no longer work on the ground. The victory production team cannot support a disabled person. Li Changping didn't act immediately because he thought Shinwei was injured recently. If he removed her now, it would seem too unkind. But now, Shinwei is clearly ungrateful and selfish, so he no longer needs to worry about her feelings and doesn't have to consider her. The old educated youths are right. It's better to remove such a person as soon as possible before she refuses to leave the team. Li Changping immediately agreed with them, saying, "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will arrange this quickly. Tomorrow, I will visit the commune to ask the leaders if they can send Xin Jiqing back to the city soon." The educated youths were happy to hear his promise. After discussing this, they continued their hike up the mountain. Although the mountain is dangerous, as long as they stay together and avoid the deep woods, it should be safe. Wild animals are not everywhere. The weather is getting colder, and before winter arrives, they must stock enough firewood. Winters in the Black Province are very cold, and without firewood, they could freeze to death. The educated youths who haven't experienced winter here might not know how tough it can be, but those who have know how hard it is during the coldest months. Li Changping was quite supportive. After promising to help, he personally went to the commune the next day. When he arrived, he tearfully explained how difficult their team was and how badly Xin Jiqing had been exploited. The leaders at the commune were tired of listening to him and promised to handle the issue of sending Xin Jiqing back to the city as soon as possible. Once they arranged everything, they would notify Li Changping immediately. Hearing this, Li Changping stopped crying, put on a satisfied smile, and happily returned home. Now, they just wait for the commune leaders to finish the paperwork. Hopefully, the leaders will act quickly to send Shinway back to the city. Jiang Li has been living a calm life at the production team these days. Overall, her life here is quite comfortable. Besides practicing, Jiang Li enjoys the peaceful rural life. Recently, she went up the mountain and collected pine nuts, chestnuts, and winter dates. These are all good things. Roasted pine nuts are even more fragrant than sunflower seeds and very nutritious. Chestnuts are especially delicious, whether roasted with sugar or made into chestnut cakes. Winter dates are crispy and sweet. Girls should eat more of them to boost their energy and blood. Because Jiang Li collected many, she couldn't finish them herself, so she sent some to Lin Cheng and old Master Qin. Besides food, Jiang Li also brought some cold weather supplies to old Master Qin for winter. This winter, the people at the cattle shed are different from previous years. They no longer have to go hungry or suffer from the cold. Compared to Jiang Li's comfort, Shinway's situation seems very miserable. No girl workers wanted to serve Shinway, so she had to grit her teeth and pay to hire an older woman from the brigade to take care of her. However, the woman only agreed to help occasionally and wouldn't stay permanently at the youth camp or come whenever called. Sometimes Shinway urgently needed to go to the bathroom, but if the hired woman wasn't nearby, she could only on the bed. Even after cleaning, Shinway's room still smelled strongly of, which was very disgusting. Not only did the other youth workers dislike her for this, but even Jin Yu and Sun Dahong also found her unpleasant. Every time they entered Shinway's room, they couldn't help but feel nauseous, but they still forced themselves to bring her food. Recently, Zhan Yu and Sun Dahong kept asking Shinwei what was going on with her family. Why was Shinwei in such a terrible state? Did her family not care at all? They suggested that her family should at least send more money, letters, or people to take care of her, or even bring her to Beijing for treatment. They couldn't just let their young lady suffer here alone. But Shinwei's family had shown no signs of action, which made Jinyu and Sun Dahong suspect that Jiang Li's earlier words might be true. Perhaps Shinwei's family really had problems, which was why they ignored her. If her family had truly fallen apart, they wouldn't get any benefit from Shinwei anymore, so they shouldn't keep acting as her sycophants. Otherwise, they'd just be fools. One day, Zhan Yu and Sun Dahong found Shinwei again, asking her what was really happening with her family. They wanted to know if she should contact her relatives to help her through this difficult time. They couldn't just let her stay in the production team like this. Shinwei knew her family was completely finished and couldn't rely on them at all. But when Jin Yu and Sun Dahong pressed her, she didn't want to tell the truth. If they found out how serious her family's problems were, they definitely wouldn't continue to serve her. Others cannot be relied upon. So Shinway can only trust Jinyu and Sun Dahong now. Therefore, she must not let them betray her. My family has recently encountered some difficulties. Everyone is busy and can't leave at the moment. Once they finish, they will immediately bring me back to the city. Just wait a bit longer. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so anxious? Although Jinyu and Sun Dahong were suspicious, they chose to believe Shinwei and didn't ask further. At this moment, Lin Xian happened to pass by and overheard their conversation. When Jinyu and Sun Dahong came out of Shinwei's house, Lin Xian stopped them and mocked. Oh, Jin Jiqing, Sun Jiqing, you probably still don't know what's really going on with Shin Jihua's family, do you? Did you take what Jiang Jihua said last time as just empty words? Both Jinyu and Sun Dahong were stunned and confused about what Lin Xian meant. Could it be that everything Jiang Li said about the Shin family was true? If so, wouldn't Shinwei be playing them? Seeing their silence, Lin Xian continued to mock. I tell you, Sun Jihua, Jin Jihua, you two big fools, you really believe Shin Jihua's lies and think her family's fine? Thinking about how Jinyu and Sun Dahong had been constantly flattering Shinwei, obediently acting like loyal followers and being manipulated by her, Lin Xian thought they were incredibly foolish. But on the other hand, Shinwei was really cunning. Her family had already completely fallen apart, yet she still managed to deceive these two naive workers into doing her bidding, tricking them into thinking everything was fine. Hearing Lin Xian's words, their uneasy feelings grew stronger, and they became more suspicious. They stared at Lin Xian tightly and asked, Lin Jihua, what do you mean? How can you be sure Jiang Li's words are true? Lin Xian sneered, knowing these two fools didn't believe Jiang Li. She wasn't worried about them being deceived anymore. She simply couldn't stand Shinwei's dishonest tricks. After all, Shinwei was so malicious. She repeatedly tried to trap Jiang Li, and even after Jiang Li kindly saved her, she turned around and blamed Jiang Li for not saving her in time. Such a heartless woman deserved worse punishment. So Lin Xian decided to tell Jinyu and Sun Dahong everything about Shinwei's family situation. Jiang Li's words may not be entirely true. To verify this, I personally called Beijing and asked my family. As you know, my family is also from Beijing, and they know the Shin family situation better than anyone. Based on the information I heard, things are basically as Jiang Jiqing said. Shin's family has completely fallen apart. So, Jin Jiqing and Sun Jiqing, since you are both rural educated youths, I kindly want to warn you. Don't be too naive and be fooled by Shin Jiqing. Her family has been thoroughly destroyed, yet you still flatter her, hoping to gain some benefit? You don't really think that simply pleasing Shinwei will bring you rewards, do you? After hearing Lin Xian's words, Jinyu and Sun Dahong felt their heads buzzing. Actually, Shinwei's strange behavior these days already made them very suspicious. But they couldn't accept the harsh reality of their dream shattering. They still held onto a small hope, fooling themselves, thinking that Shin's family's power and wealth meant they couldn't fall completely. As the saying goes, a camel that's starved is bigger than a horse. But Lin Xian's words completely crushed their last bit of hope. Lin Jiqing, are you telling the truth? You didn't deceive us, did you? Jinyu asked, still not willing to give up. Lin Xian sneered, deceive you? Why would I deceive you? What's the benefit in lying? I just see you being fooled by Shin Jiqing and feel a bit sorry for you, so I kindly warn you. If you don't believe me, just ignore what I said. After all, I'm not the one suffering from being tricked. You can believe it or not. She stopped talking to these two fools. Since she had said her piece, if they still refused to listen, Lin Xian thought they deserved to be deceived and serve as free servants. But Jinyu and Sun Dahong weren't really fools. After hearing Lin Xian's words, they suddenly saw the truth clearly. What she said was right. She had no reason to lie. Plus, Shinwei's situation seemed very suspicious no matter how they looked at it. Deep down, they already had the answer. They just lacked solid proof. Lin Xian's words were that proof, breaking the last illusion in their hearts. Once they understood everything clearly, Jinyu and Sun Dahong decided not to be Shinwei's pawns anymore. They couldn't be used and discarded for free. So, during dinner, Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong didn't bring food to Shinwei. When Shinwei saw her dinner hadn't arrived for a long time, she immediately loudly questioned Sun Dahong and Zhen Yu about what was going on. Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong coldly said, "Shen Jiqing, we won't bring you food anymore. Let's split up. You'll have to take care of your own meals from now on." Hearing these two shameless words, Shen Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What are these two doing? Are they crazy? Why are they suddenly ignoring her commands? If Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong break away from her, what will she do for food and drink in the future? Didn't they agree to eat together before? What do they mean? How can they go back on their word and abandon her when she's in trouble? If they no longer eat with her, what will she do? Who will cook for her? She knows her current situation. She can't cook herself, and they can't just ignore her. Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong were determined this time to cut ties with Shinwei. Recently, they had been helping her with food and even cooking for her. If they kept arguing, they would only suffer more losses. "Shen Jiqing, you can ask others to help you cook, and didn't you pay someone to take care of you? Surely, they can also help with your meals. We agreed to eat together before, but now things have changed." "We've changed our minds," they said. Shinwei guessed they realized the Shin family was in trouble and wanted to cut their losses quickly. But she still needed them, so she continued to tease them, saying, "I'm going through a tough time now. If you can help me get through this, I promise I will find a way to get you back to the city and help you find good jobs." Hearing Shinwei's promises, Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong hesitated. But then they remembered Lin Xian's words and stopped feeling hopeful. They coldly said, "If your family is really so powerful, why do they ignore you? You should find someone else. We said we wouldn't eat with you, and we won't. Stop talking nonsense." After saying this, they ignored Shinwei and turned to leave. They knew that the more they argued, the more involved they would become with Shinwei, and she might cling to them again, something they had experienced before and wanted to avoid. Seeing them walk away without paying her any attention, Shinwei clenched her fists in anger. She hadn't eaten all day and was starving. These two refusing to cook for her was just pushing her into a dead end. Shinwei shouted loudly outside, but no one from the youth point came to check on her. They ignored her completely. After shouting in vain, Shinwei had no choice but to accept her situation and started crying sadly. A few months ago, Shinwei never imagined she would end up like this. When did all these bad things start piling up on her one after another? Looking back, it seems that ever since I met Jiang Li, things haven't gone smoothly for me. It's all Jiang Li's fault. Why is life so unfair? Why can't she just have a string of bad luck and then disappear? Why does she always seem to be the one facing misfortune? What did I do to deserve this? Jiang Li doesn't even know that Shinwei has started to hold a grudge against her. She is still quietly focusing on her cultivation. Recently, she gained many treasures, and with these rare resources, Jiang Li's skills improved greatly. Now, she even hopes that the higher-ups will assign her some tasks again, maybe giving her more chances to find valuable items. If she stays in the victory production team all the time, she won't get such opportunities. The higher-ups haven't given her any new orders yet, so Jiang Li can only stay in the team and use up the treasures she collected last time. It will take some time. On Shinwei's side, after being abandoned by Zhen Yu and Sun Dahong, she isn't the worst off. Things are about to get worse. After Li Chongping and the local leaders finished their complaints, Shinwei's paperwork to return to the city was being processed urgently. However, Shinwei's family is now facing either execution or exile, and their home has been sealed. If Shinwei returns to Beijing, she won't have a place to stay and will have to sleep on the streets. Plus, Shinwei is now seriously injured and disabled, and no one will take care of her in the city. She has no way out. After discussions with the local leaders and higher authorities, a plan was made. Shinwei would be sent directly to her family's exile location, where her relatives could take care of her. Once this was arranged, the local leaders immediately informed Li Chongping of the outcome. When Li Chongping heard that Shinwei could be sent away and wouldn't continue to trouble the victory production team, he was overjoyed and smiled happily. Recently, the young people at the youth station kept coming to ask him if there was any news about Shinwei returning to the city. It was clear they were eager to see her leave as soon as possible. Shinwei's talent for making herself disliked was truly remarkable. Now that the decision about Shinwei has been made, Li Chongping went straight to the youth station to inform her and the others, so they wouldn't keep worrying about her. When he arrived, he first found the female team leader, Lin Shuang. "Comrade Lin, please come with me to Shinwei's room. I have something to tell her. The officials have finalized her return to the city, and I need to let her know." Hearing this, Lin Shuang and the other young people were excited. "Team leader, really? Shinwei can leave our youth station?" Li Chongping nodded and said, "Yes. All the procedures are finished. Tomorrow, we will send her to the youth office. They will arrange for someone to take her to her destination, so it's no longer our team's responsibility." The youth workers cheered, finally able to send away this troublemaker. The team leader is a man, so he couldn't go into Shinwei's room alone, and Lin Shuang had to accompany him. Li Chongping told Shinwei, "Shin youth, because your injuries are serious, you can no longer help with rural construction. I've applied with the commune leaders to arrange a return to the city." When Shinwei heard she could go back to the city, she felt very excited. But then the team leader's next words cooled her down. "However, since you have no relatives in the city and your house was confiscated by the government, your return process is different. You will be sent to a farm where your family was assigned." Hearing she couldn't go to Beijing but to a farm, Shinwei felt her hope fade. Going to a farm meant going to the countryside again. She couldn't stand the days in the victory team, let alone going to the farm. The conditions there were worse than here. I've heard that few people could endure it, and many had died there. Shinwei thought it was better to stay in the victory production team than go to the farm. "Team leader, can I not go back to Beijing?" "I don't want to go to the farm," Shinwei said bitterly, glaring at Li Chongping, very unhappy with the plan. But Li Chongping didn't care whether Shinwei liked it or not. He snorted coldly, "This is the arrangement from above. You can't choose where to go. Shin youth, pack your things and get ready. You leave tomorrow. I'm here to inform you, not to discuss." After saying this, Li Chongping left Shinwei's room. Shinwei wanted to protest, but he was already gone. Lin Shuang was afraid Shinwei would bother her, so after the team leader left, she hurriedly followed. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Shinwei was furious. She was a noble young lady from Beijing, but now in the countryside, everyone treated her like this. It proved the saying, when a phoenix falls, it's worse than a chicken. They better pray Shin's family wouldn't have a chance to rise again. If Shin's family ever did, she wouldn't let these people go. The old youth workers, seeing Shinwei was leaving tomorrow, felt very happy and even wanted to celebrate. Jiang Li heard Shinwei was leaving the youth office and felt a little regretful. Since this woman was nearby, Jiang Li could still enjoy watching her make a fool of herself and feel pleased. Shinwei left, and there would be no more excitement to see. Oh well, she was just a tiny ant, and Jiang Li wouldn't care about her. The next day, with the help of the young female workers, Shinwei's belongings were packed. The team leader arranged for a cart to take Shinwei to the county town. Once Shinwei was handed over to the youth office there, Li Chongping considered his task done. From then on, whether Shinwei was alive or not had nothing to do with him. After Shinwei left, the older young workers all smiled, but Jin Yu and Sun Dahong couldn't feel happy. During this time, they had been overly attentive to Shinwei, even spending a lot of money on her, but gained nothing in return. If they had known it would be like this, they wouldn't have been so eager. It was really exhausting and unhelpful. Now, talking about it was pointless. They could only learn from this mistake and promise not to do such things again. After Shinwei left, the youth dormitory became much quieter. 3 days later, Shinwei arrived at her parents' farm where they were sent for reform. Although she didn't want to leave the Victory Brigade, she had no choice now. She comforted herself that although the farm was a bit worse, at least her family was nearby to care for her. She had become useless, and only her family would love and take care of her unconditionally. But when Shinwei arrived at her family's farm, she realized she had overthought it. The conditions were even harsher than she imagined, and her family members had been tortured during their reform. The first time Shinwei saw them, she couldn't recognize them. When the Shin family was powerful in Beijing, everyone was glamorous and proud. Now, after only a short time of reform here, they had fallen from heaven into, looking like ghosts and shadows. Seeing Shinway being brought in, her mother seemed to see a lifeline and hurriedly asked, Wei, you're here? That's wonderful. Luckily, we sent you to the countryside early and gave you some money. If you had stayed with us, our family would really be at the end of the road. Hurry, give us some money and tickets. I want to buy some food and meat. When her mother mentioned this, her eyes filled with tears. Life on the farm was just too hard. Shinway's mother used to be a famous lady in Beijing, enjoying a luxurious life every day, wearing fine clothes and never suffering. Now, she had to do heavy farm work, eat poorly, and sleep badly. If this continued, she truly felt she couldn't hold on. The other members of the Shin family shared the same idea. It didn't take long before they couldn't hold on anymore. I really can't imagine how they will get through the days ahead. Shinway's arrival brought them a glimmer of hope. They all knew Shinway had brought a lot of money when she went to the countryside. It hadn't been long, so her money was probably still there and she could help them. When Shinway first arrived at the farm and saw her family after a long time, she cried with happiness. But she didn't expect that they didn't care about her injuries or ask if she was doing well. Instead, they immediately asked her for money. Shinway felt cold inside. She thought her family had changed. Before, they valued her more than money, but now they seemed to value money more than her. When did her family start to feel so unfamiliar? Facing her family's expectant looks, Shinway slowly replied, I lost my money. It was stolen by a thief. As she finished speaking, her family was stunned and showed deep disappointment. What? Your money was stolen? So much money, and you didn't protect it? Shinway, how could you be so foolish, so stupid? How did I end up with such a useless daughter? Her mother said angrily, slapping Shinway. She was furious. She had hoped Shinway still had some money, and that her coming here might improve the family's life a little. But now, this girl had given her so much money, and it was stolen. Shinway was hit several times and started to cry, feeling wronged. She used to be the beloved eldest daughter in the family. The family never hit her or even scolded her harshly. This was the first time her mother scolded her and the first time she was physically punished. Shinway thought that if she had really done something wrong on purpose, her family would teach her a lesson and she would accept it. But losing money by accident was not her fault. She was also a victim. Was this still the unconditional love of her mother? Now, everything had changed, and she felt so unfamiliar. Her older brother was also angry. Wei, since you've lost your money, why did you come to the farm? Tears welled up in Shinway's eyes. It wasn't my choice. My legs are disabled. No one in the production team wants to take care of me. The local team leader in the countryside thought I couldn't work anymore, so they sent me away. Because our family is here, they brought me here. Shinway thought that if she told her family about her disability, they would ask and show concern. Soon, Shinway realized she had overthought again. Hearing that she was disabled and would need care in the future, the Shin family not only showed no concern but also grew more dismissive. Mother Shin said directly, "We work so hard here, so tired. Who has the energy to take care of you? You came here, and not only can you do nothing to help, but you're also a burden to us. You're truly good at causing trouble and not at getting things done." Shinway's older sister also looked at her with disgust, saying, "Exactly. We can't even take care of ourselves. We're exhausted from working every day and don't have time to look after you." Big brother Shin frowned as well and spoke to the official who brought Shinway. "Comrade, you see our situation. We are overwhelmed and have no time or energy to care for my sister. Can you send her back the same way you came? Compared to here, she would get better care elsewhere." Shinway looked at her family in disbelief. The relatives who once loved her so much now seemed to be kicking her aside like a ball. Shinway felt that her physical wounds were nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Her family was no longer the loving people they once were. They had changed. The staff who brought Shinway shook his head and said, "This isn't something you can discuss with me. I was just delivering her." The rest is not my concern. Shinway only has you now. If you don't want to care for her, who else can? Anyway, I've delivered her here. What happens next is up to you. After saying this, the staff drove away directly. The Shun family disliked and didn't want to accept Shinwei, but they had no choice now. They had to reluctantly take her in as a burden. Although they took her in, they showed no pity. Because working on the farm was very tiring, they had no energy to care for Shinwei. As a result, her life became even more difficult than in the Jiang Li production team, where she often had accidents in bed. When she soiled herself, the family would scold or hit her. At first, they helped clean her up, but later they stopped and even cleared out a room for her. The room became foul and stinky from her long-term mess, and she found the smell disgusting herself. When she was in the Jiang Li brigade, she didn't eat well, but at least could eat enough. Here, she was starving every meal. The Shin family believed that since she was disabled and couldn't do any work, she needed others to care for her. Feeding her was seen as a waste. To get rid of Shinwei, who was considered a burden, the Shin family even deliberately refused to give her food, hoping she would starve to death. Killing someone is illegal, but letting Shinwei die this way wouldn't be punished, especially since food shortages were common and many people died of hunger. Under the Shun family's abuse, Shinwei died after a month, filled with resentment. Of course, that's a later story. Jiang Li had been focused on practicing cultivation during this time and didn't bother to worry about Shinwei's situation. However, Jiang Li had already predicted Shinwei's fate through calculations. She would meet a tragic end. Jiang Li continued to practice until the first snow fell on the victory production team. After the snow, the team members couldn't go anywhere and had to stay at home, keeping warm. Jiang Li also stayed inside, resting and practicing. Before the snow, everyone stocked enough firewood for the cold winter. When winter truly arrived, they had enough to stay warm and didn't feel too cold. During this time, Jiang Li stayed in her room, taking care of herself and continuing her cultivation. A few days after the heavy snow, several houses in the team collapsed due to the weight of the snow. Houses back then were made of mud bricks with straw on the roofs, which were not as sturdy as modern brick and tile houses. Heavy snow could cause them to collapse. When such disasters happened, Li Changping sent people to help quickly. Jiang Li thought she could help too, so she joined the rescue efforts. Saving people was a way to earn good karma. Jiang Li wasn't worried about her cultivation level, but she wanted to accumulate as much good karma as possible. There are many ways to earn karma: helping others, building bridges and roads, supporting schools and students. All are ways to do good. This time, the snow caused several injuries when houses collapsed. Luckily, with Jiang Li there, the injured received timely treatment and were okay. However, one family was very poor. After their house collapsed, they couldn't afford to rebuild. Li Changping arranged a temporary place for them, but they had to find a way to rebuild on their own. The team didn't have any money in their accounts, so they couldn't pay for rebuilding houses. If they paid for one family's house, others would complain. The members of the team come from families that are all struggling. It wouldn't be right to help only one family. Jiang Li noticed Li Changping's worry and sighs. He asked, "Captain, what's bothering you?" "I've taken care of most of the team members' injuries. They're just minor cuts, no serious harm." Li Changping sighed and explained his worries. He wasn't upset because someone was hurt. He knew the injuries were minor, and with Jiang Li's medical skills, they would recover soon. After Li finished speaking, Jiang Li thought for a moment. The family was indeed poor, but they were good people, not bad. If they had bad character, Jiang Li wouldn't help. Since they were decent, Jiang Li didn't mind helping them and also saw it as a good deed to earn some merit. So Jiang Li said to Li with a worried look, "Captain, don't worry. I'll help pay for their house to be built." Li Changping was stunned. "What? Xiao Jiang, you're willing to pay for their house?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, Captain. I want to help them. I don't have many expenses since I've been working for the state and received some bonuses. I can use that money to do good." Li was very happy to hear this and appreciated Jiang Li's help. He was worried about the family's situation and agreed immediately. "All right, Xiao Jiang, you're a really good person. Later, I'll make sure they thank you properly.
Jiang Li smilat.
Captain, there's no need. Just tell everyone the funds come from the commune, not from me. If people find out, they might keep sending me gifts, and I don't want that. Jiang Li believed in doing good without expecting anything in return. She just wanted to do a kind deed, and didn't hope for thanks. If she told others, it would go against her original intention. Li Changping thought this was a bit wrong. Jiang Li did a great deed by helping others, but if she kept it a secret, it would seem like her effort was wasted. He believed it was important to promote this spirit of kindness and encourage others to learn from Jiang Li. Seeing Li hesitating, Jiang Li changed her words. Captain, if no one knows about it, it can also save me a lot of trouble. If the team members knew I was paying to help people build houses, they might think I have so much money, I can't spend it all. In the future, if anyone has a problem, will they all come to me for help? When Jiang Li said this, Li Changping thought it made a lot of sense. The girl was right. If this gets out, people might think Jiang Li is being taken advantage of. Since Jiang Li helped a fellow team member so much, Li Changping didn't want to cause her unnecessary trouble. After understanding this, Li Changping promised Jiang Li to keep the secret and not tell anyone. The heavy snow lasted for several days. It really snowed a lot, and in just a few days, the ground was covered with snow over knee-high. Because the snow was so thick, everyone found it hard to go out. There were no roads left. But some people had urgent matters and needed to leave, so after the snow stopped, the team leader quickly organized everyone to clear the snow and make a path for going to the commune or the county town. Jiang Li stayed at home during this time, keeping warm. Since returning to the Shengli production team, she had been there for quite a while, waiting to see when Mu Jingxun would finish his task and visit her. They had been apart for so long, Jiang Li often missed that little puppy. Unknowingly, time passed quickly. Jiang Li stayed in the production team for another month, but there was still no news from Mu Jingxun. During the snow, she went to the county town twice to pick up packages sent by Mu's family from Beijing. Inside were many delicious foods, as well as clothes and shoes. Mu's family thought of everything: towels, gloves, hats, and warm clothing, sending it all to her. Although she couldn't get news from Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li wasn't worried because she knew, through the peace talisman, that Mu Jingxun was safe. As long as he was safe, everything was fine. When he finished his task, he would come to see her naturally. So, Jiang Li stayed in the production team until the end of the year. Near the new year, the team leader Li Changping organized everyone to slaughter pigs and distribute the meat. Jiang Li had never seen such a scene before. Compared to grain, the team members looked forward most to the pig slaughter and meat distribution. For ordinary team members, the only time they could enjoy fresh meat was during this annual event, so of course they were eager and craving it. The young educated youths were the same. Early in the morning, everyone got up early to watch the event. As a city girl, Lin Xian wasn't particularly eager to eat meat. She had money and tickets, so she didn't lack meat normally. But she had never joined in such lively events before, so she was very interested and planned to go early to see. After waking up early, Lin Xian went to knock on Jiang Li's door. Jiang Jiqing, today the team is slaughtering pigs for the new year. Want to come join the fun? During the winter hibernation season, she couldn't do much and Lin Xian was almost bored to death. Compared to here, she thought life in Beijing was better. In Beijing, there was at least a TV at home to watch and pass the time. When bored, she could also invite friends to go shopping or see movies. But here, she could only stay inside all day with no entertainment options, almost feeling depressed. Today, she finally found something lively happening, so she definitely wanted to go see. Jiang Li also had nothing to do and, hearing Lin Xian's invitation, thought it wouldn't hurt to join the fun. Okay, Jiang Li replied and left her room. Seeing Jiang Li come out, Lin Xian eagerly stepped forward and took her arm. Jiang Li immediately frowned upon seeing this. Don't you think we're not that close? Lin Xian didn't mind Jiang Li's dislike and instead smiled playfully. Sisterly, you're not still mad at me, are you? I know I was wrong before, but I've realized my mistake and I apologize. We've been together for so long now, look, I've changed. Please don't push me away too far.
Jiang Li.
She tried to pull her arm, but couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian was like a stubborn glue, impossible to shake off, so she simply went along with her. When Jiang Li and Lin Xian arrived at the pig slaughter site, it was already crowded inside and out. Seeing so many people, Lin Xian exclaimed, "Wow, so many folks here to join the fun." Zhang Lady chimed in, "That's right. Our team doesn't have many lively events, and we only get to slaughter pigs once a year, so everyone comes." The villagers kept arriving one after another. The adults enjoyed the lively atmosphere, and the children loved it even more, all happily celebrating. Li Changping had already assigned the workers for slaughtering the pigs. This year, the team had 6 pigs. They raised more pigs for tasks, but some had to be handed over to the commune, so not all could be kept by the team members. Still, 6 pigs were quite a lot. Each pig weighed at least 100 kilograms, and on average, each person could get a little over a pound of meat. Several men from the team stepped forward, holding ropes to tie up the fat pigs for slaughter. The women weren't idle either. Some were responsible for heating water. After slaughtering, the pigs needed to be shaved, which required a lot of hot water. During pig slaughtering, they also prepared a wooden tub to collect the pig's blood. In the Northeast, pig blood is considered a good ingredient. It can be used to cook with vermicelli or made into blood sausage with pickled vegetables. The butcher took out his sharp slaughtering knife and made sure it was very sharp. Jiang Li was seeing a pig slaughter for the first time. Although it was a bit bloody, it didn't bother her much. Even the blood and violence were much less than what she had seen in scenes of people being harmed. The butcher sharpened his knife and, once the men tied the pig securely, he stabbed it in the neck. The pig let out a sharp, sad cry as it was slaughtered. The new young workers, especially the women, quickly covered their eyes, finding the scene frightening. The older workers, who had seen this before, stayed calm and even watched with interest. Most of the children in the team had also seen this kind of scene many times and weren't scared at all. They found it interesting. These young children were braver than the new workers when it came to watching the pig being slaughtered. Lin Xian was also seeing a pig being slaughtered for the first time. She watched with a frown, and her hand unconsciously tightened around Jiang Li's. Sensing Lin Xian's nervousness, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Are you scared just because of a pig?" Lin Xian wouldn't admit she was scared and quickly shook her head, saying, "What? No way. Sister Li, I'm not that timid. I'm not afraid." Jiang Li didn't bother to point out her lie. She knew Lin Xian was nervous, but she didn't say anything. After the first pig was slaughtered and its blood drained, they moved on to the second pig. Because there were many people in the team, the work was quick. They finished slaughtering 6 pigs in no time. After slaughtering the pigs, they started cleaning and processing the meat. The pig hair was removed, and then they opened up the pig's belly to clean out the organs. They deboned and divided the meat. It took almost a whole morning, but finally, the pork was separated. Everyone then took their share. Since there were many people in the team, each person only got about a jin and 3 liang of meat. Some families had many members, sometimes over 10 or 20 people, so it was normal to share a few dozen jin of meat. Besides pork, they also divided pig offal, bones, and blood. Each person also had an additional 5 jin of meat they could buy from the team, but they had to pay for it. 1 yuan per jin, no receipt needed, is very cheap and cost-effective. Items like ribs and big bones are unlimited, and you can buy as much as you want. Pig head meat is also unlimited, and as long as you're willing, you can buy as much as you like. However, most families are in poor conditions, so even without receipts, many people still can't afford the meat at 1 yuan per jin. As a result, few people buy extra meat with their own money after dividing the meat. Lin Xian isn't short of money, and when she saw she could buy meat without receipts, she bought 5 jin directly. Her budget was limited, so she couldn't buy more, and she gave Zhang Lady 5 yuan to buy another 5 jin of meat. Ribs are unlimited, so Lin Xian bought 10 jin of ribs, which she thought would be good for making rib soup later. She and Zhang Lady ate together, and Lin Xian thought that buying so much meat would be enough for the new year. After they finished eating, she planned to go to the county town to buy more. Jiang Li also bought an extra 5 jin of meat. She bought some ribs, big bones, and pig head meat. Especially pig head meat, Jiang Li bought a whole pig's head. After braising the pig head, it smelled very delicious. Everyone happily took their share of pork and went home. At noon, Jiang Li simply cooked a bowl of shredded meat noodles to eat, then started processing the meat and ribs in the afternoon. She washed the pig head thoroughly, then put it in a pot with braising spices to simmer slowly. As for the meat and ribs, Jiang Li first set aside 5 jin of ribs to make cured ribs. Since there wasn't much pork and she still needed to eat during the new year, she didn't marinate the meat. After a busy afternoon, she finally finished braising the pig head. It took several hours, and the spices had fully flavored the meat. Jiang Li cut a piece to taste and thought it was very good, so she took it out of the pot. Because she bought so much, she probably couldn't finish it alone for a long time. She cut some pig head meat and divided a bowl among the young workers at the youth courtyard, and also gave half a bowl to Lin Xian. The aroma from Jiang Li's house had already made people drool, but no one dared to have bad intentions toward her food. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li took the initiative to share the pig head meat with them. The young workers who received the meat were all very happy and kept thanking her. Everyone thought Jiang Li's braised pig head meat was delicious, so good that they admired her even more. Jiang Li's cooking skills could turn waste into treasure. The pig head meat they initially looked down on became a tasty dish in her hands, much better than usual methods. Lin Xian only got half a bowl and felt it wasn't enough. She shyly asked Jiang Li if she could share a bit more, offering to exchange something for it. Jiang Li chuckled and said, "Since you like eating so much and feel there's not enough, you can buy a pig's head yourself. I'll give you the seasoned marinade pack, and you can ask Zhang Jiqing to put it in. It will be ready quickly." Lin Xian listened to Jiang Li and thought this method was good. It would be best if she could brine a whole pig's head. The more she brined, the more she could eat whenever she wanted. Thinking this way, Lin Xian nodded and said, "All right, Zhang Jiqing, I'll go find the team leader to buy a pig's head." She happily went to find Li Chongping. Besides Jiang Li, no one else bought a pig's head. Mainly because pig head meat isn't as tasty as regular pork, so it's not worth buying. Seeing Lin Xian also wanted to buy a pig's head, Li Chongping was quite happy and immediately prepared a whole one for her. The team's young workers had good conditions. They weren't willing to spend money on such scraps. Lin Xian bought a whole pig's head and still felt it wasn't enough, so she decided to buy another one. Since the pigs' heads were cheap, buying an extra one was no problem. After she asked Zhang Lady to help brine it, she planned to share some with the other young workers in the youth dormitory. When she first moved to the countryside, Lin Xian's temper was quite bad, and she unintentionally offended many people. Although she was better than Shinway, she knew deep down that her spoiled princess attitude had caused many to dislike her. Before, Lin Xian hadn't realized her problems. But after seeing Shinway's performance after moving to the countryside, she finally understood how much she had disliked herself. After thinking it over, Lin Xian decided she needed to do something to improve her image.
Well,
basically, she needed to turn over a new leaf. If she gave these young workers some benefits, they probably wouldn't hold grudges against her. After all, there was no deep hatred among them. Living together, seeing each other every day, a strained relationship wasn't good. Li Chongping, seeing Lin Xian wanted to buy another pig's head, felt even more amazed at how wealthy she was, spending money like water, not knowing what it meant to cherish money. But since she had money and was willing to buy, Li Chongping was happy to sell it to her. At the same time, the team's public funds were very short. The money earned from slaughtering pigs for the New Year's feast would all be recorded in the team's communal account, to be used the following year for buying supplies for the collective. Lin Xian bought 2 pigs' heads, but since it was late, she knew she wouldn't be able to brine them today. She'd have to wait until tomorrow. She wasn't in a hurry. Dinner was already over, and even if she brined them tonight, she wouldn't have much appetite. Brining them the next day wouldn't make a difference. The next morning, Zhang Lady started preparing 2 pig heads. After she finished cleaning and processing them, Jiang Li brought the seasoned marinade package and told her to braise the pig heads for several hours so they would be flavorful and tasty. Jiang Li also needed to go back and prepare things for the new year. First, she made fried meatballs. Using her special recipe, her meatballs were much more delicious than others. Her method required more pork. Since Jiang Li was eating alone, she didn't need to make too many meatballs. She used 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of pork, which would be enough for her to enjoy during the new year. After braising for several hours, Lin Xian finally tasted the fragrant braised pig head, feeling very happy inside. Soon, she also started craving Jiang Li's fried meatballs because they smelled so good. Jiang Li only gave a few fried meatballs to the young workers, just 2 per person. She wanted everyone to taste the flavor, not to fill up on them. Everyone was satisfied to get just 2 meatballs from Jiang Li. Lin Xian tasted Jiang Li's meatballs and thought they were incredibly delicious, almost to the point of wanting to swallow her tongue. She only regretted that she didn't know how to make them herself. Jiang Zhixing, your meatballs are so tasty. Can you teach Jiang Zhixing how to make them? I want Jiang Zhixing to fry some too, Lin Xian said. She wanted to eat more but felt shy asking Jiang Li directly, so she simply asked Jiang Li to share her recipe so she could make more and enjoy herself. Jiang Li thought sharing her secret recipe wasn't a problem. Sharing good food was also a kind of happiness. She immediately agreed, sure, no problem. I'll write down the steps for frying the meatballs. You can have Jiang Zhixing follow them. Jiang Li said this and went back to her room, quickly writing down the recipe. Lin Xian suddenly felt a wonderful sense of sharing Jiang Li's good fortune. Seeing how useful having a good relationship with Jiang Li was, she thought. Without a doubt, if she hadn't built a good relationship with Jiang Li, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy so many delicious foods. Time passed quickly. In the last 2 days before the new year, Jiang Li still hadn't heard from Mu Jingxun. She had already prepared to spend the holiday alone. The day before the new year, the young workers discussed and decided to celebrate together. Jiang Li had no objections. Since Mu Jingxun wouldn't be coming, she thought it would be too lonely to spend the holiday alone. Celebrating with everyone would make it more lively. Usually, it was fine, but during the new year, a family reunion having more people really created a festive atmosphere. Jiang Li happily agreed to join everyone and celebrate a lively new year together. Lin Xian saw that Jiang Li was celebrating the new year with everyone, so she also decided to join in. She could contribute some supplies to help everyone enjoy good food and drinks. Soon, everyone gathered together, and the festive atmosphere quickly filled the place. On New Year's Eve, the people at the youth settlement all worked busily together. They cleaned the yard inside and out, symbolizing bidding farewell to the old year and welcoming a new, better one. After cleaning, everyone put up spring festival couplets. With this decoration, the usually dull youth settlement suddenly became lively and joyful. Jiang Li looked at the calligraphy on the couplets and couldn't help but praise, who wrote these couplets? The writing is really beautiful. Hearing Jiang Li praise the calligraphy, Lin Xian proudly stepped forward, showing off to Jiang Li, Jiang Youth, I wrote these couplets myself.
Not bad, right?
Jiang Li was quite surprised you wrote these. Lin Xian nodded, yes, I did. Jiang Youth, are you surprised? Can't believe such beautiful writing is mine. Lin Xian guessed right. Jiang Li truly couldn't believe Lin Xian could write such good characters. Jiang Li always thought Lin Xian was a delicate, useless young lady, a typical spoiled heiress. Now, it seemed she wasn't just a pretty face. That made sense, after all. Lin Xian was from a wealthy family in Beijing and knew some music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Jiang Li sincerely gave her a thumbs up. Very good. Your writing is quite impressive. Receiving Jiang Li's praise, Lin Xian couldn't hide her smile. She felt she had finally done something that the goddess approved of. Lin Xian decided she should keep showing her good qualities, so Jiang Li would like her more. After cleaning up and putting up the couplets, the young women at the youth settlement had a simple lunch. Then, early in the afternoon, they started preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. The women were responsible for cooking, and Jiang Li also made a few dishes herself. She wanted everyone at the settlement to enjoy a good meal on New Year's Day, and, of course, she wanted to enjoy some good food herself. The cooking skills of the others weren't very good, so Jiang Li didn't want to suffer through bad food and spoil her own appetite. As night fell and the dinner was ready, more than 20 young people at the youth settlement all gathered around the table, chatting and eating happily. Usually, The young people spent every day together and sometimes had small disagreements, but during the new year, everyone put aside their differences to celebrate joyfully. Because the dinner ingredients were plentiful and Jiang Li personally cooked several dishes, everyone was very satisfied and happy. So, everyone spent 2 or 3 hours having dinner together. It wasn't just about eating, they also talked about their hopes and plans for the future. These young people who had gone to the countryside were most worried about returning to the city. Everyone wanted to know when they could leave the rural life behind and go back to the city they longed for. Life in the countryside was very hard, and if given a chance, they would definitely return to the city without hesitation. The conditions in the city were simply better than in the countryside. When they first went to the countryside, if their families had any resources, they wouldn't have chosen to go. They jumped into a difficult situation. The new young workers thought it wasn't a big deal at first because they hadn't been there long and didn't feel so hopeless. But those who had been in the countryside for many years had endured endless hardships, and they had become numb. Their spirits were close to breaking. People are not afraid of hardship. They are afraid of having no hope. Now it was 1975, and Jiang Li knew these young workers really wanted to go back to the city. Soon, there would be a chance for a change. The restoration of the college entrance exam in 1977 was a great opportunity. Even if they missed the 1977 exam, there was still hope. In December 1978, the highest authorities would announce the return of young workers to the city. Most of those who had gone to the countryside would be able to go back gradually. So, these tough days wouldn't last forever. Just a few more years of hardship, and they could finally get out. Jiang Li thought about how she had met these people. Fate brought them together by chance. She kindly mentioned to them, "Don't worry, this difficult period won't last forever. The dawn is coming soon. Just hold on a little longer. The country's development always needs talented people. The youth like us, the country won't forget us. One day, they will call us back to the city to contribute to the nation's growth. I have a feeling the college entrance exam will be restored. We shouldn't slack off these years. We should prepare early. Once the exam restarts, we can get a head start over others.
We can soar and change our lives."
Seeing that Jiang Li's words made sense, many of the young workers listened carefully and agreed that what she said was reasonable. They knew Jiang Li was capable. Maybe she wasn't just talking casually but predicting the future and intentionally sharing her insights. If they followed her advice and the exam really was restored, they would have an extra advantage. But some people didn't believe it. They thought the college exam has been stopped for so many years. How could it suddenly restart? That's just a dream. So far, there are no signs that the college entrance exam might be restored. Most likely, Jiang Li mentioned it casually and didn't mean it seriously. The young people here don't realize that because of their different opinions, their future lives could turn out very differently. After a lively dinner together, everyone started to yawn as it got late. Usually, everyone sleeps early, but tonight, after staying up so long, they were truly tired. So, the young people decided not to stay up for the new year and wanted to wash up and go to bed early. Jiang Li returned to her room, washed up quickly, and got into bed. The bed was already warm from the stove, so it was very comfortable. Lying on the bed, Jiang Li felt a little regretful. It would have been nice if Mu Jingxun could have celebrated the new year with her. Since he wasn't here, she wondered if he missed her. Probably he did, since he always acted like he loved her. The New Year is the most important holiday for Chinese people, so they should treat themselves well. On New Year's Eve, Jiang Li decided not to practice anymore. After getting into bed, she went to sleep early. The next morning, she was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. When she woke up, most of the other young people had already gotten up. According to northern customs, on the first day of the new year, people eat dumplings. Jiang Li got up and followed the local tradition, making some dumplings. Since she was eating alone, she didn't make many, about 10 or so. After making the dumplings, she boiled them quickly, and they smelled delicious. After eating the dumplings, many children from the brigade came to visit Jiang Li and wished her a happy new year. These children already liked Jiang Li, thinking she was impressive and capable, sort of like their idol. Plus, the members of the Shinway brigade had all benefited from Jiang Li's help. She had treated many of them when they were sick, and everyone remembered her kindness. The adults appreciated Jiang Li's efforts and brought their children to visit her and wish her well. On the first day of the new year, the most lively place was actually Jiang Li's home. Seeing the brigade children come to visit her, Jiang Li generously gave each child 2 candies, a handful of sunflower seeds, and some peanuts. The team members were quite poor, and these children rarely got to eat candies. Even during the big holiday, many kids had no sweets. Jiang Li handed out candies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, making the children very happy. They cheered and danced with joy, and their fondness for Jiang Li grew even more. Lin Xian saw how kind Jiang Li was to these children and thought she should learn from her, so she could connect more with her. Earlier, her parents sent her many candies, but she didn't really like to eat them. Today, she decided to follow Jiang Li's example and give the candies she didn't enjoy to children who loved sweets. This helped her build good relationships, earn a good reputation, and maybe even catch Jiang Li's attention. All at once. Originally, Lin Xian wasn't very popular in the team, but now, after giving out candies, the children smiled at her and affectionately called her sister Lin. Hearing the children call her that made Lin Xian feel proud, and she promised to treat everyone to candies again, if she had the chance. Seeing Lin Xian so proud, Jang Li found her a bit amusing. Time passed quickly, and before she knew it, the 15th day of the Lunar New Year arrived. The weather was much warmer than before the holiday. Jiang Li celebrated another lantern festival with the Shinway production team. Just after the festival, she received a call from the special case department. They had gathered a lot of raw materials needed to make space charms. They wanted Jiang Li to help make more space charms for them. They asked whether she would send the materials to the Shinway team or come to Beijing herself. Jiang Li calculated that Mu Jingxun would finish his mission in a few days, so she decided to go to Beijing. Once Mu Jingxun finished his task, he would definitely take leave and return home. If she didn't go to Beijing, Mu Jingxun would come to the team to find her, which would mean a lot of travel and less rest. Also, the conditions at the team were not as good as in Beijing, where Mu Jingxun could rest better. Thinking this through, Jiang Li agreed to go to Beijing to help make the space charms. The special case department was happy because her help would save them trouble. They quickly contacted her supervisor, who happily accepted and looked forward to her arrival. After finishing the call, Jiang Li immediately went to find Li Chongping to ask for leave and a letter of introduction. Li Chongping didn't ask many questions when he heard Jiang Li needed to go somewhere and quickly approved her leave and wrote the letter. Jiang Li then started packing her bag, only bringing a change of clothes, as she preferred to travel light. When she saw Jiang Li leaving the team again, the young people felt a bit anxious. During this time, Jiang Li had been staying at the youth camp, and everyone felt very safe with her there. Now Jiang Li is about to leave again, and they feel their safety in life is no longer guaranteed. However, Jiang Li has urgent matters to attend to, and they cannot stop her. When Lin Xian heard that Jiang Li was leaving, she immediately said, "Sister Li, it's not spring yet, and the team doesn't have farm work to do. If you're going back to Beijing, take me with you. I want to see my family too." Jiang Li rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "You want to go to Beijing, but you can't go alone? You have to follow me?" Not upset by Jiang Li's glare, Lin Xian continued to smile and explain, "Sister Li, I'm just a weak girl. Traveling alone over mountains and water is so dangerous. What if bad people target me? What if I encounter human traffickers? The consequences are unimaginable. If I follow you, I won't be afraid of anything. You're so capable, Sister Li. Even if we face danger on the road, I believe you can protect me well." Jiang Li was speechless. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't respond, Lin Xian kept persuading her, flattering her more and more. Jiang Li was really out of options. Plus, it wasn't very safe for a woman to travel alone back to Beijing. Since she wanted to make a quick trip to the city, and they were heading the same way, Jiang Li decided to bring her along and finally agreed to Lin Xian's request. But just thinking about having this annoying girl with her all the way made Jiang Li feel a headache coming on. Seeing Jiang Li agree to take her along, Lin Xian was so happy, she jumped up. She then hurried to find the team leader. Li Chongping saw that Lin Xian also wanted to take leave, and he was a bit reluctant. He only approved Jiang Li's leave because she had made great contributions to the victory production team. But Lin Xian was different. She hadn't contributed much to the team. Still, it wasn't impossible to approve her leave. Since the team hadn't started farming yet, staying at the team was not very useful for her. So, letting her take leave now to go back to the city was better than doing so during busy farming season later. Since Li Changping had just approved Jiang Li's leave, he thought that if he didn't approve Lin Xian's, she might cause trouble, accusing him of favoritism. So he decided to approve her leave as well. He also gave her a letter of introduction. After receiving the letter, Lin Xian happily returned to the youth commune and then started packing her luggage, preparing to leave with Jiang Li for Beijing. The next morning, Jiang Li and Lin Xian set out. They didn't bring much, traveling light, each carrying only a small bag. Lin Xian's bag contained a change of clothes and some snacks for the journey. Regarding other things, there's no need to bring them. If you really need something or are missing something, just buy it directly on the road. The two of them took an ox cart from the production team to the county seat, then took a bus from the county to the city, and finally took a train from the city to Beijing. Since both women looked good and dressed nicely, they attracted a lot of attention walking on the street. When they boarded the train, Jiang Li and Lin Xian were approached by someone trying to strike up a conversation. Because they were in a hard-seat carriage which was crowded and mixed with all kinds of people, it was normal to be approached, and Jiang Li was used to it. Originally, Jiang Li planned to buy soft sleeper tickets before leaving, but only the last one was available. Since she also had to bring Lin Xian, she had to buy a regular hard-seat ticket. The hard-seat carriage was full of all kinds of people, very chaotic, including some thieves, robbers, and human traffickers. When someone came to talk to her, Jiang Li ignored them. Lin Xian wanted to talk to the person at first, but seeing Jiang Li's cold face and her indifference, she quietly kept silent. The two ate train box lunches for lunch. They weren't cheap, but Lin Xian didn't mind because she had enough money. She bought her own meal and also bought one for Jiang Li. Li Jie, you're coming back to Beijing with me. I've been protected by you, so it's only right to treat you to a meal on the way. Don't be polite, Lin Xian said as she handed the lunch to Jiang Li. Jiang Li didn't refuse. Since someone had bought it for her, she ate it. Besides, Lin Xian had a point. Escorting this girl to Beijing, she should get some benefits in return. Jiang Li happily opened her lunch and started eating. The dinner was also bought by Lin Xian for Jiang Li. After a day and night on the train, they finally arrived in Beijing. Compared to the fragile Lin Xian, Jiang Li looked much more energetic. Their different backgrounds were obvious. Jiang Li was a cultivator with much greater physical and mental strength than Lin Xian. As soon as they got off the train, a few human traffickers spotted them. Because Jiang Li and Lin Xian looked pretty and delicate, they seemed easy to bully and were seen as fat targets by traffickers. Jiang Li had already noticed the traffickers secretly following them along the way. She initially thought they just wanted to chat, but it turned out they had other plans. Jiang Li was not afraid of these people. If they dared to attack her, she would make sure they paid a heavy price. Lin Xian, walking with Jiang Li, didn't notice she was being followed at all. Jiang Li looked at Lin Xian, who was completely unaware, and thought to herself that it was fortunate she was with her. If she had been alone, she might have been kidnapped by these traffickers. Jiang Li quietly led Lin Xian out of the train station and deliberately took her into a quiet alley. Sure enough, the traffickers who had been watching them seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked. They pulled out handkerchiefs soaked with sleeping medicine. If they pressed the cloth over a person's nose and mouth, the person would faint in a few seconds. The traffickers rushed forward from behind Jiang Li and Lin Xian, holding the handkerchiefs to their faces. Lin Xian instantly fainted, but Jiang Li, who had prepared in advance, wouldn't fall for it. She was just waiting for them to make a move. If they didn't attack, Jiang Li wouldn't have a reason to fight them. As they approached her, Jiang Li suddenly turned around and, with lightning speed, grabbed the trafficker trying to drug her. She then forcefully threw him aside. The trafficker and his accomplice were clearly shocked, not expecting such a response. They couldn't believe that a young girl could be so skilled. Really unbelievable. The traffickers who hadn't been knocked out by Jiang Li immediately realized she was not easy to deal with and quickly turned to run. But Jiang Li wouldn't let them go so easily. She moved quickly and, in less than a minute, had taken down the entire trafficker gang. After dealing with them, Jiang Li took out some rope, tied them up securely, and then patted Lin Xian's face to wake her. Lin Xian, groggy, opened her eyes and saw she was lying on the ground. She was completely confused, not understanding what was happening. Looking at the people nearby, Lin Xian was even more confused about the current situation. What exactly was going on? Big sisterly, what just happened? Oh, my head feels so dizzy, Lin Xian asked. Jiang Li pointed at the tied-up men on the ground and said, "We're just unlucky. We ran into traffickers." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Lin Xian froze for a moment, then looked at Jiang Li with admiration. "So, big sisterly, you took care of all these people, right? You're really amazing. All the bad guys are like paper tigers in front of you. They can't hurt you at all. I knew I had to come back to Jing City with you. If I had gone alone today, I'd be in big trouble. Now I've been kidnapped by these people." As she spoke, Lin Xian started praising Jiang Li enthusiastically, lifting her up to the skies. Jiang Li couldn't listen any longer and waved at Lin Xian, saying, "All right, stop. Don't flatter me, or you'll get your words mixed up." As Jiang Li spoke, several police officers arrived nearby. Since there had been a big commotion earlier, Jiang Li asked a passing pedestrian to report the incident. The police responded very quickly, rushing over immediately after receiving the report. When they arrived, Jiang Li showed them her work ID. Seeing her ID, the officers' expressions changed instantly. They looked at her with surprise and respect. Learning that Jiang Li was a member of a special unit, the officers paid close attention to her and asked about what had happened earlier. Jiang Li explained everything about the human traffickers in detail. The officers immediately promised to handle the case seriously and to punish the traffickers severely. After handing over the traffickers to the police, Jiang Li looked at Lin Xian and said, "Let's go. Where is your home? I'll take you back to avoid any more danger on the way." Lin Xian was just a fragile woman, and Jiang Li had no urgent matters to attend to, so it was safer to personally her home. Hearing Jiang Li, Lin Xian looked touched and said, "Sister Li, are you really worried about me?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes and replied, "You're a girl. Can you have some shame? When did I ever care about you? I'm just worried that if something happens to you, your family might come after me. Don't overthink it." Even after Jiang Li explained, Lin Xian still seemed to believe she cared, thinking Jiang Li was genuinely concerned, which was why she offered to take her home. Jiang Li was too tired to argue with her. She had seen many self-centered people, but Lin Xian was especially shameless. After dropping Lin Xian off at her home, she asked, "Sister Li, where are you headed? To Mu's house? If you have nowhere to stay in Beijing, you can come to my place. My house is big, and you can stay as long as you want." Jiang Li replied calmly, "Just worry about yourself."
You don't need to worry about me.
"All right, Sister Li, stay safe," Lin Xian said. After parting ways, Jiang Li did not go to Mu's house. Since Mu Jingxun was not at home, she didn't want to go alone. It felt awkward. After all, she was not married to Mu Jingxun yet, just an ordinary partner. Without him there, facing his family alone made her feel uncomfortable. She was not short of money and had plenty of places to stay in Beijing, so she found a guest house and checked in. Because she didn't lack money, Jiang Li chose the best guest house with good conditions. After settling in, Jiang Li ate something and rested for the night. The next day, she went to the special department to help them make space charms. The leader of the special department was very happy to see Jiang Li. During this time, they worked hard to gather materials for making space charms, hoping Jiang Li could help produce more. With these charms, they could perform various tasks more easily in the future. It took so long to gather the materials because many of them were very rare and hard to find. Plus, they wanted to make several charms, so they collected materials for a long time. When Jiang Li saw the materials prepared by the special department, she immediately started making the space charms. Since they had collected many materials, Jiang Li made 12 charms for them. She thought that was enough, but the special department believed more was better. If the raw materials hadn't been so difficult to find, they would have asked Jiang Li to make even more. Jiang Li worked tirelessly to make 12 charms, which took a lot of energy. She worked all day, and after finishing, she was almost exhausted. The leader of the special department sincerely thanked Jiang Li and even planned to treat her to dinner. However, Jiang Li declined the dinner, went back to the guest house, and took out some good things she had stored in Xiangjiang to eat. She had bought many delicious foods there, both Western and Chinese, which couldn't be bought at state-run restaurants. After eating and drinking well, Jiang Li rested at the guest house for the next 2 days. She would go out to eat at mealtimes and take walks around. She had already calculated the time Mu Jingxun would return. Jiang Li went to a department store to buy some things, then directly went to Mu's house. When the Mu family saw Jiang Li, they were very warm and welcoming. Especially Lin Ji, who was very happy to see her future daughter-in-law. "Lily, why are you in Jing City? When did you come?" "Auntie, I came a few days ago to handle some matters in Jing City." Hearing this, Lin Ji smiled and nodded. She knew that Jiang Li was very capable and that she must have come to help with official business.
I see. Come on, let's go inside and sit.
Lin Ji said warmly, pulling Jiang Li into the house. This made Jiang Li feel a bit reserved. Actually, Lin Ji didn't need to be so enthusiastic. Too much warmth could make people feel overwhelmed or uncomfortable. As soon as Jiang Li sat down, Lin Ji quickly asked the maid to bring her tea. Mu Baifeng saw Jiang Li, and his usually stern face softened with a smile as he stepped forward to greet her. Jiang Li clearly felt that the Mu family was being unusually polite to her, much warmer than when they first met. They probably liked her quite a bit, but that wasn't the main reason. Their change in attitude was mainly because she was very capable and outstanding. When she could show the Mu family that she brought benefits and advantages, and that being with Mu Jingxun was good for the family, they would be very enthusiastic about her. If Jiang Li were just an ordinary girl without a good family background, it would be very hard for the Mu family to accept her as a simple, average girl, let alone be very warm and welcoming. In the adult world, the core is always about profit. As soon as Jiang Li sat down, still warming her seat, the nanny brought in hot tea. After chatting with the Mu family for a while, Mu Jingxun returned. Jiang Li had expected his return. She deliberately arrived before Mu Jingxun came home. Her arrival already made the Mu family very happy, and now with Mu Jingxun back too, it was double the joy. The happiest person was Lin Ji. As a mother, Lin Ji worried and cared deeply whenever Mu Jingxun went on a mission. Seeing her son return safely made her happier than anyone else. Since this mission lasted longer and was more difficult, Mu Jingxun looked much thinner. His last mission was with a Shang Li production team, where Jiang Li often brought him delicious food, so he didn't lose weight and looked healthier. But this time, without Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun had been out for several months, eating poorly and resting less, which made him look quite worn out. Lin Ji immediately stepped forward, examining Mu Jingxun carefully. She found that besides being a bit thinner, he was fine and had no injuries. She was very satisfied with his condition. Being a little thinner was okay, the most important thing was that he was safe. Lin Ji held Mu Jingxun's hand and asked with a smile, "Jingxun, you're back." "That's wonderful. Guess who came to our house today?" Mu Jingxun was just at the door and hadn't reached the living room yet, so he didn't know Jiang Li was already there. Hearing Lin Ji's question, he couldn't help but become curious. Who could have come to their home? It was Li. Lin Ji looked at her son with curious eyes, but no longer kept secrets. She directly told him everything to make him happy. As a mother, Lin Ji naturally understood her own son well. He liked Jiang Li more than anyone else, even more than her. It was clear that once Mu Jingxun got married, he would probably forget about his mother and focus on his wife. But Lin Ji was not upset about this. Many men were like that, including her husband. She couldn't be too strict. She wanted her husband to put her first, but didn't expect her son to do the same with his wife. When Mu Jingxun heard that Jiang Li was coming, he became very excited, his eyes shining. He had planned to report his work to his boss first when he got home, then go to Shang Li production team. But now, Jiang Li was already at their house, so he didn't need to wait a few days. He could see her right now, which made him very happy. When Mu Jingxun was on duty outside, he always thought about Jiang Li. He wished he could finish his task quickly and come back to be with her. He felt very sad that he couldn't spend the new year with Jiang Li this year. Next time, he would ask for more leave to spend more time with her. Mu Jingxun strode confidently toward the living room. Sure enough, he saw the person he missed so much sitting there. Li, he called out happily when he saw Jiang Li.
She smiled and replied, "Yes, you're back. Come in quickly."
Mu Jingxun immediately sat down beside her, eager to be close. If not for the family still being there, he would have run up and hugged Jiang Li, telling her how much he missed her. Li, why did you suddenly come to Jing City? Mu Jingxun thought Jiang Li's visit must have a reason, probably for work. Jiang Li didn't hide anything and explained, "The special case department asked me to make a space charm for them. I came to Jing City because they called me, saying the materials were ready, and asked me to make the charm. What a coincidence. I just finished my task and came back. If you hadn't come to Jing City, I would have gone to find you," Jiang Li said with a smile. "Actually, I expected you to come back in the next couple of days after finishing your task, so I came to Jing City on purpose. Otherwise, I would have just had the materials sent to the production team," she added. Hearing this, Mu Jingxuan's eyes lit up with happiness, and he looked even more pleased. He thought Jiang Li was mainly here to handle official matters and happened to visit his home, but he didn't expect that she was actually coming for him, with work being just an excuse. Learning how important he was in Jiang Li's heart, Mu Jingxun couldn't help but feel happy. Alas, since his parents were nearby, he didn't dare to express his tender feelings openly. Knowing that his son was working his mission and that Jiang Li was visiting, Lin Ji asked the housekeeper to prepare more delicious dishes today. Mu Baifeng inquired about his son's mission, mainly worried if he was suffering. Mu Jingxun couldn't share the details of the task with his family, but he briefly reassured them that he was doing well. Jiang Li stayed with Mu Jingxun for lunch at the Mu family home. After eating, she planned to leave, telling Mu Jingxun to take a shower and rest well in the afternoon. He looked exhausted from traveling so far, and she knew he needed to rest. Since she would stay in Jing City for a while, Mu Jingxun didn't need to rush to be close to her. There was plenty of time in the coming days. When Mu Jingxun saw Jiang Li was leaving, he felt very reluctant. Li, I'm not tired or sleepy. Let's go out for a walk this afternoon, he said. Seeing Jiang Li, all his fatigue seemed to disappear. He just wanted to stay close to her. But Jiang Li disagreed. No, you need to rest now. Once you're feeling better, I'll go out with you. If you don't take care of yourself, I'll be upset, she replied. Hearing this, Mu Jingxun obediently agreed. Okay, Li, I'll rest well, finish my work reports, and then come find you. Which guest house are you staying at? Jiang Li told him the name and room number of her guest house. In fact, both Mu Jingxun and his family wanted Jiang Li to stay with them, but she felt more comfortable living outside. Last time, due to special circumstances, she chose to stay at the Mu house. This time, she didn't want that anymore because she and Mu Jingxun weren't married yet. Living in someone else's house felt inappropriate and unofficial. Jiang Li insisted on staying outside, and the Mu family understood and respected her decision. After leaving the Mu house, Jiang Li was thinking about buying a big house in Jing City herself. Houses in this era are very affordable now, and buying one would be a good investment. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Jiang Li decided to buy a house immediately. The best houses in Jing City are undoubtedly courtyard houses, which also have the highest investment value. In later times, owning a traditional courtyard house was extremely valuable. However, these courtyard houses were hard to buy during this period, and few people sold their homes. If Jiang Li tried to find out on her own, it would be very difficult to meet a seller. But Jiang Li was not worried. She used her best methods and quickly identified a courtyard house that was for sale. Once she found it, she immediately headed toward her target. The house was close to the Forbidden City, in a very good location. If Jiang Li bought this house, traveling around Beijing would be very convenient. Plus, it was unlikely to be demolished, so after renovating and furnishing it, she wouldn't have to worry about moving again. Jiang Li knocked on the door of this courtyard house. A woman in her 40s or 50s opened it. She looked quite elegant but seemed a bit gloomy. Her name was Qin Yan. She looked at Jiang Li, saw she was a stranger she didn't recognize, and politely asked, "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" Jiang Li explained her purpose directly. "Comrade Qin Yan, I came to see you. I have something to discuss with you about your son." Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes widened, and she instinctively straightened up. She never expected that after so many years, someone would still know about her son. She looked at Jiang Li carefully, thought she didn't seem like a scammer, and said, "Come inside and talk." Inside, there was another person, Qin Yan's housekeeper. Qin Yan immediately asked the housekeeper to serve tea, and offered some hospitality. "Comrade, you said you know something about my son. Are you telling the truth? How do you know me, and how do you know about my son?" Jiang Li replied, "Don't worry, I'm not lying. What I say can be trusted. If you follow the information I give, you can investigate and find out if it's true." Qin Yan thought about it and decided to verify Jiang Li's words. Any news about her son, even if only a tiny bit trustworthy, was worth checking. She looked at Jiang Li and said, "We don't know each other, but if you're giving me information about my son, you probably want something in return, right? Just tell me your request." If Jiang Li asked for something, Qin Yan would find her words more believable. But if she didn't ask for anything, Qin Yan would feel suspicious. No one helps others for no reason. Jiang Li confidently stated her request. "Comrade Qin Yan, I need you to agree to one condition if I tell you about your son's whereabouts. Once you find your son, you must sell me that 2-story courtyard house next door. Don't worry, I won't ask for it for free. I will pay you the market price. I've checked, and in this area, a similar courtyard house costs about 60 or 70,000 yuan. I will pay you the full amount." Qin Yan thought Jiang Li's demand was reasonable. It was just selling a house, not giving it away for nothing. Her family had more than one courtyard house, and they couldn't live in all of them. She had already planned to sell one. Now, since Jiang Li could provide information about her son and was willing to buy her house at market price, Qin Yan naturally agreed. She immediately responded, "No problem. If the information you give me is true, and I find my son, I will not only sell you the house but also sell it to you for 10,000 yuan less than the market price." Hearing Qin Yan's agreement, Jiang Li shared the information she had calculated. She handed Qin Yan a note, which detailed the current address of the family she had entrusted with her child. Qin Yan took the note and looked at the address. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She never expected that her son, whom she had searched for across most of China, was living not far from Beijing in a suburban area. Her son had always been nearby, yet she had spent so many years unable to find him. If it hadn't been for the urgent circumstances back then, she would never have entrusted her own son to others. After overcoming difficulties with her husband and planning to find him again, they couldn't locate that family anymore. Losing her son felt like the sky was falling. She and her husband had spent half their lives trying to find him. In the past 2 years, Qin Yan had almost given up. Despite trying every method, she found nothing. She felt the heavens were deliberately playing tricks on her, and she would never find her child again. In this vast world, finding a child was like searching for a needle in a haystack, impossibly slim hope. She could only pray for her child's safety, and she no longer dared to hope for a family reunion. Qin Yan never dared to imagine that, just when she was about to give up, someone brought her news about her son. She immediately called her husband's workplace to tell him to come back quickly so they could go find their son together. After notifying her husband, Qin Yan also asked Jiang Li to leave a contact number. If she successfully finds her son, she will contact Jiang Li and sell her house to her. Jiang Li left her contact information and then left. Qin Yan thought she would have good news within 2 days. Jiang Li just needed to wait to buy the house. After finishing this matter, Jiang Li went back to the guest house to rest. Mu Jingxun rested the whole afternoon, then went to report his work to the special case department. After the report, he went to find Jiang Li. Today there were no parents around, only the two of them. Mu Jingxun was so excited, he hugged Jiang Li tightly, expressing how much he missed her after so long. Seeing how clingy the little puppy was, Jiang Li affectionately patted his head. She really enjoyed this sweet love. The two of them spent the whole day cuddling at the guest house, only going out shopping the next day. Their activities were similar to other couples, shopping and watching movies. If the weather hadn't been so cold, Mu Jingxun would have liked to take Jiang Li boating. Originally, Mu Jingxun thought Jiang Li might be upset because he hadn't spent much time with her lately, but she didn't complain at all. Their time together was very happy. Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun had been cuddling for 3 days when they finally received a call from Qinyan telling them to go see the house. After paying, they quickly arranged the transfer of ownership. Jiang Li received the news and went with Mu Jingxun to find Qinyan. "Lily, what are we going to do?" Mu Jingxun asked curiously. Jiang Li explained, "I've set my heart on a 2-entry courtyard house, and we're going to buy it now." Hearing that Jiang Li wanted to buy a 2-entry courtyard house, Mu Jingxun looked surprised. Was his Lily really that wealthy? A 2-entry courtyard house wasn't cheap. But then he thought it didn't seem so shocking. Jiang Li was so capable, earning more money was just a matter of time. As long as she was willing, with her incredible skills, earning a lot of money was no surprise. Mu Jingxun obediently followed Jiang Li to find Qinyan. When Jiang Li saw Qinyan again today, she clearly felt a different energy from her. Qinyan looked radiant, and her eyes sparkled. There was no need to guess. She must have found her son. It was true what they say. When people are happy, they feel energized. Qinyan saw Jiang Li and smiled warmly. "Comrade, please come inside and sit."
Jiang Li nudda.
Then she went into Qinyan's house with Mu Jingxun. Seeing Mu Jingxun behind Jiang Li, Qinyan didn't ask questions, as their relationship was obvious, either a young couple or close friends. Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun sat down inside. Qinyan immediately turned to her husband, Shi Jingxun, and said, "Jingxun, this is the comrade who helped us find our son. She is our great benefactor." Shi Jingxun looked at Jiang Li and bowed sincerely to thank her. Besides Shi Jingxun, Qinyan also called her son and daughter-in-law to thank Jiang Li. Thanks to Jiang Li's help, their family had a chance to reunite. Qinyan's son and daughter-in-law, who grew up in a rural household, looked honest and straightforward. He never expected that his biological parents were so wealthy. Life in the countryside was very hard, and having wealthy parents meant he and his wife wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. He sincerely thanked Jiang Li. After his biological parents explained the situation, Qinyan's son didn't hesitate and followed them to Beijing. Qinyan gave a large sum of money to the family who raised her son as a thank you, never forgetting their kindness. The family expressed their gratitude to Jiang Li. After chatting for a while inside, Qinyan took Jiang Li to see a house. It was a nearby 2-entry, 4-courtyard house, rarely used or rented out, so it was in very good condition, just a bit dusty, but no other problems. The 4-courtyard house was large. After viewing it, Jiang Li thought it was very nice and immediately agreed to buy it. They quickly reached an agreement. Qinyan then took Jiang Li to the local office to handle the property transfer. Qinyan planned to give the house to Jiang Li for free. She believed her son was more important than the house. Since Jiang Li helped her find her son, her gratitude was greater than anything. She felt it wouldn't be right to accept money from Jiang Li. When Jiang Li saw Qinyan wanted to give her the house for free, she immediately declined. "Comrade Qinyan, I helped you find your son, but I can't take the house for nothing. I only wanted to buy it from you, not to take advantage. Just sell it to me at a price 10,000 yuan below the market value, and I won't take a penny more. I would feel guilty." After some back-and-forth negotiations, and thanks to Jiang Li's persistence, the house was finally sold for 50,000 yuan. After purchasing the house, Jiang Li registered at the local office, received the keys, and felt very happy. From now on, she was officially a homeowner in Beijing. Jiang Li planned to clean and decorate the house so that next time she visited Beijing, she could live there instead of staying at a guest house. After buying the house, Jiang Li spent more than 2 weeks enjoying time with Mu Jingxun. When Mu Jingxun's holiday ended, Jiang Li had been away from the Victory production team for a while and needed to prepare to go back. Mu Jingxun was very reluctant to see Jiang Li leave, but he knew he couldn't stop her or control her, as he didn't want to let his personal feelings get in the way of her happiness. Returning to the production team was very good for Jiang Li's training. As her partner, Mu Jingxun believed he should support her decision instead of opposing her behind her back. "Lily, I will come to see you when I have my next holiday," Mu Jingxun said, knowing he could only wait until then. Jiang Li nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for your holiday." Before returning to the production team, Mu Jingxun, along with Lin Ji, prepared many things for Jiang Li to take with her. Jiang Li also bought several roast ducks to bring back as gifts. Beijing is somewhat lacking in gourmet food, and the most famous local dish is roast duck. Compared to bean juice and braised dishes, roast duck has more meat and is more popular and accepted by many people. On her way back to the team, Jiang Li remembered to inform Lin Xian, planning to bring her along. Lin Xian traveling alone to the production team was unsafe, as she might encounter human traffickers again on the way. Speaking of traffickers, the trafficker Jiang Li previously caught was taken by the police, who followed clues and uncovered a major human trafficking case. Jiang Li's significant contribution earned her recognition from the police and a generous reward. Seeing Jiang Li proactively invite her to return to the countryside, Lin Xian eagerly followed. The Lin family was puzzled by Lin Xian's actions. The countryside was tough, yet she insisted on going back to live there. They didn't understand her reasons. If Lin Xian wanted to return to the city, the family could easily arrange it through connections. But she stubbornly refused to leave the countryside, wanting to endure hardships there. The Lin family cared for her deeply and tried to persuade her, but Lin Xian wouldn't listen. In the end, they could only accept her decision. Jiang Li took Lin Xian to the train station. This time, they were lucky and bought a sleeper ticket. Originally, Lin Xian wasn't qualified to buy a sleeper ticket. Although the Lin family had some influence, Lin Xian's current status was just an ordinary rural youth. It was impossible for her to buy a sleeper ticket based on her status alone. The only reason she got one was because of Jiang Li, who was a government official with a special identity. Once on the sleeper, Lin Xian praised Jiang Li excessively. Jiang Li felt a bit speechless about her. Had she forgotten how she looked down on her when she first went to the countryside? Now she was acting like her loyal follower. So strange. Because they had a sleeper ticket, the journey wasn't too hard. After a day and night on the train, they finally arrived at the city train station. It was late, and it would take time to go back to the county or the production team, so they decided to rest at a guest house in the city and leave the next day. Since they weren't in a hurry, a day's delay didn't matter. But because of this delay, they were targeted by bad people. Maybe because they looked pretty, some troublemakers on the street tried to harass them during dinner. Unfortunately, these troublemakers chose the wrong targets. They were doomed to fail. Jiang Li quickly beat them up and handed them over to the police. Lin Xian admired Jiang Li even more and shamelessly asked to become her apprentice. She wanted to learn Jiang Li's skills so she could protect herself if she faced danger again. Without Jiang Li around, she was afraid she would be bullied or harmed. The Black Province wasn't as safe as Beijing, and she had no support here. Lin Xian was really scared of facing trouble again. If she could learn some martial arts or mystical skills from Jiang Li, her life would be different. She wouldn't be afraid anymore because she'd have the ability to defend herself. Jiang Li was annoyed by Lin Xian's persistent begging to learn from her. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Li Jie, if you teach me some skills, then you'll be my master. As your disciple, I promise to be filial and take care of you in old age," Lin Xian said eagerly. Jiang Li. Did this girl even listen to herself?
How old was she?
Did she really think Lin Xian would take care of her in her old age? However, seeing Lin Xian so eager to learn, plus her special physique and bad luck, she was easily prone to trouble. If she went out alone in the future and encountered situations like today, it would be very dangerous. After all, she wouldn't always have such good luck or always have someone like her nearby. Jiang Li felt pity and hesitated for a moment before finally saying to Lin Xian, "All right, since you're so sincere, I will reluctantly accept you as my apprentice." As for how much you can learn, it depends on your talent and luck. Anyway, her talent didn't seem very high, so achieving great success was unlikely. Learning mystical techniques isn't easy, and whether she can learn depends on her fate from birth. Lin Xian's destiny isn't very good for learning these skills, but that's not a big problem. As long as she studies diligently and with focus, she can learn self-defense skills. That will be enough for her to protect herself when in danger, rather than aiming for great achievements or ascension to immortality someday. Lin Xian looked at Jiang Li in disbelief, thinking she must have heard wrong. Sister Liu.
You.
Are you really willing to take me as your apprentice and teach me skills? I didn't hear wrong, right? Am I dreaming? To confirm she wasn't dreaming, Lin Xian pinched her arm hard. The clear pain made her sure it was real. This was all true. Jiang Li saw how excited and energetic Lin Xian was and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Once you're my apprentice, you can't be so loud and noisy. You need to stay calm and steady when facing problems, understand? Lin Xian nodded heavily upon hearing Jiang Li's advice. Okay, Sister Li, I got it. I will listen to you in everything. Jiang Li was quite satisfied with Lin Xian's obedient attitude. If she had been someone who didn't listen, Jiang Li wouldn't have considered taking her as a disciple. All right, after we return to the production team, I will teach you more. Lin Xian responded excitedly. Great. Sister Li, no, Master, you're so kind to me. I love you so much. When we get back to the production team, I will learn your skills properly. Seeing the time was late, Jiang Li urged Lin Xian to go back to her room and rest. Master, why don't we sleep together tonight? I'm a bit scared and worried that those troublemakers outside might sneak into my room. Remembering how those troublemakers had looked at her earlier, Lin Xian still felt very scared. She thought it would be safer to sleep in the same room as Jiang Li. With Jiang Li there, she felt much safer and could sleep peacefully. Jiang Li has never liked sharing a room with others. When Lin Xian asked to share, she firmly refused. However, staying in a hotel outside can be risky, especially for young, pretty girls like them, who might attract unwanted attention. After refusing Lin Xian, Jiang Li added, even though we won't be in the same room, don't worry. I'm right next door. If anything happens at night, I'll notice immediately. Also, take this talisman. She handed Lin Xian a charm. Jiang Li's skills were well known to Lin Xian, and when she received the charm, she felt reassured. Thank you, Master, Lin Xian said happily, holding the charm and returning to her room. Jiang Li also went to her own room. After entering, she washed up and went to bed early. Although the sleeper car on the train was more comfortable than a regular seat, it still wasn't as good as a real bed. After sitting on the train for so long, Jiang Li felt tired and just wanted to sleep well. She slept peacefully through the night. Lin Xian also slept soundly, and nothing happened that night. The next morning, after waking up, they left the guest house and went to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. During the meal, Lin Xian paid eagerly, showing her enthusiasm. Jiang Li wanted to split the bill, but Lin Xian quickly said, Master, I still want to learn more from you. As your apprentice, I can't really repay you. I'll cover your daily expenses from now on. Whenever we spend money, let me do it. Consider it my tuition fee to you, as a way to show my respect. Jiang Li glanced at Lin Xian, thinking she was quite sensible and thoughtful. As long as Lin Xian didn't have any romantic intentions, everything was fine. Jiang Li knew Lin Xian wasn't short of money, so she let her be. Jiang Li enjoyed a free breakfast and felt in a good mood. After eating, she and Lin Xian took a bus back to the county town. Unfortunately, when they got on the bus, they found it was already full, with no empty seats. The long journey and bumpy ride would be uncomfortable if they had to stand all the way. Lin Xian saw that there were no seats left and frowned. She didn't mind standing herself, but her master must not be left without a seat. Out in the world, she had to take good care of her master. Thinking this over, Lin Xian stepped forward and asked a woman sitting by the window, Ma'am, could you please give me your seat? The woman glanced at Lin Xian. Give you my seat? Why should I give it to you? I was here first. If you want to sit, why didn't you come earlier? Also, young girl, you're so young, standing for a while isn't tiring. Why don't you want to endure a little hardship? And you want to compete with an old lady for a seat? How can you be so shameless? After the old woman rambled on, Lin Xian didn't argue. She calmly took out $1 from her pocket and said, "Ma'am, I really like this seat. If you give it to me, I won't take advantage of you. Here's $1, is that okay?" At first, the old woman kept talking from different angles about teaching Lin Xian a lesson. But when she saw the $1, her face suddenly changed. She stopped complaining and smiled kindly. "Oh, young lady, you should have said so earlier. The leaders say we should learn from Lei Feng and help others when we're outside. Hee, I'll give you this seat. My bottom hurts, so I'll stand up and stretch." The old woman took the money happily and stood up to give her seat.
Jiang Li's motuisha.
After taking the money and hearing her talk about learning from Lei Feng, she thought the old woman was quite good at showing off herself. When the old woman gave up her seat, Jiang Li thought Lin Xian would sit right away. But it was completely different from what she expected. Lin Xian didn't sit down. Instead, she called out to Jiang Li, "Master, quick, this seat is good. Near the window, ventilated, and I won't get carsick. I've always liked this seat best when I travel, much better than the others." Jiang Li thought Lin Xian paid for the seat and would sit there herself. But surprisingly, the girl had changed seats just for her. Jiang Li thought to herself, "Lin Xian is really filial. Go ahead and sit. I'll stand for a while, it's fine." Jiang Li considered and decided she'd rather stand than sit. She was healthy, unlike Lin Xian, who seemed weaker. Jiang Li even stuck a motion sickness charm on herself. No matter how much the bus shook, she wouldn't get carsick. Lin Xian insisted, "Master, that's not right.
You'll suffer standing.
Just sit down." Jiang Li looked at her. "You don't want to sit? Can you handle standing?"
It's okay, master. I'll pay to change seats.
"You sit here first," Lin Xian said. Seeing her insist, Jiang Li didn't refuse anymore. As long as the girl wasn't just standing there, it was fine. First, Jiang Li sat down, then Lin Xian quickly claimed a seat from another passenger on the bus. Although it wasn't her original seat, it was near the window and less likely to cause motion sickness. The two of them got on the bus heading back to the county town, which didn't leave until half an hour later. Since it was the weekend, the bus was very crowded. Many people had no seats and had to stand close together, packed like dumplings. With so many people, the smell on the bus became very unpleasant. After a while, it was really nauseating. But there was nothing to do. This was the only way to travel now, so they just accepted it. Jiang Li felt the smell wasn't very good, but it didn't matter because she used a spell to block her sense of smell. No matter how bad the smell was, she couldn't smell it. Lin Xian, however, quickly became overwhelmed by the smell and the bouncing of the bus. Even sitting by the window, she was uncomfortable and almost felt like vomiting. Seeing Lin Xian in such distress, Jiang Li thought she was being considerate and decided to help her. She took out 2 calming charms and quietly handed them to Lin Xian, so she wouldn't feel seasick or want it anymore. Lin Xian put the charms in her pocket, and her motion sickness eased significantly. She no longer wanted to, and the unpleasant smell on the bus was no longer noticeable. Lin Xian felt like she had survived. The rest of the journey was not too difficult. After several hours of bouncing, the bus finally arrived at the county town bus station. When they got off, because it was crowded, Lin Xian felt someone had touched her pocket. Luckily, she noticed in time, or her money would have been stolen. Lin Xian was very angry. How dare someone steal her money? Her money was for showing respect to her master, not for petty thieves. If she had been alone and encountered a thief, she might not have dared to confront them. After all, the thief was an adult man and she was just a young girl. She wouldn't stand a chance. But now, with Jiang Li beside her, Lin Xian felt much more confident. When she saw someone stealing her money, she immediately grabbed the thief by the collar. "You shameless thief! How dare you steal my money? Give it back to me now." The thief didn't expect to be caught so easily. He looked at Lin Xian with a fierce expression. "Let go now, or don't blame me for being rude." Lin Xian refused to let go. Her money and tickets added up to quite a lot. Her pocket held at least 1,000 yuan. "You thief, stealing my money and acting so bold," she said, making a move to her stolen money back. The thief originally wanted to quickly escape from the car, but saw Lin Xian grabbing his collar and refusing to let go. He clenched his teeth, took a small dagger from his pocket, and stabbed it toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's wrist was cut. Fortunately, the cut wasn't deep, but it bled a lot. Lin Xian felt a sharp pain in her hand and dared not hold onto the thief anymore. She watched helplessly as the thief slipped away. Feeling very unwilling, she immediately shouted loudly, "Catch the thief. Don't let him run away. He stole my money." There were many other passengers on the bus and at the station. When it comes to catching a thief, if it's safe, some people are willing to help. But right now, seeing the thief holding a dagger, no one dared to step forward, afraid they might get hurt. Seeing no one blocking him, the thief hurriedly quickened his steps to escape. At this moment, Jiang Li appeared and grabbed the thief's collar. The thief looked back and saw a young girl holding his collar. Thinking she wasn't very strong, he waved his dagger and stabbed at Jiang Li, cursing fiercely, "Mind your own business." Jiang Li calmly dodged the dagger. Everyone around held their breath, watching closely, worried Jiang Li might get hurt. "Comrade, it's okay if your things are stolen. Report it to the police later. Don't try to fight him," someone advised. "Yes, comrade, your life is more important than money. If money is lost, it's lost. As long as you're safe, that's what matters," another added. "Comrade, his knife isn't safe. Be very careful," someone warned. Jiang Li heard the crowd's shouts and advice, knowing they were trying to help her. But she ignored them. She didn't see the thief as a threat. Lin Xian watched Jiang Li and the thief fighting, not worried at all. The unlucky thief was about to regret his choice. When Jiang Li faced him, he definitely wouldn't get away unscathed. Sure enough, in the next second, Jiang Li kicked the dagger out of the thief's hand. With no weapon, Jiang Li grabbed his arm and forcefully broke it with a loud. The thief let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered and knelt on the ground, crying out in pain. Seeing Jiang Li's smooth and skillful moves, everyone around was stunned. No one expected that a gentle-looking woman like Jiang Li could be so powerful. Wow. Just now they were worried that Jiang Li might get hurt or suffer because of the knife-wielding thief. Now they realized that the young girl is very skilled, and the thief is no match for her. Seeing that the thief's arm was injured and he couldn't resist anymore, Jiang Li calmly took the money from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, "Count it and see if the money is correct." Lin Xian took the money and said, "I don't remember exactly how much there was, probably around 1,000, so it should be right." After counting the money, Lin Xian put it into her pocket. The thief, enduring the pain, tearfully shouted, 20 yuan is mine. You can't steal my money.
Even
if it is, didn't you also hurt someone? That 20 yuan is to cover medical expenses." The people around agreed with Jiang Li, thinking she made a good point. Yes, the thief had hurt someone and caused bleeding, so he should pay for medical costs. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt more justified and kept the money safely. The thief was now under control, and Jiang Li asked Lin Xian, "Are you okay? Is your wound serious? If it is, we should go to the hospital first. If not, we'll take this thief to the police." Lin Xian looked at her wound and thought it wasn't serious. She pressed it with a cloth, and the bleeding had stopped. She planned to treat it later, so it should be fine. The thief who stole money and hurt people was really hateful, and they needed to take him to the police quickly. "Master, I'm fine. Let's take the criminal to the police first, so he won't harm others." Jiang Li nodded. "All right, let's go to the police station." Jiang Li and Lin Xian went to the police station. When they arrived, they saw a police officer come forward to greet her, saying, "Comrade Jiang, what brings you here? Is something wrong?" Jiang Li looked at the officer, but didn't recognize him. Did they know each other? Why did he know her name? "Do you know me?" The young police officer smiled and said, "Of course. Comrade Jiang, you helped us catch some enemy agents before. Everyone in the station knows you." Jiang Li touched her nose, surprised that she was somewhat famous in the police department. This made things easier. She pointed to the thief and explained what had happened earlier in the car. The young officer took notes and then took the thief into the station. "Comrade Jiang, don't worry. We will handle this matter seriously. Once we finish questioning him and determine his guilt, we will notify you as soon as possible." Jiang Li nodded. "Just handle it fairly, and there's no need to inform me of the follow-up progress. My only responsibility is to catch him. Everything else is not my concern." Jiang Li trusts the police's ability to handle the case. As long as the bad guy gets the punishment he deserves, she's fine. She's not interested in how the thief is convicted. Hearing Jiang Li's instructions, the police officer nodded and said, "All right, Comrade Jiang, we understand. We won't keep you updated on the results, but since you caught the thief and made a contribution, we must award you." Jiang Li didn't care much about the police's reward. She doesn't lack banners or bonuses, but since they offered, she wouldn't refuse. After all, who wouldn't want more money and honor? She sent the thief to the police station and made sure the matter was properly handled. Then she asked Lin Xian to go with her to the hospital. They needed to buy some gauze and iodine to disinfect and bandage Lin Xian's wound. Even if the injury wasn't serious, it still needed treatment to prevent infection. While at the hospital, Jiang Li wanted to see Dr. Wu. If he was there, she planned to bring him a roast duck as a gift. When they arrived at the county hospital, they found out Dr. Wu wasn't on duty today, so Jiang Li's roast duck couldn't be delivered. That was okay. She took it back to eat herself. At the hospital, Jiang Li bought tools and medicine, then quickly bandaged Lin Xian's wound. Seeing that the wound was quite deep, Jiang Li frowned and said, "Lin Xian, next time you encounter something like this, and you know you can't handle it, don't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll suffer a big loss like today. You got lucky this time. Your injury isn't too serious. But what if it hits a vital spot? Have you thought about the consequences?" After Jiang Li's stern advice, Lin Xian nodded repeatedly, acting obediently like a quail. She was naturally rebellious and usually didn't listen to her parents, but now she surprisingly listened to Jiang Li without arguing. "Okay, Master, I understand. I was reckless this time, and I won't do it again. Next time I face something like this, I won't confront people head-on until I've learned enough skills." Seeing Lin Xian obeyed, Jiang Li didn't want to criticize her further.
Good.
Also, next time, don't show off in crowded places. It's easy for thieves to target the wealthy. Today's theft was definitely related to Lin Xian showing off in the car. Thieves tend to target wealthy people, and poor folks are safer when they go out. Lin Xian has learned her lesson this time. You can't teach someone who doesn't want to learn, but one experience is enough to teach them. After hearing Jiang Li's advice, she obediently nodded again.